In a bizarre, apocalyptic world, Xia Tianqiong is reborn, amassing a fortune of 100 billion underworld coins. Utilizing the memories of his past life, he subverts the rules and forges contracts with various strange entities. Faced with imminent threats, he masters life and death, transforming into an expert of underworld currency, causing the eerie to flee in terror, all while humorously and chillingly fighting for survival. Chapter 1. The first day of rebirth, a strange knock at the door. In a dilapidated rental apartment, a sudden knock reverberates through the air. A young man, sprawled on a cracked black leather sofa, awakens in a daze, his expression a mix of confusion and suspicion. As he surveys his surroundings, he notes the shabby furniture, the moldy, peeling white walls, and the yellowing calendar. This room feels somewhat familiar, he murmurs to himself, only to suddenly widen his eyes in realization. Isn't this the house he rented 5 years ago? I have been reborn? He hurriedly glances around and retrieves his phone from the crevice of the sofa. June 30th, 2028, 11:38 p.m. 2 days before the bizarre invasion. This is indeed a rebirth. A surge of elation courses through Xia Tianqiong, nearly prompting an exclamation of joy. In his previous life, countless oddities had descended upon the world, employing various means to induce humanity to trigger fatal rules, thereby seizing both their corporeal forms and souls. The entire world plunged into panic, resulting in countless deaths. Cities fell into disarray, transforming into eerie realms where humanity was relegated to mere livestock. For 5 arduous years, Xia Tianqiong struggled to survive in a chaotic world, fortuitously becoming a master of the bizarre and having slain some weaker anomalies. Yet his existing, he was fraught with turmoil and suffering. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of a formidable entity. To his astonishment, he found himself reborn, granted a second chance. His mind was filled with extensive knowledge of various anomalies and strategies to confront them. In the early stages of an anomaly's emergence, he could forge contracts with powerful entities, thereby ensuring a better chance of survival in the future. The most pressing matter at hand is to procure some spirit coins for myself. He suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Following the arrival of anomalies, people discovered that the currency they utilized was, in fact, the spirit money burned during ancestral rites. As the saying goes, wealth can coax even the most peculiar entities into servitude. Provided he amassed sufficient spirit coins, he could have the anomalies cater to his every whim. The anomalies are set to descend the day after tomorrow evening. There's still time. As Xia Tianqiong contemplated his plans to visit the funeral supplies shop for spirit coins the following morning, a knock at the door abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. In his previous life, long after the anomalies had made their presence known, he had yet to encounter one. Thus, he thought little of it at the moment, assuming it was merely the neighbor seeking assistance with a plumbing issue or a light bulb replacement. He rose to answer the door. Sir, your delivery. In the dimly lit corridor stood a delivery person clad in blue, holding a white package. A wave of savory aromas wafted through the air, and with just a hint of the scent, Xia Tianqiong felt his appetite surge, instinctively swallowing. He reached out to accept the delivery, yet in the end he restrained himself. After all, he had not ordered takeout. I haven't. Just as he was about to speak, an unsettling thought struck him. In an instant, his body tensed and his heart raced wildly. There exists a peculiar phenomenon known as the takeout anomaly, which possesses the chilling ability to conjure enticing aromas of food through its spectral power, randomly deliver them to unsuspecting individuals in the guise of takeout, enticing them to indulge. Should one consume the food, it would invoke the grim rules of mortality. Xia Tianqiong fixated on the delivery man. Could this be the takeout anomaly? Yet something felt amiss. According to the announcements made in his previous life, the emergence of anomalies was not supposed to occur until the night after tomorrow. How could it possibly manifest now? Moreover, there was a grave concern. On this very day in his past life, no one, nor any anomaly, had come to knock on his door. Why was this rebirth diverging from his previous experience? Sir, your takeout. The delivery man, noticing Xia Tianqiong's momentary daze, repeated his words earnestly. His demeanor was sincere and his appearance unremarkable. Presenting no signs of anything unusual, he appeared to be an ordinary individual. Had he misjudged the situation? A spark of realization flickered within Xia Tianqiong as he accepted the takeout, saying, "Oh, thank you." The delivery man turned and descended the stairs. Xia Tianqiong lingered at the doorway until the man's figure vanished before closing the door. I shall see if this is indeed the takeout anomaly. If it is, that would be splendid, perhaps on the very first day of my rebirth. I could forge a contract with an anomaly. Suddenly intrigued, Xia Tianqiong placed the takeout on the coffee table without opening it. Anomalies are not permitted to take lives indiscriminately, as it is said that the rules of the anomaly realm forbid such actions. They must employ various means to entice or coerce humans into triggering the death rules, thereby justifying their cannibalistic desires. At this moment, Xia Tianqiong has activated the death rule of the takeout specter, but only the preliminary conditions have been met. As long as he refrains from opening the takeout, the specter will eventually return to knock on his door, and by returning the food, the rule will be terminated without consequence. However, this does not guarantee that the entity is indeed the takeout specter. It is plausible that the delivery person has simply made an error. The takeout delivered by the specter possesses a unique flavor and extraordinary effects, and with just a single taste, Xia Tianqiong could ascertain the true nature of the deliverer. Yet, before indulging, he must procure some ghostly currency. Should it indeed be the takeout specter seeking compensation, failing to produce the requisite ghostly currency cowl, lead to dire consequences. The so-called ghostly currency can either be the vibrant paper money sold at funeral shops, valued in the millions, or gold and silver paper crafted into ingots. However, it must be burned through a specific ritual for oneself or one's family to receive the ghostly currency. At this moment, Xia Tianqiong has no ready-made, ghostly notes to incinerate, but he can fashion his own ingots. The materials are quite simple. Any gold or silver paper will suffice. Seated on the sofa, he retrieved the remaining half-pack of cigarettes, extracted the inner silver paper, inscribed his birth date on the reverse, and deftly folded it. In the blink of an eye, he crafted a delicate ingot. Not bad. My skills remain intact, he mused, gazing at the silver ingot in his palm, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In a previous life, countless individuals lost their jobs, and in a desperate bid for survival, many devoted themselves to the practice of folding paper ingots at home. A portion was burned for personal use, while the remainder was exchanged with the authorities for food and supplies. This is how he endured the early days of the bizarre calamity. However, this practice bore significant side effects, leading to mental lethargy, and daily incineration of paper money would hasten aging and shorten one's lifespan. Yet, during that time, no alternative choices were available. Now, merely possessing a single ingot appeared insufficient. He rummaged through the trash bin, discovering an empty cigarette box, from which he extracted the silver paper to fold. Yet another ingot. Next, he needed to perform a simple, yet profoundly significant ritual. Xia Tianqiong gazed into the inky darkness outside the window, confirmed the direction of true north, and cradled 2 paper ingots in his palms, lifting them high above his head. He bowed deeply towards the north, executing 3 formal bows to complete the ritual. Following this, all that remained was to incinerate the paper ingots to obtain the spirit currency. It was as straightforward as that. Where's the lighter? Xia Tianqiong searched thoroughly, scouring the crevices of the sofa, beneath the coffee table, and atop the bed, yet he found nothing. He typically smoked, and his home was never devoid of lighters. Yet today, he could not locate a single one. How peculiar this was. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Xia Tianqiong jumped in surprise. How could you return so soon? Fortunately, he hadn't touched the takeout, or he would have ensnared himself in a predicament. Relieved, he prepared to return the takeout to the visitor. However, as he turned to glance at the coffee table, his pupils constricted sharply, leaving him frozen in place. The takeout, unbeknownst to him, had spilled, its broth oozing from the white packaging. The aroma of meat permeated the entire room. Oh no! A jolt of panic surged through Xia Tianqiong's heart. Just moments ago, while searching for a lighter, he had shifted the coffee table ever so slightly. He was certain he had been careful and had not knocked over the takeout. But how had it toppled now? The damaged takeout could trigger the rules, either a monetary penalty or a loss of life. Yet he currently possessed no lighter, and he could not burn paper money for himself. If the entity outside truly was the takeout specter, his demise was inevitable. To perish on the very first day of rebirth, through his own folly, would be nothing short of absurd. Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered ominously. Then, with a creak, the doorknob was turned by an unseen force, slowly opening. Chapter 2. How dare you deceive outside the room? The corridor was drenched in a dim, yellowish light. The delivery man, no longer pretending, revealed his true form as a sinister entity. His eyes were as dark as ink, devoid of pupils, and his complexion was pale as snow, resembling layers of thick makeup. Most terrifying of all was his gaping maw. The sides of his jaw were grotesquely split, extending to the back of his ears, lined with jagged, sharp teeth. Given the wide range of his jaw's movement, one could surmise he could easily devour a human head. He sensed that the delivery had been opened by the human inside. According to the rules of death, he was ready to feast. Descending upon the mortal realm, this was his inaugural target. Suddenly, impatience washed over him. He had heard from the old specter that fresh, living beings were not only delectably exquisite, but also capable of augmenting his eerie powers. Droplets of saliva trickled from the corners of his mouth, splattering onto the floor. He was ravenous. Knock, knock, knock. His knocking grew increasingly forceful, echoing throughout the stairwell. Yet there was no response from within. The delivery specter felt a surge of anger. He could sense the human was indeed inside. In that case, he would resort to a little trickery. He raised his hand and made a grasping motion towards the door lock, unleashing an invisible force. The doorknob turned, and the door swung open. He swiftly entered the room, only to find the living room void of occupants, and the bedroom equally deserted. Ultimately, he discovered his prey in the kitchen. "Sir, your delivery has been misrouted. Please return it to me." The delivery specter drooled with anticipation, eager to commence his meal. However, adhering to the rules, he had to complete the final step. Should the human produce any currency from the afterlife as compensation, he would be unable to consume him. However, it is exceedingly certain that the living cannot currently ascertain the means of acquiring ghostly currency, let alone possess it. I have already eaten. At this moment, Xia Tianqiong stood in the kitchen, indulging in takeout. He exhibited no surprise at the eerie appearance of the meal. This takeout consisted of braised pork which, though conjured by strange forces from the underworld, possessed a tender, melt-in-your-mouth texture, surpassing even the most authentic braised pork in flavor. Yet, it offered no sense of satiety. Instead, he felt waves of inexplicable energy surging through his entire being. Instantly, he was invigorated, feeling utterly refreshed, as if he had consumed a stimulant. The takeout spirit, observing his ravenous demeanor, harbored disdain in its heart, though a chilling smile graced its face. "Having consumed my meal, you must either pay or forfeit your life." Xia Tianqiong inquired. "How much do I owe you?" 88 yuan. Here, S100. Consider the excess as a tip. We only accept ghostly currency. If you lack ghostly currency, then your life shall suffice. As the takeout spirit spoke, it lunged forward, confident that the other could not produce ghostly currency. Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong extended his right hand. "Are you blind? Is this not ghostly currency?" With his palm open, a silver ingot, the size of a thumb, gleamed under the light, radiating a metallic sheen. The takeout spirit was momentarily dumbfounded, its dark eyes filled with astonishment and resentment. It was indeed ghostly currency, discernible at a glance due to its faint ethereal energy. How can a living person possess ghostly currency? It was unwilling to accept this. It was finally set to open for business and savor the delicacies of humanity, only to have this fellow produce ghostly currency, thwarting its deathly regulations. "I found it by the roadside." Xia Tianqiong casually fabricated a tale. At the very moment before the delivery spirit opened the door, a sudden thought struck. The kitchen housed a gas stove, which could indeed be ignited. The paper-folded silver ingot, after undergoing the recent ritual, would be reduced to ashes when burned in the gas stove, transforming into a metallic ingot indistinguishable from real silver. If subjected to instrumental analysis, it would pass as genuine silver. However, should the ethereal essence embedded within it be absorbed, it would revert to mere ashes. The power of the underworld currency does not materialize from thin air. Rather, it is derived from the vital essence of the human spirit. Thus, After Xia Tianqiong produced the silver, he felt as though something had been siphoned from his body, leaving him dazed and lethargic, even drowsy. This was the consequence of significant depletion of his vital energy. Under normal circumstances, a period of rest spanning 3 to 5 days would suffice for recovery, provided he refrained from continuously burning the underworld currency. However, at that moment, Xia Tianqiong found no such concern, for he noticed that consuming the takeout delivered by the spirit invigorated him, rapidly restoring his vitality. The delivery spirit, eyeing the silver ingot with great fondness, recognized that the underworld currency was not merely a form of currency, but also a vital resource for cultivation and enhancement of strength. Yet, it was not inclined to accept payment. Rather, it yearned to savor the essence of living flesh and soul, curious about the experience. Yet, according to the rules of the spirit realm, it was bound to accept payment. Violating these rules could lead to dire consequences. Reluctantly, the delivery spirit took the silver ingot and was about to speak when Xia Tianqiong interjected. "Change, please." The spirit paused momentarily, then weighed the silver in its hand, estimating its weight to be around 3 taels. The previous quote of 88 yuan referred to the value of the paper currency. Yet what it now held was actual silver. There exist several forms of ghost money, including ancient gold, silver, and copper coins, as well as the modern, flamboyant paper notes. According to the established conversion rates, 1 tael of gold is equivalent to 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver translates to 1,000 copper coins. Furthermore, copper coins are valued equivalently to paper ghost money, with 1 coin equating to 1 yuan. Thus, the 3 taels of silver bestowed upon it by Xia Tianqiong are worth 3,000 yuan in paper ghost money, necessitating the arrangement of over 2,900 notes in change. What? Unable to break such a large denomination? Observing the delivery specter standing motionless, Xia Tianqiong could not resist a jibe. The delivery specter's gaze flickered, and a hint of embarrassment emerged upon its fearsome visage. As a low-ranking wild specter, it had never cultivated the habit of saving. It typically absorbed ghost money immediately to enhance its own power, lest it be usurped by other entities. "If you hand over all that silver, I may spare you," the delivery specter threatened. Despite their bloodthirsty and cruel nature, these entities adhered to specific rules when interacting with humans. They could not kill without cause, nor could they steal indiscriminately or even lie to humans. Meanwhile, Xia Tianqiong continued to devour the braised pork with fervor, as its delightful taste incited an insatiable appetite. Glancing up dismissively, he urged, "Hurry and find the change." The delivery specter glared at him, emanating an aura of terror, yet it dared not slay him to seize the silver. "I shall absorb the equivalent of 88 ghost notes worth of nether energy. No, 100 ghost notes. The remainder shall be returned to you." It had not forgotten that Xia Tianqiong had promised it 100 ghost notes. A promise made binds one to a certain obligation. The delivery specter could rightfully accept the payment, while no additional charge could be levied. As the conversation unfolded, a glimmering light emanated from the silver in its hand, merging into the pale palm, causing the coin to slightly diminish in size. Once the fee was collected, it casually tossed the silver to Xia Tianqiong, who pocketed it without hesitation. "I have compensated. May I take my leave?" The delivery specter grinned, a terrifying and bizarre smile. "Since I have delivered the wrong order, I must verify the details with you. What is your precise address?" The specter operated under 2 fatal rules. When the first rule is triggered and subsequently lifted, the second can be enacted. Xia Tianqiong felt a sudden rigidity seize his body, as if an inexplicable force enveloped him. Failing to respond would activate the death rule. Thus he had no choice but to answer. "This is room 701, Unit 5, Building 7, Haikong Community. What is your name?" This inquiry represented the true intent of the delivery specter's second death rule. Merely uttering his name would set the rule in motion. This rule resembled the golden gourd from Journey to the West. "If I call your name, will you dare to answer? If you do, you shall be consumed." "I am Xia Guofeng," he reluctantly replied. The specter erupted in laughter. "Xia Guofeng, come to my mouth." The rule had been activated. It was time to commence the feast. What have you done to me? Xia Tianqiong screamed in terror, his eyes wide with panic, as he found himself walking stiffly towards the delivery spectre, as if compelled to offer himself as sustenance. The spectre, witnessing this, grinned even wider, its mouth agape, eagerly awaiting the offering. Under the oppressive summer sky, Xia Tianqiong faced the terrifying and foul-mouthed creature, suddenly thrusting his left arm into its gaping maw. The delivery demon snapped down, its teeth breaking through the flesh and tasting a hint of blood, only for the arm to be swiftly withdrawn. Immediately, Xia Tianqiong retreated a few paces. How can you? The delivery demon was utterly bewildered, about to question how one could break free from the constraints of the power of rules. Yet in the next moment, a formidable force of rules descended from the ether, enveloping it. The delivery demon's eyes widened in shock, quickly coming to realize the truth. That is not your true name. You dare to deceive me? Your rules compel answers, yet they impose no restriction on the truth of those answers. Can you hold that against me? Xia Tianqiong observed the row of bite marks on his arm, some of which had broken the skin, oozing a trickle of blood. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound. So, how did my performance fare? Well-versed in the delivery demon's two fatal rules, he understood the implications of triggering the second rule. His intentional act was designed to convince the entity that it had activated the rule and would then proceed to consume him. As long as he inflicted substantial harm, it would constitute a violation of the cosmic laws. No matter how formidable or bizarre the entity was, once it transgressed these rules, it would be obliterated by the power of the rules. At that moment, the delivery demon found itself being torn apart by the force of the rules, its body levitating uncontrollably. Strands of deep blue spectral energy were wrenched from its form, vanishing into the void in an instant. The delivery demon's face was a mask of terror, with no hope of resistance. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, it would soon be torn to shreds, dissipating into the ether. Signing a contract with me is your only chance of survival. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong finally articulated his purpose. It can be said that from the moment he suspected the other party of being a delivery spectre, he contemplated using the rules to turn the tables on them. This was not an invention of his own. Many had employed such tactics in his previous life. Chapter 3. The vanished lighter detestable humans, even in death. I shall not yield. The delivery spectre glared furiously at Xia Tianqiong, allowing the power of the rules to tear at its form, yet remained defiant. Ah, quite resilient. Then perish. It conveniently aids me in completing an experiment. Xia Tianqiong retrieved another paper-folded ingot from his pocket. He had only burned one previously, leaving another intact. Now, he unfolded it, bit his finger, and used his blood to inscribe a complex and peculiar rune on its reverse side, before refolding it into the shape of an ingot. Holding the silver ingot, he slowly approached the delivery spectre. He observed as the torn remnants of the underworld's power seemed irresistibly drawn to the ingot, swirling into it. The once paper-like ingot began to shimmer with a metallic luster, gradually gaining weight. As the underworld's power continued to pour in, the silver ingot grew increasingly heavy and expanded in size. The delivery spectre was left agape, its eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Is this the forbidden technique spoken of in the legends of the spectral realm? Mind your own business. Since you refuse to contract, then meet your demise. In your death, you shall be transformed into ghostly currency. At this moment, Xia Tianqiong's heart brimmed with uncontainable joy. This was his first attempt, and he had not anticipated its success. In his previous life, upon hearing a rumor of this homemade, ghostly currency from a peculiar entity, he had pursued the lead. Ultimately, he found himself in an eerie scene, where he clandestinely witnessed the method of crafting such ghostly currency. Regrettably, he ultimately failed to escape, falling victim to the formidable and bizarre forces at play. One could assert that Xia Tianqiong sacrificed his life for this very method. Unlike the burning of paper money or joss paper, which depletes one's vitality, the toll of this method is negligible. It requires no rituals, nor does it necessitate the incineration of paper offerings. One merely needs to draw upon a single drop of one's blood to inscribe intricate runes, which will then autonomously absorb the ethereal power dissipating from the anomaly. transforming it into ghostly currency. The sole inconvenience lies in the necessity to incapacitate or eliminate the anomaly, which bears resemblance to leveling up in a game. The silver ingot in Xia Tianqiong's hand gradually expanded from the size of a thumb to that of a fist. The delivery anomaly began to harbor regrets. Its eyes darted, and it implored, "Brother, I was wrong. I am willing to enter into an equitable contract with you." As the words left its mouth, Xia Tianqiong sensed a peculiar aura enveloping him. He understood that this was the power of the contract. Now, a mere affirmative response from him would suffice to finalize the agreement. However, he shook his head, shifting his gaze from the ingot to the delivery anomaly. "Had you consented earlier, I would have entertained the notion of an equitable contract, but now I shall only accept a master-servant pact. You." The delivery anomaly seethed with rage, wanting to unleash a tirade, but refrained from doing so. There are three types of contracts that can be forged between anomalies and humans: the master-servant contract, the anomaly master contract, and the equitable contract. The names alone reveal their meanings. The master-servant contract designates the human as the master and the anomaly as the servant. The human may wield the anomaly's powers at will, without incurring any cost. With but a thought, the human can determine the anomaly's existence, and should the human perish, the anomaly shall likewise meet its demise. The contract of the peculiar master stands in stark contrast, where the eerie is sovereign and humanity serves as its subservient. The uncanny possesses the liberty to arbitrarily extract the lifespan or soul of a human, unbound by any rules. Should the peculiar perish, the human shall also meet their demise. Conversely, an equitable contract resembles an employment agreement. In this arrangement, humans coexist on equal footing with the uncanny. Utilizing its abilities necessitates a price, such as lifespan, soul, or soul currency. Upon the death of either the human or the peculiar, the other party merely experiences a backlash from the contract, suffering grievously but not succumbing to death alongside their counterpart. Time is of the essence. Make your decision swiftly. Xia Tianqiong held the increasingly substantial silver coin, not neglecting to offer a reminder. As the power of rules tore at the fabric of existence, the delivery peculiar's form grew fainter and smaller, perhaps on the verge of a cataclysmic collapse. Yet, within, it wrestled with inner turmoil and hesitation. To acknowledge this human as its master would mean relinquishing freedom and the right to life and death, a considerable humiliation for the peculiar. Unwilling to accept such a fate, having only just arrived in this world and yet to savor the essence of humanity, it found itself prey rather than predator. How could fortune be so cruel? Gazing at the ever-growing silver in Xia Tianqiong's grasp, a flicker of realization ignited within. This individual possessed forbidden knowledge for crafting soul currency. Aligning with him would ensure a steady supply of soul coins, perhaps a worthy choice after all. After a moment of self-reassurance, a decision finally crystallized. "I yield. I agree to sign the master-servant contract with you." Xia Tianqiong laughed heartily, having achieved his objective. "We shall enter into this master-servant agreement. I shall be the master, and you, the servant." He truly hesitated to let the delivery peculiar face its end. Although the takeout specter possesses limited strength and is classified as the weakest of its kind, it wields two remarkably practical abilities. The first, known as the Netherworld Takeout, allows the specter to harness its own ethereal power to materialize a variety of foods. Consuming these delicacies over an extended period can slow down the aging process, gradually extend one's lifespan, and maintain a state of mental vitality, effectively warding off certain supernatural confusions. However, indulging excessively within a short time frame may result in one being transformed into a peculiar entity by the nether energy. The second ability, referred to as the door-opening technique, is the power the takeout specter utilized moments ago. Its advantage lies in the capability to open any door from a distance, irrespective of whether it is locked. However, this skill is solely effective on doors and similar objects. While both abilities lack offensive power, they prove exceedingly useful in a post-apocalyptic setting. After signing a contract with the takeout specter, Xia Tianqiong found that the binding force of rules dissipated and the specter's form visibly diminished, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that floated into Xia Tianqiong's body. "Master," it intoned, "rest assured, as long as you keep me by your side, you shall not suffer." At this moment, their dialogue transcended verbal communication. Thoughts alone sufficed for their exchange. "Why did you seek me out?" Xia Tianqiong eagerly inquired, his curiosity bubbling to the surface. In his previous life, he had never encountered the takeout specter. Yet upon his rebirth, before he had even taken any action, how could history have been altered? The takeout specter responded, "I was merely passing through when I sensed a fluctuation in someone's lifespan. Following that disturbance, I arrived at your side." The peculiar entities are capable of siphoning human lifespans, and thus can also perceive these fluctuations. Xia Tianqiong's rebirth may indeed have caused such a disturbance in life force. He nodded slightly and inquired, "When did these anomalies begin to manifest?" "They commenced yesterday," came the reply. "There are far too many anomalies and far too few entrances. It was only with great difficulty that I managed to squeeze in today." Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow, realizing that the authorities had concealed the truth for 2 days. Suddenly, he recalled that a particularly potent anomaly was set to descend the night after tomorrow, claiming the lives of 60 to 70,000 people in one fell swoop. This event sent shockwaves throughout the globe, inciting widespread panic. Perhaps due to this, the authorities found it untenable to maintain the secrecy and were ultimately compelled to acknowledge the reality of the anomaly's arrival. As he pondered this, another thought surfaced. This anomaly had claimed countless lives during the early days of the apocalypse and, after several evolutions, had transformed from a fearsome entity into a formidable general, turning a city of millions into a cursed metropolis. However, it had subsequently been forcibly bound by a human anomaly hunter, who had leveraged the unique techniques of the delivery anomaly. This realization ignited a flicker of excitement within him. Perhaps he too might have the opportunity to forge a pact with this powerful anomaly. Suddenly invigorated, Xia Tianqiong clutched a substantial sum of silver, larger than his fist, and settled onto the sofa, preparing to engage in dialogue with the delivery anomaly, eager to extract any valuable information. Crack, crack, crack. An unusual sound abruptly pierced the stillness of the room. Xia Tianqiong recognized it instantly, the sound of a lighter's while striking flint. Instantly, a chill ran down his spine, his hairs standing on end, for there were others present in the room. No, not just others, there were other anomalies. The reason he had been unable to locate the lighter earlier was likely because it had been seized by an anomaly. "Can you sense the presence of other anomalies?" Xia Tianqiong silently inquired of the delivery anomaly. "No, I can only perceive those weaker than myself." "Are there truly entities in this world that are weaker than you?" The enigmatic entities are categorized according to their power, ranging from wild anomalies, fierce anomalies, malevolent anomalies, sinister anomalies, formidable anomalies, anomalous generals, to anomalous kings, comprising 7 distinct tiers. The delivery anomaly is classified as a wild anomaly, representing the lowest echelon. "Master, there exists a saying among humans, to see through but not to expose." It is evident that the delivery anomaly seeks to preserve its dignity, and there are also some rudimentary anomalies that lack established rules, rendering them weaker than me. However, they are incapable of manifesting in the human realm. Xia Tianqiong paid little heed to its utterances, gradually rising to locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, the rustling noise ceased, yet he abruptly cast his gaze towards the wardrobe in the bedroom. The wooden doors of the wardrobe, aged and worn, could no longer close tightly. A flicker of fiery light emanated from the crevice. There must be an anomaly within. Xia Tianqiong approached the wardrobe with heightened vigilance, his body tense. Since the anomaly had already arrived, he had no choice but to confront it directly, for fleeing could potentially trigger the death rule. He slowly extended his right hand and used a spell to open the wardrobe from a distance. Creak! The aged wooden wardrobe emitted a faint sound, which usually went unnoticed. Yet at this moment, it felt particularly jarring. As the doors parted, several white shirts and black trousers hung inside. Beneath the clothing sat a plump little infant, clad in a red belly band, chubby all over, appearing to be around 2 or 3 years old. At that moment, it was fiddling with a lighter, and upon noticing the wardrobe doors open, it turned its head to gaze at Xia Tianqiong. Its large, sparkling eyes were lively and animated. The round, rosy cheeks were tender and soft, exuding an irresistibly adorable charm, resembling an ordinary human baby. Yet, Xia Tianqiong was drenched in cold sweat, his expression grave. This was an anomalous infant. The enigmatic infant is a particularly troublesome category among the peculiar, with even the lowest tier being a formidable specter, potentially escalating to malevolent or deadly manifestations. They wield an array of bizarre, deathly rules that are exceedingly difficult to unravel. In a previous existence, the emergence of any such spectral infant invariably resulted in a significant loss of human life, far surpassing the dangers posed by mere delivery apparitions. Xia Tianqiong observed that the small hands of the infant bore traces of grease, reminiscent of the spilled broth from a takeaway meal. A sudden realization struck him. It was this creature that had toppled the takeout packaging, and not he. Abruptly, the infant grinned and emitted a few gleeful chuckles toward Xia Tianqiong. In the blink of an eye, it vanished as if it had never existed. Simultaneously, the haunting cry of an infant echoed in the surroundings, ethereal and disembodied, making it impossible to discern its origin. At that moment, not only Xia Tianqiong heard the cries, but every individual within the entire building, from the first to the 7th floor, was awakened by the wailing. Xia Tianqiong's expression grew increasingly grave. He recognized the nature of this spectral infant. They were not merely a singular anomaly, but rather a duo, a mother and child. They wielded an almost unsolvable rule known as the spectral mother seeking her child. Those marked by them were almost assuredly doomed. Chapter 4. Can you help me find my child? It was already the dead of night, and respectable households had long succumbed to slumber. The inexplicable cries of the infant had roused everyone from their sleep. Some irritable residents flung open their doors, shouting into the corridor, "Enough already! Whose child is this? Can't someone do something about it? It's the middle of the night. Who can sleep? Aren't you afraid? What child cries so loudly? It's terrifying. Is it haunted?" Gradually, more and more residents emerged from their abodes. Aunt Lou from room 102 leaned over the stair railing, half her body hanging out as she shouted upstairs, "Whose child is it? How bothersome!" As soon as her words echoed, a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Though Aunt Lou was oblivious, her husband and the neighbor across the hall saw it clearly. "It's a ghost!" the neighbor exclaimed in terror, rapidly shutting the door. Startled, Aunt Lou trembled and turned around, only to find a pale face inches from her own, almost nose to nose. At that moment, she caught sight of her husband's terrified expression before he slammed the door shut, leaving her outside. Aunt Lou cursed her husband's ancestors in her heart, planning to deal with him later. "Young lady, are you human? Or a ghost?" Aunt Lou's legs weakened, and she took a couple of shaky steps back. Before her stood a young woman clad in an ancient white gown. She appeared no different from a normal person, yet her eyes remained unblinking, exuding a chilling aura. "My child is lost. Can you help me find him?" The woman spoke suddenly, her voice soft and gentle, akin to that of a timid girl, tinged with sorrow. "Young lady, if your child is lost, you should call the police." "I have not seen your child," Aunt Lou replied, suddenly realizing that the moment this woman appeared, the sound of a crying infant had vanished. "If you cannot find my child, you shall die." "How unreasonable! Your child's disappearance has nothing to do with me," Aunt Lou retorted, her hand discreetly knocking on her own door repeatedly. Yet, the door remained stubbornly shut. The woman in white, with a face as pale as parchment, suddenly broke into a smile. In an instant, she vanished from sight, only to reappear beside Aunt Lou. It appeared as though two figures were intertwined, creating a rather eerie spectacle. However, Aunt Lou remained corporeal, while the woman in white seemed somewhat ethereal, almost unreal. "Help! Help!" Aunt Lou cried desperately, yet her body felt as if it were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Her hair turned white at a visible pace. Her skin became wrinkled and sallow, and she aged rapidly. In merely 2 or 3 seconds, a vibrant life transformed into a withered, diminutive corpse. A scream of terror erupted from the neighbor's door across the hall, clearly having witnessed the unfolding horror through the peephole. The woman in white pursed her pale lips in delight, seemingly reveling in the moment. She kicked the lifeless body aside before raising her hand to knock on the door. 3 firm raps echoed, but there was no reply. A smile crept once more to her lips, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Soon after, a man's terrified scream pierced the air. What is happening on the first floor? Didn't someone just shout about a ghost? Nonsense. Where would a ghost come from? I've lived for decades without ever seeing one. The residents on various floors reacted differently. The timid had already retreated to their homes, while many others, skeptical of the supernatural, lingered in the hallway. Xia Tianqiong, who had been deep in thought about the enigmatic mother and son, was suddenly jolted by the screams. He hurriedly opened his door and stepped into the corridor. The neighbor across the hall had also opened her door, peering out with a face marked by uncertainty. Xia, don't go out. It seems there is a ghost downstairs. Xia Tianqiong's expression grew grave, and he did not respond. He approached the stairwell, peering down into the abyss below. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted emphatically, "Comply with her demands, or you shall face imminent death." He repeated this 3 times, his voice echoing through the corridor, overpowering even the sounds of distress. Someone below inquired, "What does that mean? Is there truly a ghost?" Summer Qiong remained silent, standing at the door, patiently awaiting the arrival of the spectral mother. His intention was not to meddle. After the eerie presence emerged, involvement would entangle him in others' fates, inviting further calamity. Yet, the circumstances were now dire. Once the mother and her child manifested, the entire building became their hunting ground, leaving no one an escape route. The spectral infant, though categorized as a formidable specter, was of a level higher than the delivery specters, yet it did not engage in killings directly. Its mother, however, the spectral matron, was exceedingly perilous. The spectral matron wielded 2 fatal rules. The first dictated that one must assist her in locating her child, failing which she would consume them immediately. The second rule came into play upon agreement. Every 10 minutes, she would appear, randomly selecting an individual to inquire whether they had found the spectral infant. Should they succeed, that person would live and be rewarded with a spectral artifact, while the others would face annihilation. If they had not found the child, they would be devoured, and the spectral mother would vanish until the 10-minute mark passed, only to reappear and question another. Thus the cycle would continue until someone located the spectral infant or until all were extinguished. The first rule was easily evaded, but the second posed an insurmountable challenge. The spectral infant possessed the ability to teleport. Wherever shadows or darkness lingered, it could traverse effortlessly. Even if one were to catch sight of it, capturing it remained an impossibility. The fulfillment of the second rule was nearly an unachievable endeavor. Xia Tianqiong reminded others that the greater the number of lives at stake, the longer the delay in time. Otherwise, if all members of the unit perished under the first rule, even if he promised to assist the ghostly mother in locating her child, only 10 minutes would remain. However, he was unaware of how to find and capture the ghostly infant. Although his mind retained a plethora of peculiar information, most had been deciphered by humanity. Yet many remained unsolved. The ghostly mother's quest for her child was one such enigma. In his previous existence, this mother-child duo had appeared numerous times, with the vast majority ending in death. Only 2 individuals had survived. One was chosen by the ghostly infant and became its servant through a contract, thus ensuring their survival. The rules concerning the ghostly mother's search for her child were also divulged by this individual, yet the reason for being chosen by the ghostly infant remained undisclosed. The other survivor was a ghost hunter who, through the formidable power of their own contract, forcefully shattered the ghostly mother's rules, thereby escaping calamity. Currently, Xia Tianqiong possessed only a delivery ghost, the lowest tier of wild ghosts. However, the ghostly mother was of a malevolent tier, 1 level above the ghostly infant's ferocious tier and 2 levels above the delivery ghost. Thus, he could not break the ghostly mother's rules using the delivery ghost's regulations. Moreover, he had no desire to become the ghostly infant's servant, for that would be a fate worse than death. His only path to survival lay in contemplating how to capture the ghostly infant. Xia Tianqiong, Jiang Yu gently called out, "What are you talking about? Surely there can't be any ghosts, right? She was an ordinary urban white-collar worker, unremarkable in appearance, yet possessing a striking figure. Xia Tianqiong had assisted her in changing light bulbs, repairing plumbing, and collecting deliveries. She had also invited Xia Tianqiong to partake in a meal she had lovingly prepared, and the two had become somewhat acquainted. Jiangyu, follow my instructions. When that thing comes looking for you, agree to whatever it asks. Otherwise, you will perish immediately. As they conversed, anguished cries and gasps echoed from downstairs, indicating that no one took Xia Tianqiong's words seriously. Those who wish to live should comply with its demands. Xia Tianqiong called out again into the corridor. After a minute, a voice responded, "It truly works, as long as you agree to help it find its child. Nothing will happen." For the next few minutes, the unit fell silent, devoid of any further screams. Jiangyu stepped outside, standing beside Xia Tianqiong, peering through the gap of the staircase. Why is it silent? Has it left? Perhaps she was akin to a raven. Just as the thought crossed her mind, a figure abruptly appeared beside her. The ghostly mother fixed her lifeless gaze upon Jiangyu, devoid of any color or vitality. "My child is missing. Can you assist me in finding them?" I. Jiangyu's legs trembled, her grip tightening around Xia Tianqiong's arm. Fear had rendered her tongue-tied, preventing her from uttering a coherent sentence. Failing to provide a prompt response would activate the death rule, allowing the ghostly mother to kill her. "Do not be anxious. Speak quickly," Xia Tianqiong urged, furrowing his brow. Chapter 5. The Inescapable Rule of Death. I. Jiangyu stammered for what felt like an eternity, yet words eluded her. It is indeed common for individuals to exhibit such behavior when confronted with overwhelming fear. The ghostly mother's eyes, cold as ice, gradually revealed a hint of amusement. "Dinner can commence once again." A sharp clap resonated through the corridor. Jiangyu covered her face, her eyes wide with shock and confusion as she gazed at Xia Tianqiong. Guemu also wore an expression of surprise. It turned out that Xia Tianqiong had unexpectedly delivered a forceful slap to Jiangyu, leaving a vivid red mark on her fair cheek. "Speak," Xia Tianqiong exclaimed, frustrated and eager to deliver another blow. Oh. Jiangyu finally regained her composure, her speech slightly stammering, yet she managed to articulate a complete thought. "I promise to help you find the child." The opportunity slipped away, causing Guemu to feel a tinge of disappointment. She then turned her gaze towards Xia Tianqiong, stating, "My child is missing. Can you assist me in locating him? I am willing to help you." Xia Tianqiong responded with remarkable enthusiasm, all the while assessing Guemu. Clad in a white, waist-length skirt, her hair styled in a classical fashion, she bore the appearance of someone from ancient times. Indeed, if it weren't for her unnerving gaze, she would seem quite charming. The building comprises a total of 7 floors, and after Xia Tianqiong's agreement, every resident within the unit had been questioned at least once. Upon fulfilling the first rule, Guemu suddenly vanished. "She left?" Jiangyu asked, trembling. "Only temporarily. She will return shortly," Xia Tianqiong sighed, uncertain of how to navigate this ordeal. "Will she come back?" A chorus of astonished voices echoed from below the staircase. It turned out that a number of surviving residents had ascended, eager to inquire about the person who had just warned them regarding the situation. A burly man approached Xia Tianqiong and asked, "Brother, how did you come to know about the female ghost?" In the summer, Qiong pondered briefly, weaving a tale of folly. He recalled a ghost story he had encountered online, wherein a female spirit compelled individuals to assist her in locating her child. Refusal meant death, while compliance, should the child remain unfound, resulted in the same grim fate. He felt unperturbed by the potential for information to be divulged, for it was clear that anyone here could meet their end, himself included. Perhaps if they united in their efforts to seek the mysterious infant, there might be a glimmer of hope. The veracity of such ghostly tales was debatable. After all, how could they possibly be true? A middle-aged woman clad in pajamas expressed her skepticism. Yet, someone nearby countered her doubt, stating, given the circumstances, "It is better to believe in the possibility. What if that vengeful spirit truly returns, demanding our children? Is not her child also a specter?" The cries we heard were distinctly abnormal. Perhaps the child is hidden within our very building. The unit comprised 7 floors with 2 households on each level, accommodating approximately 30 residents. Earlier, under the first rule imposed by the malevolent mother, 8 or 9 lives have been claimed, leaving over 20 survivors now crowded in the stairwell of the 6th and 7th floors, embroiled in heated debate. Regardless of the supernatural, should we not contact the authorities? One suggested, if calling for help were an option, I would have done so already. Do you see any signal on your phones? Not only were their devices devoid of reception, but the entrance door was firmly shut, and the windows were sealed tight, impervious to both force and the possibility of escape. Panic ensued among the crowd as they grasped the gravity of their predicament. Cheong observed them silently, choosing not to elaborate further. The malevolent mother was of a higher echelon of wickedness, surpassing even the ghostly infant. She wielded a realm of her own, enveloping the entire unit in a shroud of isolation from the outside world. Unless every person perishes or someone discovers the ghostly infant, the spectral realm shall not withdraw and depart from this place. Young man, in the ghost story you watched, did it mention how to rid oneself of the female specter? A middle-aged woman suddenly posed this query, prompting the gaze of all present to turn towards Xia Tianqiong. It was not explicitly stated. It merely indicated that locating the infant would ensure survival. Xia Tianqiong regarded the crowd and continued, "Let us not squander any more time here. The female specter manifests every 10 minutes. We should all return to our homes, illuminate every light, rummage through every corner. For it is possible that the ghost child is concealed within the shadows." Upon hearing this, the crowd realized there were no other options and began to disperse, each heading back to their own abode. However, at that moment, the spectral mother suddenly appeared behind a man. While they had been discussing, time had stealthily elapsed, marking the passage of 10 minutes. "Have you found my child?" I was just about to go look." The man trembled, and as soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly found himself unable to move. The spectral mother grinned widely and lunged at him. Her entire form enveloped him like mist. Before the horrified eyes of the onlookers, the man rapidly aged, transforming into a mere corpse in the blink of an eye. "Ah, run!" The crowd screamed, scattering in terror. The spectral mother licked her lips, watching her prey flee, then vanished once more with a ghastly smile. Ladies and gentlemen, panic serves no purpose. Hasten back home to search for your children. Throughout this ordeal, Xia Tianqiong maintained a cold gaze, unable to restrain himself from offering another reminder. After the initial fright subsided and the female specter disappeared, the crowd hurriedly returned to their respective homes. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong felt a surge of fear and hesitated to ask if she could enter his room. Jiangyu had witnessed a female apparition commit murder, leaving her pale and drenched in cold sweat, her delicate pink nightgown clinging to her alluring figure. Xia Tianqiong merely cast a fleeting glance before retreating to his room, responding curtly with a single word, "No." Jiangyu wanted to express her discontent with his demeanor, but before she could voice her thoughts, the door was already shut with a resounding bang, echoing in the stairwell and reverberating painfully in her chest. Alarmed, she hurried back to her own room, locking the door behind her. She turned on every light in the house and began her meticulous search, behind the wardrobe, inside the cabinets, behind the curtains, beneath the sofa, and in every conceivable hiding place. Throughout the building, the remaining residents mirrored her frantic efforts, rummaging through their homes in search of the spectral child. Upon returning to his own room, Xia Tianqiong's first task was to gather all the bowls, plates, cups, and bottles he could find, strategically placing them in various corners of the room. Should the apparition manifest, it would likely disturb these items, creating noise. After completing this arrangement, he extinguished all the lights, standing quietly in the center of the living room. The apparition could only teleport within shadows or darkness, while others illuminated their homes, thereby diminishing the places where the apparition could move. His room remained in complete darkness, increasing the likelihood of its appearance. His earlier words to the others had been somewhat insincere, crafted solely to ensnare them for his own benefit. When this peculiar mother and child appeared in the apartment building, 2 possible outcomes were destined to unfold. Either everyone would perish, or only one would survive. There were no other alternatives. Thus, Xia Tianqiong found himself with no choice but to confront the impending doom. 10 minutes later, a blood-curdling scream echoed from below, clearly indicating that the eerie mother had claimed yet another victim. Minutes turned into 20, then 30, and eventually an hour passed. The harrowing cries from downstairs erupted every 10 minutes, the number of casualties mounting with each chilling wail. Xia Tianqiong remained motionless in the darkened living room. The ghostly infant had yet to enter his room, or perhaps it had, but he remained oblivious to its presence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated once more. Brother, open the door. We need to discuss our course of action. Outside, a group of more than 10 had gathered, the surviving souls congregating in this dire moment. They had scoured their own homes repeatedly, and even searched the abodes of the deceased, yet the spectral infant remained elusive. Though 2 individuals claimed to have glimpsed the ghostly child, they had failed to capture it. As they exchanged thoughts, it became painfully apparent that the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the infant could not be ensnared. This implied that every individual was at risk of demise. Feeling utterly helpless, they recalled Xia Tianqiong. Perhaps he possessed some insight, for he alone held fragments of the truth. Open the door. If you don't, we shall force our way in. After a prolonged silence, the emotions of the crowd swelled, intensifying their belief that he was concealing vital information. Initially, Xia Tianqiong had no intention of responding to them, but the incessant knocking proved irksome. Reluctantly, he flicked on the light and opened the door. Why did you take so long to answer? A robust man outside the door, filled with ire, inquired aggressively, only to suddenly catch sight of the scene within the room. What are all these bottles and jars doing on the floor? Immediately behind him, another voice boomed. I told you, he must have a way to capture the ghostly child. Indeed, it was clear to them that he was concealing something. How dare he withhold the truth from us? This is a betrayal. As the door swung open, the onlookers beheld the chaotic state of his home, akin to discovering incriminating evidence, which only further convinced them that he possessed the knowledge to ensnare the spectral infant. Their gazes turned to Xia Tianqiong, now suffused with anger and suspicion, as if he had inflicted harm upon them. Calm down, everyone. I truly do not know how, Xia Tianqiong implored, yet his explanation fell on deaf ears. You cannot keep this to yourself. Otherwise, you will bear the responsibility for everyone's demise. I would have captured the ghostly child long ago, if I knew how. In the narrow corridor outside, over 10 people stood, exchanging glances, beginning to sense the validity in his words. The burly man, however, furrowed his brow, perpetually feeling that Xia Tianqiong was hiding something. I do not believe you. You had better disclose everything you know. Suddenly, he lunged forward, seizing Xia Tianqiong by the collar. Enraged, Xia Tianqiong was about to summon the spectral entity within him to intimidate his assailant, when, in an instant, the expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Their faces contorted with fear as they recoiled. The muscular man released him, jumping back as if shocked. All eyes turned towards Xia Tianqiong's back. Oh no! The ghostly mother has arrived. Xia Tianqiong's body tensed, his heart momentarily halting. The target of the ghostly mother this time was none other than him. With no sign of the spectral child in sight, only death awaited him. Chapter 6. The neighbor's desperate attempt to seize the spirit money. The eerie mother silently emerged behind Xia Tianqiong, licking her bloodless lips. She had become addicted to devouring humans. Just as she was about to utter a couple of words, a thunderous shout erupted from the figure before her. Silence. Xia Tianqiong's voice startled everyone outside the door, leaving them utterly dumbfounded. Even the eerie mother trembled slightly. Do not speak. Allow me to explain, he implored, swiftly turning around. He could not permit the eerie mother to divulge any information, for doing so would trigger the fatal rules, sealing his doom. The eerie mother gazed at him in astonishment, a flicker of curiosity igniting in her eyes. What do you wish to convey? I have located your child. However, it has since fled. I possess an item it dropped. Might it belong to you? Xia Tianqiong extended his right hand into his pocket, retrieving a thumb-sized silver coin, presenting it in his palm. The eerie mother's eyes brightened, and she instinctively began to claim it as hers, only to restrain herself. In the presence of humans, she could neither deceive nor forcibly seize. lest she violate the rules of the eerie realm. Yet, her desire for the silver coin was palpable. What if I were to give you this silver? Would you consider it a fair trade for the location of your child? The eerie mother shook her head. The rules did not permit such an exchange. Xia Tianqiong's anxiety intensified. This approach was futile. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Would you agree to refrain from seeking me out initially and inquire me later?" "Huh, deal." The eerie mother unexpectedly chuckled, her laughter surprisingly pleasant. "Cunning human, I must caution you. In the end, I shall still drain you dry." As she spoke, she raised her delicate, pale hand and snatched the silver coin away. Everyone outside widened their eyes in astonishment. So this is how one can prolong life. This lad is indeed hiding something from us. The enigmatic woman suddenly vanished, reappearing in front of a certain lady outside the door. "Have you found my child?" The woman stuttered in fear. "I can give you gold, just please don't come after me." In a hurry, she tore off the golden necklace from her neck and offered it to the enigmatic woman. However, the woman didn't even glance at it, declaring, "Only paper money for the dead." Paper money for the dead? Everyone present, except for Xia Tianqiong, was taken aback, contemplating that she must indeed be a spirit, for she could not possibly demand only such currency. I can burn it for you." The lady's words were cut short as the enigmatic woman attached herself to her, swiftly draining her into a lifeless husk. After casting a glance back at Xia Tianqiong, she vanished once more. The crowd seemed accustomed to such occurrences, and notably, no one fled this time. Following a brief silence, a burly man suddenly inquired of Xia Tianqiong, "The silver you gave her, was it paper money for the dead?" Indeed, Xia Tianqiong nodded affirmatively. "How did you come by such money? Where did you find it? And do you have any more?" "I found it by the roadside. That was the only piece." Xia Tianqiong chose not to reveal the truth. The burly man and the others were skeptical. "You can't do this. Bring out the paper money for the dead and share it with everyone." "Yes. You cannot just watch us perish. How is that any different from murder?" The crowd grew increasingly agitated, as if Xia Tianqiong owed them something. The burly man's gaze turned hostile as he strode towards Xia Tianqiong. "Stop wasting time with him. Let us search his home. Yes, let us go find it together." Among the more than 10 individuals, only a few remained indifferent, while the others, incited by the robust man, surged collectively towards Xia Tianqiong's room. After the departure of the enigmatic mother, Xia Tianqiong had already made preparations. Suddenly, he raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick, striking the foremost sturdy man, sending him staggering backward. He swiftly closed the door. Bang, bang, bang. "Damn it, open the door. He intends to kill us. We cannot let him escape. Break down the door. There must be more ghost money in his house." The crowd outside relentlessly battered the door, accompanied by a torrent of insults and accusations. Perhaps the female ghost was summoned by him. Otherwise, how could he be the only one privy to the situation? That child might very well be his offspring with the ghost. These individuals, armed with nothing but their bare hands, found their efforts to break down the door futile, only to be further inflamed with resentment. Consequently, a barrage of foul language and curses ensued. Xia Tianqiong pretended not to hear. Had he not needed them to buy time, he would not have bothered to alert them. The critical priority now was to devise a means to capture the mysterious infant. Otherwise, he too would meet a grim fate. It was indeed a stroke of misfortune. Having been reborn with a myriad of memories from his past life, he had anticipated a promising beginning. Little did he know that his journey would commence with the bizarre rule of the enigmatic mother seeking the infant, an unsolved enigma. Was fate conspiring to obliterate his existence as a reincarnate? After a prolonged contemplation, Xia Tianqiong extinguished the light and stood quietly in the living room, deep in thought. Any peculiar rule of death, no matter how bizarre, must harbor a glimmer of hope. This implies that there are no absolute fatal rules. Many strange occurrences have indeed provided affirmative answers to this notion. The reason some death rules remain unsolved is that no one has yet discovered the elusive thread of hope hidden within. Time is running short. The sense of urgency weighed heavily on Summer Cheong. In this apartment building, only 15 or 16 survivors remained, meaning he had merely a little over 150 minutes left. If he failed to capture the eerie infant within that time, his fate would be sealed as well. Ding dong. Suddenly, an odd noise emanated from the kitchen, as if something had knocked over a glass. Xia Tianqiong quickly turned on the light and rushed to the kitchen, only to find the eerie infant sitting with its back to him next to the gas stove. He lunged forward, eager to seize the child, but the moment the infant turned to smile at him, its charming and delightful grin vanished in an instant. Indeed, capturing it was utterly impossible. Frustration and anger surged within Xia Tianqiong. How could a being capable of such instantaneous movement be apprehended by a mere human? What could that thread of hope possibly be? He picked up the fallen glass, righted it, and placed it back beside the gas stove, only to suddenly realize something was amiss. Where was my braised pork? The takeout he had ordered was left unfinished, originally resting beside the gas stove. Yet now it had vanished. Had the eerie infant taken it? An idea struck Xia Tianqiong. Could he perhaps lure it with food? In the hallway, the others, exhausted from banging on the door, had grown weary of their futile efforts and curses. After the eerie mother appeared once more and claimed another victim, they gradually dispersed. Since they could not force the door open, continuing would only squander time. It was wiser to search for the eerie infant, as there might still be a glimmer of hope. As everyone departed, a robust man lingered behind, unable to shake off his sense of dissatisfaction. Determined to retrieve a kitchen knife and force the door open, he was convinced that capturing the person inside was his only chance of survival. Suddenly, someone called out to him, "Hey, I'm a professional locksmith. I can help you get the door open." Turning around, he beheld a frail and sickly young man. Infuriated, he retorted, "Why didn't you act sooner?" "Shoo, keep your voice down," the young man whispered, glancing cautiously down the staircase to ensure no one was listening. "Think about it. If we open the door and find paper money, everyone will have a claim to it. How could the ghost possibly choose the last person among us?" The burly man paused, quickly grasping the implications. The ghost claimed a victim every 10 minutes. If everyone insisted on being the last to be chosen, it would create a contradiction. Clearly, someone had to perish first to establish any order. With a glint of determination in his eyes, the stout man proposed, "Let us collaborate. You will open the door, and I will subdue him. We'll seize the money for ourselves, without sharing with anyone else." "Agreed, my friend," the young man replied with a smile, having approached the burly man for precisely this reason. With his frail constitution, he could hardly overpower anyone. "Time is of the essence. Let us proceed to open the door quickly," urged the stout man. "I need to return home to fetch my tools. You should arm yourself as well, just in case he resists fiercely," the young man suggested. "Very well, I shall grab a kitchen knife." The two conversed in hushed tones at the staircase corner, believing themselves to be unheard by others. Unbeknownst to them, the door of another resident on the 7th floor remained ajar. Jiangyu pressed her ear against the gap, eavesdropping on their conversation with clarity. Chapter 7. Luring the malevolent infant in the kitchen, the lights were extinguished, enveloping the space in darkness. Xia Tianqiong quietly crouched in the corner, poised and ready. Beside the gas stove lay 3 boxes of food: braised pork, soy-braised elbow, and sweet and sour tenderloin. Though invisible, the tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing his mouth to water uncontrollably. Had it not been for the intention to entice the malevolent infant, he would have succumbed to the temptation and devoured the dishes. Each of these meals had been conjured using the malevolent delivery technique. Initially, he had aimed to prepare more, thereby increasing the likelihood of attracting the infant. However, the delivery spirit had recently sustained significant injuries from the forces of regulation and was presently weakened. Should it exhaust too much of its ethereal energy, it risked complete dissolution. "Xia Tianqiong," a woman's voice suddenly pierced the silence from outside the door. It was Jiangyu. "They've left. Please open the door, as I have something of great importance to share with you." Xia Tianqiong remained motionless, feigning ignorance. "There is a locksmith in our building. He has gone to fetch his tools and will soon come to unlock your door. They intend to seize your spirit currency." Jiangyu's voice persisted, yet Xia Tianqiong remained unyielding. The malevolent infant could arrive at any moment. He dared not let down his guard. After a brief silence, her tone shifted to one of sorrow. "Tianqiong, we have been neighbors for quite some time. I often sought your assistance with plumbing repairs and changing light bulbs. much of which I intentionally damaged just to have more opportunities to engage with you. I believe I have developed feelings for you. I sense that you harbor some interest in me as well, yet for reasons unknown, you have chosen to feign ignorance. Perhaps we may all perish here, yet I wish to convey to you that if survival is granted, I desire to be with you. These heartfelt words resonate deeply, even touching the frigid heart of Xia Tianqiong. However, the sinister rules of death dictate that only one may live. After all, there is but one malevolent infant. Whoever finds it survives, while the others meet their demise. Amidst this tumult of thoughts, a sudden clatter echoes, the sound of a glass being knocked over. Following this, a faint sound of chewing reaches his ears. The kitchen is shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Yet Xia Tianqiong comprehends that the malevolent infant has arrived. His heart races as he waits for 2 fleeting seconds before lunging forward. He is merely 2 steps away from the gas stove, arms outstretched, embracing the source of the sound. Indeed, his arms make contact with something soft and plump, and he immediately seizes it. At last, little rascal, I have captured you. Xia Tianqiong clings tightly to the malevolent infant, fearful it might teleport away. The infant begins to wail, its tiny hands and feet struggling in vain, though its strength is feeble. After approximately half a minute, Xia Tianqiong finally breathes a sigh of relief. It appears that as long as he holds onto it, it cannot vanish. Outside the door, Jiangyu bears an expression of sorrow, her face etched with disappointment. She had not anticipated Xia Tianqiong's heartlessness, devoid of any compassion. Realizing that further words would be futile, she turns to return to her room. Upon glancing back, she is startled to see a robust man and a frail youth standing at the staircase's corner, their gaze fixed intently upon her. You wretched eavesdropper, daring to betray our conversation. Are you seeking death? The burly man brandishes a kitchen knife, his demeanor menacing, causing Jiangyu to pale in fright. The frail man obstructed his path, asserting that this was not the moment for complications. The sound of a baby crying resonated from within, as if he had stumbled upon a spectral child. He resolved to pry open the door and seize the child first. The frail man hurriedly approached, pushing past Jiangyu at the threshold, armed with tools to break the door. In truth, they had arrived long before, contemplating that if this woman could coax the occupant to open the door willingly, they could slip inside without the need for force. Regrettably, the young man inside had a hardened heart and refused to grant her entry. Inside the room, Xia Tianqiong cradled the eerie infant in his right arm, while his left hand held a box of sweet and sour pork. This was the only way to ensure the peculiar child would eat quietly in his embrace. Otherwise, it would wail incessantly, proving to be quite a nuisance. Just as he switched on the living room light, a sharp metallic snap echoed through the air. Turning swiftly, he beheld the lock cylinder being compromised from the outside. The door swung open, and 3 figures surged in one after another. Is this the ghost child? The burly man fixated on the baby in Xia Tianqiong's arms, perceiving it as an ordinary human infant. Time was of the essence. They needed to snatch the child without delay. The frail man urged him onward. Standing calmly in the center of the living room, Xia Tianqiong exhibited no signs of panic, which in turn caused the robust man to hesitate. He held the kitchen knife, brandishing it menacingly, and declared, "Hand over the child, along with the spirit money. Otherwise, my knife may inadvertently sever your limbs, and you shall have no one to blame but yourself. Are you in league with them?" Xia Tianqiong disregarded the burly man's question, his gaze drifting past the 2 men to Jiangyu. Her eyes were filled with trepidation as she hastily clarified, "No, I am not associated with them. I merely followed behind them to enter." The robust man, upon noticing that Xia Tianqiong disregarded him entirely, was instantly incensed. "What are you pretending for? I'm speaking to you." The frail youth, with a cold glare, threatened from the side, "Hand over the ghost child and the paper money. We won't harm you. But should the female ghost not find you first, we shall take your life." "Kill me?" Xia Tianqiong scoffed derisively. "Then by all means, make your move. How dare you think I wouldn't act against you?" The burly man shouted in fury, brandishing a kitchen knife as he charged forward. However, he was met with a peculiar smile from Xia Tianqiong, whose mouth suddenly split open, stretching grotesquely to the nape of his neck, revealing a mouth filled with slender, sharp teeth. His eyes transformed from a white base to an abyssal black, instilling terror at a mere glance. Monster, the robust man, his face a mask of panic, screamed and turned to flee, colliding with the two behind him, knocking them to the ground. I'm sorry, we were wrong. The frail man pleaded as he scrambled to his feet and dashed out the door. Only Jiangyu remained. Whether paralyzed by fear or simply knocked down by the burly man, she found herself unable to rise. You're also a ghost. At this moment, Xia Tianqiong, having temporarily assumed the guise of a ghostly delivery, squatted before Jiangyu while cradling the ghostly infant. Observing her pallid countenance, he sighed, "You should leave." Staying her, as the summer sky shed its eerie possession, it returned to its original form. The room dimmed suddenly, and a shadowy figure emerged, startling Jiangyu, who let out a frightened gasp and quickly hid behind the summer sky. The malevolent mother had arrived, sensing that her offspring had been captured. "You managed to find my child?" The expression on the malevolent mother's rigid and frigid face shifted to one of surprise, only to see her offspring voraciously consuming food. Upon closer inspection, she understood. The sustenance was imbued with the essence of the underworld, explaining everything. The summer sky inquired, "If I return it to you, can we bring this to an end?" The malevolent mother nonchalantly nodded. "You may live, but others must perish." For her, it was merely a matter of sacrificing one life to devour the rest. The summer sky finally breathed a sigh of relief, having navigated this perilous ordeal. Taking a few steps forward, he returned the malevolent infant to its mother. However, the malevolent mother plucked a long strand of hair from her head and handed it to the summer sky, stating, "This is your reward for completing the task." Completing such an eerie mission could yield rewards such as underworld coins, strange artifacts, or other items, as dictated by the rules. One cannot merely demand from humanity without offering something in return. The summer sky accepted the slender, black hair and asked, "What is its purpose?" "It allows for a blood exchange. Within 100 miles, you can swap positions," the malevolent mother explained succinctly. Having heard of various strange artifacts in his past life, the summer sky quickly grasped its significance. By staining the hair with his blood and placing it in a specific location, he could exchange his position with that of the object, as long as it was within a 100-mile radius. This effect is akin to instantaneous teleportation, unrestricted and even more potent than the shadow teleportation of the enigmatic infant. Thank you. Xia Tianqiong exclaimed with great delight, expressing his gratitude for such a life-saving treasure. However, it could only be utilized once. The enigmatic mother doused him with a bucket of cold water. Xia Tianqiong's smile faltered slightly. "Can I not have a few more?" The enigmatic mother rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. At that moment, the enigmatic infant began to babble excitedly, wriggling free from the enigmatic mother-esque grasp, and, in a swift motion, leaped into Xia Tianqiong's embrace, clinging to his neck and refusing to let go. This little enigma seemed to have taken a liking to him. The enigmatic mother's pale, colorless cheeks suddenly darkened with an ominous aura, her icy gaze filled with fury, as if she had lost her child. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xia Tianqiong raised his hands defensively, exclaiming, "This is not my fault." Chapter 8. The peculiar nature of maternal love. The enigmatic mother, for reasons unknown, was seething with rage, teetering on the brink of explosion. Xia Tianqiong took 2 cautious steps back, his heart racing with apprehension, when she suddenly inquired, "Do you wish to form a contract with my child?" "What?" Xia Tianqiong was filled with confusion. "A contract with me? What sort of contract?" He carefully sensed his surroundings, and indeed, a peculiar aura enveloped him, emanating the power of a pact. This enigmatic infant was likely a glutton for enigmas, seeking a contract with him because he could provide food imbued with the essence of the netherworld. The enigmatic mother regarded Xia Tianqiong with a gaze full of scrutiny and examination. "A contract with the enigmatic master? What nonsense is this? Why should I acknowledge it as my master?" In the summer, Xia forcibly snatched the eerie infant hanging around her neck, declaring, "Return the child to you. I have completed my mission without triggering the death rule, and you two cannot do anything to me." The terrifying aura emanating from the eerie mother suddenly retracted, reverting to her previous appearance. She initially intended to intimidate the person before her, compelling him to sign an eerie contract for her child, yet was utterly unsuccessful in instilling fear. "You possess considerable knowledge regarding our peculiar affairs," she inquired. "Indeed, for I harbor an anomaly within me. Otherwise, how could I procure sustenance imbued with the essence of the underworld?" In this exchange between one human and one anomaly, the eerie infant remained restless, persistently babbling until it erupted into loud wails. The eerie mother furrowed her brows and, with a sudden sigh, proposed, "Let us establish an equitable contract then." Xia's heart surged with joy. The eerie infant possessed the ability to teleport between shadows. This peculiar skill was not only useful for fleeing, but also for ambushes, rendering it exceedingly practical. Just as he was about to agree, a thought crossed his mind, causing his expression to tighten. Why should I enter into a contract with it? Is it merely attempting to latch onto me, expecting me to care for it? Upon hearing this, the eerie mother's brows shot up in anger. "Since you claim to understand our anomalies, you should be aware that after the contract is established, you can utilize its shadow teleportation technique, an ability coveted by both anomalies and humans alike. How can you possibly be dissatisfied? I am aware, yet I refuse to accept an equitable contract. If we are to sign, let it be a master-servant agreement, with me as the master and it as the servant." "Fool! You are courting death." The eerie mother suddenly erupted in fury, her white robe transforming instantaneously into a blood-red hue, her once beautiful visage now bleeding from all orifices. An image of sheer horror. Ah! Behind her, Jiang was startled, crying out in fear, her pants dampened. Xia Tianqiong, however, coldly chuckled, "Enough of your theatrics. If you dare to threaten me, there is no need for such grandstanding." Upon hearing this, the eerie mother paused momentarily, her gaze growing increasingly venomous. Yet she suppressed her terrifying demeanor. "Human, I can perceive your insatiable greed. Deep within, you yearn to form a pact with my child. Yet here you are, haggling with me. I shall not allow you to succeed." Embracing the sinister infant, the eerie mother turned to leave. Xia Tianqiong hastily called out, "Do not depart. You mentioned negotiations. Why not present your offer?" Initially, the eerie mother intended to ignore him, but the incessant wailing of the infant in her arms irked her. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that her child was too young to consume humans, to ensure rapid growth. The consumption of food imbued with netherworldly power would be optimal. She also hoped the child could temporarily remain in the company of this human. A pact with the human is impossible. Your lifespan is limited, while my child's is eternal. Should you perish one day, my child would inevitably meet the same fate. Thus, I shall concede a step. Let us sign an equitable contract, but you must provide some compensation. Cunning human, so you desire a strand of my hair. It is only fair that you offer something of value, since you seek my assistance. Xia Tianqiong grinned broadly, exhibiting no concern for the potential failure of the transaction. The eerie mother contemplated briefly. "I shall grant you another strand." "You are rather stingy," Xia Tianqiong retorted, turning towards the sofa, seating himself comfortably, and patting the space beside him. "Come, let us sit down and converse leisurely." The enigmatic mother uttered not a word, settling beside him while cradling her child. Jiang stood there, utterly bewildered, caught in a limbo where moving forward or retreating seemed equally daunting. She could not fathom how Xia Tianqiong could negotiate with a specter, as if he possessed profound knowledge of their affairs. "Sister, my request for your hair is solely for the preservation of life. Given the bizarre occurrences around us, danger lurks at every corner. The more hair you provide, the safer I shall be, allowing your child to remain in my company. What say you? Is human greed always so justified?" The enigmatic mother fixed her gaze upon Xia Tianqiong, clearly unimpressed by his persuasion. "The matter of hair pertains to my own power. I cannot part with too much, at most 3 strands. It seems you do not cherish your child. At the very least, 30 strands are required to demonstrate your affection. Our kind knows not of love. A mere 5 strands will suffice. Nay, perhaps others of your kind lack such sentiments, but I can perceive that you possess it. Maternal love transcends all boundaries, be it human or specter. I demand no less than 20 strands. The enigmatic mother suddenly revealed a flicker of confusion before responding. 10 strands. 15 strands it shall be. This squabbling over mere strands of hair is utterly trivial. She shot Xia Tianqiong an incredulous glance. If it is so trivial, why engage in this dispute? Ultimately, a pact was forged between the two, with the specter child and Xia Tianqiong entering into an equal contract, and the enigmatic mother graciously offering an additional 15 strands of hair. You, human, are cunning, avaricious, and shameless. Yet you are also bold, meticulous, and resourceful. Perhaps entrusting my child to you is not such a poor choice after all. You must treat him well. I will come to find you at any moment. Should I discover that you mistreat him, I shall slay you, even if it means transgressing the arcane rules of this realm. The enigmatic mother gently placed the peculiar infant into the arms of Xia Tianqiong, her words laced with threats. Yet her gaze upon the child was filled with profound reluctance and affection. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback. He had merely spoken thoughtlessly, yet he found that the supernatural indeed possessed maternal love. Rest assured, your child will thrive under my care, enjoying the finest of comforts and nourishment, ensuring a plump and healthy disposition. One can only hope, for I must now attend to my meal. The enigmatic mother's expression returned to its icy demeanor as she rose, preparing to devour all surviving souls, with her first target being Jiangyu in the living room. Upon seeing the enigmatic mother approach, Jiangyu cried out, "Xia Tianqiong, save me. I beg you, I do not wish to die." Xia Tianqiong had no intention of rescuing her, nor was he in a position to do so. Suddenly recalling something, he called out to the enigmatic mother, "Sister, please wait a moment." The enigmatic mother, her back turned to him, remained motionless, yet her head spun around 180 degrees, glaring fiercely at him. "Who are you calling sister? Do not address me as such. Do not be so agitated. Let us refer to you as the mother of the child, shall we?" The enigmatic mother felt slightly taken advantage of. Xia Tianqiong continued, "Mother of the child, you may feast upon others first. I wish to speak with her for a moment." "Humph." The enigmatic mother scoffed and instantly vanished from the spot, only for anguished screams to echo from downstairs moments later. Holding the peculiar infant, Xia Tianqiong approached Jiangyu, declaring, "I have just conceived a plan that may save your life." "Tianqiong, I knew you would come to my rescue." Jiangyu, overwhelmed with emotion, suddenly felt a sense of rebirth from despair. Xia Tianqiong calmly remarked, "By signing a contract with the strange infant as its master, you would become its servant, thus potentially sparing you from the wrath of the strange mother." "A master contract?" Jiangyu's smile froze upon her face. Having just listened to the conversation between Xia Tianqiong and the female ghost, she discerned, albeit vaguely, that an equal contract was preferable to a master contract. "Can I, like you, enter into an equal contract with it?" The strange beings could either sign one equal contract or a human master contract, yet they could enter into multiple master contracts. Xia Tianqiong's expression grew colder, stating that the choice lay solely with Jiangyu, as this was perhaps the only means to save her life. Though she appeared delicate and frail at this moment, in her previous life, after becoming a strange hunter, she had transformed into a decisively ruthless figure, slaying countless entities, surpassing many male hunters. If she could be brought under his wing, it might prove to be a wise decision. Chapter 9. Shadow Teleportation. Another scream echoed from downstairs, causing Jiangyu to shudder. She had lost count of how many cries had pierced the air. The strange mother was on a killing spree, and once she finished with the others, she would return to claim Jiangyu's life. Faced with the specter of death, she made her choice. "I will sign. I am willing to enter into a master contract. As the saying goes, it is better to live humbly than to die a noble death." Xia Tianqiong had anticipated her decision and was not particularly surprised. "Baby, forge the master contract with her." The strange infant was still too young to speak. However, upon signing the contract, Xia Tianqiong will be able to communicate with it telepathically. The infant glanced at Jiangyu, and a thread of contractual power suddenly materialized, enveloping her form. Summer Qiong promptly reminded her that by voluntarily agreeing to the contract and acknowledging it as her master, she could complete the pact. Jiangyu hastily echoed his words, ultimately succeeding in signing the contract. At that moment, the malevolent mother, having slaughtered everyone in the apartment building, suddenly appeared before Jiangyu. Please don't kill me. I have also made a contract with your child. The malevolent mother sensed her binding, but her expression remained menacing as she glared at Xia Tianqiong. Why should I allow this worthless being to contract with my child? Xia Tianqiong replied with a serene smile. What harm is there in finding a caretaker for your child? Moreover, as long as you are with me, there shall be no worthless beings. Would you not wish to sign a contract with me as well, so that mother and child need not be separated? Do you think you are worthy? The malevolent mother scoffed, her figure suddenly vanishing, her voice echoing from the void. Take good care of my child. I shall visit it any time. Do take care. I shan't see you off. Xia Tianqiong called into the empty air. Jiangyu trembled as she asked, Is she truly gone this time? Will she not return? Xia Tianqiong turned to gaze out the window. What had been pitch black moments ago now revealed the faint light of dawn on the horizon. With the departure of the malevolent mother, the sinister domain that had enveloped the entire building also dissipated. It was now past 3 in the morning, the dawn approaching. She has left. You shall not be devoured. Suddenly, Jiangyu collapsed onto the ground, weeping profusely. The fear of awaiting death was far more terrifying than death itself, as she had been shrouded in the dread of impending doom ever since the malevolent mother had appeared. At last, it has been confirmed that I need not face death. The feeling of having survived a calamity can only be released through loud weeping. After shedding tears for a while, I realized my trousers had become soiled, prompting a hurried return home for a shower and a change of clothes. Sitting on the sofa, Xia Tianqiong embraced the eerie infant while reflecting on the gains of my rebirth. I have formed contracts with 2 peculiar entities, an otherworldly delivery spirit of the wild class and a fierce infant spirit. The techniques at my disposal include 3 formidable skills: the delivery spirit's door-opening technique, the ethereal delivery, and the shadow teleportation of the eerie infant. Additionally, I possess 16 strands of eerie maternal hair, as well as a silver ingot larger than a fist, weighing approximately several taels. In just 2 or 3 short hours, my acquisitions nearly rivaled my entire fortune from my previous life. With a gentle sigh, I felt a surge of hope for this life. My next endeavor is to contract as many powerful anomalies as possible during the initial onset of the bazaar, or to hunt them to craft ghostly currency. A promising target has already emerged. Tomorrow night, a fearsome anomaly will manifest in Jihua City, one that has claimed the lives of 60 to 70,000 people in a single incident. This event is viewed as the prelude to the widespread emergence of anomalies, compelling the authorities to publicly acknowledge their existence. In my past life, this anomaly wreaked havoc for years, taking countless lives, until it was ultimately vanquished by a ghost hunter who had contracted with the delivery spirit. Now that I possess a delivery spirit, I am well positioned to devise a plan against this anomaly. Although it may entail risks, one must seek fortune amidst danger. Meanwhile, Jiangyu returned to her home, still shaken by the ordeal. After hastily showering and changing her clothes, she made her way back to Xia Tianqiong's room. Tianqiong, what on earth is happening? Xia Tianqiong gazed at Jiangyu, whose hair was still damp, and suddenly recalled something. He entered into an equal pact with the enigmatic infant, who, in turn, was bound by a contract with Jiangyu. As long as he rendered the appropriate compensation to the infant, he could command Jiangyu with the same liberty as one employs sorcery. After all, she had now become nothing more than an accessory to the infant, who possessed the power to extract her lifespan and soul at any moment. With the arrival of the bazaar, chaos ensued. It was time to gather our belongings and depart before dawn. Where are we going? You shall discover that upon arrival. Jiangyu wished to voice her thoughts, but refrained, obediently retreating to her quarters to pack her things. You may dine here. I shall test your teleportation abilities. Xia Tianqiong placed the enigmatic infant upon the sofa, intent on personally assessing the effectiveness of the shadow teleportation. Upon entering a contract with the bazaar, one could harness the sorcery it wielded, provided the entity remained within a certain proximity. Otherwise, the distance would render the sorcery inaccessible. Xia Tianqiong attuned himself to the surroundings, realizing that the infant shadow teleportation allowed him to perceive all locations bearing shadows within a radius of approximately 40 to 50 meters. It was a remarkable sensation, akin to possessing a three-dimensional scanning radar within his mind. The shapes and sizes of the shadows were vividly clear. He observed Jiangyu next door, moving about her room. However, to be precise, he sensed the movement of her shadow rather than her physical form. Suddenly, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. Jiangyu returned to her room, rummaging through her suitcase, contemplating as she packed her garments. She sensed an inexplicable change in Xia Tianqiong, as if he had transformed into a different person, distinct from the one she had known. The crux of the matter lies in the enigmatic contract signed between oneself and the ghostly child, binding one to a life of servitude, leaving one to ponder how this fate might unfold in the future. While lost in troubled thoughts, the shadow beneath my feet seemed to quiver momentarily before unexpectedly manifesting into a figure. Jiangyu clasped her hands to her chest, retreating in terror, convinced that a specter had returned. "Do not scream, it is I," came the hurried voice of Xia Tianqiong. "Tianqiong? Are you truly not a ghost?" To Jiangyu, only a spirit could appear so suddenly and silently. "Of course not. I merely employed a supernatural ability. Continue gathering your belongings, while I survey the other rooms." No sooner had he spoken than Xia Tianqiong vanished, leaving Jiangyu in a state of bewilderment. "What brings you to my room? Was it merely to frighten me?" Jiangyu's suspicion was correct. Xia Tianqiong had indeed come to instill fear. As dawn approached at around 4 in the morning, the sun had yet to rise. The two of them drove a rugged vehicle, stealthily departing the community. This vehicle had been procured from the home of a robust man, who was now deceased and would not report the theft. "Tianqiong, are we embarking on a flight from justice?" Jiangyu inquired from the passenger seat, unable to suppress her curiosity once more. "No, we're going to capture a spirit," Xia Tianqiong replied casually as he steered the wheel. But why pursue a ghost, which is so perilous?" Jiangyu exclaimed. "I am hunting a spirit. Another task awaits you." The term spirit was interpreted differently by the two, and Xia Tianqiong found no inclination to clarify. He intended a journey to Jiahua City the following day to subdue a formidable and sinister entity. However, before that, he aimed to hunt a few less powerful wild spirits to generate additional ghostly currency. If one encounters a particularly adept trickster spirit, one may also forge a pact with it to augment their own strength. Chapter 10. You still claim to be no ghost in the early hours of the morning. Shortly after 7, an individual entered the residential building where Xia Tianqiong resided, only to discover a lifeless body. The authorities were promptly notified, and the police swiftly cordoned off the scene. Before long, 5 enigmatic figures arrived in haste to take over the investigation from the police. They were agents of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, an official organization that has existed for over a millennium. Among them was Feng Mo Yuan, the sole female member of the team, young, strikingly beautiful, and possessing considerable prowess. Clad in rubber gloves, she meticulously examined each cadaver, ultimately arriving at a conclusion. Based on the manner of death and the lingering aura of the anomalous, it was determined that this was a manifestation of the historically recurring ghost mother seeking children, leading to the inference that there were likely no survivors. Standing nearby was a composed middle-aged man, Zhou Boyu, the captain of this anomaly hunting team. He shook his head, asserting that there were indeed survivors, at least 2. Feng Mo Yuan, astonished, exclaimed, "When the ghost mother strikes, no one survives. How could there be any survivors?" "Captain, what did you observe?" A glimmer of silver light flickered in Zhou Boyu's eyes, a manifestation of an anomalous technique that granted him the ability to perceive what others could not. He detected remnants of contract power, both that of the Ghost Master and the Equality Contract, alongside another force that was indeterminate, its essence nearly faded, possibly originating from an earlier time. As his words hung in the air, Feng Mo Yuan and several other team members were profoundly astonished. This implied that someone had unraveled the lethal rules of the ghost mother seeking children. Otherwise, the signing of an equality contract would have been impossible. It was likely so. Zhou Boyu nodded, a look of excitement illuminating his face as he immediately instructed the police to verify all resident information and examine the nearby surveillance footage, determined to locate the individual. The method for unraveling the enigma of the ghostly mother searching for her child held immense value. It was imperative for the authorities to acquire this knowledge. In future encounters with the ghostly mother, the outcome would not be a certain demise for all involved. However, the crux of the matter lay with this person. According to the records, both the ghostly mother and the ghostly child possessed a form of teleportation or similar supernatural ability. Regardless of who they were contracted to, they would wield this power. For the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, this individual held significant recruitment potential. Yet, if this person belonged to one of the ancient families, it would be quite challenging for them to be persuaded to join us, Feng Mo Yuan cautioned. Impossible. Those signs of ancient families live in excess. How could they reside in such a dilapidated place? Zhou Boyu countered. That is true, Feng Mo Yuan agreed, though her expression morphed into one of deep concern. Captain Zhou, an unusual number of anomalies have surfaced across the nation overnight. This is rather abnormal, isn't it? Zhou Boyu's expression suddenly grew grave. Historically, we have never witnessed such a large-scale and widespread emergence of anomalies. This may be a harbinger of that ancient prophecy coming to fruition, signaling the impending convergence of the ghost realm with the human world. Does that mean humanity is on the brink of an anomalous apocalypse? It would be an apocalypse for ordinary people, but also the dawn of a new era for ghost hunters. Meanwhile, at a budget hotel, Xia Tianqiong stepped inside, only to find Jiang Yu standing at the entrance, wearing a perplexed expression. Weren't we supposed to be exorcising spirits? Why did you bring me here to book a room? Without waiting for a response from Xia Tianqiong, Jiang Yu dragged her suitcase inside and feigned shyness, saying, "Well, I hardly slept a wink last night. I certainly need a place to rest properly." She assumed Xia Tianqiong intended to share the bed with her, but was met with a blunt retort, "You're overthinking it. I need the room to sleep. You can drop off your luggage and help me procure supplies from the wholesale market." Jiang Yu pouted, somewhat dissatisfied. "But I didn't get any rest last night. Can't I have a moment to recuperate first?" Xia Tianqiong, seemingly indifferent to her plight, inspected every corner of the room while asking, "Have you ever read apocalyptic novels?" "No," she replied. "After tomorrow night, something peculiar will occur, akin to the end of the world. While it may not lead to the complete disintegration of order or moral decay, as depicted in those tales, it will incite a nationwide frenzy for resources." After completing his inspection, Xia Tianqiong sat at the foot of the bed and spoke slowly. "Therefore, I need you to immediately gather various supplies, such as non-perishable food, essential medications, and daily necessities." As he spoke, he transferred a portion of his modest savings to Jiang Yu. Initially skeptical about the impending apocalypse, Jiang Yu could not help but feel a degree of conviction upon witnessing Xia Tianqiong's earnest demeanor. "Such an important task, and you trust me to handle it alone? Aren't you afraid I might run away and never return?" Xia Tianqiong merely chuckled. "It seems necessary for you to grasp the gravity of the contract with the enigmatic master." Suddenly, he raised his hand and grasped at the air, extracting an invisible force from within her. Jiang Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming weakness. The skin on her hands and face visibly wrinkled, and strands of white began to emerge amidst her once lustrous hair. She was aging rapidly. Could this not be the power of a ghost? Jiang Yu was struck with terror, pleading for her life. "Heavenly sky, do not kill me. I shall comply with any request. I do not intend to take your life. I merely wish to demonstrate the capabilities of the ghost master contract," replied Xia Tianqiong. The intangible essence he extracted from Jiang Yu was, in fact, her lifespan. What he wielded was not sorcery, but rather the power of the ghost master contract. With a casual wave, he returned the extracted lifespan to her body, and in a fleeting moment, she regained her youthful radiance. Jiang Yu examined her palms and the back of her hands, touching her cheeks in bewilderment, her heart filled with dread. What on earth was happening? Since you entered into the ghost master contract with the ghost infant, your lifespan, soul, and even your corporeal form no longer belong to you. The ghost infant may dispose of them at will, regardless of whether you hide on the other side of the earth. Xia Tianqiong spoke with nonchalance. Yet Jiang Yu stood frozen, finally grasping the true nature of the ghost master contract. After her departure, Xia Tianqiong rose to draw the curtains, plunging the room into shadow. He conjured a plate of braised ribs using the supernatural delivery service, placing it in the corner of the room. The purpose of this hotel stay was not for slumber, but rather for the hunt of the supernatural. This budget hotel, located in the eastern outskirts of Linen City, had, over 20 years ago, been a desolate graveyard. But with urban development, it had transformed into a cluster of residential buildings. The locals are well aware that this place is known as the Wailing Graveyard. Few individuals venture here to purchase property, and even those who do tend not to reside here, but instead lease their homes. Consequently, numerous ghost houses, short-term rental apartments, and budget hotels have sprouted in the area. In the early days of the eerie occurrences, an array of bizarre phenomena manifested, resulting in significant casualties and rendering the location nearly a no-go zone for the living. However, as more amateur ghost hunters emerged, it became evident that these manifestations were merely minor spirits, not particularly formidable. Once one comprehends their fatal rules, counterattacking becomes a relatively simple task. Thus, this locale evolved into a hunting ground for the supernatural. Ultimately, it was cordoned off by the authorities and designated as a trial ground for training novice ghost hunters. Xia Tianqiong arrived here with the intent to either hunt or forge a pact with the supernatural entities, thus bolstering his abilities and ensuring a greater chance of overcoming malevolent spirits the following evening. The food infused with ethereal energy not only attracts humans, but possesses an even stronger allure for the supernatural beings. Even from a distance, beyond walls, they can sense it. Although it is daytime and the eerie entities are seldom active, this area remains a nexus for the supernatural, and a few errant spirits are bound to wander. Xia Tianqiong attempted to lure the spirits with braised spare ribs. However, the two entities within him stirred restlessly first. With a sudden rustle, a spirit child clad in a crimson apron erupted from within him, landing on the ground and scuttling towards the braised ribs with all fours. Xia Tianqiong swiftly picked it up, assuring it that it would receive its morsel once he was finished. This little creature, known as the gluttonous spirit, becomes elated at the sight of food. After a series of soothing words and promises, he managed to calm it down and return it to within himself. Soon after, a voice of protest echoed in his mind from the takeout spirit. "Master, please cherish me, will you? If this continues, I shall dissipate." Severely injured, Xia Tianqiong resorted to cunning tactics, depleting the ethereal power of the delivery spirit itself, exacerbating its wounds. "Let me slay a few anomalies and procure some soul coins to tend to your injuries," he casually remarked, leaning against the headboard as he awaited the arrival of the peculiar entities, simultaneously beginning to fold gold ingots. On his journey, he had intentionally stopped by a funeral parlor to purchase a substantial bag of gold paper specifically for folding ingots, neglecting to acquire any of those exorbitantly valued banknotes. Whether incinerating paper currency or gold and silver ingots, the amount of soul coins obtained bore no relation to their denominations. The quantity of soul coins generated solely depended on the mental state of the burner at the time of the incineration, or rather, the depth of their thoughts and yearnings. For instance, when burning money for ancestors, if one harbors no sentiments towards the deceased and merely performs the ritual out of obligation, regardless of the quantity burned, not a single soul coin would materialize. This is because the essence of soul coins is derived from the spirit or mental energy of the living, akin to what Taoism refers to as essence, qi, and spirit. If one deeply longs for a person, even burning a single banknote, regardless of its value, will yield a substantial amount of soul coins. Of course, this comes at a cost. The more soul coins produced, the greater the depletion of the burner's essence and spirit. This explains why some appear deeply sorrowful and fatigued after returning from a gravesite, requiring several days to recuperate. The same principle applies when burning for the living. However, when burning paper for the living, it must be performed according to specific rituals, just as Xia Tianqiong had done the previous night. Otherwise, no soul coins would be obtained. Moreover, one must refrain from incinerating too much in a short period. Otherwise, one's vitality cannot be restored, leading to unconsciousness and potentially accelerating the aging process. The ingots he was stacking were not intended for burning, but but were meant to be transformed into hell coins using the power of the underworld during the hunt for the peculiar. This method requires one's own blood to inscribe special runes on the back of the gold paper, with each ingot necessitating no more than a single drop of blood, provided that an excessive quantity is not produced in a brief span. As Xia Tianqiong continued to stack the ingots, he awaited patiently, but suddenly drowsiness overtook him. "I shall take a brief respite. Do not disturb me," he communicated telepathically to the two peculiar entities within him and then reclined on the bed, surrendering to slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, he gradually became aware of a hand caressing his cheek. Startled, he opened his eyes to behold a captivating sight. Jiangyu lay beside him, her form entirely bare, one hand propping up her head while the other tenderly stroked Xia Tianqiong's face. "Master, you are awake?" Her voice was soft, sweet to the point of being cloying, yet imbued with an unusual allure that rendered Xia Tianqiong's entire being weak. Any normal man in such a situation would undoubtedly have a reaction. Otherwise, one would be deemed abnormal. Xia Tianqiong cast a glance at Jiang Yu's voluptuous, smooth figure and suddenly rolled over to pin her beneath him. Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed, her eyes glazed with desire as she playfully admonished, "Master, be gentle." Unbeknownst to her, Xia Tianqiong seized her fair neck, his eyes glinting with menace. "I have waited for this moment for far too long." Chapter 11. A surreal dream of pleading for mercy. Tianqiong, what are you doing? Jiang Yu gazed at him in panic, her eyes filled with confusion. "What am I doing? Why? I intend to strangle you." In the summer, Xia Tianqiong let out a cold snort and forcefully grasped Ji Yingyi's neck. Ji Yingyi's complexion turned crimson, gradually darkening to a shade of purple, tears glistening in her eyes, evoking a sense of pity that tugged at the heartstrings. "Why? Don't you have feelings for me?" she implored. "I'm sorry, but I do not harbor affections for women." "Impossible!" Ji Yingyi exclaimed, followed by a heavy silence. Suddenly, the entire space became blurred, and Xia Tianqiong once again felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He closed his eyes and, upon opening them anew, discovered himself lying in bed, with no sign of the naked Ji Yingyi beside him, as if the preceding events had merely been a fleeting dream. The sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Xia Tianqiong hastened towards it, only to find a tall, handsome man in the midst of shower. The man turned to face him, revealing a radiant smile. "Master, I'll be done shortly." "Goodness, you truly dare to transform into a man." Xia Tianqiong felt a wave of nausea, charging forward to kick him down. As he kicked, he cursed, "Are you trying to disgust me to death?" The man fell to the ground, his expression grotesque. "You wretched human. How could you have seen through me and still dare to toy with me?" In truth, from the moment drowsiness began to envelop him, Xia Tianqiong had sensed the presence of the bizarre. Otherwise, he would not have permitted the two peculiar entities within him to disturb his slumber. This encounter had been with a dream entity, a peculiar being capable of ensnaring individuals in various dreamscapes, triggering lethal rules within those dreams, and thus leading to death. Some dream entities excelled in crafting nightmares that instilled terror, known as nightmare entities, while others specialized in weaving fantastical narratives, allowing individuals to assume roles within them, referred to as scriptwriter dream entities. Some are inclined to transform into strikingly handsome figures, enticing others to succumb to desire, akin to the phenomenon encountered by Xia Tianqiong, known as the spring dream deception. This deception manifests in numerous forms, and regardless of its nature, the initial onset of such anomalies has historically resulted in widespread mortality among humankind. It was only after the authorities disseminated information regarding these deceptions and methods for their resolution that people came to realize that the spring dream deception is, in fact, quite easily manageable. For instance, this particular spring dream deception lures Xia Tianqiong into a web of desire. Engaging in intimate activities within the dream realm triggers a fatal consequence. However, unraveling this fatal rule is remarkably straightforward. By exercising self-restraint, the vast majority of individuals can evade its clutches, and some may even turn the tables on it. With all his might, Xia Tianqiong delivered a powerful kick to the spring dream deception. Though it was but a dream, the sensation was indistinguishable from reality. Suddenly, He felt the weight of drowsiness enveloping him once more, his vision gradually blurring. Should he close his eyes at this moment? The spring dream deception would either escape the dream or weave a new one. Naturally, Xia Tianqiong could not allow this to happen. Sore arise, he bellowed, channeling his focus to resist the encroaching slumber while conjuring a vision of a sharp longsword with his mind. Although the dream was crafted by the spring dream deception, fundamentally, it was a manifestation rooted in Xia Tianqiong's own memories, rendering him the master of this dreamscape. With sufficient determination and a vivid imagination, he could conjure anything within this realm, an invaluable skill he acquired from fellow anomaly hunters. As Xia Tianqiong's voice resonated, his vision sharpened, and a longsword materialized from the void. The spring dream deception, taken aback, wondered in bewilderment how he could possibly control the dream. Apart from weaving dreams and transforming into various forms, it possesses no other offensive capabilities. Most importantly, it can be slain within the realm of dreams. As Summer Tianqiong wielded his sword, descending upon it, it hurriedly pleaded for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I should not have disturbed you. Please spare me this once. You seek my life, yet implore for mercy. How is that possible?" As it spoke, Summer Tianqiong swung his sword, cleaving the spring dream specter in two. There was no bloodshed, nor did it perish. Instead, it dissipated into a wisp of mist, only to reconstitute into human form. However, this process consumed a considerable amount of its ethereal power. To utterly vanquish it, one must inflict continuous harm within the dream until its ethereal energy is sufficiently depleted, causing its essence to scatter and ultimately cease to exist. The spring dream specter, unwilling to await its demise, employed its cunning to attempt to lull Summer Tianqiong back in a slumber within the dream. Yet, having been reborn, Summer Tianqiong's resolve was unwavering, rendering it impossible for the specter to induce sleep once more. The restroom was small, leaving the spring dream specter with no avenue for escape, as it was repeatedly wounded by the sword. With each restoration, its form began to diminish, gradually becoming semi-transparent. "Brother, I surrender. May I sign a contract with you?" The spring dream specter could no longer contain itself, pleading once more. "Certainly, I have awaited these words. However, I only accept a master-servant contract. That is impossible. Your human lifespan is but a century. Should I enter into a master-servant contract, I too shall wither and perish alongside you. At least I could live for several more decades. If you refuse, you shall meet your end now." Summer Tianqiong threatened, yet to his astonishment, the spring dream specter exhibited remarkable stubbornness. Regardless of the entreaties, there was an unwavering refusal to submit, preferring death over signing a pact with the enigmatic master. Xia Tianqiong pondered for a moment. The peculiar sorcery wielded by the spring dream demon was only effective against humans and rendered ineffective against other supernatural entities. Therefore, accepting it would yield little benefit. Moreover, there was an urgent need for ghostly currency, so the decision was made to eliminate it. With a flurry of strikes, the body of the spring dream demon gradually became translucent, ultimately bursting forth with a sound akin to a balloon popping, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, Xia Tianqiong was abruptly severed from the dream realm, awakening entirely. It was the sweltering summer season, yet the room suddenly felt as frigid as a cellar, the air thick and almost viscous. This chill was a result of the vast amounts of ethereal power released upon the demon's demise, which would dissipate entirely within minutes. Hastily, Xia Tianqiong gathered dozens of gold ingots from beside his bed, scattering them throughout the room to absorb the ethereal energy and transmute it into ghostly currency. After 3 or 4 minutes, the majority of the ethereal power had been absorbed, with only a small fraction remaining. Xia Tianqiong took stock, finding a total of 48 gold ingots, all transformed into ghostly coins, albeit varying in size. Some had shrunk to the dimensions of peanuts, while others were as large as apples. As the ethereal energy dispersed, the concentration varied throughout the room, causing the ingots that absorbed more energy to grow heavier, while those that absorbed less became lighter. It became evident that acquiring an electronic scale was necessary, for he had no means to measure the total weight of these precious metals. Xia Tianqiong held a gold ingot in each hand, weighing them but unable to estimate their mass due to his lack of experience. Suddenly, the head of the takeout demon emerged from his chest, grinning mischievously, its expression one of eager servitude. In the summertime, Xia Tianqiong realized that the uncanny entity possessed an extraordinary precision in sensing the ghostly currency. Consequently, he allowed it to emerge from his body and weigh the gold ingots one by one. After 5 minutes, it reported, "Master, the smallest weighs 2 taels. The largest weighs 56 taels, totaling 485 taels." Such a considerable amount. Though Xia Tianqiong was mentally prepared, he felt a wave of astonishment. 485 taels of gold equated to 4,800 taels of silver, if converted to paper ghostly currency at a ratio of 1 to 1,000. That would amount to 4,800,000 yuan. This was indeed a substantial fortune. He had never anticipated that slaying a wild-grade spring dream specter could yield such a plethora of ghostly currency. It appeared that he must engage in the hunting of the uncanny more frequently in the future. A pile of gold ingots of varying sizes lay on the bed, casting a golden glow throughout the room. The delivery specter squatted beside the bed like a pug, its mouth watering uncontrollably. It looked up at Xia Tianqiong with a grin and said, "Master, you haven't forgotten what you promised me, have you?" "Of course not. How much ghostly currency do you require to restore your former state?" Xia Tianqiong replied with evident delight. "Well, 50 taels of gold would suffice to restore me to my peak condition. If you could provide me with all of this, I might be able to advance to a fierce ghost." "Advancing to a fierce ghost, how much could your spectral abilities increase? Could you possibly generate new rules of death?" "The uncanny can elevate their rank by absorbing or devouring ghostly currency. With each ascension, their mastery over spectral techniques is enhanced, and there exists the possibility of birthing new death rules with every upgrade." The delivery specter was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Xia Tianqiong's profound understanding of their kind. The art of opening doors allows for swifter entry, while the spectral delivery service offers a greater variety and quantity of sustenance. As for the rules of death, it is exceedingly challenging for our delivery specter to forge new regulations. Xia Tianqiong felt a tinge of disappointment. Wild specters are undeniably the lowest tier of the uncanny, yielding minimal cultivation value. Rather than squander an abundance of ghostly currency, it would be far more prudent to invest it elsewhere. I shall grant you the largest portion. When more ghostly currency is at your disposal, we shall consider your advancement." He casually picked up a piece of gold, roughly the size of an apple, and tossed it to the delivery specter. The specter appeared somewhat crestfallen, but refrained from voicing any protest. Suddenly, the spectral infant scurried out, pointing at the delivery specter and then at a corner where braised ribs lay. Xia Tianqiong chuckled. "Very well, indulge yourself. The spectral infant is capable of absorbing ghostly currency, yet it demonstrates a distinct preference for food imbued with ethereal power." Xia Tianqiong tossed several more pieces of gold to the delivery specter, instructing it to absorb the wealth and, in turn, conjure a variety of dishes each day for the spectral infant. "Master, you are biased," grumbled the delivery specter, yet it complied without further argument. Subsequently, Xia Tianqiong leaned against the headboard, crafting gold ingots, while awaiting the arrival of the uncanny. However, the afternoon wore on without a visitor. He speculated that the ethereal energy emitted upon the death of the spring dream specter had instilled caution in other entities, making them aware that this place could prove fatal for wild tier specters, thus deterring their approach. "Since you choose not to seek me out, I shall venture forth to find you," he declared. "There must be other entities lurking nearby, whether hidden away or wreaking havoc upon the unsuspecting." In summer, Xia Tianqiong employed his arcane ability of shadow teleportation. Within his perceptual range, he discerned the presence of shadows in various rooms, not with the intention of teleporting, but rather to observe the shadows of others, thereby assessing any anomalies in their states. For instance, he sensed a figure sprawled motionless on the bathroom floor below. A normal person would never lie there in such filth. This could signify either a sudden illness or a sinister demise. With a mere thought, Xia Tianqiong instantaneously materialized in the shadow behind the bathroom door downstairs. Peering out, he beheld an elderly man, his hair white as snow and his body emaciated, lying lifeless with hollow eyes, devoid of vitality. This was the result of an otherworldly entity siphoning away all his lifespan. Xia Tianqiong swiftly concluded that other supernatural presences indeed lurked within the building. As he continued to sense the surrounding shadows, he suddenly detected an anomaly in the adjacent room. A woman, similarly situated in the bathroom, exhibited a frantic motion in her upper body, while her shadow from the waist down remained utterly still. Such behavior was atypical for a normal individual, suggesting she was likely under the control of a malevolent force. Chapter 12. Rock, paper, scissors. This wretched bed is truly uncomfortable. Indeed, a budget hotel lacks quality. Song Shixiao rubbed her neck, which had suffered from a restless sleep, feeling quite irritable. She threw off the covers, padded barefoot to the bathroom in her loose-fitting pajamas. It seems I've acquired yet another wrinkle. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, she could not help but sigh. Suddenly, her reflection revealed a peculiar smile. Do you wish to become young again? Startled, Song Shixiao gasped and recoiled, only to find her legs immobilized. As if nailed to the ground, only her upper body remained mobile. The reflection of Song Shixiao in the mirror smiled enchantingly at her. Fear not. Take a gamble with me. Should you win, you may regain your youth. Are you a ghost? No, I am peculiar. What does peculiar mean? Having graduated from university, Song Shixiao had been working in her family's business, gaining experience over the years and becoming somewhat worldly wise. She quickly forced herself to regain her composure and posed a question to the figure before her. The reflection of Song Shixiao extended her right thumb and index finger, mimicking the act of counting money. Consultations require a fee. How much? One question, 1 year of life. Song Shixiao's pupils contracted sharply, taken aback that the price was her lifespan. Then I shall not ask. Can you release me? You must first gamble with me to leave. How do we gamble? And what is the stake? Quite simple, rock, paper, scissors, best of 3, with 3 years of life at stake. Regardless of the outcome, you shall be free to depart. Song Shixiao's expression darkened at the thought of 3 years of life. How many 3-year spans does one have in a lifetime? Yet, upon reflection, she realized she could not escape without taking a risk. Very well, I shall gamble with you, but I hope you honor your word. We will place our right hands behind our backs. I will count to 3, and we shall reveal our choices simultaneously. The reflection of Song Shixiao excitedly rubbed her hands together, reminiscent of a gambler who had not placed a bet in a long time. The Song Shixiao outside the mirror wore a grave expression, fully prepared for defeat. To her surprise, she won the first 2 rounds. Alas, I have lost. Here are your 3 years of life. In the reflection of the mirror, Song Shixiao appeared despondent. With a graceful wave of her hand, an intangible entity emerged from the mirror and entered her being. Instantly, she felt invigorated, her entire body lightened as if she had regained her youth. Gazing into the mirror, she noticed her complexion radiated with newfound brilliance, and several wrinkles at the corners of her eyes had vanished. Have I truly become younger? She pondered. Indeed, to extend one's lifespan is to enhance the corporeal form, allowing humanity to thrive longer, came the explanation from the mirror's reflection. Initially gripped by fear, Song Shixiao's apprehension gradually transformed into astonishment. How remarkably simple, it seemed to gain 3 additional years of life. Who in this world does not yearn for longevity? Who does not desire to reclaim their youth? May I still wager? With her newfound freedom, her legs now mobile, she chose not to depart, but rather to propose continuing the gamble. She understood that there are no free lunches in this world. Surely, there lurked some hidden peril. Yet, the opportunity to regain youth lay before her, a temptation that none could resist. Certainly, the reflection of Song Shixiao replied with a smile. Could we perhaps lower the stakes, wagering only 1 year of life per round? She was not naive. By reducing the stakes, her potential losses would remain manageable, especially since she had already secured 3 years of life. At worst, if she lost again, she would simply withdraw from the game. No problem at all. As a guest, we shall proceed as you suggest, The reflection of Song Shiqiao replied with remarkable ease. Thus, the two began their peculiar game of rock, paper, scissors once more. Perhaps fortune favored her, for although she occasionally faced defeat, her victories outnumbered her losses. As the game continued, the lifespan she gained multiplied, and her appearance gradually transformed back to that of a youthful 20-year-old. This delighted her immensely, prompting her to propose an increase in the stakes, 3 years of life per round. She dreamt of regaining her 18-year-old self and resolved to stop immediately thereafter. However, fate took a turn. She found herself losing more often than winning, frequently losing 3 rounds before securing a single victory. Unbeknownst to her, she had squandered all her previous gains, with her lifespan diminishing significantly, and she soon appeared to be in her 40s. Song Shiqiao had lost her grip on reality, consumed by thoughts of how to turn the tide and reclaim her lost years. It was only when she struggled to stand, leaning against the sink for support, that she suddenly awakened to her predicament. How have I become like this? She gasped, gazing into the mirror at the reflection of her wrinkled visage, sagging skin, and once silky black hair now peppered with white. She resembled a woman in her 60s. Finally, she recognized the peril she was in. If she continued to gamble, she would meet her demise. Although she yearned to cease, the enigmatic force would not allow it. You have relinquished your opportunity to leave. You must gamble until death, it declared. This peculiar rule of death enticed humans to wager their lives, compelling them to play until their very end. Hidden within this grim scenario was a glimmer of hope. In the first round, when Song Shiqiao won 3 years of life, had she chosen to turn away, she would have faced no consequences, instead gaining those precious years. Yet her own greed drove her to persist in the gamble, triggering the deadly rule. Even if you force me to remain here, I shall not gamble with you, she resolved firmly. The enigmatic entity sneered, every minute counts. If you do not make a move, it is as if you have lost. These words finally shattered Song Shiqiao's last line of defense, causing her to collapse in tears, desperately struggling to escape the restroom. However, her lower body was anchored to the ground like a wooden post, rendering her efforts to move utterly futile. At that moment, a man abruptly appeared behind the curtains of the hotel room. It was Xia Tianqiong, having teleported into the scene. He strode directly towards the restroom, first noticing the bizarre reflection in the mirror, and then catching sight of the struggling Song Shiqiao. I didn't realize you had company in your room, he remarked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. If you wish to survive, you may let him wager on your behalf against me. Song Shiqiao gazed at Xia Tianqiong in astonishment. She was acutely aware that there was no one else in the room. The door had not opened. How had this man entered? Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. She hastily exclaimed, "There's a ghost here. Call the police to save me." Xia Tianqiong stood at the restroom doorway, calmly surveying the scene within. One person and one apparition. Now, tell me, what transpired here? Song Shiqiao glared at him, wondering why he remained so composed. Before she could respond, the apparition in the mirror grinned and said, "Would you like to place a wager with me? If you win, you can gain 3 additional years of life." Upon hearing these words, Xia Tianqiong's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and a smile crept onto his lips. So, it was a life-wagering spirit. This was indeed a rare entity. Though categorized as a wild spirit, it was highly sought after by humanity, with some even willing to trade higher-level spirits for it. The allure lay in its ability to extend human life. Don't be swayed by its words. Just look at me. It has stolen my lifespan. Song Shiqiao couldn't help but urge. Quickly call the police. Don't just stand there foolishly. In the sweltering summer, Xia Tianqiong shook his head, asserting that the police could not rescue her. Song Shiqiao, observing his unwavering calmness, felt a flicker of hope arise within her. "And can you save me?" she implored. "To save a life is to become entangled in karmic consequences. I have no intention of rescuing you," came Xia Tianqiong's indifferent response, instilling hope in Song Shiqiao while simultaneously provoking her ire. "How could one be so callous? I can pay you. Please, just save me," she pleaded. However, Xia Tianqiong merely shook his head, crossing his arms and standing outside the door, as if he were a spectator at a play. Anger bubbled within her, yet she could not express it. Name your price. I can pay anything, even 200 million. If you can procure such a sum, I would not mind becoming entangled in some karmic repercussions, Xia Tianqiong replied disdainfully. A standard room in this budget hotel only costs a few hundred. Surely, a wealthy individual would not reside here. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, Song Shiqiao declared, I am the president of Xia Tianqiong Group. You may verify my identity with my ID on the table or check online. My family is affluent. If you save me, I will provide you with 200 million immediately. Xia Tianqiong paused, then turned to rummage through the room, eventually discovering her ID and business card. Indeed, the president of Xia Tianqiong Group, he remarked, returning to the restroom door with the card in hand. If your family is so wealthy, why reside in such a low-end hotel? I intend to acquire several budget hotels in this vicinity and transform them into 5-star establishments. My presence here is for an inspection, Song Shiqiao quickly explained. Please save me. With each passing minute, 3 years of my life are being siphoned away. There's no need to rush, he replied coolly. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong leaned against the door and leisurely remarked, Your family is so wealthy. Spending 200 million to buy your life seems rather insufficient, does it not? How much do you truly desire? A minimum of 1 billion, and it must be in my account today. Not a problem. Please save me. I feel as though I'm nearing death. Amidst their dialogue, the gamble of life extracted 3 years from Song Shiqiao's lifespan, causing her to age further. Her body gradually becoming stooped. Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow. You agreed rather too swiftly. I fear you may not intend to fulfill your promise, do you? Indeed, Song Shiqiao entertained such thoughts. Her survival was paramount, leaving no room for haggling. Everything could be discussed after she was saved. Just as she was about to argue, Xia Tianqiong chuckled nonchalantly. It matters not. I can save you, yet I can also end your life. Upon uttering these words, while Song Shiqiao was momentarily taken aback, he turned his gaze towards the gamble of life reflected in the mirror. I shall wager on her behalf. Excellent. Your presence is most welcome. The gamble of life beamed with an unusually radiant smile. From the moment Xia Tianqiong appeared, it was captivated. This man possessed an abundant lifespan, far surpassing that of an ordinary human. Were it not for the constraints of the rules preventing a forced change of target, it would have long abandoned the woman to focus on him. Now that he had voluntarily chosen to replace her, it did not contravene the rules. Xia Tianqiong entered the bathroom, standing before Song Shiqiao, and in an instant, the gamble of life morphed into his likeness within the mirror, though for some reason, its smile appeared rather lewd. Simultaneously, Song Shiqiao felt her legs regain their freedom and stumbled out. I shall wager with ghostly coins in place of my lifespan. As Xia Tianqiong exited the room, he stuffed several smaller gold ingots into his pocket, which would come in handy at that moment. In a moment of perilous gamble, he produced a resplendent gold ingot, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. Are you even human? How can you possess such an abundance of ghostly currency, all in the form of ghostly gold? Chapter 13. A game of life and death. No wonder he was so eager to wager his life. It turns out he was in possession of such a wealth of ghostly coins. Within the mirror, the two figures of Xia Tianqiong appeared identical, yet their expressions were utterly disparate. The exterior maintained its usual calm demeanor, while the interior was filled with insatiable greed, fixated intently on the golden ingot. For the peculiar entities known as Witty, ghostly coins are the product of condensed netherworld energy, which can be absorbed directly without the need for refinement. However, the purity contained within different ghostly coins varies. Ghostly gold possesses the most refined essence of nether energy, thereby facilitating the enhancement of the entity's power. In comparison to human lifespan and spirit, these entities have a far greater affinity for gold. How does one equate gold to lifespan? Xia Tianqiong inquired. According to the rules of the ghost realm, one tael of ghostly gold is equivalent to 1 year of life. The life-gambling entity lacked ghostly coins and could only wager lifespan, while Xia Tianqiong employed gold, necessitating a predetermined conversion ratio. Let us commence. In the restroom, the game of rock, paper, scissors resumed. The life-gambling entity counted 1, 2, 3, and both a person and an entity executed their moves simultaneously. In a best-of-3 format, Xia Tianqiong effortlessly claimed victory in the first round, earning 3 additional years of life. This is far too easy. Feeling significantly rejuvenated, Xia Tianqiong's spirits soared. Instead of a best-of-3, let us alter the stakes to a single round for each match, wagering 10 years of life per game. What do you say? Are you willing to gamble? Of course, I am unreservedly willing. There is no amount that would deter me, the life-gambling entity replied with a sly grin, its heart brimming with joy. Indeed, humanity is both foolish and avaricious. Observe how I shall claim your underworld currency, and your lifespan shall also belong to me. Song Shiqiao hurriedly dressed, preparing to flee the room. As she passed by the bathroom door, she overheard a peculiar conversation between 2 individuals. Unable to restrain herself, she cautioned, "You must cease gambling. Winning the first round will grant you the freedom to move, hurry, and depart." Her intentions were noble. Yet Summer Tianqiong cast a glance in her direction and retorted, "Do not forget to prepare the funds. 1 billion, I demand it today. Why are you so preoccupied with money? Is a life more significant than wealth?" Song Shiqiao completely overlooked how she had previously succumbed to temptation. Initially, she intended to flee without a trace, thinking that if this man perished here, she would owe him nothing. Yet her curiosity was piqued. This individual had appeared in the room unexpectedly and without a sound. Was he akin to the bizarre entities within a mirror? Or perhaps he was one of those extraordinary beings. Song Shiqiao's family wielded considerable influence and had occasionally heard tales of such figures. A glimmer of hope ignited within her heart. If this young man could contend with the anomalies of the mirror, perhaps he could also assist her in reclaiming her lifespan. Summer Tianqiong paid no heed to Song Shiqiao. The gambling continued. He had triggered the death rules. Henceforth, he must either win against his opponent or devise a way to break the rules, lest he perish. After a series of games, winning more than he lost, he gradually transformed into an 18-year-old visage. My luck is indeed splendid. The sensation of youth is delightful. Summer Tianqiong now possessed a lifespan that could extend 40 to 50 years. If he truly reversed the aging process, he might even revert to his cellular state. However, perhaps due to the constraints of the rules, when he returned to the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old, his physical exterior underwent no further changes, while his internal functions continued to enhance. He radiated an aura of vigor and vitality. The gambler of fate in the mirror revealed a barely perceptible cold smile. The time had come to cast the net. Just as with Song Shiqiao before, where victory was followed by defeat, this instance mirrored that pattern. Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong chuckled. "Too slow. I wonder how long this game will last. Tell me, how much time do you have left? Let us settle our fates in one final round." Settle our fates in one final round? The gambler of fate felt somewhat bewildered. Was this person so eager to meet their demise? "You tell me how much time you have left, and I shall wager an equal amount of gold. Let us gamble on this last game." As soon as Xia Tianqiong finished speaking, the gambler of fate's eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily curved upwards. Outside the door, half hidden, Song Shiqiao suddenly called out, "Have you lost your mind? This could cost you your life." "How could that be? Can't you see that my luck is particularly good today? Yet that does not guarantee victory in every round. What if you lose the next one?" "Not to worry. I have plenty of money," Xia Tianqiong replied to Song Shiqiao, then turned to urge the gambler of fate. "So, how much time do you have left to wager?" "Human, while you possess some ghost coins, it is still insufficient for me to stake my entire lifespan. If you wish to gamble one final round, I agree. Put forth all your ghost coins and your remaining lifespan." The gambler of fate scoffed dismissively. The individual before him had just produced a handful of gold, perhaps only a few dozen taels. Even when combined with his entire lifespan, it was far from enough for the gambler of fate to risk everything. Song Shiqiao sighed softly. "Is that all there is?" She initially believed the other party to be an extraordinary individual. However, after a prolonged gamble, it turned out to rely solely on luck, devoid of any remarkable skills. Just like before, she lost her rationality amidst the game, escalating her stakes further. "Very well, I will present all my gold, hoping you possess sufficient lifespan." Xia Tianqiong smiled lightly, retrieving a dozen gold ingots of various sizes from his pocket and placing them in the sink before the mirror. The gambler of fate cast a glance, scoffing. These are merely 30 or 40 taels. Even when combined with your current lifespan, it amounts to only 170 or 80 years. To compel me to relinquish my entire lifespan, this is far from adequate. Do not be hasty. There is more, Xia Tianqiong replied, bending down to open the cabinet beneath the sink. To his astonishment, a plump infant sat inside, cradling 2 gold ingots in its hands. Xia Tianqiong first gently patted the child's head in a gesture of reassurance, then took the gold ingots and placed them in the sink. The gold was too plentiful and heavy to carry in its entirety, but fortunately, he had the peculiar infant. He instructed the infant to teleport back to the room to retrieve more gold in return. The gambler of fate could not perceive this scene in the mirror. Yet at the doorway, Song Shiqiao witnessed it clearly, nearly gasping in disbelief at the sight of the infant. The infant smiled sweetly at her before suddenly vanishing. In less than 2 seconds, the infant reappeared, again holding 2 gold ingots. Song Shiqiao stood agape, utterly at a loss for words. Her experiences that day were simply astonishing. Xia Tianqiong continued to produce 1 gold ingot after another, each progressively larger. The expression of the gambler of fate gradually stiffened, yet his eyes gleamed with avarice and excitement. Its face was pressed against the mirror, longing to emerge and seize all the gold. Suddenly, it became aware of a pressing question. This gold must amount to several hundred taels, but do I possess sufficient lifespan for such a gamble? How much of this spectral gold do you truly hold? The gambler of fate had lost all previous arrogance. Not much, merely around 8 or 900 taels, Xia Tianqiong casually fabricated. The gambler of fate hesitated for a moment, then revealed a hint of embarrassment. At most, I currently possess a mere 386 years of lifespan to wager. The nature of the uncanny being was such that it was neither alive nor dead, inherently devoid of a lifespan. Yet, the gambler of fate was unique. While other entities could only absorb human lifespans to transform into spectral power, it could inversely convert its own spectral energy into lifespan. This was precisely why the gambler of fate had been so highly coveted by humanity in its previous existence. Pointing at the gold nearly filling the sink, Xia Tianqiong expressed dissatisfaction. I have nearly 400 taels of gold, and you only now reveal that your lifespan is insufficient? Are you jesting? I had no inkling you possessed so much spectral gold. The gambler of fate wore a smile, yet inwardly mused, foolish human, this spectral gold shall soon be mine. The entity did not rely on luck in its gambles. Rather, it employed arcane techniques capable of influencing human consciousness, compelling the opponent to make the choices it desired, all while remaining blissfully unaware, believing these were their own decisions. Thus, the entire gambling process was fundamentally under the gambler of fate's control. Even the luckiest of individuals would stand no chance against it. Very well, let us wager your 386 years of lifespan. Hasten now, urged Xia Tianqiong. The gambler of fate responded with a mysterious smile. All right, I will count to 3. This shall be our final round. Outside the door, Song Shiqiao became increasingly anxious, as if she were placing a bet within. Chapter 14. The Contract of Fate and Deception. 1, 2, 3. The deceiver of fate counted aloud while intently gazing into Xia Tianqiong's eyes, subtly influencing his consciousness through trickery, compelling him to choose cloth for the next round, while it itself would select scissors. As the final syllable of 3 lingered in the air, both the player and the trick executed their move simultaneously. One revealed scissors, while the other, astonishingly, presented a rock. This is impossible. The deceiver of fate's face contorted in disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. How could you choose rock? I distinctly commanded you to select cloth. It was not my hand that chose. Xia Tianqiong replied with a triumphant smile. Just as his words hung in the air, a head unexpectedly emerged from his shoulder, proclaiming, I controlled the master's body, thus yielding the rock. He chuckled, Brother, welcome to the fold. The delivery trick greeted with a mischievous grin, reminiscent of its own past deceptions. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Shiqiao screamed in terror and fled the room. She suspected that this young man might also be one of the so-called anomalies, and remaining could pose a peril. The deceiver of fate suddenly had a realization, incredulously pointing at Xia Tianqiong. Do you comprehend my trickery? Xia Tianqiong nodded. Indeed, I am aware that your deception can affect human consciousness. Thus, in the final round, I allowed the anomaly within me to act on my behalf. It is attuned to my thoughts. When you commanded me to choose cloth, it anticipated your scissors and thus controlled my body to deliver a fist. It is as simple as that. This cannot be. The deceiver of fate bellowed, its visage twisted with rage. This is my first venture into the mortal realm. How could you possibly grasp the intricacies of my trickery? In the summer, Xiong beckoned with a finger, declaring that such words were meaningless now. Wagers must be honored. A lifespan of 386 years is at stake. Take it. My essence can only transform this much life, and once given, I shall dissipate. The gambler of fate had never contemplated the possibility of defeat. Otherwise, they would not have staked everything on this gamble. Should they fail to pay the wager, they would violate the rules and face annihilation by the very force of those rules. Xiong crossed their arms, exuding an air of assured victory. If you wish to survive, then enter into a contract with me. The power of the contract surpasses that of the rules. Only through an agreement can one break the constraints imposed by them. The gambler of fate hesitated slightly, conceding, very well, my fate is sealed. I shall sign an equitable contract with you. Suddenly, Xiong let out a cold laugh. You have misunderstood. You are on the brink of death. My purpose in forming this contract is to save you. And if a contract is to be made, it shall be a master-servant pact. Cursed human, you have been plotting against me from the very beginning. Indeed, must you be permitted to harm others while I am not allowed to defend myself? As the two engage in their dialogue, the power of the rules had already ensnared the gambler of fate within the mirror, beginning to tear at their corporeal form as punishment for their transgression. I possess the ability to extend human lifespans, a matter of utmost concern to all of you. Thus, you would never wish for my demise. The gambler of fate allowed the force of the rules to rend their body, their expression resolute. I shall never enter into a humiliating master-servant contract with you. I would rather completely dissipate. Xiong furrowed their brow, realizing that the opponent had indeed struck a chord. With the gambler of fate by their side, one could continually enhance their lifespan and maintain eternal youth. This was the cherished aspiration of nearly all humanity. Regardless of the circumstances, one must not allow the fateful gambler to perish. Just as he was about to acquiesce, the delivery specter on his shoulder spoke again. Brother, cease your struggles. The master possesses even the legendary forbidden arts and cares not for your existence. Do you not see? The gold before us is derived from the demise of one of our kind, transformed through its ethereal power. The delivery specter's words were laced with a palpable intent to deceive. Summer Sky was momentarily stirred. He retrieved an untransformed paper ingot from his pocket and presented it before the mirror. The fateful gambler was torn apart by the forces of the rules, and a torrent of ethereal energy erupted forth, irresistibly drawn into the ingot. Truly, this was the legendary forbidden art. The gambler's eyes widened, filled with shimmering stars. No gambler is indifferent to wealth, and neither was he. The delivery specter continued to cajole. Brother, it is not only you who can extend human life. The master is wealthy enough to easily prolong his existence. Heed my counsel. There is no inherent flaw in the contract with the master. If you persist in your resistance, the master will indeed watch you dissipate, converting your ethereal power entirely into ghostly currency for my consumption. Look at me. I too have signed a master-esque contract, and it is quite beneficial. Just moments ago, I was granted over 100 taels of gold. Summer Sky maintained an aloof demeanor. Yet inwardly he marveled at the delivery specter's prowess. This fellow was quite adept. He had not anticipated such persuasive eloquence. The golden ingot in his grasp grew increasingly substantial, while the fateful gambler in the mirror began to fade. Very well, I am willing to sign a master-esque contract. Ultimately, after much hesitation, the fateful gambler chose to capitulate. Having such a master is indeed quite favorable. At the very least, there will be no lack of ghostly currency in the future, which holds great appeal for it. Xia Tianqiong cast a glance at the takeout spirit perched upon his shoulder, feeding it a gold ingot the size of his fist. He communicated with it telepathically, assuring it that it would receive ghostly currency daily henceforth. The takeout spirit swallowed the gold with delight, responding with a smile. "Thank you, Master. My ability to sign with you is solely due to your charm. I merely played a trivial role." "Ah, true flatterer." Xia Tianqiong chuckled inwardly and proceeded smoothly to sign a master-servant contract with the gambling spirit. The gambling spirit belongs to the Mirror Spirit clan, a rather unique entity. It possesses no physical form, nor does it have a defined appearance, capable of transforming into any person or object it has encountered. Its most distinctive trait is its inability to inhabit a human body. It can only reside within items like mirrors. Therefore, Xia Tianqiong shattered the bathroom mirror, selecting a small shard to serve as the dwelling for the gambling spirit, which he carried with him. In the future, whenever he invoked the gambling spirit's abilities, he would need to hold the mirror. He mastered 3 distinct abilities. The first, the mirror binding technique, allows him to temporarily immobilize an opponent's legs by reflecting them in the mirror, though it can only target one individual at a time. The second, rock, paper, scissors, is rather lackluster, or rather, essentially useless. It can only be employed in the game of rock, paper, scissors, subtly influencing the opponent's consciousness through eye contact, compelling them to play as he wishes. The third technique is the art of life transfer, which allows one to convert the ethereal powers of fate into human longevity. It bears resemblance to the spectral delivery of ghostly services, representing a self-detrimental form of sorcery. This is the very art that captivates Xia Tianqiong the most. From that moment forth, he could eternally retain the age of 18, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he might even attain immortality. "Master, the art of fate is still somewhat unaccustomed to me," he stammered, finally managing to utter those 2 words. "There are quite a number of my kin nearby. Would you be interested in conquering a few more?" "Oh, can you lead me to your kin?" Xia Tianqiong inquired, suddenly intrigued. The Mirror Spirit clan is indeed a notable lineage. He recalled a peculiar variant known as the Mirror Spectre, which was coveted by humans, second only to the art of fate itself. This art possesses the ability to create a mirrored space. In simpler terms, it allows one to forge an alternate dimension within a mirror, serving as both a storage facility and a living space. It is essentially a portable realm. Should he manage to contract such a peculiar entity, carrying a vast amount of gold would become exceedingly convenient. The art of fate continued. "I can lure them over one by one." The choice of the word lure was quite telling, indicating its intent to deceive its own kin. "Ha ha ha, you're quite clever. Here is 50 taels of gold for you. For each one you deceive into coming, I shall reward you with another 50 taels." Xia Tianqiong was in high spirits, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected benefit of contracting the art of fate. Speaking of which, wasn't he the Mirror Spirit clan known for their unity? This fellow was indeed attempting to trick its own kin, a notion unheard of in his previous life. "Brother, you truly are a master of deception." The spectral delivery spirit complimented insincerely. A sudden sense of urgency enveloped her. It seemed she had acquired an unexpected rival for affection. Song Shiqiao had already fled, while Xia Tianqiong remained unfazed. She extracted her phone and dialed the number inscribed on the business card. The phone rang twice before the other party answered. "Ms. Song, where's my 1 billion? Chapter 15. The enigmatic mirror deception. In a state of panic, Song Shiqiao dashed out of the room and then out of the entire building, only pausing upon witnessing the bustling scene of people and vehicles on the street. A rational individual encountering such an absurd situation would typically contact the authorities. She, however, chose to call her family instead. Within her lineage resided a centenarian great-grandfather, who often spoke in riddles about the existence of spirits and deities. The family dismissed his musings as mere remnants of outdated beliefs. Yet, for reasons she could not fathom, Song Shiqiao's first thought was of him. She recounted the events in detail, and her great-grandfather exhibited no overt astonishment. Instead, he remained remarkably composed, advising her to avoid provoking the peculiar individual, insisting that the promised sum must be delivered. Indeed, she should even consider offering more to foster a favorable relationship, as it might prove beneficial in the future. After conversing with her great-grandfather for some time, she had just hung up when another call came through. Miss Song, where's my 1 billion? The voice belonged to the nonchalant young man. Have you managed to escape? Song Shiqiao inquired. Xia Tianqiong did not respond directly, maintaining his leisurely tone. Ms. Song, you are now safe. It is time to fulfill your promise, is it not? You saved my life, and naturally, I expect you to honor your commitment. However, acquiring 10 billion today poses a challenge. Mobilizing such a substantial amount of funds requires considerable maneuvering. I will first transfer 200 million from my personal account to you. As for the remaining funds, allow me a few days. I assure you, I will provide them all. Certainly. The other party readily agreed without any negotiation, which took Song Shiqiao by surprise. Then the other party continued. For the remaining 800 million, you may consider an alternative method of payment. A sense of foreboding washed over Song Shiqiao. Could this person harbor ulterior motives? What method? She inquired. Are you not seeking to acquire the budget hotels here? You shall purchase the 7 buildings nearby, along with the adjacent shopping mall, and gift them all to me. Song Shiqiao paused for 2 seconds, thinking this was an outrageous demand. Although her great-grandfather had mentioned the possibility of offering more to win over the other party, surely it could not amount to such an extravagant sum. 7 buildings and a bustling shopping mall must be worth over 2 billion. This was an exorbitant request. In a few days, the price will plummet, and it may not cost much at all. What do you mean? You will understand in due time. Xia Tianqiong refrained from elaborating, instead posing a question. Do you wish to restore your lifespan? Do you possess a means to do so? Song Shiqiao's urgency surged. This was a question she had longed to ask. The peculiarities within the mirror have been subdued, and I can indeed assist you in regaining your lifespan. Once you acquire the buildings and the mall for me, restoration will follow. This area is an exit to the realm of the strange, with a continuous influx of peculiarities, most of which are of the wild variety, making it ideal for hunting. Xia Tianqiong aimed to secure this location before the authorities and other hunters of the strange could lay claim to it, intending to establish it as a private hunting ground or to cultivate his own team. Upon encountering Song Shiqiao, he was struck by a sudden inspiration. The acquisition process was cumbersome, time-consuming, and laborious. Thus, he decided to have the Song Tian group handle the acquisition, allowing him to focus on hunting the bizarre. Upon hearing that her lifespan could be restored, Song Shiqiao was filled with unrestrained joy. Can you assist me in restoring my lifespan right now? Rest assured, my Song family will never owe you anything. I can write an IOU and fulfill it in a few days. I do not accept IOUs. Proceed as I instructed. I will send you the account number shortly. Transfer 200 million as soon as possible. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Anxiously, Song Shiqiao attempted to call back, but received no response. She stood momentarily dazed on the street before hurriedly returning to her hotel room, only to find that he had already departed. Xia Tianqiong teleported back to his room, bringing all the gold with him, carelessly tossing it onto the bed. He stood in the bathroom, gently touching his cheek and pinching his biceps, relishing in the vitality of his youthful physique, and could not help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to have an 18-year-old body." The extension of his lifespan not only rendered him younger, but also imbued him with boundless energy, as if he possessed an inexhaustible source of strength. The very next day after his rebirth, he entered into a life betting contract, which was nothing short of a delightful surprise. This alone was sufficient to serve as a golden key. The life betting contract could not only extend Xia Tianqiong's own lifespan, but could also be utilized to augment others' lifespans. Even if he chose to do nothing else, merely engaging in the trade of life could attract widespread admiration and potentially draw many hunters of the bizarre to his side. However, without the power to protect himself, he risked being controlled by others. Xia Tianqiong retrieved a small mirror from his pocket, within which lay the life betting contract. A slender ray of light emerged from a small mirror, drifting into the larger mirror in the bathroom, where the figure of Xia Tianqiong sprang to life. "Master, do you require me to seek out my kin now?" The gambling spirit appeared more anxious than Xia Tianqiong, eager to summon its kindred to forge a pact with the master. "Go ahead. It would be best to find a mirror spirit. I am in dire need of such peculiarities at this moment." "Very well, I shall do my utmost." With that, the gambling spirit glided out of the mirror, vanishing from sight. The mirror spirits were formless and shadowy, capable of wandering anywhere. However, they possessed a flaw. They could not remain outside for prolonged periods and must periodically seek refuge in a mirror before continuing their wanderings. Meanwhile, Jiangyu left the budget hotel with a heavy heart, finally grasping the meaning of servitude. It seemed she would never regain her freedom again. But who could she blame? This was her own choice. Yet, upon further reflection, if indeed the apocalypse were to descend tomorrow, aligning herself with Xia Tianqiong might not be such a poor option. After all, he appeared privy to knowledge that eluded others, and perhaps remaining by his side would afford her a longer existence. Just like last night, had it not been for him, she too would have ended up a lifeless husk like her downstairs neighbor. With a sense of self-reassurance, Jiangyu's spirits lifted, and she resolved to diligently fulfill the tasks assigned by Xia Tianqiong. Her first step was to scour the internet for essential supplies in preparation for the impending apocalypse. To her surprise, she discovered a plethora of posts offering guidance on how to cope with various apocalyptic scenarios, each detailing survival strategies tailored to different types of cataclysms. After perusing several strategic guides, she followed their advice, resorting to online loans and overdrawing her credit card, supplemented by her own savings, amassing a sum exceeding 400,000 yuan. Subsequently, she rented a warehouse and procured various supplies. Overwhelmed by the workload, she employed 5 couriers, providing them with a shopping list to acquire rice, flour, and cooking oil from the agricultural market, various food items from the wholesale market, and daily medications from the pharmacy. Given the substantial quantity of goods, merchants delivered directly to the warehouse, allowing her to merely await their arrival. Completing the task in such a short span surely would please him, she mused, feeling a sense of accomplishment swell within her. At that moment, a message from Xia Tianqiong pinged on her WeChat, requesting her bank account number, claiming he needed to transfer funds. Without hesitation, she sent it over. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived, stating that 200 million yuan would be deposited into her account, instructing her to purchase supplies without retaining a single cent. Jiangyu paused, contemplating how he could possibly possess such a vast amount of money. Could he be involved in some illicit activity? She promptly called Xia Tianqiong, asking, "You aren't robbing a bank, are you?" In her eyes, Xia Tianqiong seemed to possess an uncanny ability to appear and vanish like a specter, making the idea of him robbing a bank somewhat plausible. On the other end, she heard a soft chuckle. Robbing a bank? That's an intriguing notion. I shall consider it. Jiangyu was taken aback, questioning the source of such wealth. It's from others. You need not concern yourself with the details. To spend it freely. Your mission is to convert it into survival supplies as swiftly as possible, and do remember to stockpile some gold and silver paper. After Xia Tianqiong finished speaking, he hastily hung up the phone. Jiangyu stood frozen in place, unable to suppress her grievances, exclaiming how truly reckless he was. With so much money, how am I supposed to spend it? On the other end, Xia Tianqiong was eager to end the call because the gambling spirit had just left but quickly returned. Master, I encounter mirror spirit just as I stepped out. I have successfully lured it here. It will arrive shortly. Please prepare yourself. The voice of the gambling spirit echoed in his mind, bringing great joy to Xia Tianqiong. The mirror spirit's mirrored space was particularly practical. If he could form a contract with it, he would possess a personal space. All the supplies Jiangyu had purchased could be stored within, allowing for convenient transportation. Quickly, Xia Tianqiong took out 50 taels of gold to reward the gambling spirit. He then grabbed a few smaller gold ingots and placed them into his pocket before entering the restroom, pretending to wash his hands in front of the mirror. As he washed, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Raising his head, he was startled to see his reflection smiling peculiarly and waving at him. In the next instant, an invisible force surged forth, enveloping Xia Tianqiong entirely and pulling him toward the mirror. The surface of the mirror became soft, resembling the surface of water. First, his head slipped in, followed by his shoulders, upper body, and soon his entire being entered the mirror. The surface rippled in concentric waves before quickly settling again. If someone were to enter at that moment, they would find 2 identical figures within the mirror. With a splash, Xia Tianqiong fell to the ground, looking up to see that he was still in the restroom. Only now there stood another version of himself beside him. This was, of course, the illusion conjured by the mirror's spirit. And this space was the mirrored realm, identical to the restroom outside. "Hello there." Summer Sky arose, extending his hand with a genial smile, as if greeting a long-lost acquaintance with exceptional warmth. This demeanor took the mirror wraith aback. A typical individual would be seized by trepidation and utter disarray, yet this human displayed none of these emotions, instead appearing genuinely pleased by its arrival. "Are you not afraid?" the mirror wraith inquired, perplexed, as it clasped Summer Sky's hand. "Fearless, and indeed, I have been anticipating your advent," Summer Sky retorted, grasping the wraith's hand firmly. Summer Sky persisted. "Would you be amenable to entering into a pact with me? I possess considerable wealth, and by aligning yourself with me, you shall never want for funds." With the other hand, he produced several gold ingots from his pocket, displaying them openly before the mirror wraith, a blatant enticement. The mirror wraith's eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the gold, unblinking. "Indeed, you possess a plethora of hell money," it remarked. It had been informed by the gambling wraith that the inhabitant of this place possessed ample hell money, which was why it had ventured forth in broad daylight to inflict harm. "What do you say? Consider it. If you accede at this juncture, we shall forge an equitable agreement." Summer Sky continued to cajole, preferring to avoid coercive measures if possible, given the inherent risks. The mirror wraith regarded him, a smile gradually spreading across its face, though it was unmistakably a sardonic one. "Why would I enter into a pact with you? Once you are confined here to your demise, your hell money shall be mine," it sneered. Its death rule was quite straightforward: to ensnare individuals within a mirrored dimension. Failure to escape within 10 minutes would result in death. The solution was equally simple: shatter the mirror to return to the real world. However, while simple in theory, execution proved more challenging. As the specter of the mirror fiend deterred the shattering of the glass, Summer Vault remained unfazed, possessing the means to shatter the mirror and thus circumvent the fatal decree. However, such action was premature, his aspiration lying with the entity itself rather than mere escape. Chapter 16. A game we shall play. Summer Vault gazed upon his doppelganger, the mirror fiend, and remarked, "Your vision is indeed myopic. What sum of gold could I possibly carry? A mere few taels at most. Yet, should you bind yourself to me, an endless stream of hell money would be at your disposal. Can you not perform such a simple calculation? I revel in my autonomy." The mirror fiend retorted with a frigid sneer, "Why would I shackle myself to a feeble mortal for a paltry sum of hell money? Abandon all hope." Summer Vault prepared to forcibly subdue the entity when a series of knocks reverberated through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Both man and specter turned their gaze towards the mirror. The sound emanated from the reality beyond. Outside Summer Vault's chamber, 2 officers of the law and a hotel employee were stationed, their knuckles rapping against the door. The previous night, a guest had perished within the confines of this budget hotel, initially dismissed as an isolated incident. Yet, as the day progressed, several guests failed to check out in a timely manner. Upon investigation, the staff discovered multiple fatalities, each death macabre in its presentation. This prompted the authorities to suspect the presence of additional victims within the building, thus initiating a methodical room-by-room inspection. "Cease your knocking and simply unlock the door," a junior officer urged the hotel employee, who had rapped several times without response. "Is anyone present within? I am about to open the door." The hotel staff was cognizant of the room's occupancy and, adhering to protocol, was obligated to announce their presence before entry. As she spoke, she produced the key card, swiping it to unlock the door with a distinct beep. The rooms in budget hotels are typically compact, and upon opening, the bedhead was immediately visible, with a resplendent array of golden objects adorning the bed, instantly capturing the attention of the 3 individuals at the threshold. The younger officer, with an air of urgency, was the first to approach, followed by a portly, more seasoned officer, and lastly, the female employee. The lavatory was situated adjacent to the entrance, and the 2 officers merely glanced inside, confirming its vacancy without venturing in for a closer inspection. The female employee, however, craned her neck to peer within. In that instant, she beheld a figure in the mirror, a doppelganger of herself. The mirror within the mirror. Alas! Before she could articulate her astonishment, a potent force emanated, drawing her into the looking glass. The two officers, initially intent on examining the golden heap upon the bed, reacted to the commotion by brandishing their firearms and rushing towards the lavatory. The outcome was identical. A mere glimpse into the mirror resulted in their absorption into its depths. Who are you?" the female employee exclaimed, her visage etched with terror, as she beheld an exact replica of herself beside her. Similarly, upon entering, the two officers were each confronted with their respective counterparts. This is the hallmark of the mirror wraith. For each entrant, an illusory doppelganger is conjured. These specters not only replicate the appearance of others, but also synchronize their actions, expressions, and utterances. For instance, upon the arrival of the two officers, they were instantaneously quadrupled, each wielding a firearm and aiming it at another. "Zhang, don't point that at me." The younger officer, who had initially aimed his weapon at his own reflection, noticed the elder officer pointing his gun at him. "I cannot discern which one is the real you." The seasoned officer, possessing a keen intellect, discerned that as he aimed his firearm, a perfect simulacrum position beside him mirrored his actions with unwavering precision, akin to a reflection in a looking glass. Upon the arrival of the trio, Xia Tianqiong sensed impending peril. The modus operandi of the mirror wraith diverges when confronting a solitary individual versus a group. Previously, his escape hinged upon shattering the mirror. However, the parameters had now shifted. The confined mirrored space expanded commensurately with the influx of entrants. Two officers, a hotel employee, and Xia Tianqiong, accompanied by their respective doppelgangers, totaled 8 individuals, yet the space remained unrestrictedly commodious. Concurrently, Xia Tianqiong's mirrored counterpart underwent a transformation, perpetually mirroring his gestures and expressions, ceasing all verbal interaction. He comprehended that the revised death knell had taken effect. Inscriptions upon the mirror, the hotel employee exclaimed in a state of alarm. In unison, their gazes converged upon the mirror's surface, where a line of sanguinary script materialized, as if inscribed digit by digit with blood-soaked fingers. "Given the multitude present, let us partake in a game." The junior officer redirected his weapon toward the mirror, his gaze fixed upon Xia Tianqiong, seeking elucidation regarding the unfolding circumstances. He surmised that Xia Tianqiong, having been the first to enter, might possess greater insight. "I am equally ignorant," Xia Tianqiong responded, gesturing towards the mirror. Further inscriptions are present below, as if an unseen entity stood before the mirror, meticulously transcribing each character. This game shall be entitled The Quest for Authenticity. Premise 1. In each round, a person will be randomly selected to identify one genuine individual from a group. A correct choice ensures survival into the subsequent round and awards a fragment of a looking glass. Premise 2. As the game commences, each participant will generate an additional illusory double every 60 seconds. Premise 3. Each person is allotted a selection period of 180 seconds. The game's precepts seemed elementary, yet Xia Tianqiong discerned that they concealed pivotal intelligence. Precisely as the mirror wraith was elucidating the regulations via the looking glass to the assembled individuals, an interloper from the corporeal realm intruded upon Xia Tianqiong's chamber. The constables had neglected to secure the portal upon their initial entry. A couple of middle-aged paramours, having concluded their tryst, were vacating the premises and, in egressing, the gentleman espied a lustrous object of aureate hue upon the divan. It bore the semblance of bullion. Lu Wangcai's pupils dilated precipitously. He stood transfixed at the threshold, unable to resist the urge to investigate further. "Desist from entering. Even if it is gold, it belongs to another," implored Luo Ying. Lu Wangcai disregarded her admonition and, in a subdued tone, hailed the room. "Is anyone present?" Receiving no rejoinder, he cast a furtive glance in both directions and then gingerly advanced into the chamber. Luo Ying attempted to restrain him, but her efforts proved futile. Lu Wangcai passed the lavatory entrance, peering within to ascertain if anyone was concealed, thus affording him an avenue of retreat. The lavatory was desolate, devoid of any personage, yet upon the mirror, a series of sanguinary characters were autonomously inscribing themselves. Simultaneously, he beheld the individuals within the looking glass. "Crap! was transpiring. Lu Wangcai's entire being stiffened. His very soul was nearly extirpated. Before he could muster a response, he was inexorably drawn into the looking glass. Bewildered, Luo Ying hastened to the lavatory, only to meet with the same disconcerting fate. As if this were not enough, the cleaning lady arrived to tidy the floor. Having witnessed the furtive entry of the couple into the room, followed by their cries of alarm, she promptly investigated, only to be drawn in as well. The situation had now escalated. The mirror now contained 7 living individuals and their 7 mirror doppelgangers. Yet the space within had expanded commensurately, preventing overcrowding. I merely came to look. I wasn't pilfering anything. Lu Wangcai, upon abruptly noticing 4 officers, each armed with a handgun and bearing a stern countenance, was nearly driven to confess preemptively. However, he swiftly regained his composure and tentatively inquired, "Who are you? What is transpiring here?" Veteran Officer Zhang Jihu scrutinized Lu Wangcai with narrowed eyes, discerning with his seasoned judgment that the middle-aged man was of dubious character. His demeanor turned severe as he retorted, "Silence, and observe the mirror yourself." Lu Wangcai, Luo Ying, and the cleaning lady collectively turned to face the mirror. Beneath the previously inscribed rules of the game, fresh inscriptions had materialized. How amusing! The more the merrier. Let the games commence. As the final exclamation mark was inscribed, all the sanguineous script on the mirror flickered momentarily before vanishing altogether. In its stead, the visages of the 7 individuals materialized on the mirror in sequence, only to then dematerialize in turn. It resembled a game of roulette, where the selected individual would initiate the first round of choices. Chapter 17. A game of mortality. The images of the 7 participants cycled through the mirror surface, each of them fraught with tension and a sense of impending doom. After several seconds, the cycle ceased abruptly, the image of the hotel's female employee frozen on the mirror surface. What does this signify? Why me? The female employee's countenance reflected palpable trepidation. As she articulated these words, her mirrored doppelganger echoed her sentiments verbatim, replicating her intonation, demeanor, and gesticulations with uncanny precision. It was virtually impossible to discern the authentic individual from her simulacrum. "Cease mimicking me," she exclaimed, recoiling in alarm and seeking refuge in the recesses of the lavatory. The mirrored entity mirrored her actions, shadowing her every retreat and maintaining a proximity of no more than a meter. "Compose yourself. Maintain equanimity." A junior officer advanced, endeavoring to assuage the woman's agitation. However, his movements were faithfully reproduced by his own mirrored counterpart, their actions synchronized with unsettling accuracy. Desist from approaching. The sight of 2 identical officers advancing only intensified the woman's apprehension. The junior officer halted, scrutinizing his mirrored reflection, uncertain of how to proceed. Let us all endeavor to remain calm. Panic will avail us nothing. Seasoned Officer Zhang Jihu, despite harboring his own internal trepidation, maintained a facade of composure. Throughout his extensive career, he had encountered numerous inexplicable occurrences, yet none so profoundly bizarre as the present situation. He approached the mirror, examining it meticulously, even tapping its surface to ascertain its properties. Finding nothing ostensibly amiss, he proceeded to the lavatory entrance, attempting to exit. However, an unseen force impeded his progress, rendering the doorway impassable despite his strenuous efforts. Throughout this ordeal, his mirrored counterpart replicated his actions with unwavering fidelity, mirroring even his furrowed brow and spoken words. "It appears we are confined within the confines of the mirror. Zhang, shatter the mirror. Perhaps that will provide egress." Upon the young officer's proposition, Zhang Jihu mused for a moment and acquiesced. "Give it a try." Emboldened by the affirmation, the young officer strode purposefully towards the mirror, brandishing his pistol. With a resounding crash, he struck the mirror with the gun's buttstock. The mirror remained unscathed, while the officer staggered backward from the impact. "Stand back, everyone. I'm going to shoot," the young officer exclaimed, visibly frustrated. He released the safety and prepared to discharge his weapon. Zhang Jihu hesitated, then decided against intervening. A gunshot echoed, leaving a bullet hole in the mirror, with radial cracks spreading across its surface. A collective surge of hope arose, believing they were on the verge of shattering it. However, in an instant, the cracks vanished, and the mirror reverted to its original state. Disappointment washed over the young officer's face, while his mirrored counterpart erupted in a bizarre fit of laughter. To violate the mirrored dimension is to die, it proclaimed. Abruptly, it reached out with its right hand, seizing the young officer with lightning speed. Caught off guard, the young officer had no time to evade as the hand plunged into his body. Before the horrified eyes of the onlookers, the mirrored doppelganger extracted an ethereal form from within him, then tilted its head back and devoured the specter, savoring each chew. It has been ages since I last tasted a human soul. Exquisite. The mirrored doppelganger smacked its lips, casting a sinister glance at the others before vanishing. Only then did the young officer's lifeless body collapse to the ground with a thud. Shrieks of terror filled the air as panic ensued. None had anticipated that the mirror doppelganger was a monster that consumed human souls. Before the group could regain their composure, each of them found themselves accompanied by a newly formed mirrored counterpart. A minute had elapsed unnoticed. Was participation in a game a prerequisite for egress? The female employee, huddled in the corner, trembled, aghast at the realization of mortality. The dictum stipulated that identifying the true selves of others ensured survival until the subsequent round. Conversely, would an incorrect identification result in demise? Her reflection in the mirror suggested the game's commencement with her. Consequently, within the allotted 3 minutes, she was compelled to discern someone's true identity. However, each individual possessed 2 identical mirror images, complicating the selection process. Refrain from arbitrary choices. This game is undoubtedly flawed and should not dictate our actions, Zhang Jihu cautioned, observing her gaze sweeping across the group, poised to make a selection. If a choice isn't made, will I be imperiled upon the expiration of the time limit? Zhang Jihu remained silent, unable to provide a definitive answer, yet instinctively felt that engaging in the game would be perilous. He then turned towards Xia Tianqiong. You possess knowledge of this place, do you not? The others, taken aback, turned their attention to Xia Tianqiong. Xia Tianqiong demurred. The veteran officer scrutinized Xia Tianqiong, his eyes narrowed. You were present upon our arrival, maintaining an excessive composure throughout, betraying no emotion even in the face of death. I am convinced that you are privy to information unknown to us. Upon hearing Zhang Jihu's analysis, the others also perceived the individual's excessive tranquility, as if merely an observer. Brother, if you possess any knowledge, please share it with us. Young man, what exactly is transpiring? Now that lives have been lost, any concealment on your part will carry consequences. Several individuals turned their gazes towards Xia Tianqiong, as if grasping at a glimmer of hope. Yet their eyes also held a hint of resentment. Xia Tianqiong, taken aback by the police's unwavering assertion, could only respond. I can only convey to you that deviating from the established rules of the game results in death. Even adhering to the rules offers only a slim chance of survival. Why didn't you disclose this sooner? Lu Wangkai lamented, before directing his attention to the female employee. You're the first. Proceed with your selection promptly. The female employee, however, harbored further inquiries. What are the ramifications of an incorrect choice? Xia Tianqiong, maintaining a composed demeanor, stated, an incorrect choice leads to death. Inaction also leads to death. The female employee was instantly thrown into a state of panic. Had she made a selection initially, she would have had a 50% probability of being correct. Now, with the addition of a doppelganger, the odds had dwindled to 1 in 3. With the passage of each minute, more doppelgangers would materialize, further diminishing her chances. Hesitation was no longer an option. She swiftly raised her hand, pointing towards the cleaning lady opposite her. I choose her. She is the true one. 3 identical cleaning ladies stood there, appearing indistinguishable from one another. However, she was acquainted with the woman, having interacted with her frequently during her work at the hotel. After a mere glance, she sensed a familiarity with the one on the far right, while the other 2 felt foreign. She couldn't quite articulate the reasoning behind this intuition, but at this juncture, she had no choice but to gamble. A line of text abruptly appeared on the mirror. Congratulations, you have made the correct selection, and are rewarded with a doppelganger mirror. Almost simultaneously, The two mirror images flanking the cleaning lady revealed ferocious expressions and lunged forward, tearing her soul from her body, shredding it, and devouring it before vanishing into thin air. The entire ordeal transpired in a mere 2 or 3 seconds, leaving the remaining individuals utterly astounded. To be selected as the true body meant certain death. In essence, regardless of whether one was chosen as the authentic self or not, someone present would inevitably perish. Zhang Zhihu silently deduced the pattern while meticulously observing the remaining survivors. Did I cause her demise? A female employee stood transfixed, never imagining that her decision would lead to the death of the cleaning lady. At that moment, a palm-sized mirror materialized before both her and her mirror doppelganger. She cautiously received it, instinctively inquiring, "What is this for?" Unexpectedly, an answer appeared on the mirror's surface. "Reflect thyself, communicate with intent, and conjure a mirror doppelganger, existing for the duration of an incense stick." A valuable item indeed. Allow me to examine it. Lu Wangkai suddenly strode forward, seizing the mirror from the bewildered female employee. His two mirror doppelgangers mirrored his actions, each snatching a mirror. "What are you doing? Return it to me," the female employee exclaimed. "I'm merely taking a look. Why be so miserly?" Lu Wangkai retorted. Despite his words, he promptly put it to use. The onlookers witnessed the 3 Lu Wangkais simultaneously raising the mirrors, each reflecting upon themselves, whereupon a wisp of ethereal light emanated from the mirror. The 3 wisps of light converged, coalescing into a new Lu Wangkai, while the mirrors shattered into fragments. The newly formed Lu Wangkai maintained identical movements and expressions as the original, yet the others could ascertain that this was the mirror doppelganger. Abruptly, Lu Wangkai began pacing around his mirror doppelganger, with the other mirror doppelgangers following suit in perfect synchronization. Consequently, our 4 figures circled about in a chaotic dance, rendering it nearly impossible to distinguish the newly conjured mirror images. Lu Wangkai's audacious maneuver left the onlookers in stunned bewilderment. The female employee, finally grasping the situation, exclaimed in exasperation, "Why did you use it?" She had belatedly realized the critical issue. The more mirror images one possessed, the less susceptible they were to being chosen as the true self. "It's not my fault," Lu Wangkai retorted with an air of nonchalant defiance. "I was merely experimenting. Who knew it would turn out this way?" His roguish demeanor made it evident to all that his actions were deliberate. The female employee was on the verge of tears, consumed by frustration. In the brief interlude, another minute elapsed, and each participant gained an additional doppelganger. The others now had 4, while Lu Wangkai boasted 5. The mirror's surface flickered once more with the participants' visages, initiating the selection of the next individual. Zhang Zhihu turned to Xia Tianqiong with a stern gaze. "What else do you know? If you don't want to be responsible for everyone's demise, you'd better divulge it now." A seasoned interrogator, he skillfully placed the onus on Xia Tianqiong. Lu Wangkai, Luo Ying, and the female employee simultaneously turned their attention to Xia Tianqiong. The rules of the game are straightforward. What more is there to say? Xia Tianqiong was unwilling to divulge too much. In this deadly game, the true peril lay not in the mirror specters, but in the other participants. Anyone could be chosen as the true self, thereby triggering the fatal rule. You must know how to survive or how to escape this place. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so composed, Zhang Zhihu asserted, his years of experience allowing him to read people with uncanny accuracy. Summer offered a faint smile. "Would you believe me if I told you that you are all destined to perish?" Upon hearing this, the other 3 individuals visibly paled. Only Zhang Zhihu remained composed. His brow furrowed as he inquired, "Will you also meet your end?" Before Summer could respond, the reflection on the mirror ceased its repetition, this time selecting Luo Ying. "Wangkai, what course of action should I undertake? How am I to choose?" Luo Ying exclaimed in alarm, seeking assistance from Lu Wangkai. However, upon beholding the 5 identical paramours, she was unable to discern the genuine one. Before Lu Wangkai could utter a word, Zhang Zhihu interjected, advising refrain from haste in your selection. First, elucidate the situation to prevent further fatalities. Luo Ying and Lu Wangkai both paused, displaying a degree of hesitation. Each minute of delay augments the number of doppelgangers, thereby diminishing the probability of selecting the authentic individual. Would that not place me in greater peril, while simultaneously ensuring your enhanced safety? Luo Ying was not insensible and comprehended the inherent danger. Her gaze traversed Zhang Jihu, Summer, and the female employee as she deliberated upon her selection. Zhang Jihu furrowed his brow slightly, before gesturing toward Summer. If a selection must be made, I propose you choose him. Lu Wankai chimed in, concurring, indeed, select him. He is undoubtedly concealing matters from us. If demise is to befall anyone, let it be him. Chapter 18. Acquiring mirrored doppelgangers within the mirrored domain. 5 genuine individuals and 21 doppelgangers were present, creating a lively spectacle. Concurrent with the augmentation of doppelgangers, the spatial expanse also expanded, precluding any sense of confinement. At this juncture, the other 4 individuals directed their gazes toward Summer, their expressions imbued with frigidity and resentment. Upon observing Luo Ying scrutinizing him, Summer harbored a sense of foreboding, realizing that selection of the genuine article would portend his certain demise. Hold on, I have something to say. Lu Wankai glared at Xia Tianqiong, his expression malevolent. No fear, eh? Quickly divulge everything you know. Xia Tianqiong turned to the nearest mirror image beside him. I wish to purchase doppelganger mirrors. He held several small gold ingots in his hand, presenting them to the specter. Instantly, avarice gleamed in the eyes of all the mirror images present. Such was the allure of spirit money to the uncanny, especially gold, the rarest form, which amplified the attraction. Suddenly, for words materialized on the mirror, game paused. The mirror image beside Xia Tianqiong ceased mimicking him and, with visible delight, spoke, I'll sell them. 1 tael of gold for 1 doppelganger mirror. Then take all this gold. Xia Tianqiong handed over the gold. The specter received it, weighing in its hand. 16 taels. I'll give you 16 doppelganger mirrors. To the mirror specter, a doppelganger mirror was merely a condensation of its own nether energy, hardly worth a tael of gold. It hadn't anticipated that this human wouldn't haggle at all, a veritable simpleton. It hastily conjured 16 doppelganger mirrors and handed them to Xia Tianqiong. Fearing he might change his mind, Xia Tianqiong, having received the doppelganger mirrors, immediately used them all. In an instant, 16 mirror images materialized around him, encircling him completely. Not stopping there, he moved about with his doppelgangers, weaving in circles, creating a dizzying spectacle that made it impossible to discern the true body. At this moment, 4 words reappeared on the mirror. Game resumed. Xia Tianqiong turned to Luo Ying. Are you certain you wish to choose me? With a mere 1 in 20 chance. Significantly lower than the odds faced by others, you are cautioned that an incorrect selection will result in demise. His pronouncement engendered astonishment among the assembled. It transpired that the game possessed such mechanics. This is inequitable. Upon what basis is he permitted to procure accoutrements? Lu Wankai vociferously protested to his doppelganger, asserting that while he lacked gold, he possessed ample funds with which to purchase such items. During each tryst, he habitually carried a sum of currency, which he now intended to utilize. He extracted a wad of banknotes from his purse. However, his simulacrum remained unresponsive. What could be the cause? Does it not accept paper currency? Lu Wankai directed his gaze toward Xia Tianqiong, imploring him for elucidation. Xia Tianqiong, however, evinced no inclination to engage, instead cautioning Luo Ying that the prolongation of time would result in an exponential increase in the number of simulacra, thereby diminishing the probability of selecting the authentic individual. He offered the amicable counsel that the selection of an acquaintance would augment the likelihood of identifying the genuine person. Luo Ying and Lu Wankai exchanged a sudden glance. What is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to sow discord? Lu Wankai exclaimed in indignation. Zhang Jihu, lost in contemplation, inquired of the hotel employee, what enabled you to so accurately discern the true identity of the cleaning staff? This query resonated with the inquisitiveness of both Luo Ying and Lu Wankai. The female employee's gaze averted, and she responded with hesitation, stating that her familiarity with her colleague, coupled with a mutual glance, engendered a sense of recognition toward one, while the others seemed somewhat unfamiliar. Her assertion substantiated Xia Tianqiong's counsel that the selection of an acquaintance would facilitate the identification of the genuine individual. Familiarity, a mutual glance. Zhang Jihu meticulously noted these two pivotal concepts. Another minute elapsed, resulting in the proliferation of each individual's image by one additional simulacrum. Luo Ying, startled, abruptly resolved to turn her attention toward Lu Wangkai, scrutinizing him with meticulous care. Lu Wangcai's countenance underwent a sudden transformation, his voice laced with outrage. "What in God's name do you think you're doing? Are you trying to be the death of me?" He continued. "You profess your love for me, avowing you divorce for my sake, even die for me. Now is the moment to make good on those pledges. To hell with you." He spat. "I was merely talking idly, you wretched harlot. Who in the world would willingly die for you? You are forbidden to choose me. As the saying goes, adversity reveals one's true nature, and these two were nothing more than illicit lovers." Luo Ying, stung by the invective, found her resolve strengthened. She scrutinized the 6 figures before her, and drawing upon years of intimacy, she detected a familiar aura emanating from the central one. A flicker of elation crossed her face, and as she was about to raise a finger in identification, Lu Wangkai, sensing impending doom, abruptly lunged forward. "You dare choose me? I'll beat you to death." Unable to discern Luo Ying's true form, he seized the nearest figure and began to strangle her. The 6 doppelgangers mirrored Lu Wangcai's actions, each seizing a Luo Ying. With one left over, Luo Ying retaliated with equal ferocity, and a chaotic melee ensued. Zhang Jihu attempted to intervene, but he noticed that Xia Tianqiong's gaze was fixed not on the brawling couple, but on the mirror. He followed his gaze and witnessed a line of crimson characters gradually materializing. "Attack the mirror image, and you shall meet your demise." As the final exclamation point appeared, Lu Wangkai and Luo Ying's mirror images abruptly froze, their faces contorted into grotesque smiles. They then turned upon the two, tearing their souls from their bodies, rending them asunder, and devouring them. With that, the mirror images vanished, leaving the bathroom in an eerie silence. The female employee and Zhang Jihu stared in trepidation at the newly added corpses, rendered speechless by the macabre spectacle. So, there exist additional stipulations. Are there perhaps other regulations that could lead to demise if overlooked? Zhang Jihu suddenly glared at Xia Tianqiong, questioning whether he was privy to these rules and deliberately withheld them, allowing others to perish. Xia Tianqiong, with a detached demeanor, calmly stated that divulging or concealing the information would not alter the inevitable outcome of death. This game bears a resemblance to the ghastly mother-seeking infant scenario, where only one individual can ultimately survive and depart. Imparting this knowledge to others would only invite complications for himself. The mirror once again displayed the visages of the 3 participants in a recurrent sequence, ultimately settling on Zhang Jihu. He pondered his choice between Xia Tianqiong and the female employee. Given the female employee's 5 doppelgangers compared to Xia Tianqiong's 21, selecting the former would undoubtedly present a more favorable chance of identifying the true entity. The female employee, with a pleading expression and tearful eyes, implored him not to select her, expressing her aversion to death. Zhang Jihu sighed, acknowledging the universal desire to evade mortality, and shifted his gaze towards Xia Tianqiong. The female employee promptly expressed her gratitude, assuming that Zhang Jihu had demonstrated compassion by sparing her, unaware that his decision was dictated by the game's regulations. The guidelines stipulated that selecting the true entity would ensure survival until the subsequent round. The definition of a round likely encompassed a complete cycle of selections by all participants. As the initial round had not yet concluded, selecting the female employee's true form and causing her demise would contradict Rule 1. Considering the capricious nature of this enigmatic game, there might exist an unstated, latent rule. Those who successfully identify the true form are prohibited from being chosen by others in this round. Failure to adhere to this rule could result in a fatal consequence. As a seasoned detective, he maintained a necessary level of vigilance. His gaze traversed each of Xia Tianqiong's mirrored avatars, scrutinizing their eyes intently. Yet his mind lingered on the 2 keywords mentioned by the female employee, familiarity and eye contact. The mirrored avatars resembled a process of replication, capable of synchronously mimicking actions and expressions, yet undoubtedly possessing distinctions. Otherwise, the female employee would not have been able to discern the true janitor based solely on a glance. Thus, the crux of the matter likely lay within the eyes. The eyes are a fascinating organ. Even the slightest change in emotion can convey diverse sentiments, regardless of whether one blinks or not. As time elapsed, the three individuals present each summoned an additional avatar. Zhang Zhihui endeavored to analyze and closely observe the eyes of the 20-plus Xia Tianqiong avatars. Each pair of eyes appeared calm and indifferent, seemingly indistinguishable from one another. After a moment of observation, he suddenly perceived that one pair of eyes conveyed a notably colder demeanor, as if gazing upon a corpse. Startled, he recognized a similar gaze. Those who had committed heinous acts or seasoned veterans from the battlefield often bore such a disregard for life in their eyes. "I found you," Zhang Zhihui scoffed. "Disclose everything you know, or I shall reveal your true form at this very moment." Xia Tianqiong, taken aback by the intensity of the gaze directed at him, was astonished that this old detective could discern his true form solely through observation, compelling his admiration. If chosen as the true form, there would be no escape from a grim fate. Knowing or not knowing does not alter the outcome. In this game, only the last survivor can escape. Is there no other way? Then why are you so composed? Are you certain you can endure until the end? Indeed, I am certain. I have already discerned your true identity, the fourth person from the left in the second row. If I were to point you out now, how could you possibly survive under the game S rules? Are you so sure? Xia Tianqiong suddenly chuckled, asserting that mere words are futile, and that only a physical indication would suffice. "You may attempt it." Zhang Zhihui, initially steadfast in his conviction, found himself suddenly beset by doubt upon hearing this. This individual is evidently well-versed in the game S regulations and remains remarkably calm, suggesting he harbors no fear of being identified. But why is that? As time slipped away amidst contemplation and hesitation, another minute passed, and the number of duplicates increased by one. With less than a minute remaining, Zhang Zhihui abruptly looked up, glaring at Xia Tianqiong. "This must be a psychological tactic. I am utterly convinced I know which one is your true self." As he spoke, he raised his hand, poised to reveal Xia Tianqiong's true identity. And indeed, he was correct in his choice. Just as his arm extended and he was about to point at his target, he suddenly perceived a flash before his eyes. The individual had vanished from sight. In its place, his hand indicated a duplicate position behind the original location. What has happened? Where have they gone? Zhang Zhihui's eyes widened, terror creeping across his face. "I am right here." Suddenly, a head emerged from behind a mirror duplicate. It turned out that in the final moments, Xia Tianqiong had employed shadow teleportation, concealing himself within the shadow of the mirror duplicate. Due to the peculiar nature of the mirror clone, it is unable to replicate other strange techniques, leaving the mirror doppelganger stagnant and unmoving. You're not human?" This was Zhang Zhihui's final utterance. He did not await a response before being slain by the mirror clone beside him. Now, only Xia Tianqiong and the hotel employee remained. An image reappeared in the mirror, this time without the need for repetition, as only Xia Tianqiong had yet to make a choice in this round. "I beg you, do not select me. I do not wish to die," the employee pleaded, tears cascading down her cheeks. Xia Tianqiong shook his head. There was no alternative. Only one could survive for the death game to conclude. At that moment, the employee possessed 7 clones, rendering the probability of identifying her true self a mere 1 in 8. However, Xia Tianqiong remained untroubled by the possibility of error. He possessed a method. Chapter 19. Expanding the mirror space, the hotel employee gazed at Xia Tianqiong. Her mind consumed by a singular thought. She fervently hoped he would not identify her true self, thus allowing her to be the sole survivor. Suddenly, she observed him retrieving a small golden ingot, cradled delicately in his palm. As confusion etched her features, she abruptly noticed something amiss with the mirror clones beside her. Although they feigned her expressions, their eyes gleamed with insatiable greed, akin to dogs encountering a feast, an excitement that was impossible to conceal. "Oh no!" The employee realized the gravity of the situation and turned to Xia Tianqiong. only to see him pointing directly at her. "You are the true self." As the words fell, the mirror clones sprang into action, and the employee met her demise. Thus, this death game concluded, with a mere 10 minutes passing and 6 lives extinguished. In this bizarre era, human life was as inconsequential as grass. In the realm of mirrored space, only Xia Tianqiong remained alive, while his 20-odd mirror avatars dissipated with the conclusion of the game. Yet, one entity lingered, the mirror trickster itself. Instead of continuing to mimic Xia Tianqiong, it spoke with an irritable demeanor. "The game is over. Congratulations on surviving until the end. You may leave this place." According to the rules of death, it was prohibited from eliminating the last survivor. Xia Tianqiong had the freedom to depart at any moment, yet he hesitated. With genuine intent, he gazed at the mirror trickster and extended another invitation. "Let us form a pact. I possess wealth. I shall sustain you henceforth. Begone. I have no need for human sustenance." The diminutive wild trickster retorted, its tone laced with disdain. Infuriated, Xia Tianqiong abruptly retrieved a small shard of mirror from his pocket, within which resided the gambler trickster. He directed the mirror towards the mirror trickster and cast the mirror binding spell. "You have contracted with the old gambler?" The mirror trickster realized its legs were immobilized, rendering it unable to move. It then comprehended the ruse. The gambler trickster had deliberately lured it in, intending to forge a pact. "You scoundrel! You would assist a human in deceiving your kin?" The voice of the gambler trickster echoed from the mirror. "My master is quite affluent. I advise you to enter into a contract as well. It is for your own benefit." "Impossible." Although the mirror trickster was physically restrained, its mind surged with determination, conjuring 2 or 3 dozen mirror avatars that lunged towards Xia Tianqiong. Since Xia Tianqiong had initiated the attack, it was no longer bound by the rule against indiscriminate killing. The mirror avatars possessed the ability to seize a person's soul. Once captured, death was inevitable. Yet, Xia Tianqiong remained unperturbed, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear in the shadow behind the mirror trickster. The mirror tricksters lack a tangible form, making them imperceptible to humanity, yet other peculiar entities can interact with them. He allowed the delivery trickster to attach itself to his surface, embracing the mirror trickster, and promptly executed a shadowy teleportation, slipping into the shadow of the nearest doppelganger of the mirror. With a sudden leap, he collided with the mirror. By the conclusion of the deadly game, the mirror had reverted to an ordinary state, and upon impact, it shattered with a resounding crash, accompanied by the jarring sound of shattering glass. Xia Tianqiong emerged from the mirror realm, cradling the mirror trickster, and returned to the bathroom of the real world. The numerous doppelgangers within the mirror space did not pursue them. At the moment the mirror trickster departed the mirror, they all dissipated. This is the vulnerability of the mirror tricksters. Once they leave the mirror, they are rendered incapable of employing any deceptive arts. The same applies to the life-betting trickster. As the mirror fractured, the mirror realm vanished, and 6 corpses tumbled out, strewn haphazardly across the bathroom floor. Despicable humans. Let me go. As the mirror trickster entered the realm of reality, its form instantly became ethereal, revealing only a faint outline. Were it not for Xia Tianqiong being in a possessed state, he would have been unable to grasp it. Either form a pact with me, or remain in the realm of reality until you fade away. The mirror tricksters cannot remain away from the mirror for extended periods. Otherwise, the spectral energy that constitutes their bodies will gradually evaporate, ultimately leading to their complete dissolution. Xia Tianqiong intended to use this tactic to compel it into a pact. The mirror trickster struggled fiercely, yet its legs were restrained by the life-betting trickster while its upper body was ensnared by the delivery trickster, leaving it utterly unable to escape. "Brother, cease your struggles." The head of the delivery trickster emerged from Xia Tianqiong's shoulder, appearing somewhat ominous, resembling a 2-headed figure. It leaned closer to the mirror spirit's ear and whispered, "Our master is exceedingly wealthy and treats his subordinates with great kindness. I feast daily on ghostly coins, so you might as well comply with the contract. Otherwise, if your form dissipates, would it not be a futile journey to the mortal realm? Impossible. I, of the mirror spirit clan, shall never succumb to humanity." At that moment, the mirror spirit resembled the delivery spirit from earlier, radiating a fierce resilience. The gambling spirit emerged to persuade, "Brother, our master possesses the legendary forbidden arts, capable of producing vast quantities of ghostly coins. I deceive you for your own good. Just look over there." Following the direction indicated by the gambling spirit, the mirror spirit beheld an array of golden ingots piled upon the bedside. It promptly ceased its struggle, eyes wide with astonishment and avarice. How could there be so much gold? Could he truly forge ghostly coins? The subsequent proceedings were straightforward. The delivery spirit and gambling spirit took turns persuading, and given its reluctance to dissipate, it ultimately agreed to sign a contract with Xia Tianqiong. The contract was one of servitude. Xia Tianqiong's custom dictated that if no force was employed, an equal contract would be signed. However, should he be compelled to act, only a servitude contract would suffice. Upon signing, a palm-sized fragment of mirror was retrieved from the bathroom, allowing the mirror spirit to reside within it. It possessed 3 arcane techniques. The first was the mirror space, which Xia Tianqiong desired most fervently. It could create an alternate dimension within the mirror, serving as both a dwelling and a storage space. The drawback was that the mirror spirit's essence must remain within. Should it stray for too long, the mirror space would diminish until it vanished entirely. The second technique was known as Mirror Devours All, capable of generating immense suction to draw targets into the mirror space. This could encompass objects, humans, and even otherworldly entities. However, when absorbing other peculiarities, one can only draw from those of a level not exceeding that of the mirror anomaly. Otherwise, success becomes elusive. The third technique is the mirror clone, which harnesses the power of the ethereal to condense a mirror capable of creating mirror duplicates. This technique proves to be quite beneficial, as the clones can exist for the duration of a joss stick's burn, approximately 15 minutes, and may yield remarkable effects in certain exceptional circumstances. Xia Tianqiong prepared to invoke the technique of mirror space, holding a shard of glass as he surveyed the hotel room. Instantly, a space identical to the hotel room materialized within the mirror. It was akin to a copy-paste operation, with every item and fixture replicated, even the sunlight streaming in from outside. The mirrored space can be infinitely expanded, provided there is an adequate supply of ethereal power. Just as Xia Tianqiong contemplated enlarging the space, the mirror anomaly promptly advised, "Master, this size already represents the maximum of my inherent ethereal power. To expand further, it is essential to absorb some ghostly currency. How much area can a tael of gold expand? Approximately, it can extend a 3-dimensional space of about 1 zhong on each side. 1 zhong is roughly equal to 33 meters, meaning a cubic space of 1 zhong would measure 33 meters in length, width, and height. Thus, a single tael of gold can create a mirrored space exceeding 3 meters in height, encompassing an area of around 10 square meters. Xia Tianqiong pondered briefly and decided to procure over 50 taels of gold, thinking, "Let's start with this much." Such a quantity? The mirror anomaly expressed surprise, perceiving it as a considerable extravagance. "I find it insufficient, were it not for the current scarcity of gold. I would aspire to expand several thousand square meters for use as a storage facility." In the summer, Xia Tianqiong fed gold to the mirror specter, continuing to wield the power of the mirror space. 50 taels of gold could expand a vast area of 3 meters in height and over 500 square meters in size. The actual hotel room measured merely over 20 square meters, yet he could directly enlarge it to occupy the entire space or replicate it, creating adjacent rooms to share the 500 square meters. After some contemplation, Xia Tianqiong decided to enlarge the rooms within the mirror space to 50 square meters each, then replicated 9 of them, aligning them in a row connected by a long corridor. It appeared as though he had duplicated an entire floor of the hotel. These rooms could serve as accommodations or storage for various supplies. Once he completed these tasks, Xia Tianqiong hastily organized the room, packing his and Jiang Yu's belongings into the mirror space, preparing to vacate the hotel ahead of schedule. The disappearance of so many individuals from his room, including 2 police officers, would undoubtedly attract official scrutiny, and the entire building could be sealed off. He needed to leave before the authorities arrived. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Xia Tianqiong did not check out of the front desk, nor did he step outside the room. Instead, he utilized shadow teleportation, moving swiftly from room to room downwards, eventually teleporting directly outside the hotel. This method allowed him to evade the hotel's surveillance. After leaving, he initially intended to seek out Jiang Yu to assist her in procuring survival supplies. However, upon calling, he discovered she had already made arrangements and was waiting for various merchants to deliver goods to the warehouse. Due to the vast assortment and quantity of supplies, some items would not arrive until the following day. In the summer, Qiong pondered for a moment and decided against meeting Jiang Yu. Instead, he drove directly to the nearby city of Jiuhua, intent on capturing the malevolent entity he had envisioned in his mind. Mere minutes after departing from the hotel, police arrived at his room, discovering a corpse in a bizarre state of death. Shortly thereafter, the Bureau of Strange Affairs dispatched personnel to take control of the situation, sealing off the entire building. The 6 individuals had perished, their souls seemingly lost, and combined with the shattered mirror, it was clear they had encountered the Mirror Demon Clan. Fong Mu Yuan, after examining the body, suddenly noticed the captain's peculiar demeanor. "What troubles you, Captain Zhou?" Zhou Boyu's eyes shimmered with a silvery glow as he surveyed the room repeatedly. Residues of contract power lingered here, similar to that in room 303 below, both indicating a master-servant contract. Additionally, a trace of nether energy remained, suggesting a strange entity may have met its demise here. "How is this possible?" Fong Mu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Slaying an entity is already a formidable task. Compelling it to sign a master-servant contract is an even greater challenge. And to have made 2 such contracts is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even within the Bureau, those who could forge such contracts with strange entities were exceedingly rare. "Captain Zhou, I have discovered something unusual here." At that moment, another team member entered the room, having checked the registration information at the front desk, revealing that the individual who had booked the room was named Xia Tianqiong, the tenant of Unit 702 in the Haikong community. So it was him. He might have contracted with the mother or the infant of the strange, possessing the ability to teleport. But how had he compelled 2 entities to sign master-servant contracts? Zhou Boyu's mind raced with myriad questions, and he immediately instructed the police to search for him throughout the city. The team member received the command, and Fong Mo Yuan and Zhou Boyu continued their inspection of the room. A few minutes later, Fong Mo Yuan suddenly announced her need to visit the restroom, turning on her heel to leave. She found an unoccupied room, closed the door, turned on the faucet, and proceeded to make a phone call. "I possess information about a folk anomaly hunter. Are you interested in purchasing it?" "Certainly, as long as the information is accurate. We can negotiate the price." The voice on the other end belonged to a woman, exuding an air of enthusiasm. "I don't require money. I seek an item of anomaly. That depends on whether your information holds sufficient value." The tone of the other party suddenly grew colder, clearly skeptical about her ability to provide information of such high worth. This individual had contracted at least 3 anomalies, 2 of which were human contracts. He survived under the rules of anomaly mother seeking infants and had either contracted the anomaly mother or the anomaly infant, possessing teleportation-like abilities. Such a folk anomaly hunter, unregistered with the Bureau. Do you believe he is not worth an anomaly item? As Fong Mo Yuan spoke, she herself began to perceive the uniqueness of this individual, feeling that even within the Bureau, he could surpass the majority of anomaly hunters. The voice on the other end paused for 2 seconds. "Are you jesting? Anomalies have only just begun to descend on a large scale. How could there be such a formidable folk anomaly hunter? You should be aware of my identity, correct? Do you really think I would deceive you?" Fong Mo Yuan spoke with an air of superiority. The Anomaly Affairs Bureau not only managed anomalies, but also dealt with ancient families associated with them. "Provide me with this person's identity information. Once we verify its accuracy, we will promptly grant you an anomaly item." Fong Weiyuan subsequently provided the name and address of Xia Tianqiong to the other party. Given their capabilities, locating an individual is often swifter than the efforts of law enforcement. Throughout history, numerous families have recognized the existence of the uncanny and have prospered through its utilization. Collectively referred to as ancient families, These clans possess contracts with bizarre entities that have been passed down through generations, while also gathering supernatural phenomena or hunting specialists from the populace to augment their own power. In this contemporary era, many large corporations and financial magnates are shadowed by these ancestral families. Chapter 20. A bride on the expressway as the authorities and ancient family scoured for Xia Tianqiong. He had already departed Linen City, heading towards Jiuhua City, over 600 kilometers away, setting off shortly after 3 in the afternoon. He had traversed 2/3 of the journey by 7 o'clock in the evening, as nightfall enveloped the landscape. With the traffic on the expressway diminishing, Xia Tianqiong grew increasingly cautious. The uncanny is most vibrant at night. Although he felt no fear towards the majority of entities in their initial stages, driving at high speed posed significant risks. Should he encounter an entity obstructing his path, it could lead to a catastrophic accident, resulting in injury, if not worse. Determined to stop at the next service area for an overnight stay and resume his journey in the morning, Xia Tianqiong adjusted his speed to the minimum limit permitted on the expressway. Even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he would have ample time to brake. Suddenly, while driving, he paused, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. He began to glance around, seemingly searching for something, as if he could sense someone calling his name, not through sound, but rather an inexplicable feeling. Yet, after scanning his surroundings, both inside and outside the vehicle, he found nothing amiss. In the realm of the uncanny, there exist several entities that invoke the rules of mortality merely by uttering their names. Xia Tianqiong found himself compelled to exercise caution. However, for the next several minutes, nothing transpired. The roadside sign indicated that there were still 2 kilometers to the Minggang service area, causing a slight relaxation of his vigilance. Yet at that moment, a glimmer of red light appeared in the left rearview mirror, gradually intensifying in brightness. Upon closer inspection, he beheld an ethereal crimson sedan chair materializing behind him, emanating a faint red glow. In the darkness of the night, it resembled a colossal lantern, both alluring and peculiar. The sedan chair was borne by 8 robust men clad in blood-red garments, their expressions vacant and their eyes clouded, a clear indication of the deceased. They moved with an eerie grace, neither hurried nor slow, yet each stride covered an astonishing distance of several dozen meters. Despite Xia Tianqiong's speed exceeding 60 kilometers per hour, the sedan chair managed to keep pace. The term ghostly bride sprang to his mind, sending a chill through his spine, compelling him to slam the accelerator to the floor. This was an exceedingly perilous anomaly. No, too. The sedan chair and the bride represented 2 distinct phenomena, their deathly rules akin to those of the ghostly mother seeking her child, which had remained unsolved by humanity in the previous lifetime. The official records on them were scant, with their classification remaining ambiguous. All that was known was that 2 ghost hunters contracted with the ghostly generals had also fallen victim to them. Xia Tianqiong lamented his ill fortune. Amidst the myriad of anomalies in this world, how had he encountered such an insolvable and treacherous pair? The off-road vehicle surged forward, accelerating to a staggering speed of 160 kilometers per hour in a mere instant. At such velocity, a moment's inattention could lead to catastrophic consequences. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze fixed ahead, yet his peripheral vision remained attuned to the rearview mirror. Suddenly startled, he noticed the red sedan persistently trailing him at a leisurely pace, the distance between them neither increasing nor decreasing, but rather seeming to close in gradually. Clearly, this was a certain rule, one that rendered escape by speed futile. Gradually, the sedan caught up to Xia Tianqiong's vehicle, moving in tandem along the highway. A slender, pale hand unexpectedly emerged from the side curtain of the sedan, parting the drapery to reveal a bride adorned with a red veil and dressed in an exquisite wedding gown. Through the veil, Xia Tianqiong could not discern her face, yet he inexplicably felt the weight of a predator's gaze upon him. The eerie presence of the malevolent spirit and the ghostly infant residing within him quivered in unison, seemingly gripped by an unseen dread. Xia Tianqiong harbored no thought of resistance. He immediately executed a shadowy teleportation. "Would you be willing to be my groom?" A gentle, melodious voice floated from beneath the veil, And just before the final syllable of groom escaped her lips, Xia Tianqiong vanished from the rugged vehicle. In an instant, he reappeared in a field some 40 to 50 meters away, only to disappear once more, re-emerging at an even greater distance. The ghostly bride appeared momentarily taken aback. "He runs quite swiftly. He didn't even allow me to finish my words," she lamented, her tone tinged with complaint. Suddenly, she lifted her veil, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face adorned with subtle makeup. With bright eyes and ruby lips, her elegantly arched brows resembled those of an ancient noblewoman, presenting an image of an entirely ordinary human being. She gazed at the retreating figure of Xia Tianqiong, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. How could a living person possess the power of reincarnation? The grand sedan adjusted its course, seemingly intent on pursuing Xia Tianqiong. The enigmatic bride softly interjected, "Enough. The town prison tower has manifested in the mortal realm. I must hasten there and seek him later." With her words, the sedan continued to glide along the highway. After traveling a short distance, it abruptly vanished into thin air, as if entering another dimension. The night was dense with darkness. Xia Tianqiong could effortlessly wield shadow teleportation, though each leap was limited to approximately 50 meters. After executing several successive jumps, he found himself 2 to 3 kilometers away from the highway. Noticing that the crimson sedan had not pursued him, he decided to halt. The strangeness had only just begun to unfold. How could such formidable oddities arise? During his escape, he had communicated with the delivery anomaly, the life and death anomaly, and the mirror anomaly. They did not recognize the enigmatic bride, but, based on her aura, they could ascertain that she was at least of the anomaly general rank, if not possibly an anomaly king. In a previous life, an anomaly general was sufficient to obliterate a metropolis of 1 million inhabitants, while an anomaly king was terrifyingly powerful, capable of conjuring a city of anomalies in the human world. Standing in the wilderness, Xia Tianqiong gazed toward the distant highway, feeling a surge of relief. It appeared the enigmatic bride was merely passing through and had no intention of pursuing him. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. The off-road vehicle was undoubtedly damaged, and he dared not return to investigate. Fortunately, he was not far from service area. He determined a general direction and teleported directly there. In less than 2 minutes, he found himself amidst the glowing lights and expansive structures ahead. Teleportation proved swifter than driving. Xia Tianqiong could not help but marvel at the efficacy of shadow teleportation at night. It allowed for unrestrained movement, surpassing the speed of any vehicle. The only cost was a minor expenditure of soul currency. The eerie infant has now reached a formidable level, capable of teleporting approximately 50 meters at a time. As it advances in rank, the distance of its teleportation will undoubtedly extend. If it were to teleport several hundred meters, or even kilometers, it would indeed be remarkable. Xia Tianqiong contemplated this as he strolled into the brightly lit service area. It was already 7:30 in the evening, with a bustling flow of vehicles. The Mingang service area was expansive, featuring not only the standard gas station, supermarket, and restrooms, but also a small shopping mall, hotels, and restaurants. Xia Tianqiong casually selected a restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and while waiting, pondered his plans for the next day. Suddenly, the conversation from the neighboring table caught his attention. Was what I just collided with a person or a ghost? One of them mused. It couldn't have been a person. Otherwise, where's the blood? Where's the body? Xia Tianqiong turned to look and noticed a middle-aged couple engaged in hushed dialogue. At that moment, someone from another table glanced over at the couple and inquired, "Have you encountered something strange on the road as well?" The middle-aged man was taken aback and retorted, "Did you also encounter a ghost?" "Not exactly," the other replied. "I saw 4 or 5 cars collide, blood everywhere, yet there wasn't a soul in sight. Perhaps they were taken away?" Came the response. "That seems unlikely. The police and ambulances were also at the scene, yet there was no one there." The middle-aged couple exchanged a worried glance, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Xia Tianqiong listened intently. It appeared that he was not the only one experiencing the bizarre occurrences of the night. The manifestation of the supernatural in the mortal realm follows a process, gradually intensifying, reaching a peak, then slowly diminishing, only to resurge with even greater intensity after a period of stability. This granted humanity a moment to breathe, allowing them to bizarrely enhance themselves through contracts, gradually acquiring the strength to resist the anomalies. Outside the restaurant, in an open space, a rectangular portal suddenly materialized and slowly opened. From it emerged a young man and woman, after which the portal vanished. A ghost. Just then, a car pulled up nearby. The driver, about to exit, was so startled by the sight that he hastily drove away. I suggested finding a secluded spot to open the portal, yet you insisted on this location, allowing others to witness it, didn't you? Bai Jingjing, cradling a small black and white dog, complained to Bai Yichen beside her, with a widespread emergence of anomalies. Strange occurrences abound, and we need not worry about being seen as we once did. Bai Yichen scanned his surroundings and soon fixed his gaze through the glass window at Xia Tianqiong inside the restaurant. He took out his phone to retrieve a photograph for comparison. The resemblance was striking, yet the age seemed inconsistent, as this individual appeared far too youthful. Prior to their arrival, they had investigated Xia Tianqiong's information, knowing him to be a 25-year-old. However, he now looked scarcely 18. Bai Jingjing turned around, positioning the scruffy dog towards Xia Tianqiong's direction. "Doggy, can you see if he is the target we seek?" The small dog, measuring merely half a meter in length and resembling an ordinary rural hound, possessed remarkably lively eyes. It lifted its head from Bai Jingjing's soft and warm embrace, gazed ahead, and suddenly uttered 3 words: "Xia Tianqiong." The voice was soft, reminiscent of an old man, carrying a hint of weariness. Simultaneously, Xia Tianqiong inside the restaurant glanced around, sensing that someone had called his name. As before, there was an absence of sound, merely an indescribable sensation. Could it be that the spectral bride has returned? This feeling had manifested prior to the appearance of the spectral bride. Xia Tianqiong immediately tensed, a sense of urgency coursing through him, prepared to teleport away at a moment's notice. Outside the restaurant, the scruffy little dog retracted its head into the bosom of Bai Jingjing, then uttered 3 words: "It's him." The ability to pinpoint this location accurately was solely reliant on the little dog's uncanny skills. Bai Jingjing and Bai Yichen exchanged glances, both faces alight with astonishment. He has regained his youth, which implies an extension of his lifespan. This suggests that he most likely formed a contract with a fate-altering specter from the Mirror Trickster clan. At this revelation, the two turned once more to gaze at Xia Tianqiong, as if beholding a treasure. A glint of greed sparkled in Bai Yichen's eyes. If this were indeed the case, his worth would be immeasurable, necessitating his integration into the Bai family for our utilization. Bai Jingjing, brimming with excitement, thought, "I too wish to revert to 18. Let us hasten inside to converse with him." However, the personnel from the management bureau indicated that he has contracted at least 3 anomalies. It would be unwise to approach him recklessly. We must first assess his capabilities before proceeding further. Suddenly, a tattered old beggar emerged from within Bai Yichen's body, stooped and supported by a small bamboo stick. Clutching a chipped bowl, he slowly ambled into the restaurant. He paid no heed to anyone else, heading straight for Xia Tianqiong, as if the others were invisible to him. Chapter 21. The instant demise of the beggar specter. Kindly spare a morsel for the hungry. The old beggar, with his grizzled hair, sparse and disheveled, hobbled forward with unhurried steps, weaving past the other patrons until he stood directly before Xia Tianqiong. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong remained on high alert, and upon seeing the figure before him, his brow furrowed further. He recognized instantly that this was the beggar spirit. Why did it seek him out instead of another? It was not fear that gripped him, but rather a sense of perplexity. Glancing around, he noticed the restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the presence of surveillance made it unwise to act directly. "Here, eat this," he declared, pushing a plate of catfish stewed with eggplant, just served by a waiter, towards the beggar spirit. The beggar spirit, with a face marred by deep wrinkles and murky eyes, presented a grotesque visage that could frighten a child into tears with the mere act of smiling. Slowly, it extended a bony finger into the steaming dish. To the naked eye, the once appetizing catfish and eggplant began to decay at an alarming rate, swiftly transforming into a pile of gray-black powder. This was the beggar spirit's sinister ability, a rapid aging technique that bore significant harm. However, it required physical contact to unleash its attack. With its pitch-black eyes devoid of any scara, it glared at Xia Tianqiong and then broke into a sinister grin, exclaiming, "Not enough. I want to consume more. Let me devour you." Suddenly, the lights in the room flickered erratically, casting an unsettling illumination. The beggar's spirit gradually straightened up, its bones creaking ominously as its form expanded, ripping through its tattered clothing to reveal a body reminiscent of a desiccated corpse. What was happening? A monster? Run. This scene sent other diners into a frenzy, shouting and scrambling to flee the restaurant. In an instant, only Xia Tianqiong remained, seated calmly, though his expression had darkened. He had clearly not triggered the beggar spirit's lethal rule, yet it seemed intent on attacking him. The strange entity cannot harm humans who have not triggered the death rule, but this regulation comes with a prerequisite. Once the entity enters into an equal or master-servant contract with a human, if the human commands the entity to harm other humans, it does not stem from the entity's own volition and thus does not breach the rule. In other words, the beggar, who is a manifestation of someone else's contract, has been instructed to attack Xia Tianqiong. Outside the restaurant, Bai Jingjing and Bai Yichen peer through the window. Be careful, do not harm the atmosphere. Otherwise, subsequent discussions may become difficult. Rest assured, it has been made clear, I shall not take his life. Upon hearing this, Bai Jingjing furrowed her brow. It is not merely a question of life and death. It is best not to injure him at all. A mere test will suffice. If a negative impression is left, how can they possibly win him over? Bai Yichen shook his head, disagreeing with Bai Jingjing's perspective. Based on past experiences, once an ordinary person forms a contract with an entity, acquiring abilities beyond the norm, their mindset inevitably shifts. If they cannot be intimidated or subdued, they will certainly resist being recruited or commanded. To have contracted at least 3 entities within a mere 2 days suggests that this individual is no ordinary person. We cannot treat him as we would other amateur hunters of entities. You have reviewed his background. He has been an orphan since childhood, lacking any family connections. And in his 20s, he has yet to secure a respectable job. Such individuals are surely fortunate, having fortuitously met the criteria for contracting with entities. Bai Yichen was resolute in his decision to impose a stern warning upon Xia Tianqiong, and seeing that she could not persuade him otherwise, Bai Jingjing chose to say nothing more. In the midst of their conversation, a confrontation had already erupted inside. The beggar, with a menacing display, attempted to pounce forward, only to realize that the very moment he took a step, his legs were ensnared, rendering him immobile. Subsequently, Xia Tianqiong brandished a mirror towards him, a potent force emanating, drawing him into the reflective realm. Following this, the delivery spirit and the gambler spirit entered the mirrored space in unison, collaborating with the mirror spirit to assail the beggar with overwhelming might. In the realm of the uncanny, battles seldom adhere to the rules of mortality. Particularly among entities of equal standing, they prefer to engage in direct confrontation through supernatural techniques or sheer violence. At this juncture, the gambler's spirit immobilized the beggar with its powers, while the delivery spirit opened its gaping maw and lunged forward to rend flesh. The mirror spirit replicated a multitude of Xia Tianqiong's mirrored avatars, rushing forth to strike with fists and kicks. The beggar stood no chance, his form severely damaged, releasing wisps of ethereal energy into the air. Such a diminutive wild spirit dared to court death. Xia Tianqiong, holding the mirror, observed the skirmish within with satisfaction. In future encounters with wild spirits, he need not concern himself with the rules of death. He could act decisively. He commanded the mirror spirit to utilize the previously folded paper offerings to absorb the ethereal energy expelled by the beggar, transforming it into spectral currency. The entire affair transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Bai Yichen momentarily stunned outside. It took him 2 seconds to comprehend the situation. How could this be? He annihilated my beggar spirit. Bai Yichen's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to rush into the restaurant, but Bai Jingjing swiftly restrained him. Do not act rashly, she implored. Why are you stopping me? If I confront him now, I might still salvage my beggar spirit. Do not forget our mission. Bai Jingjing softly reminded, if you defeat him, Meeting him now would pose no issue. However, your beggar anomaly was annihilated upon a mere encounter. Do you truly believe he will regard us with esteem? Will he consent to be recruited? But this is the only anomaly I possess. Without it, I cease to be an anomaly hunter. Bai Ichen's expression fell. Without the anomaly, his standing and treatment within the Bai family would diminish. Bai Jingjing reassured him, times have changed. It used to take years to encounter an anomaly. But now they abound. With the expertise we possess in the Bai family, it is not difficult to forge a contract with an anomaly. After some contemplation, Bai Ichen's spirits lifted slightly. Yet, gazing out at the summer sky, his discontent lingered. Jingjing, perhaps we should let her dog brother take action. Bai Jingjing gently patted the head of the scruffy little dog, declining the suggestion. Dog brother dislikes fighting. I cannot force him. Besides, what if he were to lose as well? What then? Bai Jingjing pondered for a moment. Today is not suitable for a meeting. Otherwise, he might deduce that the beggar anomaly was sent by us. Let's wait until tomorrow, find an opportunity to meet him directly, without further probing. Inside the restaurant, the owner cowered behind the counter, trembling. The beggar anomaly had vanished, while Xia Tianqiong sat alone, his demeanor alert. He suspected that someone had deliberately dispatched the beggar anomaly to target him. After a considerable wait, the beggar anomaly within the mirror space had been utterly torn apart and annihilated, yet no one appeared. A small portion of the beggar anomaly's ethereal power was consumed raw by the takeout anomaly, while the vast majority was transformed into ghostly currency. Approximately 500 taels of gold lay before him, slightly more than the last spring dream he had vanquished. Xia Tianqiong gazed at the resplendent pile of gold ingots within the mirrored space, his spirits lifted. He fervently wished for more wild anomalies to slay. The previous gold had dwindled to less than 200 taels, and with this new influx, he could indulge for a while longer. You three have performed admirably. Each of you shall receive 50 taels as your reward. Take it for yourselves. He praised the three anomalies in his mind, bestowing upon them their reward. Thank you, master. The delivery anomaly was the first to express gratitude, its tone devoid of any dissatisfaction. 50 taels, is that all? I just expended considerable nether power to coalesce my mirrored avatar. The mirrored anomaly protested, seeking a larger share. After all, with over 500 taels of gold in sight, receiving a mere 50 he felt inequitable. The gamble anomaly, however, remained silent, dutifully accepting its 50 taels and retreating to quietly absorb the reward. Chapter 22. Architectural anomalies. 50 taels is not a trivial sum. How much is ever enough? From now on, every time we hunt anomalies, there will be 50 taels to collect, Xia Tianqiong remarked coldly, dismissing their concerns. This was the advantage of having a master-servant pact, granting him absolute authority. While the anomalies harbored their own thoughts, they were compelled to execute their master's commands without the option to resist. Even if he chose to withhold their gold entirely, they could do nothing, not even dare to slacken their efforts. Were they bound by an equal contract, the situation would be vastly different. With such an abundance of nether currency, they would need to share it with the anomalies. If the anomalies were in a foul mood, they could even disregard human commands, refusing to allow their supernatural abilities to be utilized. The delivery spirit gazed at the dejected mirror spirit and chuckled. Our master has been exceedingly generous to us. Otherwise, how could we have acquired such a wealth of gold? Come, allow me to treat you to a feast, celebrating our inaugural collaboration in aiding our master against foes. With its ethereal powers, it conjured 2 portions of food, distributing them to the mirror spirit and the gambling spirit. For these enigmatic beings, the otherworldly sustenance was a substantial means of enhancing their strength. The 2 spirits, unreserved, accepted the offerings and indulged heartily. Xia Tianqiong observed this scene, his appraisal of the delivery spirit soaring significantly. Though this wild spirit lacked considerable potential for advancement, it exhibited a remarkable understanding of its circumstances. Not only was it adept at flattery, but it also possessed the acumen to navigate situations effectively. With its presence, it could also assist Xia Tianqiong in garnering the favor of other enigmatic entities. If the delivery spirit procures 10 more taels, consider my treat. That sounds splendid. Thank you, master. The The delivery spirit responded with a bow through the mirror, subsequently manifesting dozens of food portions, filling the entire room. The mirror spirit glanced at Xia Tianqiong and then at the delivery spirit, seemingly grasping the implication. So, the master favors such spirits. The eerie infant within Xia Tianqiong protested, unable to remain silent upon sighting the food. All right, you may enter and partake, though you did not exert yourself without you. We could not have escaped the bride of the eerie sedan chair. Xia Tianqiong transferred the eerie infant into the mirror realm, allowing it to enjoy the feast while he instantaneously departed from the restaurant. Given the strange occurrences here, it was certain that someone would report it. He wished to avoid any contact with the authorities and therefore chose to vacate the premises. At present, there are no off-road vehicles available, and it would be unwise to wait until dawn to embark on a journey. Instead, it would be prudent to take advantage of the night and employ the technique of shadow teleportation, hastening towards Jiuhua City. Should any peculiarities arise along the way, one must eliminate them if possible. If not, retreat is advised. Subvert Singh's heart was resolute, and just as he was about to initiate his teleportation, he noticed a luminous mist emerging from the fields behind the service area. The mist was in motion, albeit at a leisurely pace. Approximately several hundred meters away from the service area, he could discern a radiant pavilion nestled within the mist, its pointed roof peeking out like an exquisite piece of glasswork. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Subvert Singh's spirits soared with joy. Without hesitation, he executed the shadow teleportation to hasten towards it. While most anomalies predominantly took humanoid forms, there were also a few that resembled animals, plants, artifacts, and the exceptionally rare architectural anomalies. The moving pavilion ahead was indeed an architectural anomaly. After 10 consecutive teleportations, he found himself at the periphery of the mist, observing intently before stepping inside. The mist was cold and viscous, imparting a slight resistance with each step. Fortunately, after just 3 or 4 paces, his surroundings brightened, revealing an ancient-style octagonal pavilion standing before him, seemingly constructed of golden glass, resplendent and opulent. Towering several dozen meters high, it comprised 9 levels, each aglow with light. It appeared quite lively within, with the faint echoes of raucous voices wafting through the air. Although this octagonal pavilion bore a resemblance to a Buddhist pagoda, it was, in fact, an establishment for libations. A sign hung above, inscribed with the words Wujian Tavern in blood-red seal script. Indeed, it was that very place. Under the summer sky, Xia Tianqiong gazed up at the plaque, his heart surging with emotion. This was a realm brimming with both opportunities and perils. The establishment itself was peculiar, its location elusive, and encountering it was purely a matter of fortune. Within its walls, a myriad of anomalies dined and drank, with rumors suggesting even the presence of a ghostly king. It could be deemed exceedingly hazardous. Yet, countless anomaly hunters and strange beings strove to gain entry, eager to partake in the offerings of the Inn of Infinite Realms, whose food and beverages possessed extraordinary properties that attracted both humans and anomalies alike. As Xia Tianqiong approached the inn, he was enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of fine liquor that wafted through the air, igniting an unexpected desire to indulge within him, despite his infrequent encounters with alcohol. The inn was bustling with life. Humans were plentiful, yet anomalies outnumbered them. Those clad in contemporary attire, adorned with expressions of wonder or inexplicable excitement, were predominantly human. In contrast, the others, draped in ancient garments, with countenances that were either terrifying or emotionless, could be readily identified as anomalies. The coexistence of humans and anomalies, sharing meals in harmony, was one of the defining characteristics of the Inn of Infinite Realms. "Excuse me, could you move aside?" A voice called from behind. Turning around, Xia Tianqiong beheld a young couple clad in expedition gear, their large backpacks suggesting they were enthusiasts of outdoor camping. He recalled that when he had entered moments ago, there had been no one behind him. These two evidently hailed from another realm. It was said that the Inn of Infinite Realms had numerous entrances scattered across various locations, and it appeared to be true. Xia Tianqiong stepped aside to allow them passage, when a young man suddenly inquired, Do you know where this place is? Xia Tianqiong shook his head, admitting his ignorance. I'm not sure. I've just arrived myself. The young woman appeared anxious, gripping her boyfriend's arm tightly. Under the cloak of night, the sudden emergence of this peculiar building surely signified trouble. Perhaps it would be wiser not to venture inside. In contrast, the young man was brimming with excitement, dismissing her concerns. What is there to fear? It could very well be a serendipitous encounter with the divine, he replied. Look inside. There are many others dressed in modern attire, just like us. Let us inquire further. The couple then stepped into the grand hall of the establishment. The first floor was remarkably spacious, featuring an open kitchen that occupied a modest area. Surrounding the kitchen were numerous square tables, approximately 70 or 80 in total. Xia Tianqiong selected a vacant table by the window, and no sooner had they settled in than a server, clad in a gray long robe with a blood-red cloth draped over his shoulder, approached briskly. Esteemed guest, what would you like to order? Our establishment offers a selection of exquisite dishes and drinks. Feel free to choose, and we guarantee your satisfaction. In ancient times, the cloth worn by servers was typically white. However, this one was a striking crimson, as if it had been frequently stained with blood, deliberately chosen for its color. Nevertheless, the fervor on his face seemed genuine. Do you have a menu? I would like to take a look. Of course. With a flourish of his hand, the server produced several palm-sized wooden tablets from his sleeve. Neatly arranging them on the table, there were more than 30 in total. Xia Tianqiong casually picked up one of the wooden tablets, which bore the inscription roasted flour duck in black ink. Upon flipping it over, he discovered steamed lamb inscribed in red ink on the reverse side. An unknowing observer might assume that both sides of the menu offered options. In truth, the black ink menu represented yang dishes, crafted from ordinary ingredients meant for human consumption. The crimson menu on the reverse side is known as the shadow dish, alternatively referred to as the eerie dish. The ingredients utilized in the preparation of such a dish are far from ordinary. They may very well contain the flesh and blood of humans, intended for the consumption of the uncanny, while the eerie beings may feast upon the sun dish without consequence. The ingestion of the shadow dish by a human is likely to result in immediate demise, with a rare possibility of transformation into one of the uncanny. In any case, a favorable outcome is exceedingly unlikely. The waiter stood silently to the side, making no effort to intervene, instead harboring a secret desire for the patrons to order the shadow dish, as their demise would be most advantageous. One of each dish, both front and back, the patron declared. The waiter was momentarily taken aback, rolling his eyes inwardly, thinking that this human might be accustomed to posturing in the mortal realm. Yet here they sought to maintain the facade. With a smile still plastered on his face, he replied, "Esteemed guest, ordering the entire selection would require a considerable sum, one that most cannot afford. However, there is an unspoken truth lingering in his mind. Even choosing the cheapest bowl of plain noodles would leave you unable to settle the bill. This establishment does not accept mortal currency, but rather the spectral coins of the underworld. Should one lack these coins, they would be dispatched to the kitchen, transformed into a shadow dish, and sold to other eerie beings. For every human claimed, the waiter would receive a substantial bonus. Thus, he had no intention of warning the guest. Dear patron, as this is your first visit, you may not be aware that our establishment's fare is rather costly. Might I suggest you order just a couple of items to begin with? Should you find it insufficient, you may order more." The human's order was excessively ample. Even if it ultimately resulted in their demise, it would be a losing venture for the establishment. Hence, it was impossible to allow such an order to proceed. Enough of this banter. Hasten to have the chef prepare my dishes, and do bring me 2 barrels of your finest wine. In the summer, when Xiong de Ma Jin Dao took his seat, he resembled a vulgar, ostentatious nouveau riche. The waiter, noticing this individual's refusal to heed advice, promptly retracted his smile, his countenance transforming into a ghastly visage, exuding a chilling aura as if he had morphed from a living being into a specter. He was about to adopt a terrifying demeanor to frighten this pretentious human. Suddenly, he caught sight of the individual producing a small piece of gold and casually tossing it his way, akin to feeding stray dogs with snacks. His expression arrogant and profoundly disrespectful. However, The waiter, sensing the spectral energy emanating from the gold, widened his eyes in astonishment. Hastily catching it with both hands and scrutinizing it closely, it was a ghostly currency, gold. The waiter was both astonished and elated. Within this establishment, even ghostly generals and kings seldom utilized gold for transactions. This human not only possessed ghostly currency, but also the rarest form, gold. Yet, his surprise was further heightened when he heard the individual say, "This is a reward for you. If I am satisfied, there will be more." The waiter immediately bowed his head, a smile returning to his face, exuding an air of obsequiousness. "I am but a lowly servant who failed to recognize your grandeur. Noble guest, please do not hold my humble station against me. I shall inform the chef at once to prepare your meal post-haste." "Go ahead," Cheong de Mat Jean Dao replied, amused. It seemed that whether in the mortal realm or the eerie domain, wealth elevated one to the status of a lord. During the course of his ordering, various individuals and peculiar entities gradually filled the once empty tables. The peculiar beings appeared to be familiar with this place, their expressions relatively composed. In contrast, most of the humans entered with a sense of exploration and trepidation, cautiously approaching the establishment. Yet, among them were two particularly notable figures, Bai Jingjing and Bai Chen. They were as exuberant and expectant as the summer sky, clearly aware of the advantages this place held. Indeed, he was here. Bai Jingjing immediately spotted Xia Tianqiong seated by the window. Bai Chen's expression suddenly brightened. He had found a way to approach him. What method? The rules of the Wujian Tavern are numerous, and a slight misstep could trigger them. We can save him at a crucial moment, and then it should be easy to win him over. Chapter 23. The rules of Wujian Tavern. The Wujian Tavern is governed by many rules, and a careless act may provoke them. In front of Xia Tianqiong, there was a table occupied by a pair of young individuals, seemingly university students, radiating youthful vitality. They resembled tourists, sitting there, gazing around, and engaging in cheerful banter. The decor here is exquisitely retro, making it feel remarkably authentic. Indeed, the waitstaff resemble the characters from television dramas, their acting skills commendable. I nearly believed I had traversed back to ancient times. And those donned in traditional attire must belong to the ambience team. This restaurant is truly intriguing. Look at that table of guests. Their faces as pale as if they were specters. Could it be special effects makeup? The two had skipped class to embark on an excursion, originally planning to return to school by evening. However, they stumbled upon this tavern midway. Assuming it was a uniquely styled restaurant and feeling quite hungry, they decided to dine here. As they engaged in lively conversation, the waiter brought forth a dish of 3-flavor meatballs. "Please enjoy, two esteemed guests." The egg-sized meatballs gleamed golden, exuding a rich aroma of meat. The girl, not waiting for her boyfriend, swiftly picked one up, took a bite, and immediately frowned. It looked delightful, but the taste left much to be desired. As the waiter turned to leave, a hint of delight appeared on his face upon hearing the conversation. "You think this dish is unpalatable, do you?" "Indeed, it lacks flavor," she replied. The girl possessed a discerning palate, unwilling to consume anything that did not meet her high culinary standards. Her boyfriend interjected, "Don't speak carelessly. If you don't like it, simply don't eat." His words, rather than soothing, ignited her displeasure. "What is wrong? Am I not allowed to voice my opinion about its taste?" She retorted, "Perhaps your tastes are too particular. I find nothing wrong with it." With that, she set down her chopsticks, glaring at her boyfriend. Seeing the tension escalate, the waiter promptly stepped in to mediate. This trivial matter hardly warrants an argument. If you find the dish unsatisfactory, please follow me and address the chef directly. Suddenly, she rose abruptly, seemingly in defiance of her boyfriend. "Let's go then. If it's bad, I'll say so in front of the chef." "Xianhua, what are you doing? Is it really necessary to confront the chef?" "I concede I spoke out of turn. Just sit down. If you dislike it, we can order something else." Her boyfriend, understanding her temperament, knew that if he did not soften his stance, she might genuinely seek out the chef to express her grievances. Yet, her intention was not to confront. She merely sought acknowledgement from him. Upon hearing his admission of fault, she prepared to return to her seat. However, the waiter placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Come with me. I will take you to meet the chef. In an instant, her expression became vacant, her eyes devoid of focus. As she followed the waiter to the kitchen, the boyfriend called after her twice, but she remained unresponsive. You truly are going? He mused, unaware of her unusual demeanor, mistaking her compliance for initiative. The kitchen is situated at the center of this floor, embodying a semi-open design, which distinctly deviates from traditional styles. The waiter escorted the young woman to the kitchen, and after exchanging words with the chef, he led her into a secluded area within. This compartment is draped with curtains, obscuring the view from outsiders. Although the young man was also filled with indignation, a sense of unease compelled him to follow at a distance. Fearing a confrontation between his girlfriend and the chef, he found it peculiar. Even if one were to argue with the chef, it hardly warranted entering such a cramped space. Thus, he quickened his pace and approached the kitchen, preparing to enter the partition. At that moment, the chef emerged. "Excuse me, master, where is my girlfriend?" The chef, a rotund figure with a face marked by excess, did not respond directly, but instead queried, "Do you also find my dishes unpalatable? I think they are acceptable." The young man felt a chill under the chef's piercing gaze, instinctively retreating a step, his voice quivering. Where's my girlfriend?" "She's inside." The chef seemed visibly disappointed, turning back to the stove to resume his culinary tasks. Without hesitation, the young man lifted the curtain and stepped into the compartment. As he crossed the threshold, the chef suddenly broke into a grin and followed him in, brandishing a knife. From the outside, the compartment appeared small, yet upon entering, it felt remarkably spacious. As the young man entered, his gaze was drawn to a row of severed heads mounted on the wall, each pair of eyes wide open, unblinking in death. Among them was his girlfriend. At the base of the wall lay large wooden barrels, each containing hands, feet, torsos, and an array of internal organs, meticulously categorized as though they were prepared ingredients, poised for immediate use. The young man stood frozen in fear, on the verge of a scream, when suddenly, the chef appeared behind him. Moments later, the chef emerged alone, and the boy and girl never reappeared. Within the establishment, numerous similar occurrences transpired. One patron, having taken but a few bites of his meal, suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed onto the table. The waiter approached, gently tapping the man's shoulder before escorting him towards the kitchen, entering a secluded area from which he too did not return. Another diner, upon finishing his meal and attempting to settle the bill, learned that payment required ghostly currency, which he naturally could not produce, leading him to be taken by the waiter into the kitchen's private chamber, vanishing from sight. As time elapsed, the human patrons gradually disappeared, one by one, and the remaining guests began to sense the unusual atmosphere. A sense of strangeness enveloped the venue, prompting some to attempt a clandestine escape. At a table, Xia Tianqiong was indulging in a lavish spread of dishes when two figures suddenly crept past him. It was the very couple he had encountered at the entrance. The man recognized Xia Tianqiong and warned, "Friend, cease your eating. The food is poisoned. I just witnessed someone vomiting blood after taking a bite." "Then he must have consumed something he ought not to have," Xia Tianqiong replied nonchalantly, continuing to savor his meal with unwavering resolve. Those who had expelled blood must have ingested the eerie delicacies meant solely for the uncanny. He too had ordered the sinister dishes, but rather than consuming them himself, he stored them within a mirrored space designated for the four peculiar beings housed within. The culinary offerings here, whether intended for human consumption or for the uncanny, possessed a remarkably unique effect, the ability to give rise to supernatural arts. This is precisely why the Infernal Tavern garnered the admiration of all ghost hunters and supernatural entities alike. However, the likelihood of manifesting such arts remained exceptionally slim, reliant entirely on fortune. The man, noticing that Xia Tianqiong remained unfazed, continued, "This restaurant is peculiar. Many have vanished without a trace. I even overheard a waiter urging customers to settle their bills with ghost money. We might be encountering spirits. We should make haste to escape." Xia Tianqiong regarded him thoughtfully, considering his earnestness. "It is futile to flee. I suggest you return to your seats and order more dishes. Even if we meet our demise, we might as well perish satiated. Are you out of your mind?" You would be the one to starve to death. The woman beside him shot Xia Tianqiong a glare, tugging the man away, prioritizing their own survival over the plight of others. I fear unforeseen circumstances. Having an additional companion increases our strength. The pair crouched low, using the tables as cover, stealthily approaching the entrance of the tavern. Suddenly, a waiter appeared before them, inexplicably blocking their path. After uttering some words, he patted their shoulders, and they followed him into the kitchen area, never to return. Xia Tianqiong observed this scene from a distance, shaking his head slightly as he continued to enjoy the dishes before him. The rules of the tavern were numerous and intricate. It was not merely bewildered, ordinary folk who fell prey here, but even seasoned ghost hunters from previous lives often met their downfall. At a table not far behind Xia Tianqiong, Bai Yichen and Bai Jingjing sat together. After much deliberation, they finally settled on ordering 6 dishes, finding the prices exorbitant and unaffordable for more. Bai Jingjing ate heartily, her mannerisms unrestrained, grumbling between bites that a plate of shredded potatoes cost 2,000 ghost coins, an outrageous theft. Meanwhile, a scruffy little dog lounged in the corner of the table, gnawing on a substantial pig's knuckle. In this establishment, the culinary offerings possess a minuscule probability of bestowing upon one the ability to conjure peculiar sorceries, which justifies their exorbitant prices. Bai Yichen relished a braised pig trotter with great delight. It is said that an individual once spent several million ghostly notes here, indulging for an entire year, and ultimately only managed to acquire an exceedingly lackluster sorcery. Hence, it is wise not to harbor excessive expectations. While dining, the two kept a vigilant watch over Xia Tianqiong's every move, anticipating the moment he might trigger a certain rule, thus enabling them to enact a dramatic rescue. However, after a prolonged wait, many others had indeed triggered rules and were escorted away by the waiter, yet he remained seated, unperturbed, having triggered nothing. After a brief discussion, they resolved to approach him directly and clarify their intentions. As Xia Tianqiong savored his meal and sipped his drink, a man and a woman, impeccably dressed in what appeared to be bespoke high-end attire, approached him. Their presence exuded an aura that clearly distinguished them from the ordinary. The man inquired, "My friend, with such an extravagant order, do you possess the means to settle the bill? Why is that any of your concern?" Xia Tianqiong retorted coldly. Bai Yichen, undeterred, continued to probe. "You see, settling the bill here requires ghostly currency. Without it, one faces dire consequences." "Thank you for the information. Someone has already informed me of that," Xia Tianqiong replied, maintaining his composure and indifference. Bai Yichen and Bai Jingjing exchanged glances, noting that he seemed to possess a certain amount of ghostly currency and was aware of some rules, which accounted for his calm demeanor. Suddenly, Bai Jingjing broke into a radiant smile, her charm dazzling. "Allow me to introduce ourselves. We hail from a Bai family of ghost hunters. I am Bai Jingjing, and this is Bai Yichen. It is known that you have made a pact with the bazaar, and not just one but several, specifically seeking you out to extend an invitation to join the Bai family. Officially, they're referred to as the ancient families, yet they prefer to identify themselves as the hunter of the bazaar." Xia Tianqiong's expression remained unchanged, though his pupils contracted slightly. He had anticipated that it would be the agents of the Bureau of Bizarre Affairs who would find him first, but to his surprise, it was the Bai family from among the 8 ancient families. "How did you find me?" he inquired. "Someone informed us of your name, and that is how we were able to locate you," Bai Jingjing replied, cradling a scruffy little dog in her arms, incessantly petting it. Upon glancing at the creature, Xia Tianqiong suddenly comprehended. The previous sensation of being called by name emanated from this canine-like anomaly, which possessed a peculiar ability to seek individuals. "I have never heard of the hunter of the bazaar, and I'm not interested in joining your ranks. Please leave," he asserted. The ancient families are not to be trusted. During the initial onset of the bazaar, they aided the authorities in maintaining social order and actively hunted down anomalies. However, as time progressed, and the authorities became overwhelmed by the multitude of bizarre entities, these families resorted to carving out territories, enslaving countless citizens to manufacture ghostly currency, and even resorting to using humans to nourish the bizarre. In his previous life, Xia Tianqiong had endured considerable oppression and exploitation at the hands of these families. And in this life, he intended to seize the opportunity to exact revenge. How could he possibly join them? Do not be so hasty in your refusal. First, here are terms, Bai Jingjing said, her tone warm and gentle, reminiscent of a refined lady. Bai Yichen, however, wore a countenance of icy detachment. For countless anomalies were poised to descend upon the mortal realm. Although you have contracted 3 peculiarities, your personal prowess may not suffice for survival in such tumultuous times. The Bai family, with its millennia of heritage, possesses a wealth of esoteric knowledge that can empower you and provide you protection. Aligning with us is undoubtedly your most prudent choice. Chapter 24. May I share the table? Simply by aligning with the Bai family. A seaside villa valued at over 200 million will be yours without delay, alongside an annual salary of no less than 10 million. Furthermore, you will be provided with a personal chauffeur and housekeeper, as well as access to a premier medical support team. Bai Jingjing laid forth these terms, each one beyond the imagination of an ordinary individual. Xia Tianqiong continued to indulge in his meal and drink, pondering the impending chaos heralded by the arrival of numerous anomalies. In such disarray, these offerings would become worthless. Beyond these mundane privileges, you would also receive a monthly stipend of spectral currency, ranging from several thousand to tens of thousands. The exact amount would depend on the practical value of the anomalies you contract, and this can be discussed in greater detail later. Aside from spectral currency, the most invaluable asset of the Bai family lies in the centuries of accumulated knowledge regarding peculiarities. This is truly priceless. Certain anomalies have claimed countless lives, yet with a comprehensive understanding of their specifics, one can either vanquish or contract them. You should comprehend this upon joining us. All information pertaining to anomalies will be accessible to you. Bai Jingjing's assertion holds merit. The intelligence regarding anomalies is indeed invaluable, often possessing the potential to save innumerable lives. For instance, regarding the characteristics of the dream demons and the mirror demons, once disclosed, humanity's encounters with these 2 peculiar entities significantly diminish the casualty rates. Conversely, the contract demons have led to the emergence of numerous demon hunters. Xia Tianqiong showed no interest in joining the Bai clan. The information he possessed was undoubtedly more extensive than that of any other faction. Enough, do not delay me from my meal. Tend to your own matters. Bai Jingjing's smile froze on her face, unable to comprehend his unwavering refusal. Bai Yichen, with a darkened expression, asserted, "Our Bai clan possesses a profound heritage accumulated over millennia. We not only hold vast knowledge of various entities, but also boast a multitude of demon hunters capable of contracting entities of all ranks. Our strength is beyond your imagination. You would do well to consider this seriously, lest you find yourself regretting it later." His words carried a palpable threat. "What? Are you attempting to intimidate me?" Xia Tianqiong glanced up at him, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. "The beggar demon is merely a test you sent to probe my capabilities. I assent it." Upon this declaration, it was as if he had struck a nerve in Bai Yichen, whose anger flared visibly, his countenance darkening. "What do you have to be proud of? It is merely a wild entity. Our Bai family possesses far superior entities. Would you care to test that further?" "Certainly. Send as many as you wish. I shall slay them all," Xia Tianqiong replied nonchalantly as he took a sip of his drink. At that moment, a waiter approached with a dish in hand. Noticing the 2 standing by the table, and inquired, "Would you gentlemen care to share a table?" Bai Yichen's expression turned unnatural as he hastily shook his head. "We do not wish to share." Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong addressed the waiter. "These 2 are quite bothersome. Kindly assist me in removing them." The waiter's expression shifted dramatically, his previously genial demeanor transforming into one of terrifying ferocity. He returned to his seat without engaging in any shared dining, declaring that he would not delay the esteemed guest's meal. Bai Jingjing had numerous words she yearned to express, yet upon witnessing this scene, she could only pull Bai Yichen back to their table. This individual displayed an excessive arrogance, utterly dismissing the Bai family's significance. Bai Yichen slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes ablaze with fury. It was imperative that the family dispatch skilled individuals to properly educate him. Only by demonstrating their strength could they hope to subdue him. Bai Jingjing remained relatively composed. Perhaps he was unaware of the Bai family's influence within the nation. Had he been informed, he would likely reconsider his stance. I believe it prudent to seek another opportunity for a more measured conversation. As the two conversed, a new development unfolded at Xia Tianqiong's table. The waiter set down a dish and turned to leave, at which point a burly man approached. "May I share this table?" he inquired. Xia Tianqiong glanced up, responding affirmatively, "Of course." The burly man, encouraged by the reply, could not suppress a grin as he took a seat opposite. Observing this, Bai Yichen's anger dissipated, replaced by a look of schadenfreude. This fool remains unaware that sharing a table might trigger the death rule. I am curious to see how he handles this peculiar situation. He must not come to harm. If the enigma proves formidable, I shall have to intervene to save him, lest we return unable to account to the family. Bai Jingjing placed the scruffy little dog from her arms onto the table, her full attention focused on Xia Tianqiong, ready to spring into action should the need arise. The burly man surveyed the table laden with dishes, unable to restrain a greedy swallow as he gazed at Xia Tianqiong with ill intentions. "Hand over the gold, and I may grant you a more peaceful demise." It had just witnessed Xia Tianqiong bestow gold upon the innkeeper, deliberately choosing to share a table. The Wujian Tavern upheld a singular rule. One must inquire if the other party would consent to share a table, and if the answer was affirmative, it would trigger the death protocol. The two parties were compelled to engage in a deadly confrontation, with only one permitted to survive. This was precisely why Bai Yichen had hesitated to sit down moments earlier. This rule resembled a life-and-death challenge. One party issued an invitation, and should the other acquiesce, they were bound to a battle for survival. Xia Tianqiong was well aware of this stipulation. "Greed eater, since I have invited you to share a table, I have no intention of allowing you to leave." Upon hearing this, the burly man's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that this human was aware of its existence. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to launch an immediate attack. He suddenly opened his mouth wide, expanding to over 2 meters in width, resembling a large sack, as he sought to engulf Xia Tianqiong. Swiftly, Xia Tianqiong retrieved a mirror, directing it towards the greed eater. The greed eater felt an immense suction force, instinctively retreating and gripping the table tightly to prevent being drawn in. Regret washed over it. This human had evidently formed a contract with a peculiar entity, and it was a formidable mirror spirit. Suddenly, 2 more entities emerged from the mirror, the takeout spirit and the life and death spirit. Together, they seized the greed eater and pulled it into the mirror. What followed was straightforward. The mirror spirit replicated several of Xia Tianqiong's mirror avatars, commencing a collective assault on the greed eater. "Everyone, I was wrong. Spare me, and I shall willingly form a contract." The greed eater, sensing the dire situation, pleaded for mercy while kneeling in desperation. The assault ceased, and the mirrored entity inquired whether Xia Tianqiong wished to form a contract with it. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Tianqiong conveyed his thoughts, dismissing the bizarre entity as worthless, instructing it to disperse and transform into ghostly currency. Very well. The delivery entity acquiesced, promptly retrieving paper ingots, while the mirrored and life-risking entities resumed their fray. For them, the desire to vanquish more bizarre beings was palpable. After all, each defeat promised a bounty of 50 taels. If they persisted, it would not be long before they could ascend in rank. Minutes later, the gluttonous entity dissipated, and over 500 taels of gold re-emerged within the mirrored space. Xia Tianqiong observed the unfolding events, unable to suppress a smile. He suddenly perceived that this establishment, the Infinite Tavern, was a lucrative venue. Turning his gaze around, he noticed an abundance of bizarre entities, all at the wild bizarre level, posing minimal risk to him, rendering them easy prey. An audacious thought struck him. A waiter had been watching from the sidelines, and only approached once the aura of the gluttonous entity had entirely vanished. "Esteemed guest, you have shattered the dishes. According to the tavern's regulations, a 10-fold compensation is required." Though the skirmish was brief, it had toppled several dishes, leaving shards scattered on the ground. This incident triggered the tavern's rules, but it was of little consequence, As long as payment was rendered, all would be well. Xia Tianqiong retrieved the smallest gold ingot from the mirrored space, weighing approximately 2 taels, and casually tossed it to the waiter. The waiter, overjoyed, caught it with both hands, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed guest." Even considering the tenfold compensation, the broken dishes amounted to merely a few hundred ghostly notes. However, the 2 taels of gold Xia Tianqiong provided equated to 20 taels of silver, roughly translating to 20,000 ghostly notes. The price far exceeds the compensation. The shopkeeper mistakenly believed that the excess was a gift bestowed upon him. Little did he know that Xia Tianqiong continued, "You have expressed your gratitude prematurely. The surplus funds are not for you. I may subsequently shatter numerous plates, tables, and chairs. The compensation will be deducted from this money. Only if there remains a surplus will it be awarded to you." The shopkeeper gaped, momentarily stunned, as if he grasped something, feeling a blend of disappointment and astonishment. Xia Tianqiong rose, surveyed the surroundings, and approached a particular table. There sat a woman draped in red silk. "Madam, may I share this table with you?" Everyone around, including the other peculiar beings, looked on in astonishment at this unprecedented challenge posed by a human to the otherworldly. Bai Chen was particularly dumbfounded, having been in a daze since the demise of the gluttonous entity. He recognized that Xia Tianqiong possessed some strength, but never anticipated such prowess, especially in dealing with a gluttonous creature so effortlessly. What shocked him most was that Xia Tianqiong casually produced a piece of gold, appearing utterly indifferent. It is known that among various families of hunters, the primary currency consists of ghostly notes and silver, with gold being exceedingly rare. Gold serves as a vital resource for cultivation, and even when available, it is reserved for the most significant entities within the clan. Bai Chen had only seen it before, never daring to touch it. No wonder he looked down upon the treatment offered by the Bai family. It turned out he was quite wealthy in his own right. Bai Jingjing was similarly taken aback, though her surprise stemmed not from gold, but from Xia Tianqiong's peculiarities. The gambling entity, the mirror entity, and what appeared to be a delivery entity. Besides these, he had also contracted with the entity mother or entity infant, indicating he had at least 4 peculiar beings under his command. The value of this individual is exceedingly high. He must be won over. Xia Tianqiong stood before the table of the woman in red gauze, awaiting her response. This was the enchantress illusion, a peculiar phenomenon capable of conjuring visions of beauty, somewhat akin to the spring dream trick. However, the latter only manifests within dreams, while the former can create tangible experiences in reality. Xia Tianqiong sought to forge a pact with it. Yet, the enchantress illusion merely cast him a cold glance and replied, "I decline. Consider it at the very least. Even if you cannot best me, a contract would suffice. I possess an abundance of gold." Xia Tianqiong produced a gold ingot, roughly the size of a fist, weighing about 50 to 60 taels. The mere sight of this gold instantly attracted envious and covetous glances from those around. Some peculiar entities seemed almost ready to pounce and seize it. Unfortunately, the rules constrained them. They could only entertain such thoughts, knowing that to act otherwise would be to court death. The enchantress illusion's eyes sparkled with avarice, yet she ultimately gritted her teeth and shook her head in refusal. Xia Tianqiong did not press the matter further and turned to seek out the next peculiar entity. His intention in displaying the gold was to entice other anomalies. Earlier, he had effortlessly dealt with the gluttonous trick, which had not gone unnoticed by the others, who were wary of engaging with him. However, the situation had changed. The 50 to 60 taels of gold represented an equivalent of 5 to 600,000 ghostly notes, a sum that would stir the hearts of any anomaly. There would surely be those willing to take a risk, ready to join him at the table for a life-and-death contest. After inquiring at 3 tables, it was not until the 4th that he finally encountered an anomaly willing to engage. Humans, while other anomalies may fear you, the essence-sucking trick, do not. Come forth. Let us see who perishes today. Chapter 25. The slaughter of guests, and the innkeeper, the succubus, appeared as an enchanting and alluring woman. Her form voluptuous and adorned with exquisite makeup, each smile and frown imbued with charm. Unlike the consumption of human souls, lifespans, or flesh, she exclusively feasted upon essence. As Xia Tianqiong settled with a mirror in hand, the succubus promptly initiated her assault. Her crimson lips parted wide, drawing in a powerful breath. A tempest arose from nowhere, sweeping over Xia Tianqiong's body, ultimately drawn into her mouth. This was no ordinary wind. It penetrated deeply, siphoning away the essence within. Xia Tianqiong immediately felt a wave of lethargy wash over him, his vitality swiftly depleting. In haste, he directed the mirror towards the succubus, invoking the mirror's art of devouring all. A tremendous force encircled the succubus, attempting to draw her into the mirror. However, she remained seated, utterly unaffected. Xia Tianqiong felt a flicker of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. The suction from her mouth perfectly countered the mirror's pull. No wonder she dared to engage so boldly. She possessed a formidable confidence. The current circumstances were somewhat unfavorable for Xia Tianqiong. He could not ensnare the succubus within the mirror, yet she could effortlessly siphon his essence from afar. If this continued, he would be drained to death. The patrons of the tavern, both human and otherworldly, watched this deadly confrontation with rapt attention. The few surviving humans recognized the perilous nature of their surroundings and yearned for an escape, hoping this individual could incite chaos, providing them an opportunity to flee. As for the otherworldly beings, their expressions were complex. Some harbored hopes for the demise of this audacious human who had dared to provoke them. There are strange entities that do not wish for Xia Tianqiong to be slain by the absorbing specter, for whoever takes his life shall inherit his gold. Each of them harbors the desire to be the one to eliminate Xia Tianqiong, believing that by forming a pact with a few wild specters, they could reign unchecked in this realm. Such arrogance is utterly foolish. Individuals of this nature are bound to encounter misfortune sooner or later. Bai Chen observed Xia Tianqiong's precarious situation and nearly applauded in delight. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that should Xia Tianqiong perish here, he himself would struggle to provide an explanation upon returning, especially since he had come to recruit him. Jingjing, please take action to rescue him. However, Bai Jingjing shook her head, asserting that he should be capable of dealing with the absorbing specter on his own. Do not forget, he possesses the art of teleportation, which he has yet to employ. As she spoke, they witnessed Xia Tianqiong suddenly vanish from his seat, reappearing instantaneously in the shadows behind the absorbing specter. The specter was momentarily taken aback, its visage betraying panic. In the next instant, an immense force surged from behind. Before it could even turn its head, its body was uncontrollably propelled backward, chair and all, drawn into the mirror. The absorbing specter's technique of absorption was effective only against humans. Xia Tianqiong had no interest in forming a pact and opted instead for a swift execution, converting the entity into ghostly currency. He promptly instructed the three strange beings within the mirrored space, then turned his attention to the next target. "Excuse me, may I share your table?" Xia Tianqiong inquired with a gentle smile, his demeanor exuding sincerity and politeness. The entity he addressed was a burly man with a full beard, clad in ancient official robes. Resembling a zombie, its expression darkened, and it spat in contempt, "Get lost. Vile human, if you have the ability, go to the second floor. Is it amusing to bully weaklings here? Ah, you even utter the term bullying the weak. How contemporary of you! Have you considered entering into a contract with me? I shall provide for you." The scene of an 18-year-old radiant youth proclaiming "I shall provide for you two," a burly man, is rather peculiar. The surviving humans, upon observing Xia Tianqiong clad in modern attire, initially assumed he was one of them, but upon hearing such a statement, they immediately began to question his normalcy. "Begone! I have no need for human currency," the stout man retorted defiantly. Xia Tianqiong, recognizing the futility of further persuasion, shifted his attention to other peculiar beings. After inquiring with several, he found all unwilling to share a table or enter into a contract with him. This level was populated solely by wild anomalies, their capabilities rather mediocre, hardly posing a challenge for Xia Tianqiong. The anomalies were not foolish, although gold was indeed valuable. They were not inclined to risk their lives for it, unable to resort to force, as doing so would invoke the tavern's fatal regulations. He returned to his seat in a state of mild vexation. continuing to consume the unfinished delicacies. Now that the anomalies on this level recognized his prowess and were unwilling to share a table, his only option was to ascend to the second level. However, that tier was inhabited by fierce anomalies. Among the four he had contracted, only the anomaly infant was of formidable caliber, while the other three were wild anomalies, whose overall strength might not suffice against the other fierce beings. Thus, he could not ascend lightly. Suddenly, the tavern attendant approached, grinning broadly with a fawning expression. "Esteemed guest, you have just shattered 5 plates and a chair, necessitating a compensation of 3,500 dark coins. We shall deduct it directly from the gold previously bestowed upon you. No need to inform me." Xia Tianqiong replied casually, utterly unconcerned with such a trifling sum. The young attendant nodded cautiously, his gaze fixated on Xia Tianqiong, pondering whether the remaining gold would be bestowed upon him. What a fanciful thought! He was soon to embark on a quest for peculiar dining companions and was certain to cause some disturbances. It would only be at his departure that the true reward would be granted. Yet there seemed to be no strange beings willing to share a table with him. None at present, but what of the newcomers? The endless tavern intermittently welcomed new patrons, both human and otherworldly. The recent arrivals, unaware of Xia Tianqiong's formidable nature, might just present an opportunity for companionship at the table. The young attendant's displeasure was evident. He had anticipated retaining the gold, only to find that this individual was intent on waiting for fresh company. How long must he endure this? If this continued indefinitely, would he not eventually deplete the 2 taels of gold? Such thoughts darkened the attendant's expression, his frustration mounting. Xia Tianqiong, initially absorbed in his meal, had not paid him much heed, but suddenly sensed an ominous aura and turned to look. A realization struck him. The attendants and cooks here were also strange beings. They too could be slain or bound by contract. The young attendant, recognizing his lapse in composure, hastily concealed his aura and offered an apology, preparing to depart. Yet, he abruptly felt the intensity of Xia Tianqiong's gaze, akin to that of a predator, brimming with lethal intent. "What do you intend to do, esteemed guest?" The attendant involuntarily took a step back, a flicker of fear igniting within him. This human seemed to have developed a taste for hunting the extraordinary. "I intend to do nothing." Xia Tianqiong suddenly seized a piece of lamb, bringing it to his mouth with a deliberate smacking of his lips directed at the attendant. The attendant's countenance shifted dramatically as a realization dawned upon him. "Esteemed guest, I am but a mere servant of this establishment. You cannot harm me." Xia Tianqiong remained silent, continuing to smack his lips with such volume that it could be heard across 2 tables. Suddenly, the other peculiar patrons turned their gazes towards him. Those surviving humans were bewildered, yet they too glanced in this direction. "Am I not to be acknowledged for my smacking?" Xia Tianqiong noted the attendant's hesitance and reminded him. "One of the rules of the tavern dictates that lip smacking is strictly prohibited. If the sound of smacking reaches the adjacent table, it triggers a death rule. According to the stipulations, the attendant must act promptly, removing the rule breaker and delivering him to the chef for execution." Yet, the attendant dared not approach, nor did he have the courage to intervene. The tavern's death rules primarily target humans, but if one possesses sufficient strength, they may exploit the rules to their advantage. In this instance, Xia Tianqiong was not permitted to strike the attendant freely. However, by instigating the rule, he forced the attendant to act against him, thereby legitimizing his right to retaliate. He could either slay or bind the attendant through a contract. Chapter 26. After purchasing the attendant, acquire the chef, is he out of his mind? He is even targeting the attendant. Bai Chen rose to dissuade him, fearing that if the attendant were slain, the manager might intervene, leaving him with no means of escape. Bai Jingjing quickly grasped Bai Chen's arm, asserting that it was too late to intervene. The death rule had already been triggered. "This fellow is akin to a rabid dog. Even if he manages to leave here alive, I would not recommend our family recruit such a person." Silence. Let us continue observing to discern his true intentions. Meanwhile, the attendant remained frozen, hesitating to act. It was merely a diminutive trickster, acutely aware that it was no match for the formidable Xia Tianqiong. However, according to the tavern's regulations, as a humble waiter, it was compelled to address those who triggered the rules, lest it be obliterated by the very powers that govern them. Just as it hesitated, Xia Tianqiong suddenly revealed a gentle smile, inviting, "Let us form a contract. I shall lead you away from this place, and you shall have ghostly coins to spend in the future." The waiter's trick, known as slap the beggar, allowed it to induce a momentary stupor in others by merely tapping their shoulder, thus granting it a modicum of control over their bodies. This was a rather practical skill, one that Xia Tianqiong found appealing, prompting him to seek a contract with the waiter. The waiter stood dumbfounded for a moment. Then a look of delight spread across its face. "Ah, so you have taken a liking to me. It is indeed an honor," it exclaimed. No longer fearful, a sycophantic smile returned to its visage as it stepped forward eagerly. Those around, both patrons and other tricksters, were taken aback. The waiter had so readily agreed to the contract. Other tricksters viewed it as lacking in resolve, while individuals like Bai Yichen believed Xia Tianqiong had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune. Even contemplating whether they too should attempt a similar feat, now merely a step away from Xia Tianqiong, the waiter's smile persisted, albeit with a glint of cold malice in its eyes. In a sudden movement, it raised its hand to strike Xia Tianqiong's shoulder. Alas, Xia Tianqiong had anticipated this, vanishing in an instant to materialize within the shadow behind the waiter. Employing the same tactic, he utilized the technique of mirror swallowing all, drawing the waiter into the mirrored space. "Strike him, and do not cease until he consents to sign the master-servant contract with me," Xia Tianqiong commanded, shifting his gaze to the other waiters. The first floor was expansive, housing a total of 4 waiters. At this moment, the other 3 stood a short distance away, their expressions peculiar, gazing at Xia Tianqiong as if he were a fool. Although the waiter was not particularly powerful, he nonetheless belonged to the enigmatic establishment of the Wujian Tavern. Typically, no one or any other entity would dare to provoke them, fearing the wrath of the manager and the even more terrifying owner. To put it mildly, one might face expulsion from the tavern, never to dine there again. More seriously, one could attract the attention of the owner and be ambushed upon leaving the tavern. Xia Tianqiong regarded the other 3 waiters, having no intention of resorting to violence. After all, he did not wish to offend either the manager or the owner. He chose to sit down and continue indulging in food and drink, as if nothing had transpired. 2 minutes later, the waiter had been thoroughly beaten, his form weakened to the brink of collapse, and he finally acquiesced to signing the master-servant pact. A minute later, the tavern manager unexpectedly descended from the upper floor, exuding an aura of terror as he approached Xia Tianqiong. "It has been a long time since I encountered someone daring enough to harm my waiter. You're the first human to do so in 5 centuries. The manager, clad in a purple robe adorned with golden patterns, appeared quite rotund, reminiscent of a wealthy lord from ancient times, emanating an air of nobility. He squinted at Xia Tianqiong, a subtle pressure enveloping the surroundings, causing the patrons to feel a sense of oppression. The manager had indeed arrived. It seemed unlikely that this would end well. Bai Yichen, who had initially looked down upon Xia Tianqiong, now found himself worried for him. "Can your dog brother save you from the manager? What a joke. Do you wish for my demise?" Bai Jingjing hastily shook her head. According to the rules, the innkeeper could not arbitrarily lay hands on a guest, at most expelling them. As long as the matter did not attract the attention of the tavern owner, there should be no threat to life. The other strange beings, perceiving the innkeeper's approach, looked at Xia Tianqiong with a mixture of schadenfreude, eager to witness his downfall. Just moments ago, this human had audaciously challenged all the oddities on the first floor, a feat most would not dare to undertake, which was a profound humiliation for them. Humans had traditionally been prey to these peculiar beings, yet now one dared to turn the tables and bully them. How outrageous! With the innkeeper's appearance, it was certain that this human would be cast out, offering a sense of relief to the other oddities. Xia Tianqiong sat there composed, unperturbed. "How much for a mere waiter? I shall compensate you," he stated casually, treating the waiter as if he were a commodity to be purchased at will. The innkeeper, taken aback by his audacity, was further inflamed, feeling deeply insulted. "The waiter is the property of my establishment. Should you harm him, you shall pay tenfold in compensation." produce 500,000 ghostly coins, and leave this place, never to return. The innkeeper, with bravado, believed he had set a lofty price. Ordinary peculiar beings could not amass such a sum, let alone a human. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Tianqiong had previously displayed gold weighing 50 to 60 taels. Otherwise, the innkeeper would have demanded an even higher amount. This ingot of gold is nearly 60 taels. Consider the excess a reward for your troubles, Xia Tianqiong declared, producing a gold ingot that clanged against the table. The innkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock, greed, and confusion as a multitude of emotions flickered across his plump visage. This was gold. Though one or two pieces of gold equate to 10,000 dark coins, it is rare for any peculiar entity to exchange gold for dark coins. Typically, transactions involve the exchange of dark coins or silver for gold, often at a significant premium to acquire even a small amount of gold. Hardly any of these entities regard gold as currency. Rather, it is perceived as a resource for cultivation. The Inn of Eternal Night has been in operation for millennia, yet the amount of gold received has been minimal. The loss of a wild-level waiter in exchange for nearly 60 taels of gold is undoubtedly a substantial profit for the proprietor. Recently reaching a bottleneck in cultivation, this influx of gold would facilitate a smooth breakthrough. This human has truly brought an unexpected delight. The proprietor, who had previously maintained a stern demeanor that instilled fear, suddenly transformed, donning a humble smile and adopting a gentle tone, even softening his imposing presence. A mere waiter, after all, if esteemed guests find favor. We have many more in our establishment. Upon hearing this, the other peculiar entities were left in astonishment, particularly the three remaining waiters on this floor, who trembled in fear. They were considered assets of the inn, and the proprietor held the authority to sell them. A surge of joy filled Xia Tianqiong, as he had not anticipated that waiters could indeed be bought and sold. This transaction was feasible. 50 taels apiece. How many can I acquire? The proprietor, overwhelmed with delight, wore a beaming smile akin to blooming chrysanthemums, astonished that this individual truly wished to purchase. Quickly calculating in his mind, he realized that with 9 floors in total, each housing 4 waiters, only one could be extracted per floor without disrupting operations. Having already sold one, there remained 8 waiters available for purchase. I can sell you 8. All right, it's a deal. In the sweltering summer, Xia Tianqiong enthusiastically shook hands with the shopkeeper, and they both erupted into hearty laughter, feeling as if they had struck a remarkable deal. For the shopkeeper, the prospect of training more waitstaff in the future to exchange for gold was a lucrative opportunity. Meanwhile, for Xia Tianqiong, the notion that slaying a wild apparition could yield 500 taels of gold, while acquiring 8 wild apparitions only cost 400 taels. Many had effectively profited 3,600 taels, albeit with a hint of sorrow. Furthermore, this was a legitimate transaction, free from the constraints of any rules. By the way, shopkeeper, do you sell chefs here? Suddenly recalling the culinary apparitions, Xia Tianqiong inquired. The shopkeeper's smile faltered slightly. Taken aback by the notion of purchasing a chef, did he intend to open a restaurant? I cannot sell chefs. They are not like the waitstaff, and I lack the authority to part with them. Is that truly the case? Xia Tianqiong expressed a hint of disappointment before another thought struck him. Is this establishment for sale? Chapter 27. The transmission token. Xia Tianqiong asked earnestly. Yet in an instant, all the apparitions present regarded him as if he were a fool. The shopkeeper shook his head with a wry smile. This establishment is not for sale. Money is not an issue. I genuinely wish to purchase it. Xia Tianqiong remained undeterred. For others and the apparitions, dining at a tavern merely served the purpose of generating mystical abilities, but for him, it represented an opportunity to hunt various apparitions in relative safety. The Infinite Tavern was not subject to sale, regardless of monetary considerations. The proprietor, wishing to divert the conversation, quickly suggested that given the esteemed guest's financial capacity and prowess, they could dine on the second floor. He presented a teleportation token, which required 100 ghostly coins for access to that elevated level. With a flick of his wrist, a palm-sized token materialized in his hand. Each floor of the Inn of the Abyss offered distinct culinary delights, and the likelihood of encountering bizarre phenomena increased with each ascending level. Naturally, the prices also escalated accordingly. Wealthy and powerful ghost hunters or anomalies aspired to reach the higher tiers in hopes of acquiring unique supernatural abilities. In a previous life, such a token was a symbol of status and might in the mortal realm, often unattainable even for the most ambitious ghost hunters. Yet, Xia Tianqiong refrained from accepting the token proffered by the proprietor. "Could you provide me with a token that grants access to the highest floor?" he inquired, a request deemed rather audacious. Other anomalies coveted the chance to ascend to the second floor, and if the proprietor could furnish them with such tokens, they would undoubtedly be elated. However, this human had the audacity to demand access to the highest level, an entitlement not afforded to just anyone with wealth. The higher the floor, the greater the caliber of the dining anomalies, and it was said that only the likes of ghost generals and ghost kings could access the topmost tier. Despite possessing some wealth, this individual lacked the qualifications to dine alongside such esteemed entities. By customary standards, the esteemed guest was not yet permitted to ascend to loftier heights. The proprietor's response resonated well with the onlooking anomalies, while they could not overpower Xia Tianqiong. Witnessing his setback was gratifying. However, the proprietor continued, "If the esteemed guest were to deposit some ghostly coins, I might be inclined to make an exception." Before Xia Tianqiong could respond, dissent arose from among the spectators. "How can one forsake the rules of the establishment for a mere human? You are peculiar, as is the establishment itself. There have been no exceptions made for our kind. Why then, an exception for a human? We refuse to accept this. Indeed, we protest. We shall not comply. Should there be no justification provided, we shall never return." On the first floor, dozens of beings of the extraordinary gathered, with the first taking the lead, prompting others to echo in agreement. This scene rendered the surviving humans speechless. It became evident that such a multitude of the extraordinary existed, and that the very establishment harbored issues. The innkeeper's formerly amiable smile darkened as he turned to regard the other beings. An aura of chilling authority unfolded instantaneously, enveloping the entire space. Those who dared to defy were commanded to leave and never return. The innkeeper's presence was formidable, and the protesting beings fell into a hushed silence, shrinking back, unwilling to meet his gaze. A prepayment of 100,000 ghostly coins grants access to the teleportation token for the second floor. A prepayment of 500,000 for the third floor token, 1 million for the fourth, 2 million for the fifth, and 4 million for the sixth. Whoever can present the necessary funds shall receive an exception. Do any of you have objections? The beings exchanged glances, none daring to voice a word. Should they possess such wealth, they would predominantly invest it in cultivation to enhance their own strength, rather than squander it here. After all, for the extraordinary, ascension in level naturally grants access to the corresponding floors. The innkeeper surveyed the room, his expression softening slightly, before turning to Xia Tianqiong, once again donning a warm smile. The swiftness of this transformation left Xia Tianqiong in admiration. "Esteemed guest, which floor's token do you wish to acquire?" In the summer, Qiong shook his head. "I was referring to the top floor. Isn't there a ninth level? You only mentioned the sixth floor. How much must be deposited for the ninth?" The shopkeeper was taken aback, a flicker of regret surfacing in his heart, realizing he had quoted a lower price than warranted. He sensed that the individual before him was affluent, yet he had not anticipated such wealth. Access to the seventh floor and above was restricted. The highest one could reach was the sixth. Why is it not open? Those 3 floors served as the residence of the restaurant owner. Qiong had not considered this reason, as it was information he had not grasped in his previous life. "Very well, then I shall take the teleportation token for the 6th floor." He casually produced 800 taels of gold, placing them upon the table, a dazzling heap that shone brilliantly. Half of this gold was intended for the deposit, while the other half was to purchase the services of 8 waiters. Suddenly, numerous sounds of swallowing echoed around him. For the peculiar, nothing was as delectable as gold. The shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight. With a flourish of his sleeve, the gold vanished, its whereabouts unknown. He then reached out, conjuring another teleportation token from thin air. Qiong received it and scrutinized it carefully. The token was entirely emerald green, resembling a form of jade. It was shaped like a miniature version of the Wujian restaurant, with the characters for Wujian inscribed on the front and access to the 6th floor etched on the back. The implication of access to the 6th floor was not merely that one could reach the 6th floor, but rather that one could access any floor below it, with the highest being the 6th. The token possessed another function. Whenever the Wujian restaurant appeared, it would indicate the nearest entrance. The shopkeeper explained this to Qiong on the side. Xia Tianqiong was aware of these matters and understood that the Wujian tavern was perpetually in motion, never pausing. At times, it would slip into the realm of the uncanny, while at others, it would descend into the mortal world. It had the capacity to manifest in numerous locations simultaneously, thus providing an abundance of entrances. I shall explore the various floors. That should be permissible, right? Certainly, but I must caution you that the higher the floor, the more formidable the anomalies become. Do not provoke them. If it were any other human, the proprietor would not concern himself with their fate. However, this individual is a wealthy magnate, and we ultimately rely on him for greater profit in the future. I understand. Xia Tianqiong was not foolish. Until he amassed sufficient strength, it would be unwise to engage with high-level anomalies. Once his power was enhanced, the landscape would be quite different. The 1st through 6th floors would transform into his hunting grounds. Take your time to explore. I shall await you on the 6th floor with the attendant from whom you purchase goods. Upon uttering these words, the proprietor vanished instantaneously. Grasping a token in his left hand and a small ingot of gold in his right, Xia Tianqiong focused his mind, causing the gold to shrink slightly, activating the token's teleportation function, and he vanished in an instant. The 1st floor was left with countless envious and jealous gazes. Bai Yiqian stood in a daze, still overwhelmed by the shock of the moment. If he could produce over 800 taels of gold, might there be even more? The Bai family's millennium of accumulation could hardly match such wealth. Bai Jingjing sighed repeatedly, recognizing that he was no ordinary individual, and lamented that they could not entice him, as they could not offer him any benefits that might captivate his interest. In an instant, Xia Tianqiong found himself on the 2nd floor of the tavern. It is worth mentioning that the entire establishment is devoid of staircases, with each floor completely isolated from one another. His shadow teleportation is restricted here, permitting movement only within the same floor, rendering him incapable of traversing between levels or even perceiving the external space. The 2nd floor is somewhat spacious, accommodating only 2 or 3 dozen patrons, all of whom are of the monstrous and eerie variety, with not a single human in sight. Xia Tianqiong surveyed the surroundings. He could recognize most of the grotesque beings present. He contemplated that upon summoning 8 waiters, he should be able to contend with the monstrosities, at which point he would descend to test his mettle. With a mere thought, he transported himself to the 3rd floor. This level was even more desolate, inhabited by only 5 malevolent entities. The 4th floor, in stark contrast, was lined with empty tables, devoid of any peculiar diners. The Infinite Tavern had been exceedingly popular in its previous incarnation, with each floor bustling with patrons. Its current tranquility is attributed to the recent onset of the eerie. As the number of otherworldly beings manifesting in the human realm remains limited and the hunters are few, in due time, it is certain to become vibrant once more. Xia Tianqiong then teleported to the 5th floor, where he unexpectedly encountered a grand red sedan chair. Surrounding it were 8 burly men clad in crimson, diligently pouring dish after dish into the chair. The eerie sedan, being supernatural, naturally partook in sustenance. A quick glance revealed that the eerie bride was absent from the sedan. Sensing an ominous intent from the eerie bride, he dared not linger and swiftly transported himself to the 6th floor. This level, too, was devoid of diners, featuring only 4 waiters and a rotund chef. The proprietor had yet to arrive, so Xia Tianqiong casually chose a table and, as before, ordered one of each menu item from both the yin and yang selections. After all, earning money was effortless. Indulging in more dishes might just lead to the birth of some supernatural techniques. Regardless of whether it pertains to himself or the enigmatic contracts of his subordinates, The emergence of bizarre techniques is always a boon, and one can anticipate an enhancement of strength. Is it permissible to share a table? Xia Tianqiong was awaiting his dish when an unexpected figure materialized beside him. Turning his head, he beheld a bride clad in crimson finery, her face concealed beneath a red veil. It was the eerie bride he had encountered on the expressway. A chill crept into his heart, accompanied by a foreboding sense of dread. This cannot be allowed. Fortunately, the tavern adhered to certain regulations, as long as he declined a request to share a table. No one could impose such an arrangement upon him. Xia Tianqiong reassured himself with this thought. Yet in the next moment his eyes widened in shock. He witnessed the eerie bride pulling out a chair and slowly taking a seat. It seemed she was indifferent to the taverness rules. Chapter 28. Negotiating with the eerie bride. One of the regulations of the Wujian tavern states that sharing a table requires mutual consent. In light of Xia Tianqiong's clear refusal, the eerie bride seated herself opposite him, thereby triggering the rule. As soon as she settled down, a surge of regulatory power erupted from the void, attempting to tear at her very being. Yet, she remained there, unperturbed, as if untouched by the chaos around her. The regulatory force was utterly powerless against her. Xia Tianqiong's pupils dilated, and a tempest of turmoil surged within him. This was beyond his comprehension. In his previous life, even the highest echelons of the bazaar, such as the eerie generals and kings, could be torn asunder by regulatory power. Yet, this eerie bride seemed to disregard its grasp entirely. Could she be of a rank surpassing that of an eerie king? That should not be the case. The eerie king was heralded as the pinnacle of the bazaar, a truth proclaimed by the beings themselves. Xia Tianqiong felt no inclination to resist. He hastily activated his teleportation token, yearning to return to the first floor of the tavern. To his dismay, the token remained unresponsive, as though it had suddenly become inoperative. Suddenly, a cold sweat broke out. Could it be that even this teleportation token was rendered useless? Would he truly be trapped here today? Although the shadow teleportation could still be employed, each level was isolated from the outside world, allowing him to teleport only on the 6th floor, rendering any ascent to other levels impossible. Were you planning to flee before I could finish speaking? As Xia Tianqiong hesitated over whether to use shadow teleportation to abandon the table, a melodious voice unexpectedly emerged from beneath the red veil. Yet, for reasons unknown, there seemed to be a hint of sorrow in her tone. "My dear, what do you seek from me?" Xia Tianqiong struggled to suppress the impulse to escape. "Allow me to explain. I'm a person who rarely bathes. My physical form is quite foul. My thoughts are also unwholesome, filled with sordid matters. Thus my soul remains impure. Should you consume me, it would undoubtedly tarnish your esteemed identity. Perhaps, instead, I could offer you gold as a substitute for myself. The ethereal power of gold is far more pristine, 1,000 times cleaner than this wretched being, befitting of your stature." He desperately tarnished his own image. Recalling the information from his previous life regarding the enigmatic bride, it was said that this bride relished asking others if they wished to be her groom. Regardless of whether the answer was yes or no, the ultimate fate was to be devoured alive. Truly a cruel fate. Why do you possess the power of reincarnation? The enigmatic bride posed a question that left Xia Tianqiong utterly astonished. The power of reincarnation? What is that? I am unaware. Xia Tianqiong was perplexed. He was familiar with the powers of rules and contracts, yet had never encountered the concept of reincarnation power. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be due to his rebirth? The enigmatic bride seemed to be gazing at him. Although he could not see her, he could certainly feel her presence. After a brief moment, she lowered her head slightly, as if to murmur to herself, "So you are unaware as well." Xia Tianqiong cautiously ventured, "My lady, did you seek me out for this reason?" The mysterious bride appeared lost in thought, remaining silent for a moment before suddenly lifting her head. "I have heard that you wish to purchase the Wujian tavern. Well, I do entertain such an idea, but the proprietor claims it is not for sale." Xia Tianqiong was somewhat perplexed, unable to comprehend why she had suddenly posed this question. What significance did it hold for her? Indeed, the Wujian tavern cannot be sold, yet I can offer you a floor for rent. The enigmatic bride's voice was exquisitely melodious, and one could easily infer her beauty merely from her tone. Is that truly possible? Xia Tianqiong felt a surge of joy. Firstly, he realized that this mysterious bride was not there to harm him, and secondly, the prospect of renting a floor was indeed an appealing option. However, he soon pondered another question. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? One might say so. Her response was somewhat unexpected. The enigmatic bride continued. The 9 floors above are already occupied and thus cannot be rented to you, but I can offer you a level below. Is there indeed a lower level? What is the rental fee? Xia Tianqiong had never heard of the Wujian Tavern possessing a subterranean level. The enigmatic bride adjusted her veil atop her head, seemingly cautious of it slipping off. The lower level is larger than any of the floors above, with a monthly rent of 3,000 taels of gold. Xia Tianqiong frowned. This was undoubtedly an exorbitant sum, raising suspicions of deceit. The combined annual revenue of the 9 floors above might not even reach 3,000 taels of gold. Yet she had audaciously quoted that as the rental fee. It is purely an attempt to deceive the unsuspecting. The price is exorbitant. I cannot afford to rent it. If it were merely 1,000 taels per month, I could consider it. Xia Tianqiong casually remarked, intending to refuse. Yet, the enigmatic bride readily agreed, declaring, very well. I shall rent it to you at that price. Oh dear, I have fallen into her trap. Xia Tianqiong was greatly disheartened. Had he negotiated earnestly, he might have secured a lower price. What? Do you wish to retract your offer? No, how could that be? I am a person of my word. 1,000 taels it shall be. The words spoken with the uncanny bride, once uttered, bore the weight of an implicit contract that must be fulfilled, lest he be ensnared by the supernatural. Suddenly, the bride extended her delicate hand, beckoning Xia Tianqiong with a curl of her finger. My lady, what do you mean by that? Xia Tianqiong was perplexed, sensing the ominous undertone. You want the money? What else could it mean? The bride's tone turned menacing. I currently lack sufficient funds. I shall pay you when I return next time. Xia Tianqiong had recently spent over 800 taels of gold to acquire a shop assistant, leaving him with just over 300 taels in his mirror space. How about this? I will pay you 200 taels as a deposit. He hastily retrieved gold ingots and placed them before the enigmatic bride. Very well. The bride did not reach for the gold. Instead, a spectral energy seemed to emanate from the ingots, merging into her being. In an instant, the 200 taels of gold transformed into a small pile of ashes. Hee. It has been ages since I savored such pure spectral energy. She appeared to be in high spirits, giggling softly. Would you care to be my groom? You truly lack integrity. In the sweltering heat of summer, Xia Tianqiong's expression underwent a profound transformation, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. This woman had just consumed gold, yet she was now wielding the death rule against him, exhibiting a complete disregard for their previous connection. How utterly despicable. Chapter 29. The token of affection from the enigmatic bride. The enigmatic bride's death rule was nearly insurmountable. Regardless of whether one responded with willingness or reluctance, it would inevitably consume them. Xia Tianqiong found himself ensnared in this predicament, utterly at a loss for how to proceed. As time trickled away, cold sweat drenched his back. Each passing second felt like an eternity. According to the majority of bizarre death rules, once a question was posed, a response was required within a short span of time. Failure to comply would trigger the rule. His mind raced with frantic thoughts, desperately seeking a solution, yet clarity eluded him. However, time was running out. Damn it! He resolved to confront it head-on. If he was to perish, he would do so with valor. Xia Tianqiong, feeling utterly cornered, suddenly steeled his resolve and prepared to act preemptively. He swiftly produced a mirror, aimed it at the enigmatic bride, and invoked the technique of mirror devouring all things. A tremendous force of suction enveloped the bride, attempting to draw her into the mirror. Yet she remained seated, impervious to its effect. Even the red veil atop her head remained undisturbed. Was this truly futile? Indeed, if the power of the rules could not shake this enigmatic woman, how could the mirroring technique possibly succeed? Though Xia Tianqiong had steeled himself for the worst, witnessing this scene still left his heart in despair. Suddenly, the enigmatic bride burst into laughter, her voice ringing like a clear bell, melodious and delightful, reminiscent of a young girl in her teens. What a jest! As the proprietor of this establishment, How could I possibly bring myself to consume such a wealthy patron as yourself? To toy with the death rule? In the summer, Xia stared at the other person, feeling not only a sense of relief, but also a profound speechlessness. Once the rules of death were invoked, the usual outcomes were either the demise of the target or the target's ability to decipher the rules. However, the case of the enigmatic bride, who terminated the rules herself, was a blatant violation. Any other peculiar entity attempting such a maneuver would undoubtedly be torn apart by the very forces of the rules. Yet, she remained unharmed. Is this ist? I was nearly frightened to death. Xia thought to curse but refrained. If you dislike this jest, I could be quite serious. No, I like it. Is that so wrong? She giggled. You might want to give it serious consideration, as I shall revisit this inquiry in the future, and I expect a precise answer then. The enigmatic bride said with a playful smile, as if conversing with a friend. However, Xia felt a strong sense of malevolence. It suddenly dawned on him that this enigmatic bride was teasing him. Never did he imagine he would be toyed with by such a formidable entity. How could he agree so easily without even knowing what the lady looked like? Perhaps if she lifted her veil, he could behold her exquisite beauty? Xia was fairly certain that, considering the gold, she would be reluctant to end his life. Thus, he resolved to return the jest. Otherwise, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Do you truly wish to see? Of course. Xia fixed his gaze intently on the enigmatic bride across the table. He watched as she delicately raised a slender hand, grasping the edge of her red veil and slowly lifting it. The first sight that met his eyes was her fair, elongated neck, gracefully swan-like, followed by her smooth, rounded chin. Unbeknownst to him, his heart surged with fervor. Suddenly, a feeling surged within me. She must surely be an unparalleled beauty. As the veil was on the verge of being fully lifted, her delicate hand abruptly halted. After all, is it customary for a bride to unveil herself? If anyone is to lift it, it ought to be you. The words of the enigmatic bride momentarily stunned Xia Tianqiong. I shall unveil it myself. The act of unveiling might also be a harbinger of doom, yet he believed that even if such a rule were to be triggered, the mysterious bride would not take his life. After all, a human life holds little value. Retaining him allows for a monthly tribute of 1,000 taels in rent. As long as he is not utterly foolish, the enigmatic bride would not be inclined to let him perish. Xia Tianqiong slightly rose, stretching his arm across the table to lift the mysterious bride's crimson veil. She did not evade him, allowing him to grasp the edge of the veil, which he swiftly tore away. His eyes brimmed with anticipation, expecting to behold her true visage, only to find that the enigmatic bride had vanished in an instant. The veil remained in his grasp, yet the bride herself was nowhere to be found. Had she fled? Was she too ashamed to reveal herself? Do not be afraid. I do not find you unattractive, Xia Tianqiong called out to the empty surroundings. The voice of the enigmatic bride echoed from all directions, ethereal and elusive. The veil is yours. When you decide to become my devoted groom, you shall naturally behold my true form. This seems rather unreasonable. I was merely jesting. May I return it to you? Xia Tianqiong held the crimson veil, as though it were a scalding hot potato. Such an uncanny object is not easily handled, especially one so uniquely tied to the enigmatic being. To possess, it would forge an unbreakable causal connection, forever entwining him with her. No, this is a token of affection bestowed upon you. How could I possibly return it? The enigmatic bride lamented, her tone imbued with a sorrowful sincerity, as if it were a matter of utmost importance. In the sweltering summer, Xia Tianqiong was perplexed. How did the veil he was urged to lift become a symbol of commitment? It was evident that the enigmatic bride harbored an interest in him, intent on entangling him further. The red veil appeared to be crafted from silk, soft and smooth, almost weightless. As he observed it, a thought struck him. Could this veil be a supernatural artifact? Did it possess any extraordinary properties? When draped over one's head, it seemed to create a barrier from the outside world. With a shift in tone, the enigmatic bride cheerfully remarked, "You wouldn't actually intend to place it upon your own head, would you? I must admit, I am quite curious to see that." Xia Tianqiong couldn't help but roll his eyes, sensing that this peculiar woman was far from serious. With a mere flick of his wrist, He stored the red veil within the confines of the mirror space, contemplating its potential future utility. After exchanging a few more idle remarks, their conversation came to a close. A few minutes later, the table was laden with food and drink, and Xia Tianqiong indulged heartily. A sense of urgency gnawed at him. He needed to grow stronger swiftly, for if the enigmatic bride were to turn against him one day, he would be utterly defenseless, unable to escape even. In the midst of his feast, the innkeeper arrived at the 6th floor, accompanied by 8 attendants. Upon seeing him, Xia Tianqiong smiled lightly and said, "Innkeeper, your boss has already rented me the basement level. Are you aware of this?" The innkeeper nodded slightly, though his expression bore a hint of peculiarity. "I'm aware, but—" He hesitated, trailing off mid-sentence. Xia Tianqiong pondered whether he had been deceived. Was the enigmatic bride not the proprietor of this establishment? Well, she is one of the owners, so you need not worry. She has the authority to lease that level to you, but I advise you to consider it with caution. Why should I exercise caution? Pray, elucidate your reasoning." Xia Tianqiong inquired. The tavern keeper's plump face displayed a hint of hesitation. "You may accept these waiters for now. I shall take you to the basement shortly, and you will understand." Behind the keeper stood 8 waiters, varying in height and girth, some handsome and others quite plain. They were reluctant to be sold to a human, yet they had no choice. They were the property of the tavern, and the keeper had the authority to sell them. At that moment, the waiters formed a line, glaring at Xia Tianqiong, their gazes filled with resentment or animosity. "I am merely selling them to you. The terms of the contract are your concern." The keeper noticed the unwilling expressions of the waiters, but was indifferent and had no intention of assisting Xia Tianqiong. "I have my own methods to subdue them." Xia Tianqiong, brimming with confidence, prepared to acquire 8 new waiters. Though they possessed the same peculiarities and abilities, their numbers would enhance his overall strength. He directed a mirror towards the waiters, drawing them all into the mirror space. "I will handle things inside and return shortly." Xia Tianqiong felt a twinge of unease and informed the keeper before stepping into the mirror space himself. Upon entering, he heard the mirror's spirit grumble. "You brought in so many at once. I'll need to create numerous duplicates to control them, which is a significant loss for me." Each time the mirror's spirit materialized a duplicate, it consumed its own ethereal energy, leading to its complaints about the imbalance in contribution. "Enough chatter. This time, I shall provide you with an additional 50 taels. Immediately restrain them for me." "Understood, master." "Just watch." The mirror image of the strange entity, Dashi, instantaneously manifested numerous avatars of the summer sky. The 8 newly arrived waiters had initially conspired quietly, intending to unite and eliminate this human along with his peculiar contract. However, in the blink of an eye, a multitude of avatars, infused with the power of the netherworld, encircled them. While the mirror images possessed the ability to extract the souls from human bodies, a skill formidable for murder, the strange beings lacked souls, rendering the mirror avatars ineffective against them, resorting only to a chaotic brawl. Yet, the waiter's bizarre technique could indeed affect the mirror images. A single strike upon the shoulder would induce a momentary state of paralysis in the avatars. In a one-on-one encounter, the waiters would undoubtedly prevail. Alas, the sheer number of avatars was overwhelming. Having struck one, they were swiftly besieged by several others. Moreover, additional strange entities, including the delivery and life-risking types, launched surprise attacks from the sidelines, with even the waiters who had previously engaged in a contract downstairs joining the fray. In an instant, the 8 waiters were subdued, pinned to the ground in a straight line. "Sign the master-servant contract with me, or face death," Summer Sky proclaimed from a position of dominance, gazing down upon them as a sovereign might regard their subjugated subjects. "You shall not succeed, even if it means our demise. We will not enter into a master-servant contract with you. Such a contract is an affront to our dignity. We would rather perish than submit. If there were a proposal for an equal contract, we might consider it, but the master-servant contract is absolutely unacceptable. If you refuse to offer an equal agreement, then let us be slaughtered." It seemed they had long conspired together, fully aware of their inevitable fate, yet striving to negotiate a more favorable agreement. In the sweltering summer, Qiong coldly remarked, "You have descended to the mortal realm solely to kill and devour. I humiliate you, what of it? Is there a problem? He paced before the 8 attendants, suddenly halting to point at one, declaring, "This one is too hideous. Put it to death." Upon issuing the command, the delivery specter lunged forward, opening its maw to rend and tear. The gambling specter and the mirrored specter followed suit, albeit with a slight delay, while the contracted attendant was the last to assist. It hesitated, for these had once been its colleagues, with whom it shared a decent rapport. Now it was to slay them with its own hands. Qiong retrieved a paper ingot, standing by to absorb the dissipated spectral energy. After a few moments, the attendant's body disintegrated, and all the ethereal energy was drawn into the paper ingot. This time, only one ingot was needed, rendering it particularly hefty. Qiong struggled to hold it and ultimately placed it upon the ground. The remaining 7 attendants witnessed the scene in utter astonishment. No wonder this human had the wealth to procure them. So it was. Qiong continued to wander among the attendants, selecting the next target for termination. "This one will do," he proclaimed. No sooner had he spoken than the chosen attendant began to writhe and cry out, "I am willing to sign a master contract. Please, master, do not kill me." Upon hearing this, the other attendants hesitated momentarily, yet soon agreed, for the uncanny, like humans, also feared death. A smirk crept upon Qiong's lips as he proceeded to forge contracts with each of them. "Let us bestow upon you names. Otherwise, it shall be difficult to distinguish between you." There are currently 8 shop assistants, each possessing their own name, yet Xia Tianqiong, feeling too lazy to remember them, simply designated them as Xiao Yi, Xiao Er, Xiao San, and so forth, up to Xiao Ba. The 8 assistants were displeased with this nomenclature, yet they dared not voice their objections. Xia Tianqiong subsequently departed from the mirrored space. Was it truly concluded so swiftly? The shopkeeper was astonished. It had been scarcely 5 minutes since he had subdued all 8 assistants, which seemed rather expeditious. Contracting a few minor spirits was an uncomplicated matter. Xia Tianqiong spoke with nonchalance, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "Let us proceed, shopkeeper. Take me to the -1st floor. Hand me the teleportation token." The shopkeeper took Xia Tianqiong's teleportation token, brushed his hand across it, and inscribed 3 additional characters on the reverse. -1st floor. "There you go. You can now use it to teleport to the -1st floor." Xia Tianqiong accepted the token and activated it with his thoughts, subsequently teleporting to the -1st floor. The scenery before him transformed dramatically, sending a chill down his spine and igniting an instinctive urge to flee. Could it possibly be the realm of the uncanny? Chapter 30. The strange -1st floor. The floors of the Wujian Tavern were composed of wooden planks, exuding a classical style reminiscent of ancient inns. However, the underground level starkly contrasted with the upper floors. Standing there, Xia Tianqiong was enveloped by a sensation akin to having entered a realm of the bizarre. The ground was cracked, dust swirling about, resembling a desolate wasteland that stretched into infinity. Above him was not the ceiling of the 1st floor, but rather a murky sky, dotted with ethereal green clouds that appeared to burn like ghostly flames. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the uncanny realm described in Tales of the Eerie. As Xia Tianqiong was transported to this place, he immediately noticed numerous bizarre entities wandering about. Several of them, quite close in proximity, also detected his presence and charged at him with feral roars. They appeared somewhat different from ordinary aberrations, their eyes filled with a savage fury, reminiscent of deranged lunatics. Unable to identify these anomalies, Xia Tianqiong was at a loss to ascertain their levels. In such circumstances, retreat was the only viable option. Otherwise, encountering a high-level aberration could spell his demise. Just as he was about to activate the teleportation token, the shopkeeper suddenly appeared beside him. Upon her arrival, the surrounding aberrations seemed to be startled, scattering in all directions, none daring to approach. Xia Tianqiong felt a twinge of fear. It appeared that the shopkeeper was also a high-level anomaly. "Well, are you certain about renting this place?" The shopkeeper regarded Xia Tianqiong with an expression akin to that of a con artist eyeing a gullible victim. Xia Tianqiong felt deceived by the eerie bride, yet he found himself inexplicably intrigued by the locale. ISN This the basement of an inn? Why do I feel as though I've stepped into your realm of anomalies? Having been occupied by special aberrations for an extended period, the rules have become chaotic, giving rise to illusions. What you see is not the true form of this floor. What makes it so unique? Why not cleanse it? The shopkeeper gazed at the aberrations lurking in the distance, her expression a complex blend of sorrow intertwined with helplessness. These aberrations lack sentience, driven solely by a frenzied desire to kill. They engage in mutual slaughter, misusing the rules, resulting in the current state of affairs. Due to certain regulatory constraints, we are unable to eliminate them. Xia Tianqiong sensed that she had more to say and inquired further. How many special aberrations are there? If we cannot eradicate them, wouldn't renting this place be a scam? Originally, this floor was teeming with thousands, yet now it harbors fewer than 100. Our inability to slay them does not preclude you from doing so. After all, you do not belong to the Inn of Endless Night. According to the innkeeper, the peculiarities of this establishment render it impossible to eliminate the unique anomalies present here. What levels do these entities possess? Xia Tianqiong felt a stirring in her heart. Nearly 100 anomalies could yield a substantial fortune if eradicated. This floor predominantly features ferocious anomalies, with a scant number of wild ones, alongside a malevolent entity. Surely, you do not intend to lease this place? The innkeeper's demeanor was rather peculiar. Although the proprietor had leased this space to Xia Tianqiong, it appeared reluctant to comply. I have already paid the deposit. If the lease does not proceed, could you assist me in reclaiming it? That is utterly impossible. The innkeeper firmly rejected. In that case, I must at least rent it for a month. Should the lease be confirmed, you are required to eliminate all anomalies on this floor, after which the inn will revert to its original form, allowing you to decide how to manage it thereafter. The innkeeper, seeing that it could not dissuade Xia Tianqiong, had no choice but to speak candidly. Unbeknownst to it, Xia Tianqiong's heart was already brimming with joy. For others, hunting anomalies is a strenuous and perilous endeavor. For her, however, it represented a lucrative opportunity. Once the anomalies are eradicated, this floor could be utilized for various enterprises. As the influx of anomalies intensifies, the Inn of Endless Night is bound to flourish, attracting both hunters and anomalies alike. In such a bustling locale, any venture is likely to yield profit, be it a general store trading in various anomalous wares or the peculiar entities themselves. The mirror anomaly possesses the ability to condense mirror duplicates. The takeout anomaly can produce ethereal deliveries, and the gamble of fate anomaly has the capacity to transmute human lifespans, all of which can be commodified. In the future, one could establish contracts with anomalies capable of generating peculiar artifacts or unique items for external sale. Additionally, a service for the exchange of ghostly currency could be initiated. Certain anomalies require gold to enhance their prowess, which could be exchanged for the artifacts produced by the anomalies themselves in a barter with Xia Tianqiong. In essence, he swiftly conceived numerous business ventures, and once the anomalies on this level were eradicated, formal operations could commence. After a few parting words of advice from the shopkeeper, he was teleported away. Xia Tianqiong remained behind, commencing his pursuit of hunting special anomalies. Currently, he had contracts with the takeout anomaly, the gamble of fate anomaly, the mirror anomaly, and 8 shop assistants, altogether 11 anomalies of the wild tier, in addition to 1 ferocious anomaly, the anomaly infant. With this level of strength, he should be capable of confronting ferocious anomalies, provided he did not encounter too many at once. As for malevolent anomalies, he might not yet be able to contend with them. Should he encounter one, his only recourse would be to teleport away. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted a solitary special anomaly and began to approach it cautiously. This anomaly was disheveled, devoid of clothing, and its skin was parched, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, akin to a lifeless tree trunk. Let us refer to it as the withered tree anomaly for the time being. When he was about 40 to 50 meters away, the withered tree anomaly noticed Xia Tianqiong and charged towards him with a ferocious roar. Xia Tianqiong held the teleportation talisman in his left hand, ready to escape at the slightest hint of danger, while his right hand brandished a mirror. invoking the spell of mirror devouring. Upon the emergence of an immense suction force, the withered tree anomaly seemed oblivious to evasion or resistance, as if willingly plunging into the depths of the mirror. Was it truly that simple? In the summer, Qiong felt a sense of astonishment. If all were so mindless and bizarre, the cleanup should not be overly difficult. The withered tree spirit had just entered the mirror space and momentarily froze, seemingly unprepared for the sudden change in environment. Qiong's contract spirit had long been on high alert. As the withered tree spirit stepped inside, the life-risking spirit took the initiative, employing the mirror immobilization technique to secure its legs. The mirror spirit swiftly commanded 7 or 8 mirror clones to rush forward and engage in a collective assault. 8 shopkeepers took turns to tap on its shoulder, executing the bewildering technique known as flower tapping, plunging the withered tree spirit into a fleeting state of confusion. The delivery spirit, being the weakest and most inconsequential here, could only charge in, attempting to bite with its large mouth. From outside, Qiong observed the battle through the mirror, convinced that her side would undoubtedly emerge victorious. However, she was unprepared for the withered tree spirit's extraordinary ferocity. The mirror immobilization technique could only restrain it for 2 to 3 seconds before it forcefully broke free. The shopkeeper's flower tapping could merely induce a daze lasting 1 or 2 seconds. By the time it regained consciousness, it effortlessly shattered 2 or 3 mirror clones with a single slap. That was not even its most formidable display. Suddenly, the withered tree spirit let out a thunderous roar. Its desiccated skin split open, releasing numerous droplets of black blood. Any mirror clone that made contact with a drop of this black blood melted away as if snow met a searing iron, vanishing in an instant. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 clones were simultaneously obliterated. 3 of the shopkeepers met with misfortune, splattered by the black blood, and immediately emitted anguished cries as their bodies were pierced, leaving behind gaping holes. In a heartbeat, the tide of battle had shifted. Qiong furrowed her brow, her expression grave. The withered tree spirit must be a formidable entity. Otherwise, it would not possess such overwhelming power. He swiftly issued a mental command. You all refrain from engaging in a direct confrontation. The mirror entity continuously replicates its doppelgangers. Let these numerous copies restrain it. The gamble entity shall repeatedly employ immobilization techniques, while the shopkeeper should seize an opportunity to tap its shoulder. If no opportunity arises, do not force it. The delivery entity should refrain from intervening and instead procure paper offerings, standing by to absorb the ethereal energy. This will henceforth be your responsibility, without the need to partake in the combat. With a strategic directive from Xia Tianqiong, several contracted entities stabilized and resumed their collaborative assault on the withered tree entity. Chapter 31. Upgrading Contracted Entities, Mirror Space. The withered tree entity, besieged by 40 to 50 doppelgangers, displayed no fear, its murky eyes brimming with excitement and brutality. Each swing of its emaciated, desiccated arms obliterated multiple copies, akin to an adult tormenting a child, entirely disproportionate in scale. Every 2 minutes, it let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of black blood from the fissures in its body, annihilating dozens of doppelgangers on the spot. Had it not been for the mirror entity's ability to instantaneously replicate a multitude of copies, and the gamble entity's relentless application of immobilization spells, this creature would have long since breached the encirclement and charged at the contracted entities. The battle had reached a stalemate, proving difficult to eliminate it in the short term. Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow, realizing a pressing issue. Although there were numerous contracted entities at present, their skills were primarily control or support-oriented, lacking any offensive techniques. This predicament was rather awkward. Despite possessing a numerical advantage, they were unable to swiftly conclude the conflict. It seemed imperative to contract an entity possessing offensive capabilities as soon as possible. Over half an hour passed, in the face of countless mirror avatars relentlessly consuming its essence. The withered tree specter finally found itself utterly exhausted, unable to expel the dark blood that once flowed with vigor, its form rendered battered and broken. It lay pinned to the ground by a dozen of its reflections, utterly immobilized. As Xia Tianqiong entered the mirrored realm, he contemplated forging a contract with the creature. The withered tree specter wielded a sinister ability to eject corrosive blood, a formidable attack that easily overpowered a wild specter of the lowest rank, leaving its body riddled with numerous burns. Should he succeed in establishing a bond, it would compensate for his own deficiencies in offensive capabilities. Can you comprehend my words? If you agree to a contract, I shall grant you your freedom. The shopkeeper had previously warned Xia Tianqiong that such peculiar specters were beyond the reach of contracts. Yet he still yearned to try. The only response was a series of primal roars, echoing like wild beasts. The withered tree specter could not comprehend human speech, rendering communication impossible and thus the contract unattainable. Eliminate it, Xia Tianqiong commanded, resigned. The multitude of mirror avatars encircled the defenseless withered tree specter, continuing their assault for 3 to 4 more minutes before finally dispersing its spectral form. The ferocity of a fierce specter proved vastly more challenging than that of a wild one. Meanwhile, the delivery specter approached Xia Tianqiong, cradling a hefty collection of glimmering gold ingots, brimming with delight. Master, we have struck gold this time, converting a total of 980 taels. The nearby mirror specter and the gambling specter buzzed with excitement, contemplating the prospect of receiving a greater share of rewards for such a bountiful haul. Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow in silence, mentally calculating the costs. The battle had endured for over half an hour, during which the mirror specter had produced more than 630 avatars. Its own ethereal power was far from sufficient, having absorbed over 50 taels of gold to manifest such a multitude. During the fierce battle, 5 shop assistants were pierced by the black blood, though they survived, sustaining considerable injuries. It took more than 200 taels of gold to restore them to their former state. The life-risking technique consumed over 20 taels as well. Altogether, this brutal clash resulted in an expenditure exceeding 280 taels of gold. This is a substantial amount of money. If only we could eliminate the withered tree specter more swiftly, we could have saved a great deal. It is imperative to enhance our strength expeditiously. After a brief silence, Xia Tianqiong suddenly turned to the mirror specter and inquired, "How much gold do you require to advance to the fierce specter level? Will your abilities improve upon leveling up? As it is currently impossible to contract a specter with offensive capabilities, we must focus on enhancing the ones we already possess." The mirror specter was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with elation. "Master, I require over 1,800 taels of gold to ascend to the fierce specter level. At that point, all 3 of my techniques will see some enhancement. The mirror copies I create will also be significantly stronger and more resilient." Xia Tianqiong frowned. Even with the newly acquired gold, he now possessed only slightly more than 1,200 taels, necessitating the defeat of another fierce specter to gather enough. He then turned to the life-risking specter, asking, "And you, how much do you need?" The life-risking specter replied with excitement, "Master, I am on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the wild specter level. I only require a little over 300 taels to upgrade. My immobilization technique will strengthen. And if we encounter a fierce specter again, I assure you that I can hold it for at least 10 seconds. A surge of joy filled Xia Tianqiong's heart. The life-risking specter could upgrade immediately, and the mirror immobilization technique was indeed invaluable. However, he refrained from expressing his thoughts just yet and proceeded to ask the 8 shop assistants. They were in a similar predicament, each needing over 1,000 taels to level up. As for the delivery of the peculiarities, there was no inquiry made, and there was no immediate necessity for enhancement. Xia Tianqiong directly presented 400 taels of gold to the fateful enigma, intending for it to absorb and swiftly elevate its level. "Thank you, Master," the fateful enigma exclaimed, surprised by such generosity, its body trembling in excitement. This spectacle ignited envy among the other contracted enigmas, their gazes towards Xia Tianqiong now ablaze with fervent desire, yearning for similar opportunity. With a chuckle, Xia Tianqiong reassured them, "There is no need for haste. Each of you will have your chance. Provided there is ample gold, I shall facilitate your ascension one by one." Upon hearing this, The crowd of enigmas erupted in jubilant cheers, particularly the newly appointed attendants, who previously harbored a hint of dissatisfaction, now expressed no grievances, instead exuberantly shouting with delight. How wonderful this human is! How had they not encountered him sooner? The enigma's absorption of the spectral power from the underworld currency necessitated a process of digestion and assimilation. Immediate elevation was impossible. The duration could range from several hours to several days. Xia Tianqiong planned to return upstairs, dining while awaiting the outcome. If elevation did not occur tonight, there would be future opportunities. Meanwhile, after the shopkeeper departed, he ascended to the 7th floor of the tavern. This floor was unlike the first 6, devoid of the classical tavern aesthetic. Instead, it resembled a sunlit valley, alive with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers. It felt like a small paradise, with no discernible boundaries, somewhat akin to the basement level. In the center of the valley stood a small wooden cabin where the shopkeeper paused outside, bowing slightly as he addressed the interior. He had commenced the process of cleansing the peculiarities. From within, the melodious voice of the enigmatic bride resonated. "I am aware. You need not have come to inform me." The proprietor fell into a brief silence, suddenly lifting his gaze towards the firmly closed wooden door. I still could not comprehend the reasoning behind such actions. What other motive could there be? It was for profit, after all. He possessed an abundance of ghostly gold, and one must seize opportunities when they arise. Yet, the various stakeholders had reached an agreement that those peculiar anomalies were not to be handled lightly, for doing so could precipitate unforeseen consequences. The proprietor's demeanor turned grave. Deep down, he harbored a reluctance for Xia Tianqiong to lease the basement level. You must grasp one vital truth. The other parties have yet to manifest in this realm. I hold dominion here. The tone of the spectral bride suddenly shifted to one of cold detachment. Now that the realms of the eerie and the corporeal begin to intertwine, the most significant variable has already emerged. An additional one is of little consequence. I understood. The proprietor sighed softly, then departed this level. Xia Tianqiong was transported back to the 6th floor, resuming his feast of the unfinished banquet. Suddenly, a wave of fatigue washed over him, prompting him to check the time on his phone, which revealed it was already past 4 in the morning the following day. Unbeknownst to him, the night had slipped away. Tonight, he needed to confront that infamous and malevolent entity. Lingering here was ill-advised. Such entities were relatively rare during their initial descent, and Xia Tianqiong had a firm grasp of their rules and weaknesses, making him confident in his ability to forge a contract with it. To miss this opportunity would be a regrettable loss. As for the peculiar anomalies in the basement of the tavern, he would hunt them after securing the contract with a malevolent spirit, making the endeavor significantly easier. Xia Tianqiong utilized his token to transport himself to the 1st floor, stepping outside to find himself enveloped once more in a shroud of impenetrable fog. However, as he traversed through the mist, he emerged into the bright light of morning. He was precisely at the same location where he had entered the fog, not far behind the highway service area. This is the unique charm of the Infinite Tavern. Although it is perpetually in motion, no matter from which entrance one enters, the exit remains in the original position. As Xia Tianqiong emerged from the mist, he spotted 4 young men clad in black nearby, one of whom he recognized from the Infinite Tavern. This individual turned to the others and remarked, "It is him." The group immediately approached Xia Tianqiong, and the leader, with a smile, greeted, "Good day, Mr. Xia. I am a representative of the Anomalous Affairs Administration, and we would like to invite you to join us for a cup of tea." Xia Tianqiong was momentarily taken aback. Why had the administration sought him out? To accompany them for tea could lead to an interrogation about his ancestry, making it impossible to depart in a timely manner. He feared that tonight's endeavors would be delayed. "I apologize, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you," he replied. "Mr. Xia, you may not fully understand. We represent the official body, the organization that possesses the greatest knowledge of the anomalous, both nationally and globally. Your performance at the Infinite Tavern last night was truly remarkable, prompting our leadership to send us to invite you for a discussion." The young man in black continued, maintaining a polite demeanor, yet exuding an air of undeniable authority. "I truly have pressing matters," Xia Tianqiong insisted, shaking his head. Perhaps you could provide me with an address, and I will visit you tomorrow. He held a profound respect for this official organization. In his previous life, it was their dissemination of information regarding the anomalous that instilled hope in humanity's struggle against such phenomena. Their relentless pursuit of the anomalous, often at the cost of their own lives, had been crucial in preserving societal order from complete disintegration. However, there are aspects that have incited discontent among the populace. The authority exerted over the folk hunters is particularly pronounced, especially in the initial stages of the bizarre currencies, as they attempt to dominate all hunters. Mr. Xia, you may be unaware that our nation has regulations governing the contracts with the supernatural entities. Should you choose not to cooperate, we possess the right to summon you forcibly. Naturally, we prefer to avoid such measures and hope for your voluntary cooperation, as we wish to maintain amicable relations. The smile of the leading youth gradually faded, his words imbued with an undertone of menace. The other three stood flanking him, their eyes fixed intently on Xia Tianqiong, as if poised to act and forcibly escort him back to the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs. Chapter 32. The arrival of the cat demon. The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs boasts a heritage spanning millennia with profound depth, should it come to a direct confrontation. The current Xia Tianqiong may not prove a worthy adversary. The atmosphere was fraught with tension, should he dare to refuse. It was highly likely that the four would act immediately. They were aware of Xia Tianqiong's actions on the first floor of the Infinite Tavern, and their bold approach to summon him indicated their preparedness. However, he had plans to subdue the malevolent entity tonight and could not afford to accompany them. Xia Tianqiong hesitated, contemplating whether to strike first and catch them off guard, thus seizing the opportunity to flee. Suddenly recalling something, he inquired, "Which city do you intend to take me to?" The Bureau of Supernatural Affairs has branches in all major cities, and the nearest second-tier city from their location is Jiahua City. It was highly probable that these four hailed from there. The leading youth's response confirmed his suspicion. They intended to take Mr. Xia to Jiahua City, which was not far, only a 2 to 3 hour journey. "How fortuitous," Xia Tianqiong remarked, "for I was just about to head to Jiahua City. Let us proceed." With a smile, Xia Tianqiong inquired if they had driven here. The leading youth pointed toward a nearby service area where their vehicle was parked and invited him to follow. 4 young men clad in black, 2 in front and 2 behind, escorted Xia Tianqiong, enveloping him in their midst as they proceeded towards the service area. Thus, Xia Tianqiong found himself aboard the vehicle of the Bureau of Strange Affairs, journeying towards Jiahua City. After approximately 2 hours, they entered the urban district. As they passed a bustling street, Xia Tianqiong suddenly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for bringing me to Jiahua City. I shall visit the Bureau again when the opportunity arises." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in an instant. The occupants of the vehicle were taken aback, hastily pulling over to search in vain. Alas, they were destined to find nothing. The surroundings were filled with buildings, casting shadows everywhere. Xia Tianqiong executed continuous shadow teleportation, appearing momentarily in unoccupied rooms, then in subway tunnels, occasionally emerging from the shadows of the crowd. After several minutes of relentless teleportation, he arrived at Xingye Square in the eastern district of Jiahua City. Recalling the memories of his previous life, he knew that the ominous entity would descend upon this vicinity at dusk. He needed to position himself here in advance to avoid missing the encounter. It was still early morning, and a few elderly individuals were exercising in the square, but the crowd was sparse. Xia Tianqiong first called Jiang Yu to inquire about the procurement of supplies. Then, he found a secluded corner and slipped into the mirror space. Having spent the previous night awake, he felt a bit fatigued and decided to rest, replenishing his energy to confront the malevolent being later that evening. Remaining in the mirror space also had the advantage of shielding him from being located by others through supernatural means. However, there are drawbacks. The mirror must remain outside, and if discovered, it could lead to complications. Thus, he instructed the delivery person to remain vigilant outside. While Xia Tianqiong slumbered peacefully, many outside were anxiously concerned about him. Upon returning, the 4 young men in black from the Anomalous Affairs Bureau faced a stern reprimand from their superior, who subsequently dispatched 2 adept anomaly hunters to scour the city for Xia Tianqiong's whereabouts. The order was unequivocal. This individual must be retrieved today. With the ability to procure substantial amounts of underworld currency and effortlessly eliminate rogue anomalies. Such a civilian anomaly hunter represents both a valuable asset and a potential threat for the Bureau. It is imperative to ascertain his true nature and conduct a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, the Bai family was also contemplating ways to approach Xia Tianqiong. After Bai Jingjing and Bai Yichen reported last night's events to their family, it garnered significant attention, prompting the dispatch of a formidable anomaly hunter, accompanied by new recruitment incentives. Both groups employed their unique talents to search throughout Jiuhua City for an entire day. Yet they found not a single trace of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. At 5:30 in the afternoon, with still over half an hour until dusk, Xia Tianqiong finally emerged from the mirror space. After nearly 10 hours of sleep, he felt invigorated and full of energy. Near Xingye Square, he casually selected a restaurant, ordered a couple of dishes, and waited for the ominous anomalies to appear. Just as the food was served, and before he had taken more than a couple of bites, a robust man entered. Upon spotting Xia Tianqiong, he fixed his gaze upon him without wavering. "Greetings, my name is Bai Tianqiong from the Bai family. I sincerely invite you to visit us." As Summer Sky remained unresponsive, a man and a woman entered, their intentions directed towards him. "At last, we have found you," spoke the young woman in her 20s. "Mr. Xia, you made us search for quite some time." The other individual was a refined gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, seemingly in his 30s. He cast a cursory glance at Bai Tianqiong, standing to the side, and remarked in a nonchalant tone, "The Bai family is remarkably swift." Then, with a smile, he turned his attention back to Xia Tianqiong, saying, "Mr. Xia, we represent the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. We mean no offense. We merely request your presence at the Bureau for a brief discussion." Xia Tianqiong's brow furrowed suddenly, his expression growing grave. He had not anticipated that they would seek him out so soon. With ominous events looming, he feared that their involvement might disrupt his plans. "Ladies and gentlemen, I truly have pressing matters today. Would it be possible for you to return tomorrow?" Upon hearing this, both parties assumed he was merely evading their request. Bai Tianqiong had prepared numerous remarks, yet with the Bureau representatives present, he deemed it unwise to elaborate further. "Mr. Xia, I present to you this document, a comprehensive introduction to the Bai family. Kindly review it when you have the opportunity. Since you are occupied today, I shall not intrude further and will return tomorrow." After placing a neatly bound booklet before him and offering a slight nod to the two from the Bureau, Bai Tianqiong turned to depart. In principle, the ancient family must adhere to the oversight of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs. Thus, he refrained from overtly contesting their presence and wished to keep his intentions concealed from them. Departing with a flourish, he inadvertently left behind a favorable impression. After the departure of Xiong during the day, the young woman glanced at the other patrons in the restaurant and whispered, "Mr. Xia, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Might we relocate?" Xia Tianqiong, feeling rather helpless, realized that the Bureau had no intention of letting him off the hook. "Let's speak outside then." Without even finishing their meal, the trio settled their bill and exited the restaurant, taking a seat on a bench at the perimeter of Starry Night Square. "Mr. Xia, I am Luya. You may call me Xiaoya. This gentleman beside me is Chief Guosheng from our Jiuhua branch." The young woman, radiating an aura of confidence, continued, "You have contracted more than one anomaly and should possess some understanding of the peculiar. However, you are undoubtedly unfamiliar with our Bureau of Anomaly Affairs, the sole official organization dedicated to combating these phenomena, which has been in existence for over 1,000 years. Anomalies have plagued humanity since time immemorial, and it has been our duty to confront these threats and safeguard the populace from their insidious influence. We seek you out to extend an invitation to join the Bureau. With your capabilities, you would undoubtedly be of great value to us." Upon concluding her remarks, Chief Guosheng interjected, "Mr. Xia, if you have any thoughts or concerns, please feel free to express them. Should you doubt our credentials, I can readily summon the police or even the mayor to authenticate our identities. Rest assured, we are not attempting to deceive you." His words carried a weight of authority, as if he could effortlessly call upon law enforcement or the city's leader. "I believe you," Xia Tianqiong replied, gazing at the setting sun, sensing that the ominous anomaly was soon to descend. I truly have matters to attend to today. Please provide me with an address, and I assure you I will come and find you tomorrow. Luya and Guo exchanged a glance, their expressions turning increasingly grave. They harbored doubts about Xia Tianqiong's words. He had said as much earlier that morning and then abruptly fled mid-journey. In their eyes, he was an untrustworthy and cunning individual. According to the Bureau's customary practices, those with peculiar and unexpected contracts were first met with courteous invitations, offered status and generous provisions, with the aim of integrating them into the system. This strategy not only bolstered the Bureau's strength, but also allowed for oversight, should the individual refuse cooperation. Such a perilous figure would not be permitted to remain among the populace. After all, those capable of wielding strange abilities could pose a threat to ordinary citizens. Just as Guosheng was about to articulate his thoughts, he suddenly halted and turned his gaze toward the center of the square, his expression unusually tense. At night, Xingye Square became a hub of activity. Amidst the throng, a figure materialized seemingly out of thin air. It was a woman clad in ancient attire, sporting a pair of fluffy cat ears, her eyes gleaming with a faint crimson light, making her stand out remarkably in the crowd. Xia Tianqiong's eyes narrowed. This was the notorious and fearsome cat demon. Let's engage in a game, the cat demon proclaimed, her voice resonating as though whispered directly into the ears of every individual present. No matter the distance, even 2 streets away, her words were crystal clear. Simultaneously, the cat demon spread her arms wide, a crimson light radiating from her center, expanding in all directions. Luya and Guosheng's faces paled in unison as they exclaimed, "A realm of anomalies. This is a realm of anomalies." Chapter 33. The game of cat and mouse. Any anomaly is perilous, and those capable of conjuring a realm of anomalies are exceedingly dangerous. Much like the enigmatic mother encountered by Xia Tianqiong in the previous summer, the domain she unleashed could encapsulate an entire apartment building, rendering escape impossible and severing all mobile signals. This, however, was merely the most rudimentary form of such a domain. The most formidable domains create their own worlds, evolving all that exists within them, resembling a miniature universe. Such domains have the capacity to envelop tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of souls at once. The emergence of such a domain invariably heralds the demise of countless lives. Regrettably, the cat demon had manifested precisely this kind of self-sustaining domain. Xia Tianqiong sat upon a bench, his gaze fixed intently ahead. Before him, the cat demon spread its arms wide, a crimson radiance emanating from within, expanding outward from its core. From a distance, a hemispherical red veil rapidly swelled, and those ensnared within its embrace vanished in an instant. Through the crimson veil, one could faintly discern the silhouette of an expanse of ancient architecture. "Xiaoya, run quickly. Mr. Xia, let us flee together. This phenomenon is perilous." In a sudden burst of urgency, Guosheng sprang to his feet and turned to dash away, calling for Xia Tianqiong to follow. There is no time. The spherical veil spread with astonishing swiftness. As soon as Xia Tianqiong uttered those 4 words, it enveloped him entirely. Guosheng and Luya had scarcely taken a few steps before they too were caught within the veil's grasp. The veil continued to expand, swiftly surpassing the confines of Xingye Square. All in its path, be they pedestrians on the street, drivers in their vehicles, or those indoors, disappeared without a trace, as if they had evaporated from existence. Approximately 10 seconds later, the veil ceased its expansion, spanning 3 to 4 city blocks, leading to the collective disappearance of tens of thousands. This event was destined to become a significant phenomenon, resonating across the nation and indeed the world. In the summer, Qiong felt a flash of crimson light before her eyes, and the scenery transformed instantaneously. What was once a spacious starry square was now an endless expanse of Hui-style architecture. All around, she beheld white walls and black tiles, the gabled roofs rising and falling in orderly succession, resembling a traditional Jiangnan ink painting, classical and poetically evocative. Standing upon the cobblestone street, one could easily be misled into believing they had traversed back to ancient times. However, the streets were filled with a frenzied crowd, their startled cries disrupting the serene beauty of the scene. It was no wonder they were in such a state. Some had been enjoying a meal at home, engrossed in a drama, chopsticks poised to pick up food, only to find themselves here in a daze. Others had been caught mid-activity, abruptly transported to the center of the ancient street, trousers still around their ankles, surrounded by familiar neighbors. Some individuals, while driving, had pressed the accelerator to overtake, only to find themselves in an ancient courtyard moments later, fearing they had met with a fatal accident and been transported to the afterlife or back in time. A total of around 60 to 70,000 people were scattered throughout this ancient architecture, just as everyone was in a state of panic. A voice echoed from the sky above. The game of cat and mouse had officially begun. This voice was long and sharp, akin to a cat's meow or perhaps a woman's call. Each round lasted 15 minutes, the first quarter for the mice to hide, followed by the next for the cat to hunt them. All heads turned skyward, and cries of astonishment erupted, with some children and women even bursting into tears. There, suspended against the pale red sky, were a pair of enormous eyes. The deep azure eyes, with elongated slit pupils, are not those of a human. They resemble the gaze of feline. When anyone looks into them, an unsettling sensation of being observed envelopes them. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. As the cat demon concludes its cryptic utterance, a transformation befalls all present in the eerie realm. Most individuals sprout a pair of velvety black, triangular ears, their mouths protruding as incisors grow rapidly, jutting out prominently. Their hands elongate and sharpen, resembling the claws of a rodent, evoking the unsettling image of mice transformed into sentient beings. A smaller group of individuals, however, develop orange-red triangular ears, significantly larger than their black counterparts. While their mouths remain unprotruding, 3 white whiskers sprout from each cheek. Their hands too morph into claws, albeit with longer and sharper nails, rendering them cat-like and reminiscent of the cat demon. As the first round commences, the cat demon exclaims with a tone laced with mockery and exhilaration, urging the mice to scurry into hiding for this game of cat and mouse. Upon finishing its proclamation, all those who have transformed into cats suddenly find their vision shrouded in darkness, plunging them into chaos and cries of alarm. Conversely, those who have become mice remain unaffected, realizing that the ominous eyes above have now shut. Director Gua, I can no longer see. Luya expresses her mild distress. Yet as a member of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs, she has witnessed numerous peculiarities and refrains from panicking. Gua Sheng frowns, fixated on the eyes above, reassuring her. Do not worry. You have transformed into a cat person. According to the rules of the game, it is now the time for the mouse people to hide. Thus, when the cat person loses its sight, after a brief interlude of 15 minutes, it should be able to regain its vision while hunting mice. With greater experience and composure, the department head inquired, do we have any records of this bizarre phenomenon in our database? No, Guo Sheng replied after a moment of contemplation, his voice heavy with gravity. Although the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs has endured for millennia, instances of the strange have not been frequent. Typically, only 1 or 2 would manifest every several years or even decades, resulting in their current knowledge of anomalies being rather limited. Suddenly, he turned to Xia Tianqiong. Mr. Xia, this anomaly is exceedingly perilous. If we join forces, we could provide mutual assistance. What are your thoughts? Xia Tianqiong was examining his hands, which had transformed into the paws of a mouse. Initially inclined to decline the offer, he reconsidered, recognizing that these 2 individuals must possess some degree of skill as anomaly hunters. If chaos were to ensue here, it might jeopardize his plans. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us proceed together. Upon hearing this, Luya and Gua Sheng exchanged glances that conveyed a flicker of joy. This individual had certainly contracted at least 3 anomalies and had subdued numerous wild entities at the Wujian Tavern, demonstrating considerable strength. In this unfamiliar and bizarre realm, having an additional formidable ally would enhance their chances of success. In an apparent attempt to showcase his expertise, Guo Sheng began his analysis in front of Xia Tianqiong. This game is known as cat and mouse. According to the custom surrounding anomalies, the cat person that successfully captures the mouse person will survive, while failure will lead to its demise. Conversely, when the mouse person is caught, its fate is likely death as well. The cat person's claws are larger and sharper, signifying its ability to attack the mouse person and potentially kill it. The mouse people's claws may be diminutive, yet they possess sharp fangs, which should enable them to burrow or retaliate against the cat people. Among the crowd, it is estimated that 1 in every 10 individuals is a cat person, while 9 are mouse people, suggesting a ratio of approximately 1 to 9. Luya silently listened and subsequently added that for a cat to catch a mouse, it must physically seize the mouse person. Merely sighting them would not suffice. You are indeed correct. It is quite likely that this is the case, she remarked. The uncanny is adept at exploiting textual traps, and I even suspect that killing a mouse person might count. Guosheng suddenly turned his gaze towards Xia Tianqiong. Xia Tianqiong nodded slightly. I do not quite comprehend. Whatever you say shall be taken as truth. As time gradually passed, tens of thousands of people dispersed throughout the ancient town, the vast majority of whom were in a state of panic. They did not adhere to the game's rules regarding concealment, nor did they distance themselves from those who had transformed into cats. Instead, they clustered together in groups, chattering anxiously about their current predicament. In times of peril, humans have a tendency to huddle together, a natural instinct stemming from the belief that strength lies in numbers. Even in the face of danger, they think they can resist collectively. However, they remain unaware that in an era beset by the uncanny, greater numbers can indeed spell greater peril. Nevertheless, a small contingent of young individuals, having encountered various horrifying and supernatural tales online, found themselves here and proactively endeavored to follow the game's rules. A quarter of an hour, just 15 minutes, swiftly elapsed amidst the turmoil and debate. The time for hiding came to an end, and the game of cat and mouse commenced. The eerie voice of the cat demon echoed once more, and at that moment, the enormous feline eyes in the sky slowly opened, fixating on each individual. In that instant, the visually impaired cat people regained their normal sight. It is now the time for the cat and mouse game. However, the cat people and mouse people on the streets remain clustered together, with scarcely anyone taking action. Xia Tianqiong observed this scene and suddenly felt compelled to probe the two officials. Director Guo, given their inaction, I fear that as time elapses, a considerable number of cat people may perish. Would it not be prudent to issue a warning? Guosheng's expression turned grave, and he refrained from responding immediately, while Luya, having regained her sight, also remained silent. After a brief pause, Guosheng finally spoke based on our experience. Uttering anything at this juncture would likely fall on deaf ears. Only when fatalities occur will they begin to believe. Moreover, the game has only just commenced, and we have yet to grasp many of the hidden rules. A hasty warning could potentially trigger fatal consequences. He continued, Mr. Xia. Though we are an official organization dedicated to safeguarding the populace, we must first ensure our own safety before extending assistance to others. This response took Xia Tianqiong by surprise. It was evident they would not blindly sacrifice themselves in a bid to save others, which perhaps explains the enduring existence of the Bureau of Strange Affairs for a millennium. Luya added, it is only through the occurrences of death that we can distill further rules and uncover a glimmer of hope, thus providing us the opportunity to lead more individuals to survival. Therefore, their demise possesses its own intrinsic value. Xia Tianqiong smiled faintly. There is no need for you to explain. I merely spoke in passing. For the time being, he found himself somewhat satisfied with the two officials. Had they rushed to indiscriminately warn others, it would have likely resulted in chaos, more casualties, and ultimately disrupted his plans. Time swiftly slipped away, and another 15 minutes had elapsed. Alas, the cries of horror and despair erupted as those cat folk who had not pursued the rat folk perished on the spot. It was as though a bomb had detonated within their bodies with a resounding pop, their flesh and innards exploding into a fine mist that ascended into the pale crimson sky. Their large eyes gleamed with excitement, seemingly relishing the macabre spectacle. The throngs of onlookers, numbering in the tens of thousands, gasped and shouted in a cacophony of chaos. It was only at this moment that they grasped the grim reality. The catfolk would meet their demise if they failed to catch the ratfolk, and the captured ratfolk would also face death. This was indeed a game of mortality. Luya, however, was spared, just seconds before the time expired. She seized a ratfolk's arm at the roadside. When the time elapsed, the ratfolk's body exploded. Simultaneously, a strand of orange-red fur descended from the heavens, which she deftly caught. This was her reward. Luya's fair face brightened with joy as she hastily produced a 100 yuan ghostly banknote. With a mere thought, the banknote transformed into ethereal power that coursed into the fur. In the next instant, the fur ignited spontaneously, the smoke swirling into the shape of a charming little orange cat. Its appearance was strikingly lifelike and utterly adorable. Luya cradled it in her arms, gently stroking its plump form, reminiscent of a genuine feline. Guosheng observed with keen interest, pondering its abilities. It seemed capable of aiding in the search for rat folk and was not a mere one-time apparition. As long as there were sufficient ghostly coins, it could persist indefinitely. The strange game adhered to a principle of reward and punishment. As long as the rules were followed, each victor of a round would receive a reward. In addition to the catfolk receiving cat fur as a prize, the surviving rat folk were also entitled to rewards, albeit those were manifested upon their own bodies. Guosheng held up a pair of claws reminiscent of a rodent and attempted to wave them a couple of times. With each round concluded, the claws of the rat man grew slightly larger and sharper, accompanied by an increase in muscular strength. This indicated that the longer a rat man survived, the stronger he became, rendering it increasingly difficult for the catmen to capture them. Luya furrowed her brow, pondering. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to encourage the rat men to resist the catmen, or perhaps incite a mutual massacre between the two. Indeed, such a possibility existed. While the two were analyzing the enigmatic rules of the cat demon's game, Xia Tianqiong stood aside, gazing at the sky, silently observing the countless remnants of flesh and blood drifting upwards. The number of individuals ensnared by this strange domain was around 60 to 70,000, with nearly 1/10 transformed into catmen, equating to approximately 6 to 7,000. In the initial round, most individuals remained inactive, though a small faction of catmen, adhering to the game's rules, attempted to capture the ratmen. It was estimated that 1 to 2,000 catmen might survive. Xia Tianqiong silently mused. Not enough. The voice of the cat demon echoed once more. The second round begins. This time, all the ratmen immediately commenced a frantic search for refuge, dispersing from their previous congregation in the ancient street. It was now evident to everyone that the catmen would undoubtedly pursue the ratmen in this round, for failing to do so would lead to their demise. Yet, should they be captured, the ratmen would meet the same fate. With the onset of the second round, this game of cat and mouse truly commenced. Guosheng suddenly uttered a thought. If there are no rats or no cats, perhaps this game cannot proceed. Xia Tianqiong reflected inwardly, acknowledging that this individual was indeed seasoned, having devised a method to conclude the game after merely the second round. This line of thought is indeed correct. It was previously attempted in a past life, albeit only partially. Director Guo, are you intent on exterminating the cat people or the rat people? Luya expressed her astonishment, noting that one of us is a cat person and the other a rat person. What are we to do? Chapter 34. Scavenging the mysterious domain. Guosheng belongs to the rat people, while Luya is a cat person. If the elimination of one faction could prematurely conclude the game, should we proceed with such actions? Which faction should be targeted? The cat people comprise merely about 1/10 of the total population. Over half perished in the first round, leaving only 1 or 2,000 survivors, whereas the rat people number around 50 to 60,000. In such a comparison, it seems that annihilating the cat people would be the logical choice. Luya wore an expression of deep concern. She was still young, in the prime of her life, and did not wish to meet her demise here. Guosheng furrowed his brow, urging her not to rush to conclusions. This was merely a hypothesis and may not be viable. Perhaps there exists an alternative solution. Luya knew him too well. Were it certain that the extermination of either the cat or rat people would bring the game to an end, he would undoubtedly choose to eliminate all the cat people without hesitation. Sacrificing the few to save the many is a hallmark of the Bureau of Strange Affairs. Esteemed guests, This game appears to harbor little danger. Why don't we separate and explore? Xia Tianqiong suddenly proposed. Guosheng paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well. Take care of yourself, hide well, and refrain from any peculiar actions to avoid triggering the death rules. Indeed, you all take care as well. Just as Xia Tianqiong was about to depart, Guosheng called him back and handed him an object the size of a cigarette case. This is a specially designed communication box, which will be utilized here as well. In the event of danger, pressing this button will prompt us to rush to your aid. If the red light above blinks rapidly, it signifies that we are in peril or urgently need to reach you. Follow the directional arrows on the screen to locate us. The enigmatic realm isolates both the world and communication signals. This device is a unique communication apparatus crafted by the Bureau. Although it does not facilitate voice calls, it can relay simple messages through the indicator lights and positioning feature. In a previous life, this device was an essential item for every anomaly hunting team. Xia Tianqiong took the communication box and turned to leave. Shortly after he departed, Luya inquired, "Why did you let him go? Wouldn't it be safer to stay together?" Guosheng shook his head. "I initially intended to find an excuse to dismiss him, but he left of his own accord. Why? We must swiftly explore more of the rules. He is yet to join the Bureau, and our modus operandi should not be observed by him." As they conversed, the two left the street and entered a series of courtyards. At that moment, Luya was blind, guided by Guosheng. After Xia Tianqiong's departure, he strolled leisurely between the white walls and black tiles, resembling a tourist, occasionally admiring the courtyards or the intricately carved woodwork above. He appeared completely unperturbed, unlike the others who were in a state of panic. This area, characterized by Huizhou architecture, was imbued with a vibrant sense of life. The white walls bore the weathered marks of countless years, revealing a tapestry of history. Each courtyard was fully furnished, with everyday items scattered about. On the desk, neatly arranged stationery awaited, while the inkstone held freshly ground ink that had yet to dry. The dining table was laden with dishes, though they had grown cold. They had not spoiled or decayed. It was as if someone had been living here just yesterday, only to vanish overnight. Summer Tianqiong suddenly perceived that this place was not an eerie space that had materialized out of thin air. Rather, it resembled a fragment of reality, extracted from a specific time and place in ancient history, transformed into a realm of the uncanny. Otherwise, it would not be so imbued with the essence of life. If that were the case, everything here was authentic and could be transported back to the real world. Intrigued, Summer Tianqiong noticed the abundance of calligraphy, paintings, porcelain, and various pieces of Wangwallywood furniture. If he could bring these back to the real world, they would all be antiques. Although a chaotic era was looming and antiques might lose their value, he still wished to collect some to adorn his mirrored space, creating an environment steeped in antiquity, where he could occasionally retreat to experience the charm of ancient styles. With this thought in mind, he set about his task. Weaving through the courtyards while others frantically sought hiding places, he busily gathered various items. "Step aside. I arrived first. You should look elsewhere." Upon opening a wardrobe, he discovered a man concealed within. "My apologies for the disturbance," Summer Tianqiong remarked, shutting the wardrobe door and turning to leave. However, he did not close it tightly, and the man, through the gap, glimpsed the scene within the room, instantly taken aback. Upon pushing the wardrobe door open, he found that the room, once filled with tables, chairs, utensils, potted plants, and artworks, was now utterly empty, save for the wardrobe where he had hidden. It was as if a moving company had cleared the place out. How on earth can one hide someone here? In the room, only a wardrobe remained, conspicuously out of place, clearly unsuitable for concealment. The man cursed under his breath and promptly departed in search of another refuge. Xia Tianqiong rummaged through various items in the eerie domain, taking particular pride in a small copper mirror. Hand-sized, its surface gleamed smoothly, while the back was adorned with exquisite engravings. This mirror was far sturdier than its glass counterparts and possessed a certain aesthetic appeal. He hastily discarded the previous remnants and transferred the mirror image and life-threatening specter into the copper mirror. For the mirror specter clan, any mirror capable of reflecting a person sufficed. With the copper mirror in hand, Xia Tianqiong invested another 100 taels of gold to establish a mirrored space within. He deliberately chose a grand and elegant courtyard to replicate in this reflective realm. Furthermore, he moved all the portable items from the courtyard into the space, arranging them to mirror their original layout. While various items could be replicated, they lacked authenticity. Therefore, Xia Tianqiong preferred to utilize genuine articles. He even contemplated dismantling the entire courtyard structure to incorporate it into the space. Alas, he relinquished this idea upon realizing it could not be restored once disassembled. As he continued his scavenging, cries echoed from a nearby courtyard. "Please don't find me. I don't want to die. I still have so much to live for. But there is no choice. If I can't be caught, I will perish. Can't you seek someone else? No, since I've encountered you. You must accept your misfortune." 15 minutes had elapsed in the second round, and the cat had begun to catch the mouse. As Xia Tianqiong passed the courtyard entrance, he glanced within to see a middle-aged man gripping a woman. He had no intention of meddling further and continued on his way. Upon encountering a mouse-like figure, the woman immediately cried out in distress, "Help me, please!" As she shouted and struggled, an unexpected surge of strength allowed her to break free from the man's grasp and flee swiftly from the courtyard, spotting his still visible silhouette in the distance. She rushed towards him, pleading, "Please, help me. That man is trying to capture me." Xia Tianqiong turned to face the woman, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her beauty was striking, rivaling that of a film star. However, he merely admired her for a fleeting moment, having no intention of intervening. The natural order dictated that a cat would catch a mouse. She should either evade capture or retaliate fiercely. With a detached tone, he muttered a remark and continued on his path. Suddenly, the woman seized his arm, clinging to it as though it were a lifeline. At that moment, the middle-aged man caught up, yanking the woman by her hair. "What do you think you're running to? Do you believe you can escape?" Xia Tianqiong effortlessly slipped from her grasp, continuing his advance without a thought of rescuing her. The middle-aged man took a decisive step forward, his sharp claws gripping Xia Tian's shoulder. "You're also a mouse. You shall not pass. Why do you need to catch me when you have already captured one?" Xia Tianqiong halted, tilting his head slightly and regarding the man with a cold stare. "This round is for you, the next for her. I need not seek others for at least 2 rounds. The man's expression turned smug, reveling in his dual capture of mice. "Accept your fate. Your identities mark you as mice destined for demise." Xia Tianqiong's gaze turned icy as he swiftly grasped the man's wrist, twisting it forcefully until the arm dislocated. Within him resided 8 shop assistants, an enigmatic delivery figure, and a mysterious infant. Even without employing his supernatural abilities, his physical prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary person. The man let out a piercing scream, retreating repeatedly in agony, only to inadvertently trip over himself. With one hand still grasping the woman's hair, he pulled her down with him, causing her to fall to the ground in sheer panic. Desperate to escape, she struggled fiercely, whether by accident or design. Her claw-like fingers grazed the man's neck, and blood gushed forth violently, staining the white wall in a shocking crimson, a stark contrast in this monochrome world. The man clutched his neck, convulsed a few times, and succumbed to death. I have taken a life. The woman was utterly distraught, crying out in terror. Suddenly, she looked up to see that the young man had not paused. He continued his leisurely stroll, appearing as if he were merely taking a walk, even glancing about with curiosity. Fixated on his retreating figure, she recalled his earlier indifferent expression, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt a flicker of safety. She hastily rose to her feet and hurried to catch up with him. "Young man, let us join forces. We are both but mice in this world, and together we may offer each other some measure of protection." The woman, in her 20s but possessing the youthful visage of an 18-year-old, addressed him as young man, too embarrassed to call him big brother or dare to refer to him as little brother. "Do not follow me. It is more perilous to be in my company." Summer Tianqiong remained aloof, yet the woman was undeterred, closely trailing beside him. Their conversation continued. Guosheng and Lu Yu were working in tandem, and they swiftly apprehended 2 individuals of the mouse variety, a young girl and an elderly man. "My apologies, sir and young lady. We must conduct some experiments with you," Guosheng said, bowing deeply in apology before raising his gaze, his expression chillingly cold. "Young lady, I ask you to take the life of this gentleman." The young girl was filled with confusion and dread. Why must I do this? I hear both mice. Why must you compel me to kill him? Is it for the sake of an experiment, in a desperate attempt to save more lives? Please, in his life, otherwise he may take yours instead. As Guosheng spoke, a visage of a woman weeping blood suddenly emerged from his body, startling both individuals into exclamations. After several threats and intimidations, the girl ultimately clawed open the old man's throat, bringing about his demise. In the next instant, the young girl's body erupted, resulting in her immediate death. The death of one mouse person at the hands of another triggered the rules of mortality. By this reasoning, it follows that when a cat person kills another cat person, the same rules should apply. Lu Ye, observing from the side, made this conclusion. Guosheng, wiping the blood that splattered onto his face, wore a grave expression. To ensure greater caution, he decided to seek out 2 cat people for experimentation. This is the modus operandi of the Bureau of Strange Affairs, unwavering in their quest to uncover the rules of death, even at the cost of human lives. In the past, there were few hunters of the strange, making them exceedingly valuable. Thus, if sacrifices were necessary, they were made from the lives of ordinary people, never from the hunters themselves. Should the general populace become aware of such actions, it would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Therefore, Guosheng consented to let Xia Tianqiong depart, wishing to shield him from witnessing the grim reality. The two then sought out others to pursue further experiments, testing not only the scenario of mouse people killing cat people, but also other permutations. Chapter 35. Murder and Cat Theft. I am Huang Yu. May I inquire your name? Young sir? The woman persistently trailed behind Xia Tianqiong, undeterred even after being dismissed several times. With such calmness radiating from him, do you perhaps possess knowledge of the situation? Are we on the verge of traversing into another realm? She chattered incessantly, seemingly oblivious to whether Xia Tianqiong responded. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong felt somewhat vexed, yearning to teleport away. However, within the treacherous domain of the cat demon, employing any deceptive art would inevitably reveal his presence, potentially placing him in peril. Until the critical moment arrived, he refrained from using any trickery. Are you still following me? I intend to strike. He suddenly halted, casting a threatening glare at the woman, hoping to intimidate her into retreat. Huang Yu was indeed startled, quickly retreating a couple of steps. Yet, she did not leave. Instead, she maintained a safe distance behind him, seemingly convinced that accompanying Xia Tianqiong would ensure her safety. Ignoring her, Xia Tianqiong pressed onward. Suddenly, a small orange cat emerged from around the street corner, meowing at the two. Soon after, the sound of footsteps approached, and a robust man appeared. Upon noticing the 2 rat folk, his face lit up with delight as he hastened towards them. As he approached Xia Tianqiong, his pace slowed. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps sensing that confronting the man would be unwise, he continued towards Huang Yu. Don't grab me, I beg you. Huang Yu realized his intentions as he charged toward her, pleading as she ran. Unfortunately, her entreaties fell on deaf ears. The burly man swiftly caught up to her, hoisting her over his shoulder. My dear, please do not hold it against me. I am left with no choice. After all, I am a cat and you are but a mouse. If I do not seize you, I shall perish. I do not wish to die either, young sir. Save me, please. Huang Yu understood that in this peculiar world, catfolk were destined to be the adversaries of ratfolk, and mercy was not to be expected. The only one who might save her was Xia Tianqiong, another ratfolk. Yet, Xia Tianqiong continued on his path, disinclined to interfere in the matter. Due to the futility of the situation, with 60 to 70,000 individuals present, the majority are destined to perish. It is merely a matter of whether their demise occurs sooner or later. Suddenly, he turned his gaze towards the orange cat standing at the street corner. This feline was a reward obtained from the previous game, serving as a useful tool for locating objects and individuals. Indeed, a rather practical peculiar entity. Summer Tianqiong, feeling a surge of impulsiveness, decided to seize this item. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lunged forward and grasped the orange cat firmly. Hey, what are you doing? That's mine. Let go of me, shouted a robust man as he rushed over. His physique was formidable, yet he still maneuvered swiftly while carrying Huang Yu. Xia Tianqiong paid him no mind, lifting the orange cat by its scruff and scrutinizing it from above. The little creature was quite charming, resembling an ordinary house cat perfectly. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that it was a being transformed from mere strands of fur. The orange cat bared its teeth and meowed at Xia Tianqiong. This creature has already acknowledged its master. Even if I take it, it won't recognize me. He murmured softly, "Are you deaf? Did you not hear me speaking?" The robust man charged forward, his expression growing increasingly severe. "I had intended to let you be, but since you are courting death, I shall take you as well." Xia Tianqiong turned to face him, still remaining silent, and addressed the woman on his shoulder, saying, "What was your surname, Huang? I can save you, but you must agree to one condition." Without inquiring about the nature of the condition, Huang Yu quickly replied, "I agree. As long as you rescue me, I will do anything." The robust man, feeling perpetually overlooked, erupted in fury. Rushing towards Xia Tianqiong, he raised his foot and kicked, hurling insults. "You scrawny little brat, pretending to be tough in front of me. Just wait until I kick you to death." Standing over 6 feet tall, his muscular frame made him appear as if he were a grown man bullying a child. Yet, to his surprise, Xia Tianqiong swiftly sidestepped the kick. In a sudden motion, he clawed at the man's leg, leaving 3 deep gashes that instantly gushed blood. The robust man stumbled in pain, losing his balance and crashing to the ground. He had not anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous boy would react so swiftly and strike with such ferocity. "You're a rat. You should be caught by me. How dare you injure me? Who says a rat cannot fight a cat?" Xia Tianqiong approached and delivered a powerful kick to his head, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, Huang Yu also stood up, still visibly shaken. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Xia Tianqiong, saying, "Thank you. You are a good person. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. There's no need for thanks. This is a transaction. What do you want me to agree to?" Huang Yu cautiously inquired, feeling an unexpected surge of anticipation within. Xia Tianqiong, holding a ginger cat in his right hand, pointed at the unconscious man with his left. "It's simple. Kill him." Huang Yu gasped, covering his mouth in shock. "You want me to kill someone? Why? Don't waste words. This is our agreement. I have saved you. Now it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain," Xia Tianqiong said matter-of-factly, as if devoid of emotion. Although Huang Yu felt a sense of fear, she could not fathom why she was reluctant to part from this person. "If I kill him, can I stay by your side forever?" she asked. "You have no right to negotiate terms with me." Xia Tianqiong initially intended to refuse outright, but suddenly realized she might still be of use, and quickly revised her response. "It's not impossible to follow me, but you must be willing to kill again. Are you prepared for that?" Huang Yu was perplexed. This person was fully capable of taking a life himself, so why insist that she do it? She understood all too well that, as a frail woman, she had little chance of surviving in this cat-and-mouse game. To live, she had no alternative. After a brief hesitation, Huang Yu approached the unconscious man and, with sharpened claws, slashed open his throat. Initially, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Although it was her second time taking a life, this act was one of volition, starkly different from the previous occasion. Yet, as she witnessed the blood gushing forth, her tension inexplicably dissipated. It seemed that killing was not so dreadful after all. This was Huang Yu's inner reflection. From that moment onward, the psychological barriers to taking a life vanished for her. Xia Tianqiong observed her with raised eyebrows. This woman appeared delicate, yet once she resolved to act, she proved to be decisive and ruthless. In times of chaos, only such individuals could thrive. If she were to have the opportunity to forge a pact with the uncanny, she might one day become a formidable figure herself. Returning to his thoughts, Xia Tianqiong examined the orange cat in his hands. After the robust man breathed his last, the feline suddenly vanished, transforming back into a tuft of orange fur. The activation of such an uncanny entity required the expenditure of one's lifespan or, alternatively, could be substituted with ghostly currency. He produced a gold ingot weighing approximately 2 taels, channeling all its ethereal energy into the strands of fur. In an instant, the fur transformed once more into a plump orange cat, even rounder and cuter than before, with a slightly darker hue. This feline no longer bared its teeth in hostility towards Xia Tianqiong. Instead, it displayed an affectionate demeanor, nuzzling its small head against Xia Tianqiong's palm. Indeed, it worked. A smile finally graced Xia Tianqiong's face. Previously uncertain whether he could reclaim the cat's loyalty, he had planned to eliminate the robust man to test his theory. To his surprise, it truly succeeded. The reason he refrained from personally carrying out the deed was due to a peculiar rule of the game. When a rat person kills a cat person, they would transform into a cat person in the next round. For the other rat people, becoming a cat person was undoubtedly a boon, as it meant they would no longer be hunted by cat people, but could instead pursue others, thereby increasing their chances of survival. However, Xia Tianqiong was different. He had a specific purpose for being there. The identity of a rat person was more advantageous to his ultimate plan, which was why he enlisted Huang Yu's assistance in committing murder. "What are you doing? What else with the cat?" Huang Yu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Regrettably, Xia Tianqiong was disinclined to provide an explanation. Time was of the essence, and they needed to move quickly. "Where to?" "To find the cat people." "Ah, do you intend to kill all the cat people?" Xia Tianqiong hesitated for a moment, contemplating the situation. He intended to seize as many cat hairs as possible before the conclusion of the second round. These precious items could serve his own purposes, be sold, or exchanged for peculiar objects or devices. Chapter 36. A kind soul with a cold exterior in a certain courtyard. A feline humanoid was unceremoniously kicked to the ground by Xia Tianqiong, only to have his throat slashed by Huang Yu's claw moments later. This grim tableau had unfolded in collaboration between the two several times before, their coordination becoming increasingly adept. In a corner of the courtyard, a heavily made-up woman, appearing to be in her 30s and clad in a black, form-fitting strapless dress that left little to the imagination, sat in disarray. She had recently been captured by the male feline, who intended not only to use her for his mission, but also to assault her. Her desperate cries had summoned Xia Tianqiong and his companion, leading to the current scene. "Thank you for saving me," Jingya exclaimed, though her demeanor was fraught with distress. "No need for gratitude. I did not come to rescue you," Xia Tianqiong responded nonchalantly, bending to retrieve a strand of cat fur from beside the corpse. Marking his acquisition of the sixth peculiar item, he then departed with Huang Yu, intent on locating the next feline humanoid. "Wait, don't leave. What'll I do if you go?" Bai Jingyao hurried after them. Xia Tianqiong frowned. "Do not follow me. Where are you headed? Take me with you. If you seek refuge in a concealed location, you may extend your survival. With luck, you might endure until the end. But if you accompany me, your demise will be swift." Despite her evident disappointment, Bai Jingya refused to relent, gripping Huang Yu's arm with determination. "Beautiful lady, you are so lovely. Your heart must be kind. Since you have saved me, you must take responsibility. There are still many individuals masquerading as mice. Go seek them out. We have matters to attend to and cannot bring you along." Huang Yu attempted to shake off the tight grip on her arm, but to her surprise, she could not free herself. At that moment, a strand of orange hair drifted down from the heavens, landing in Huang Yu's hand, while distant screams echoed through the surroundings. Subsequently, fragments of flesh and blood began to swirl throughout the ancient town, merging into the crimson sky. It was the conclusion of the second round of the game. Both the captured rat men and the unscathed cat men would meet their demise. Drawing from the experience of the first round, the casualties among the cat men were minimal, primarily consisting of the captured rat men. Suddenly, Bao Jingya let out a terrified scream, retreating repeatedly as she pointed at Huang Yu, unable to utter a coherent word. It was at this moment that Huang Yu became aware of the transformation occurring within her body. Her formerly petite claws had grown larger and sharper. Her protruding mouth and teeth reverted to their original form, while white whiskers sprouted from the sides of her cheeks. Additionally, her once black triangular ears morphed into a vibrant orange, becoming larger and more appealing. Have I transformed into a catman? So, one's identity can indeed shift. Huang Yu stood frozen, uncertain whether this metamorphosis was a blessing or a curse. Bao Jingya, terrified, hid behind Xia Tianqiong, exclaiming, "She has turned into a cat. It's very dangerous. You must subdue her." Upon hearing this, Xia Tianqiong remained nonchalant, while Huang Yu trembled in fear. She and Xia Tianqiong had slain several catmen, and it dawned on her that this young man was not merely after the strands of fur, but was intentionally hunting catmen. Now that she had become one herself, would he seek to eliminate her as well? Brother, I have assisted you so much. You wouldn't kill me, would you? Leave. Xia Tianqiong had no intention of harming her, for she had been obedient and had helped him acquire several strands of cat fur. There was no need to burn bridges. I want to go. I can continue to assist you in hunting other catmen. Huang Yu felt that even if she transformed into a cat human, her safety would still be compromised. Being a woman, encountering a male mouse human might leave her unable to overpower him, and she risked being killed in return. The most critical aspect was her strong intuition that only by following Xia Tianqiong could she survive until the end. Cat humans were forbidden from killing one another, for such an act would lead to death. Xia Tianqiong seldom explained, but when he did, she inquired, why? Just as Huang Yu finished her question, an eerie voice from above declared the commencement of the third round of the game. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her, robbing her of sight. Panic surged within her. She feared Xia Tianqiong would abandon her. Please don't leave. I'll give you this fur. No matter how much I acquire in the future, it's all yours. I implore you, do not forsake me. She reached out frantically, her hands finding Xia Tianqiong's arm, pulling it into her embrace, refusing to let go. Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of uncertainty at that moment. Bao Jingya, witnessing this scene, softly cautioned, she is now a cat. If you allow her to hold you like that, it could be lethal. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu quickly released her grip, fervently explaining, that's not what I meant. I'm just afraid you'll abandon me. You've already transformed into a cat. You're no longer on our side, Bao Jingya coldly retorted, then turned to Xia Tianqiong, suggesting, it is perilous to take her along. Perhaps you should take me instead. Huang Yu, incensed, felt the urge to lash out, wishing she had eliminated that woman earlier. I never wish to become a cat. This is beyond my control. Observing the quarrel between the two women, Xia Tianqiong found it rather amusing. It seems you became a cat human because you killed one in the previous round. So that is how it is. Huang Yu suddenly realized. No wonder you are not taking action yourself. Killing the cat could transform one into a cat? Bao Jingya was equally astonished, pondering whether killing her would yield the same result. Indeed, but one must wait until this round concludes. Xia Tianqiong's lips curled into a slight smile, affirming her words. Huang Yu's expression shifted drastically, a sense of foreboding washing over her. Bao Jingya scrutinized Huang Yu, then turned to Xia Tianqiong, inquiring if he possessed extensive knowledge of this game. Do you know how one can return to the original world? Those who survive until the game's end will be able to return. Survive until the end and return. Bao Jingya mumut, contemplating this statement before asking Xia Tianqiong if he could ensure her safety. If you agree, I could offer you money, and you may present any demands. I shall comply as long as it is within my means. Xia Tianqiong shook his head in refusal. What if I decide to kill her? Would you intervene? Xia Tianqiong continued to shake his head. Bao Jingya's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent brewing within her. In this bizarre world, within this peculiar game, transforming into a cat evidently held advantages, enhancing her chances of survival until the end. Yet, she was an ordinary person, never having contemplated murder before. Now, faced with the prospect, she found herself hesitating. Xia Tianqiong remained aloof, observing her indifferently. Huang Yu felt a surge of despair. She discerned that Xia Tianqiong's words were enticing the woman to take her life. But why? I have already given him the acquired fur. Now, engulfed in darkness, she could see nothing, unable to escape. Bao Jingya lingered in indecision, her hands resembling the claws of a mouse as she examined them once more. Suddenly, it dawned on her that the woman before her was the one who had slashed the man's throat with her claws. Taking a life seemed so effortless. If she could do it, why couldn't she? With this thought, Bao Jingya strode purposefully toward Huang Yu. Lacking experience and gripped by overwhelming anxiety, her arm trembled, and when she struck, she accidentally grazed Huang Yu's chin instead of her neck. Startled, Huang Yu gasped and recoiled, only to crash into the wall beside her and tumble to the ground. Don't come any closer. Please don't kill me. Brother, save me. Huang Yu cried out desperately. Bao Jingya stood frozen for a moment. Then, gritting her teeth, charged forward once more. Suddenly, with a loud pop, Bao Jingya's body exploded, scattering into countless fragments that ascended into the sky. What has happened? Huang Yu, bewildered, steadied herself against the wall and trembled as she rose. Xia Tianqiong's gaze followed the bloody remnants soaring into the air, and he remarked coolly, "She is dead." "How did she die?" "Brother, did you save me?" "It was not I," is the game's rule. When a cat's vision is taken away, no one can harm it, lest they perish. Huang Yu paused, and then a realization illuminated her face. "So you deliberately said that to lure her into attacking me, ultimately to save me?" "I was right. You truly are a good person beneath your cold exterior." "Cold exterior? Warm heart?" Xia Tianqiong chuckled self-deprecatingly, choosing not to elaborate. 15 minutes swiftly passed, marking the time for the cat-and-mouse game to commence anew, and Huang Yu regained her sight. The two then continued their journey together. However, instead of hunting cats for their fur, I assisted Huang Yu in catching mice, and every piece of cat fur obtained was given to Xia Tianqiong. Thus, we continued to play through one round after another. In the 5th round, the red light on the communication box suddenly began to flash rapidly. This indicated that Guosheng and Luya were in danger or had an urgent matter requiring his attention. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tianqiong decided to investigate. As for Huang Yu, he had been assigned to a certain courtyard. Following the arrow on the communication box, a few minutes later, he found Guosheng and Luya. And surprisingly, Bai Tianqiong was there as well. He had not ventured far and had also been enveloped by the eerie domain. Strangely, all three bore injuries, as if they had just endured a fierce battle. At that moment, the trio stood back to back, their expressions tense and alert to their surroundings. Xia Tianqiong approached, his countenance grave. "Have you encountered the eerie entity?" "We first encountered it," Guosheng indicated by Tianqiong beside him. "Later, we fortuitously discovered traces of the anomaly. After some discussion, we decided to test its strength. If we could eliminate it directly or forge a contract, that would be splendid. Unfortunately, it proved too formidable. We were no match for it." Bai Tianqiong appeared somewhat disheveled, his chest garment tattered, revealing 3 deep gashes that exposed bone. "It is not merely its strength, but the fact that we are within the eerie domain, its realm. No matter how powerful we are, we cannot overcome it." Xia Tianqiong mused on their audacity. After all, they were facing a malevolent entity, one that surpassed ordinary anomalies by 3 levels, yet they dared to engage it. Nevertheless, their survival in the presence of such a fierce entity indicated that these 3 were indeed extraordinary, possessing remarkable strength. "Where is it now? Did you summon me to confront it together? With your presence, we may not necessarily be their match." As Luya bandaged the wound on her left arm, she elucidated that most of the rules had been clarified and Chief Guo intended to terminate the game prematurely, requiring your assistance. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback. "Have you discovered a way to break the code?" "It is as previously mentioned. Eliminate all the ratmen or all the catmen." Upon analysis, it was found that when ratmen kill catmen, they transform into catmen. Hence, the catmen can never be entirely eradicated. Our plan is to exterminate the ratmen, which should allow us to conclude this deadly game ahead of schedule. When Guosheng spoke these words, his expression grew somber, as if he had struggled greatly to reach this decision. However, Xia Tianqiong noticed that he had already transformed from a ratman into a catman. Bai Tianqiong was similarly affected. Among the 4 present, only Xia Tianqiong remained a ratman. This course of action seems rather unwise. There are still 40 to 50,000 ratmen. Xia Tianqiong could not consent to such a plan, as it would jeopardize his own strategy. Guosheng assumed he was concerned for his safety and quickly reassured him, stating, "We are not targeting you. You can freely eliminate a catman. In the next round, you will also become a catman, after which we can unite to eradicate the ratmen and hasten the end of the game." Xia Tianqiong remained silent for a moment, then suddenly spoke with astonishing clarity. "In fact, I possess a method to confront the anomaly, and it can save the majority of people." Unable to devise a means to dissuade them from killing the ratman, he decided to slightly divulge his plan to gain their cooperation. As soon as the words left his lips, the other 3 were astounded. "What method? Please do tell." Luya wore a worried expression, while the other two gazed at Xia Tianqiong with eager anticipation. Chapter 37. The cat-killing plan instead of targeting the rat people. We will hunt the cat people. When a number of cat people diminishes to fewer than 100, the cat demon will undergo a transformation, at which point I will have a method to confront it. Xia Tianqiong divulged only half of the information, refraining from elaborating on how to deal with the anomaly. Guosheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "How do you know this when we lack any information about the anomaly ourselves?" Xia Tianqiong had long prepared a response, stating, "My contracted anomaly happens to be acquainted with this cat demon, and it conveyed this to me. It is indeed true that some official information is derived from contracted anomalies. What transformations will occur, and how do you intend to counter it? You would do well to clarify, allowing us to be adequately informed." Guosheng remained skeptical of Xia Tianqiong, feeling that the information provided was insufficient. "I can only share this much with you," Xia Tianqiong replied, equally distrustful of them and unwilling to divulge further details. Revealing how he contracted the anomaly might result in them preempting him or sabotaging his plans. After all, the malevolent anomaly is exceedingly powerful at this stage and can manifest its anomaly domain. No anomaly hunter would wish to forego the opportunity to contract an anomaly of such caliber. The three individuals opposite him frowned, displaying their discontent. Luya urged Mr. Xia, "The lives of tens of thousands are at stake. You should share everything you know." Bai Tianqiong added, "Clarify your intentions so that we may better assist you." Yet, Xia Tianqiong remained tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge even a fraction more. "In matters concerning the lives of tens of thousands, it would be prudent for you to trust me. There is little to lose." Guosheng's demeanor grew colder, and he began to feel agitated. "On what basis can we trust you, given that you offer us nothing? In truth, I am indifferent to whether you believe me, nor do I require any action from you, as long as you refrain from indiscriminately exterminating the rat folk. I have my own methods to contend with the cat demons. You are now a rat folk. Once you commence the slaughter of cats, you will transform into a cat folk in the next round, and cat folk cannot slay their own kind. Therefore, you possess but a single round of gameplay. However, there remain a couple of thousand cat folk scattered about. How could one possibly reduce their numbers to below 100 within a single round? Provided there is no external interference, the game will progress naturally, and the cat folk will eventually dwindle to fewer than 100. Of course, I shall not wait until that moment, for it would indicate that the rat folk are nearly extinguished. I will devise a means to preemptively diminish the cat folk to below 100, contingent upon your abstention from slaying rat folk. Otherwise, my task becomes insurmountable. Xia Tianqiong's sincerity was met with skepticism from the three individuals opposite him. Guosheng, with a stern demeanor, declared gravely, "In matters of life and death, you cannot compel us to trust you, nor can we collaborate with you. I have resolved to proceed with the plan to eradicate all rat folk." Luya and Bai Tianqiong offered no objections, tacitly agreeing with his stance. Xia Tianqiong sighed internally, realizing he had failed to persuade them. "Very well, you may continue your endeavors. I shall take my leave. As our paths diverge, it is clear we cannot walk together." Swiftly, Xia Tianqiong turned and departed, intent on finding alternative means to thwart their intentions or to fulfill his own plans before they annihilate the rat folk. They were merely three individuals, while there remained 40 to 50,000 rat folk, even as hunters of the bizarre, aided by the strange. It would not be a swift endeavor to eradicate such a multitude of rat folk. After Xia Tianqiong departed, Luya gazed at his receding figure. Allowing him to leave just like that? What other choice do we have? He possesses the ability to teleport, and even united, we could not retain him. Guosheng spoke coldly, suddenly turning to Bai Tianqiong beside him. "This time, you represent the Bai family and will act alongside our bureau. I shall ensure your contributions are duly noted." "Thank you, Director Guo," Bai Tianqiong replied. Though he appeared robust and coarse, he was, in truth, quite meticulous. "Mr. Xia likely refrained from speaking because he possesses a means to contract the cat demon, fearing that we might compete with him for it. Such narrow-minded individuals." Guosheng, too, harbored similar suspicions and felt quite dissatisfied. Bai Tianqiong, with a knowing look, suggested, "Shall we wait a moment before eliminating the rat man and observe what he intends to do. Meanwhile, Xia Tianqiong sought out Huang Yu, instructing her to disseminate a particular message immediately. Chapter 38. The slaughter of the cat people. It seems there has been no significant change. Has he yet to make his move? Guosheng, Liu Ye, and Bai Tianqiong strolled side by side along the desolate ancient street. Liu Ye, unable to keep her mouth shut, continued to chatter. Ever since Xia Tianqiong's departure, the game had progressed through 3 rounds, now reaching the 8th round. As before, the rats hid while the cats pursued them, and there had been no reports of the cat people being slaughtered in large numbers. Could he be deceiving us? Liu Ye, who initially held Xia Tianqiong in high regard and was eager to recruit him into the bureau, felt particularly displeased at his withholding of information in this situation. Guosheng gazed at the vast, feline eyes in the sky, his expression perpetually grave. It seemed unlikely. There was no need for him to deceive anyone with such matters. He might be pondering a method to hunt down the cat people. By day, Xiong echoed beside him. The realm shrouded in enigma resembles a small town, with streets crisscrossing and numerous courtyards. Tens of thousands are scattered about, yet only 1,000 or 2,000 are cat people. It is impossible for him to locate many within a single encounter. You are absolutely correct. Liu Ye nodded eagerly, feeling a surge of camaraderie. He is but one man. Even if all the cat people stood before him, he might not be able to vanquish them all. If he were willing to share the truth with us, we could assist him, making success a possibility. For now, let us observe quietly, watching how he hunts the cat people and confronts the enigmatic cat demon. Xiong smiled faintly. When he finds himself unable, he will likely seek our help. The trio bantered cheerfully as they walked along the ancient, resonant streets. For others, this was a deadly game. For them, as long as they did not encounter the cat demon, there was no peril. As they passed a narrow alley, 6 or 7 rat people suddenly emerged, their demeanor fierce, each brandishing kitchen knives, wooden clubs, or the legs of tables and chairs. "Kill the damned cat people!" they bellowed, charging forward without hesitation, displaying a level of experience suggesting this was not their first skirmish. "Leave this to me." Before Guosheng and Liu Ye could react, Xiong surged forward. From within him emerged a pale specter, long-haired, resembling a female demon. This ghostly figure, like a wisp of smoke, swiftly darted into the body of a male rat person. In the next moment, the male rat man's eyes turned white, as if his dark pupils had vanished entirely. He then cast aside the tool he held, cradled his head in his hands, and twisted with force. A sharp crack echoed as his head rotated 180 degrees, resulting in instant death. The entire ordeal transpired in merely a second or two. The other ratmen, who had previously appeared menacing, stood frozen in shock, staring at the slowly collapsing corpse. "A ghost!" someone cried out, prompting a frantic escape. However, they could not outpace the flying female specter, who swiftly pursued and dispatched them one by one. Guosheng observed the growing number of corpses, feeling a sense of unease. These ratmen had dared to initiate an attack on the catmen, and it was evidently organized and premeditated. Something felt amiss. "Leave one alive." At his behest, Bai Tianqiong ordered the female specter to capture a living ratman. "Director Guo, what do you wish to inquire? Ask them why they ambushed us." The captured ratman, a youth in his 20s, lay prostrate on the ground, trembling all over, clearly terrified by the specter. Bai Tianqiong crouched beside him, querying, "Why did you ambush us? Please don't kill me. I was forced into this." The young man gradually regained his composure, his face contorted in despair as he pleaded for mercy. Bai Tianqiong glared coldly at him, stating, "Answer my question, or you will die now. We heard that only catmen can survive until the end, and that by killing a catman, one can become a catman." "Who did you hear this from?" "I don't know. All the ratmen are spreading this rumor." Bai Tianqiong exchanged a knowing glance with Guosheng, both harboring suspicions. This was likely information disseminated by Xia Tianqiong. When the rat people realized that killing cat people could transform them into cat people, the majority would undoubtedly resort to murder for survival, thereby reducing the number of cat people. However, Liu Ye soon recognized the flaw in this reasoning. The rat people who killed cat people would themselves become cat people in the next round, resulting in a negligible change in the total number of cat people. Such actions were ultimately futile. During the day, Xiong gazed at his cat claws and then at the youth's rat claws, contemplating a possibility. The claws of the cat people were long and sharp. For rat people to kill cat people, they would need to band together, which might prevent some cat people from catching the rat people, ultimately leading to their demise by the rules of the game. If this was the extent of their strategy, success was not in their cards. Guosheng shook his head slightly, his expression filled with regret. While this approach could indeed gradually diminish the number of cat people, it would ultimately be impossible to reduce their numbers below 100. The game of cat and mouse continued, round after round. Guosheng's observations were confirmed as the number of cat people dwindled slowly, while the rat people decreased rapidly. If this continued, the relentless conflict would leave very few survivors. It was not until the 15th round that an extraordinary situation arose. Guosheng and his companions were invited by other cat people to form a team. Initially, they intended to decline, but upon learning that the other party had gathered hundreds of cat people, a sense of unease washed over them. They followed to the gathering place, where they discovered nearly 1,000 cat people convened, deliberating on how to assault a certain rat people stronghold. I understand what he intends to do. Guosheng's eyes widened as he grasped Xia Tianqiong's objective. Luya and Xiong soon caught on as well. In a particular courtyard. In the summer, Xiong stealthily avoided the other rat folk and arrived at this place. Moments later, Huang Yu also crept over. Little brother. The majority of the cat folk are gathered in the courtyard to the southwest, numbering around 1,000. Well done. I shall ensure your safe departure from here. Xiong's method for dealing with the cat folk was rather straightforward. He disseminated information among the rat folk, inciting them to retaliate against the cat folk, while simultaneously rallying a group of rat folk to guard a specific area, thereby creating a safe zone that deterred the cat folk from making a move. He then instructed Huang Yu to inform the cat folk of the rat folk's situation, compelling them to unite, lest they fail to stand against the rat folk. Thus, after several rounds of this game, the number of rat folk continued to swell, mirroring the growth on the cat folk side. The rat folk consistently outnumbered the cat folk by a factor of 20, and with each round, they grew slightly stronger. Once they banded together, the cat folk found it nearly impossible to eliminate the rat folk, and were at risk of being slain themselves. Find a place to hide. In the next round, I shall take action. Xiong glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes remained in this round, leaving no opportunity for action, and he could only await the next round. Huang Yu appeared somewhat anxious. I haven't slain any rat folk yet this round. No sooner had she spoken than a youth across from them brandished a copper mirror, revealing a bewildered rat folk before them. This was one that Xiong had casually captured earlier, intended to assist Huang Yu in completing her task. A warmth spread through Huang Yu's heart, realizing his thoughtfulness in not forgetting her. 3 minutes later, the 15th round concluded, and Xiong swiftly made his way to the location where the cat folk were gathered. At this moment, the cat people had all lost their sight, either sitting or leaning against walls, densely clustered in several courtyards. They could not act yet, for doing so would trigger the death rule. Xia Tianqiong leaped upon the eaves, observing the cat people below. If the elusive cat demon were to be among them, it would pose a significant problem. He would need to lure it away before confronting the other cat people. Fortunately, the cat demon preferred solitude and was not gathered here. However, he did notice the presence of officials and members of the Bai family. After a brief contemplation, Xia Tianqiong directly teleported into the shadow behind Guosheng. Director Guo, he had barely uttered a syllable when Guosheng, along with Luya and Bai Tianqiong beside him, jumped in surprise, hastily employing their respective tricks. They were currently blind and feared a surprise attack. Do not worry, it is I. I have something to convey. As Xia Tianqiong spoke again, the three managed to calm themselves slightly, yet they remained vigilant, uncertain if he might suddenly turn hostile. I intend to take action against the cat demon. You should leave here quickly to avoid any accidental casualties. Xia Tianqiong had contemplated eliminating the three, but having previously withstood the formidable cat demon alongside them, they must possess considerable strength. Although they were sightless at the moment, their contracted tricks were visible, and even a surprise attack would not guarantee success. Thus, he resolved to urge them to depart to prevent any unintended conflict. Do you believe you can handle this alone? Would you like us to assist you? Guosheng, having shed his earlier assertiveness, spoke with unusual gentleness. Xia Tianqiong inquired, "You are also cat people. How can you assist me? We cannot help you in killing, but we can hinder them, preventing a chaotic escape." They surmised that Xia Tianqiong would come to eliminate the catmen and intended to contribute their efforts. If they could resolve the cat demon anomaly, not only would they secure their own safety, but they could also save 20 to 30,000 ratmen. For those in the Bureau and the ancient families, participating in the resolution of such a colossal supernatural incident would be a significant achievement. However, Xia Tianqiong was solely focused on establishing a contract with the cat demon and paid little heed to their trivial schemes. "Very well, then. It seems I must trouble the three of you." Their unrestrained dialogue echoed through the yard where numerous catmen were present, all of whom overheard the exchange. Many catmen believed that ratmen had infiltrated their ranks, and they shouted and cursed in protest, with some attempting to flee. Yet, the time had not yet come. The catmen had not regained their sight and were unable to escape, which only incited chaos. Guosheng and his companions, guided by their respective contracts with the anomalies, departed from the gathering of catmen and moved to the periphery to intercept those attempting to escape. After a brief span of 10 minutes, the catmen regained their sight, marking the time for the cat to catch the mouse. "Where is he? That pretentious fool who intends to eradicate all catmen? Who has seen him? Bring him forth. I shall tear him apart." As soon as their vision returned, several catmen began to search frantically for the one who had spoken. However, after scanning the area, they found no trace of any ratmen nearby. "Stop searching. I am right here." Following the sound, the multitude of catmen beheld a young lad, no older than 17 or 18, perched atop a high parapet. Before they could unleash their wrath, the lad raised a bronze mirror. Suddenly, anyone illuminated by the mirror was drawn into the air by an overwhelming force, sucked into the mirror itself. Xia Tianqiong had already resolved to act against the cat demon, and thus was unperturbed by the potential discovery of his supernatural abilities. In a courtyard, nearly 100 cat people were crammed together, and within mere seconds, they were all absorbed into the next space. "Brothers, it's time for action." Just as one cat person entered the mirrored realm, a delivery spirit lunged forward to attack, not forgetting to alert the other contracted spirits. Summer Sky had declared that it need not partake in combat, yet it remained exceedingly enthusiastic. The mirrored spirit immediately conjured dozens of doppelgangers, while 8 shopkeepers joined the fray, leaving only the fateful spirit in a state of upgrade, still unawakened. These were mere mortals, posing no challenge to the eerie entities. As the shopkeepers dispatched their victims, they engaged in discussion, questioning the delivery spirit's fervor. Is it unwell? Why is it so eager? They speculated that such a useless being would not even be desired by its master if it lacked a bit of zeal. Yet, it was not entirely without merit. It could still materialize sustenance imbued with ghostly energy. That was perhaps its only utility. The 8 shopkeepers, familiar with one another and belonging to the same category of strange entities, formed a cohesive unit. They presumed their numbers afforded them a degree of influence among the spirits contracted by their master. However, this was the mirrored realm, where the mirrored spirit reigned supreme, and none dared to challenge it. The infant spirit was of the fierce grade, and it had entered into an equitable contract, placing it beyond their rank. The fateful spirit was on the verge of ascending to fierce grade, proving more formidable than any of them in a one-on-one encounter. Only the delivery spirit remained, capable of being trampled upon by them. Their discussions were loud and unabashed, completely unmasked, allowing the delivery spirit to hear their derision. "Cowards, speaking of it like that, yet they dare not utter a word. Once this is over, I shall confront it. Xiao Ba, be mindful of your limits. Be cautious lest it informs the master, for you will bear the consequences. It matters not. It is an opportune moment to gauge the master's disposition towards us." The tavern attendants, amidst their discourse, continue their grim task with remarkable swiftness. Xia Tianqiong, wielding a bronze mirror, meanders through the various courtyards nearby, ensnaring all catfolk within. This gathering comprises nearly 1,000 catfolk, yet it remains incomplete. Other clusters of 3 to 5 catfolk can also be found in disparate locales. The forthcoming task is of utmost significance. It is imperative that before this round concludes, the number of catfolk be reduced to below 100. Otherwise, it will fail to provoke the transformation of the cat-demon anomaly. Chapter 39. The splitting of the cat-demon anomaly. Xia Tianqiong, with the bronze mirror in hand, traverses the ancient city with instantaneous movements, seeking the remaining catfolk. Having previously scouted in earlier rounds, he possesses a general understanding of the activity zones of the other groups. Thus, the search proves not to be arduous. Once he locates them, regardless of whether they are in groups of 3 or 5, or even dozens, he ensnares them all within the mirror's confines. Upon their demise, he discards their remains into the void of the mirror's space, leaving behind the cat fur they once possessed. This round of the game is yet to conclude, with the vast majority of catfolk having been slain, leaving only a few solitary ones hidden in remote corners, likely numbering fewer than 100. To ensure success, Xia Tianqiong resolves to continue his pursuit. However, the cat-demon anomaly has set its sights upon him, necessitating his retreat. The round remains unfinished. He is still a rat folk, while the cat-demon anomaly is a cat. This dynamic adheres to the established rules. The cat-demon anomaly moves with extraordinary speed, darting across rooftops and walls like a streak of orange lightning, its form merely a blur. Had it not been for Xia Tianqiong's ability to shadow teleport, he would have long since been overtaken. Each time it teleports, its position is arbitrary, and its direction of advance is convoluted. Yet, no matter how it attempts to flee, the feline specter can unfailingly locate it. This is the essence of the enigmatic domain, one individual and one specter engaged in a relentless chase through the ancient town, a deadly pursuit witnessed by many. Suddenly, the feline specter halts upon a certain eve, coldly gazing at the distant figure of Xia Tianqiong across the street, refraining from further pursuit. It is not a matter of surrender. Rather, the time for this round of the game has concluded, and Xia Tianqiong has transformed into a cat person. The feline specter must adhere to the rules of the game. A cat cannot slay another cat. Xia Tianqiong stands upon the ancient street, his claws, ears, and mouth beginning to morph. He is in the process of transitioning from mouse person to a cat person, yet he remains undistracted, his gaze fixed intently upon the feline specter perched above. The specter does not resemble a typical cat demon. Instead, it manifests as a strikingly beautiful young woman. With bronze skin, slightly crimson eyes, and cascading waves of fiery orange hair, she appears akin to an ancient beauty from the Western realms, complemented by her fluffy triangular ears, exuding both enchantment and allure. Meow, she suddenly vocalizes, reminiscent of a cat's call. What follows is a scene of gruesome carnage. Her form abruptly splits open from the center of her 4-2, becomes 4, transforms into 8, and 8 evolves into 16. This process of division continues. And within less than a minute, there are a total of 8 splits, culminating in 256 feline demonic doppelgangers. Most astonishingly, these manifestations vary in gender and age, each exhibiting a unique appearance. Numerous rat folk in the vicinity witness this spectacle, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and panic. These doppelgangers resemble catfolk, destined to pursue the rat folk. At this moment, Xia Tianqiong, having been filled with trepidation, finally experiences a sense of relief. This is the transformation he has been awaiting. Only at this juncture is there a chance to forge a pact with the feline demonic entity. According to the knowledge gleaned from his previous life, when a number of catfolk dwindles while the ratfolk remain abundant, the equilibrium of the game is severely disrupted. The feline demonic entity will then split into numerous doppelgangers, acting as catfolk to restore balance. Upon observation, it is indeed the case. The feline demonic entity itself is of a fearsome grade, yet upon division, its level diminishes, resulting in each doppelganger possessing varying levels, primarily ranging from fierce to malevolent, with the occasional wild grade among them. Xia Tianqiong's objective is to locate a specific doppelganger among them. By successfully binding it, when all doppelgangers eventually merge back into the original feline demonic entity, he can indirectly form a contract with it. The game progresses, and in this round, Xia Tianqiong assumes the role of a catfolk. After a quarter of an hour deprived of vision, when his sight is restored, he finds that the more than 200 feline demonic doppelgangers have vanished without a trace, evidently off to hunt the rat folk. Instead of seeking the special doppelganger, Xia Tianqiong opts to find an unoccupied courtyard. Securing the gate, he strides to the center of the yard and invokes the culinary arts of the delivery demon, materializing an array of fish-related dishes. Braised carp, sauerkraut fish, poached fish, steamed bass, and stinky mandarin fish, among others, are arranged in abundance. In the previous life, the cat demon made several sinister appearances, claiming countless lives. During its final manifestation, a contract-bound exorcist, who had made an agreement with a delivery demon, found himself ensnared in the realm of the uncanny. To his surprise, he discovered a peculiar doppelganger with an insatiable appetite for aquatic delicacies. Utilizing food as bait, he lured this doppelganger into a pact, ultimately forging an indirect contract with the cat demon itself. Now, Xia Tianqiong's task is to replicate this endeavor. No sooner had he set the food down than a figure appeared atop the wall. It resembled a child of 8 or 9 years, yet its gender was indiscernible. With a slanted gaze and an open mouth, drooling incessantly, it bore a resemblance to Down syndrome, suggesting a lack of intellectual capacity. Undoubtedly, this was the peculiar doppelganger. "Come down, little one. I have delicious treats for you," Xia Tianqiong said with a smile, his tone gentle, reminiscent of coaxing a small child. The little cat child's eyes sparkled with curiosity and innocence, tempered by a hint of caution. The doppelgangers of the cat demon not only possessed unique appearances, but seemed to exhibit varying degrees of sentience, their intellects distinctly different. Some were cunning and ruthless, while others, like this child, were innocent and endearing. The little cat child tilted its head in hesitation, its gaze fixed on the food in the courtyard, drool forming a stream that soaked its chest. "It's all for you. Come and taste it. It's truly delightful." Xia Tianqiong beckoned repeatedly. Yet the little cat child remained perched above, appearing somewhat foolish yet thoroughly vigilant. He held a bronze mirror, contemplating whether to draw the little cat child into it. However, he feared triggering some unknown rule, for the regulations he understood were certainly not exhaustive. At this moment, utmost caution was imperative. Any unforeseen incident must be avoided at all costs. After much contemplation, I suddenly took 2 steps back, distancing myself from the food. At last, this proved effective. The little kitten, unable to resist the allure of the delicacy, leapt down from the wall in a flash and seized a box of braised carp to devour. Just then, a loud crash echoed as the courtyard gate was flung open. Entering swiftly were Guosheng and his 2 companions. Upon spotting the little kitten, a flicker of surprise crossed their eyes, though they endeavored to mask it. "Mr. Xia, we are concerned for your safety and have come to assist you," Guosheng proclaimed with an air of solemnity, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the little kitten rather than on Xia Tianqiong. He had a hunch that all of Xia Tianqiong's efforts were aimed at this very objective. "What assistance can you offer me?" Xia Tianqiong replied, his expression turning frosty. It was evident that their intentions were far from benign. "Mr. Xia, no need to be anxious. We merely wish to observe how you intend to contract the cat demon," Luya remarked, her statement serving as a subtle probe. The trio speculated that Xia Tianqiong's myriad actions were all directed toward contracting the cat demon, though they remained uncertain. Xia Tianqiong regarded them with a cold demeanor, asserting, "My endeavors are of no concern to you. Do not disturb me here." The 3, sensing his lack of denial, became increasingly convinced that he possessed a means to contract the cat demon and was indeed in the process of doing so. Such matters cannot be dismissed lightly. They pertain to the lives of countless individuals and our own safety as well. How can this not concern us? Guosheng stated earnestly, his expression grave. "If you successfully contract the cat demon and resolve this significant anomaly, I shall certainly advocate for you. Even if you choose not to join the Management Bureau in the future, you will receive appropriate rewards." During the day, Xiong urged, "Mr. Xia, pursue your intentions. We shall observe from the sidelines. Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, we will be at your service." The 3 of them resolutely decided not to depart. Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow. All 3 were cat people, just as he was, and he could not take direct action against them lest he invoke the rules of death. Furthermore, even if he were able to act, he might not prevail against the trio. Under such circumstances, he could only allow them to watch from a distance. Do not approach. Do not disturb me, he lamented, before disregarding them entirely. The little kitten was engrossed in devouring food, showing no interest in anyone around. It resembled a starving beggar, ravenously consuming its meal, leaving its face and clothes smeared with grease. Is it delicious? I have plenty more, Xia Tianqiong offered, conjuring a portion of pan-fried ribbon fish and presenting it to the little kitten. If you follow me, you shall have fish every day. What do you say? His tone was gentle, his smile warm, fearful that a loud voice might frighten the creature away. The little kitten cast a wary glance at him, then swiftly extended its tiny paw, snatching the pan-fried fish and beginning to munch on it without uttering a word. Despite several inquiries, there was no response. Xia Tianqiong grew anxious. In his previous life, the hunter of anomalies had successfully lured others into contracts in such a manner. Why was it ineffective in his case? Was the publicly available information inaccurate? Had some crucial details been concealed? His mind began to spiral into uncertainty. If he could not contract with the little kitten, he would be unable to indirectly contract the formidable feline anomaly, rendering this endeavor futile. Was it merely a bizarre manifestation of the cat anomaly after its division? Do you wish to contract with it, thereby indirectly binding the enigmatic cat spirit's true essence? Guosheng just witnessed the cat spirit fragmenting into hundreds of cat-human avatars. With his experience, it is not difficult to deduce the implications of such a phenomenon. Historical records indicate that similar occurrences have transpired in the past. With a moment's contemplation, one could surmise the intentions of Xia Tianqiong. During the day, Xiong was oblivious to this situation. Since it is feasible to contract the bizarre avatars to indirectly bind the true essence of the anomaly, could it not be possible to contract any of the avatars? The implication of this statement is clear. With over 200 avatars produced by the cat spirit, anyone might seize the opportunity to contract, not solely restricted to Xia Tianqiong. Theoretically, it is plausible, yet within the confines of this game, it may not be practicable. We are all cat people. The rules impose limitations, preventing us from taking action against the cat-human avatars. To establish a contract, one must resort to a strategy of seduction, as exemplified by his approach. Guosheng scrutinized Xia Tianqiong, narrowing his eyes in an attempt to discern any expression on his face. Regrettably, Xia Tianqiong appeared oblivious, his countenance betraying not the slightest change. The small kitty consumed a plethora of food in one go, while Xia Tianqiong continuously conjured sustenance for it. The diminutive figure resembled an insatiable void. No matter how much was ingested, its belly remained unexpanded. What do you think? Would you care to form a contract with me? In doing so, you could have as much to eat as you desire in the future. Xia Tianqiong coaxed gently, yet the little kitty remained mute, merely staring at him with wide eyes, offering neither affirmation nor denial, seemingly hoping to mooch off Xia Tianqiong's provisions. If you do not acquiesce, then there will be no more food, will there? Xia Tianqiong abruptly ceased the conjuration of food, attempting to use this as leverage. The little kitten, with its mouth glistening with grease, shouted with unwavering confidence, "I want to eat fish," to which it added, "So you can speak. I want to eat fish. If you agree to make a pact with me, I shall provide you with fish. I want to eat fish." The kitten repeatedly uttered these 4 words, not uttering a single additional syllable, leaving Xia Tianqiong at a loss for words. Indeed, it was a fool, incapable of normal communication. "Mr. Xia, may I attempt to communicate?" Guosheng suddenly stepped forward, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. "I'm doing this for the greater good, not to compete with you. I hope you won't take offense." Before Xia Tianqiong could respond, he flipped his wrist and produced a thumb-sized elixir from an unknown source. This elixir, emerald green, emitted a fragrant aroma of herbs and a potent aura of ethereal power upon its appearance. Xia Tianqiong's expression shifted as he recognized the object. It was a medicinal pill specifically designed for the supernatural, known as the ghost power pill. Its purpose was to assist the supernatural in rapidly restoring their spectral energy, possessing remarkable healing properties, and aiding them in overcoming cultivation bottlenecks, thereby enhancing their chances of leveling up. It held immense allure for the vast majority of supernatural entities. As soon as the ghost power pill appeared, the little kitten straightened its posture its eyes fixated on the elixir, its body instinctively moving towards it. Xia Tianqiong's expression darkened. Director Gua, are you attempting to seize it from me? Before Gua Sheng could respond, Luya admonished him sharply. Mr. Xia, I hope you prioritize the greater good. You cannot make a pact with it. Director Gua's actions are also for your benefit. Otherwise, how can we swiftly conclude this game? How can we save tens of thousands of people? What greater good? Previously, you sought to eradicate thousands of rat folk, yet at that time, you did not speak of the greater picture. Was it not due to your unwillingness to disclose information that left us with no alternatives? Now, with a superior approach at hand, it is only natural to implement it. As for who shall forge the contract, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is to resolve this bizarre incident and save as many lives as possible. Luya, shedding her previous gentleness, now bore a countenance sharp and caustic, as if Summer Qiong owed her a debt. Suddenly, Summer Qiong realized that engaging in idle chatter with this woman was futile, completely devoid of significance. Amidst their discourse, a small feline approached Gua Sheng, raising its paw to snatch the peculiar energy pill from his grasp. However, Gua Sheng withdrew it, stating, "Forge a contract with me, and this shall be yours to consume." The small feline with wide eyes huffed indignantly, "I want to eat." This time, it omitted the word fish, indicating it possessed some measure of intelligence. Gua Sheng inquired thrice, receiving the same response, akin to Summer Qiong's earlier replies. Gritting his teeth, he relinquished the energy pill to the small feline. "Once you consume it, will you forge a contract with me, all right?" The small feline offered no reply, but without hesitation, seized the energy pill and proclaimed defiantly, "I want more." Gua Sheng felt a surge of irritation. This pill was no trifling matter, valued at 50,000 underworld coins, and he was reluctant to part with his own contracted energy. Yet, the small feline devoured it without agreeing to the contract, insatiably demanding more. This was a bottomless pit. No matter how much was offered, it seemed unlikely to secure its allegiance. "Mr. Xia, are you certain that offering food will entice it to form a contract? Do you truly believe I would reveal that to you?" In the summer, Xia Tianqiong had witnessed Gua Sheng's failure, which allowed him to finally relax. Bai Tianqiong, observing from the side, suddenly remarked, "Director Gua, may I give a try?" Gua Sheng, intrigued, inquired, "Do you have a plan?" "Let's give it a shot. After all, we have no other options for the moment," Bai Tianqiong replied. As he spoke, a female specter emerged from within him and directly entered the body of the little cat child. "Form a contract with me, or face death." He intended to employ coercive measures to force the little cat child into compliance. Both Xia Tianqiong and Gua Sheng displayed expressions of astonishment. Lu Yao cautioned, "How dare you harm it? This will trigger the death rule." "I have a method to counter the death rule. You need not worry about me," Bai Tianqiong confidently smiled, having prepared in advance, and then commanded the specter to torment the little cat child. With a snap, the little cat child's limbs twisted grotesquely. "Form a contract with me, or I shall torture you to death." Even specters fear death. The most common method of subduing a specter for a contract involves threatening their very existence, thus creating an opportunity for binding. Chapter 41. Game Reset. Rules changed. By Tianqiong unleashed the contracted specter, which attached itself to the little cat child's body, causing its limbs to contort and deform, achieving a devastating effect. In doing so, he triggered the death rule, becoming enveloped by its power. Were he an ordinary person, he would have perished instantly. However, a grayish-white, translucent figure manifested around him, absorbing the force of the rule's torment. Gua Sheng's eyes gleamed with interest as he remarked, "The Bai family possesses such abilities?" The Bureau of Anomalous Affairs was familiar with the intricacies of various ancient families. It was unaware that the Bai clan had methods to counter the power of the rules. "It is not merely my own capabilities, rather, it is a peculiar contract I fortuitously engaged in, which grants me the ability to withstand a force of the rules once." Bai Tianqiong felt a pang of reluctance, for this anomaly could only be utilized a single time, serving as a singular opportunity for survival. "Should I fail to contract the little cat child, the loss would be immense. Contract with me, or you shall perish." To coerce the little cat child, his methods grew increasingly severe. Suddenly, the little cat child emitted a series of sharp, cracking sounds. It cried out in anguish, struggling wildly, yet it remained immobilized under the control of the female anomaly. Release it. Xia Tianqiong clenched his fists, yearning to eliminate the three men at once. However, he was acutely aware that such an action would invoke the rules, and moreover, he might not even be a match for them. He lacked the means to resist the power of the rules, unlike Bai Tianqiong. Guosheng turned his gaze toward him, saying, "Mr. Xia, let him have his attempt. After all, you are powerless to forge a contract. While I am indeed incapable of forming a contract, you cannot treat it in such a manner. This is, after all, the domain of the cat demon's anomaly. Should its avatar perish and trigger some rule, it could lead to considerable complications. The more formidable the anomaly, the greater the number of death rules it governs, each more bizarre than the last. This is especially true for anomalies possessing their own domains, necessitating utmost caution. The information Xia Tianqiong possessed stemmed from his past life, and it was not necessarily comprehensive. One wrong move might inadvertently activate a certain rule. Guosheng conceded the validity of his argument and turned to Bai Tianqiong. "Be careful. Do not inadvertently kill it." Bai Tianqiong frowned slightly, offering a wry smile. "Director Guo, please refrain from voicing such thoughts. If you articulate them, how can I compel it to contract with me? If life and death cannot be leveraged, the enigmatic would seldom forge pacts with humanity." Though he spoke words of assurance, his heart commanded the female entity to be more ruthless towards the kitten child. "You are on the verge of killing it." As Xia Tianqiong observed the kitten child's body contorting and its cries dwindling into weakness, it ceased to struggle. However, Bai Tianqiong remained unfazed. The creature's form was composed of ethereal power, not flesh and blood, merely resembling it. Such wounds would only deplete its ethereal strength, not bring about its demise. It was merely the weakest among the cat demon's myriad avatars, not necessarily akin to ordinary entities. "Impossible, trust me. I possess considerable experience in this matter," Bai Tianqiong asserted confidently, yet the expressions of Guosheng and Luya shifted dramatically. The ethereal power was dissipating rapidly. It seemed to be dead. As Luya uttered these words, the enormous feline eyes in the sky suddenly turned a blood-red hue, fixating intensely on the individuals in the courtyard, their fury palpable. "Meow, meow, meow." A chorus of feline cries resonated throughout the ancient town, followed by the voice of the cat demon echoing from above. "The game is reset. All cats shall hunt these three mice and eliminate them." The game concludes. As the voice echoed, three colossal phantom figures materialized upon the crimson sky, and upon closer inspection, they were the silhouettes of Xia Tianqiong, Guosheng, and Bai Tianqiong. Having interacted with the kitten child, the cat demon deemed them all culpable. Simultaneously, a transformation occurred among the three. They once cats instantaneously morphed into mice. In the realm of deception, all the other rat folk simultaneously transformed into cat folk. Thus, only the three of them remained as rat folk, while the rest had become cats. The rules of the game had shifted, and those hidden in the corners erupted in jubilant cheers. As long as those three were slain, the remaining individuals could escape the game alive. This was indeed fortuitous for them. Bai Tianqiong stood in a daze, glancing at the little kitten nearby. He had not anticipated its swift demise, nor did he foresee the triggering of the new rules. Guosheng glared at him, his expression exceedingly grim. The ordinary catfolk posed no significant threat, but the 200 or so cat demon doppelgangers, should they pursue them, might prove insurmountable. These doppelgangers varied in strength, but their sheer numbers rendered their situation perilous. They were only three rat folk against overwhelming odds. Bai Tianqiong was momentarily lost in thought. We could target the ordinary catfolk and then transform into cats ourselves. If there are no rat folk left, perhaps the game will conclude. However, the rules had already been altered, and the previous strategies might no longer apply. Xia Tianqiong regarded Bai Tianqiong with disdain, having made it clear earlier that if the three rat folk were killed, the game would end, without any time constraints. This indicated that this was the final round. Even if they managed to slay the catfolk, they would not advance to the next round, nor would they transform into cats. What should we do then? Luya, still a catfolk at that moment, felt relatively safe. Yet, with over 200 peculiar doppelgangers remaining, if they could contract one, perhaps a glimmer of hope would arise. In the daylight, Xiong quickly concurred, "Indeed, let us attempt to capture other avatars. Mr. Xia, if you possess any additional information, do share it, so we may strategize together and enhance our chances." Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow in silence. The rules had shifted, leaving him uncertain of how to proceed. Such a situation had not arisen in his previous life, and naturally, he had no means of countering it. Suddenly, a figure leaped onto the wall. The group turned to see the other avatars of the cat demon, followed by 3, 5, 10. An increasing multitude of avatars appeared atop the wall and eaves. In total, over 200 manifestations gathered here, encircling the entire courtyard, except for the deceased kitten. Guosheng's expression turned grave as he sensed the impending danger. There was no need to panic, for the 4 of US United may have a chance to break through. The numerous avatars, comprising men, women, and children, each bore distinct appearances and expressions, yet they shared a singular trait. Their eyes were all ablaze with fury. "Kill them. I hunger for their flesh and thirst for their blood." A cry rang out, urging them to charge together, and all the avatars leaped into the courtyard simultaneously. From within Guosheng emerged 2 female phantoms. One had a pallid visage, shedding tears of blood, and any avatar she beheld would suffer the same fate, their eyes weeping crimson and losing sight. The other phantom was drenched, as if she had just emerged from water, her long, wet hair capable of ensnaring a dozen avatars at once, constricting them tightly. Guosheng stood resolute, defending against the onslaught alone. Bai Tianqiong had but one female phantom, who unleashed torment upon the adversaries through possession, her lethal efficacy astonishing. The life-threatening trick of Xia Tianqiong has yet to awaken, and the only available anomalies are the mirror trick and the shopkeeper. He released 8 shopkeepers to surround him, preventing any potential ambush. The shopkeepers can only induce a brief state of distraction in their opponents by tapping their shoulders, but they are merely wild anomalies. The cat demon's doppelgangers predominantly consist of fierce and malevolent anomalies, and a state of distraction can last at most a couple of seconds. Xia Tianqiong hesitated to absorb the cat demon's doppelgangers into the mirror space. With a life-threatening trick in play, even confronting a fierce anomaly was challenging. Now, devoid of the life-threatening trick, the shopkeepers had been released, relying solely on a single mirror trick, even if he created numerous mirror doppelgangers. It would be arduous to contend with fierce anomalies, let alone malevolent ones. However, the mirror trick possesses a unique capability. Its doppelganger mirror can manifest a multitude of mirrors. As long as these mirrors reflect upon oneself, a mirror doppelganger can be created, lacking offensive power and control. They can nonetheless synchronously mimic Xia Tianqiong's movements and expressions. Consequently, he directly replicated dozens of mirror doppelgangers, scattering them throughout the courtyard, not to slay foes but to draw fire. This significantly alleviated the pressure on the trio, prompting astonished and appreciative gazes from Guosheng and Bai Tianqiong. Luya, being a cat person, could not participate in the battle directly, as doing so would trigger the death rules. Fortunately, the cat demon's doppelgangers were also unable to attack her. Standing amidst the 3, she remained active, raising her hand to release a mass of intangible gas that flowed into each of them. Xia Tianqiong felt a surge of vitality, instantly experiencing heightened mental acuity and swifter bodily movements. The scratch on his calf ceased to hurt and quickly stopped bleeding. Furthermore, the shopkeepers and the mirror trick also became invigorated, as if they had received an adrenaline boost. This is evidently a form of artifice imbued with healing and enhancement effects. No wonder the trio was able to endure the onslaught of the cat demon's true form. It was, after all, due to Luya, their healer. The battle commenced with fervor, as the cat demon's doppelgangers employed vicious attacks of biting and clawing. The manifestations at the wild and ferocious levels were somewhat manageable, as their claws needed to make physical contact to inflict wounds. However, the malevolent doppelgangers required no such contact. They could inflict injuries from several meters away with mere swipes of their claws. Even with 8 waiters shielding him, Xia Tianqiong sustained several cuts, fortunately not severe. And with Liu Ye's assistance in staunching the bleeding, he was not gravely harmed. I can barely hold on. Is there anyone who can lend me aid? At that moment, Bai Tianqiong appeared the most beleaguered, covered in wounds within mere minutes of battle. His female demon possessed formidable offensive capabilities, yet could only contend with one foe at a time. No matter how swift he could not withstand the relentless assaults from the cat demon's doppelgangers, especially since the malevolent ones were exceedingly formidable and impossible to defend against. Mr. Xia, could you send a few of your waiters to assist me in sharing the burden? I can scarcely protect myself. How could I spare energy for you? Xia Tianqiong flatly declined. The 8 waiters were being besieged, their bodies repeatedly slashed, suffering significant losses of their ethereal strength. If this continued, their dissolution would be imminent. Given the circumstances, do not hold it against me. Suddenly, Bai Tianqiong raised his hand and hurled a thick hemp rope into the air, which instantly straightened. Grasping the rope, he was drawn upwards, vanishing from sight. But not before uttering, "My apologies, esteemed companions. I must take my leave." Damn it, he actually possesses the celestial rope. Guosheng was filled with both shock and fury. It was already challenging to contend with so many duplicates, and now he faced an even graver danger with one less ally. Suddenly, he recalled that Xia Tianqiong possessed the elusive skill of teleportation, allowing him to depart at any moment. "Mr. Xia, please do not leave." Together, before he could finish his plea, Liu Ye abruptly interrupted him. "Director Guo, he has left as well." Guosheng turned sharply, only to find the space beside him starkly empty. The 8 attendants who had stood guard there had vanished without a trace. Well, if death is to be, so be it. Little Ye, remember to inform the organization that those 2 were responsible for my demise, especially Mr. Xia. He is no ordinary individual and must not be let go lightly. With a bitter smile, Guosheng uttered these words before being overwhelmed by a multitude of duplicates. The next moments were filled with tearing and devouring, and in the blink of an eye, all that remained was a bloodied skeleton. Liu Ye trembled, rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. As long as she refrained from attacking the duplicates, they would not assail her. Meanwhile, Xia Tianqiong executed a series of shadowy teleportations, swiftly distancing himself from the courtyard. He now grasped the severity of their predicament. Over 200 fierce and malevolent duplicates could not possibly be overcome by just a few of them. The most viable course of action was to seek an opportunity to forge a pact with a cat demon duplicate. Earlier, he had captured one in a copper mirror as he left, and it was currently ensnared in the mirrored space, besieged by attendants and hundreds of mirrored duplicates. If he could compel it into a contract, there might still be hope. Chapter 42. The contract with the cunning old man with Guosheng's demise. The image upon the celestial canvas was reduced to just Xia Tianqiong and Bai Tianqiong. The more than 200 cat demon duplicates split into 2 factions, one pursuing Bai Tianqiong and the other chasing after Xia Tianqiong. Meanwhile, the remaining 20 to 30,000 survivors were frantically searching for the 2. It was evident to everyone that if these 2 were eliminated, the game would conclude, allowing the others to escape with their lives. The atmosphere within the eerie realm became unusually lively, as all were zealously hunting for the pair. Bai Tianqiong possessed a mystical artifact known as the Heavenly Rope, which enabled him to ascend into the air and subsequently descend elsewhere. With this remarkable item, he evaded his pursuers, darting from place to place. Initially, his efforts were successful. Neither the ordinary catfolk nor the cat demon's phantom doubles could capture him. However, he could not afford to relent, for the cat demon's phantoms were exceedingly swift, capable of reaching him in under a minute, regardless of their location. Thus, he was compelled to utilize the heavenly rope continuously. Yet, like all mystical artifacts, this one exacted a toll for its use. Bai Tianqiong possessed only 70 to 80,000 ghostly coins, sufficient for a maximum of 70 to 80 uses. As he watched his funds dwindle, desperation set in. Capture meant certain death. Suddenly, he recalled that Xia Tianqiong possessed a considerable amount of ghostly gold. Perhaps he could borrow some from him. "Mr. Xia, where are you?" he called out, desperately fleeing. He had once owned an artifact capable of locating others, but for some unknown reason, it had ceased to function. rendering him unable to find Xia Tianqiong. At that moment, Xia Tianqiong was within the mirrored realm, making it impossible for anyone to locate him. Even the cat demon's phantoms were unaware of his hiding place. In the mirrored space, a frail, stooped old man was besieged by hundreds of Xia Tianqiong's duplicates. Though appearing weak and feeble, each swipe of his claws obliterated 7 or 8 mirrored doubles as effortlessly as popping balloons. The cat demon's deceptive doppelganger is likely of a formidable caliber, capable of entangling its foes with its seemingly endless mirror images. Xia Tianqiong stood at a distance, silently observing, too apprehensive to approach. The 8 shopkeepers, having sustained significant injuries, nearly disbanded the doppelganger. However, after recovering with gold, they were ready to continue the fight. They concealed themselves within the reflections, occasionally striking unexpectedly, which could momentarily pacify the cat demon's doppelganger. "Master, please sit back and rest. Do not tire yourself. This cunning elder is no easy adversary, and it is likely to take considerable time to subdue." The delivery demon brought a chair and placed it behind Xia Tianqiong. Unable to partake in the fierce battle, it remained by Xia Tianqiong's side, ostensibly to safeguard its master, serving as a last line of defense. Xia Tianqiong was quite pleased with its presence, nodding in approval as he settled into the chair, continuing to monitor the conflict. As time elapsed, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, countless mirror images had been obliterated, and the mirror demon had expended several taels of gold to replenish its ethereal power. The elder cat demon's doppelganger finally succumbed, collapsing due to the depletion of its own ghostly energy, subsequently pinned to the ground by the swarm of mirror images. "Bind yourself to me, and I shall spare your life." At this moment, Xia Tianqiong dared to approach closer. The elder demon, with a face lined with wrinkles and hair as silver as moonlight, possessed unusually bright eyes. "I am merely a doppelganger. If I perish, so be it. I cannot allow my demise to endanger my true self." Xia Tianqiong was taken aback. The elder demon spoke with clarity and coherence, indicating a high degree of intelligence. Had he known this beforehand, he would not have attempted to capture it. "Do you possess your own thoughts and consciousness, yet are you willing to embrace death? Ha! As long as the original self remains intact, it can give rise to countless versions of me. But are those still the same as you now?" The old trickster fell silent, closing his eyes and ceasing to speak. The consciousness of the doppelgangers derives from a fragment of the original self's awareness, yet simultaneously exists as an independent entity. Upon death, when the original self divides anew, it generates a fresh consciousness. Thus it cannot be the same as before. Xia Tianqiong sensed an opportunity and suddenly conjured forth an array of delectable dishes, presenting them before him. "Form a pact with me, and I shall ensure you are well fed and well cared for, with an abundance of sustenance each day, allowing you to indulge as much as you desire." The old trickster cracked open his eyes slightly, casting a glance before closing them again. "Spare me your trivialities. Kill me if you must. The original self will avenge me. You cannot escape the realm of tricks alive." Yet Xia Tianqiong was unwilling to concede. After contemplating, he summoned a heap of gold through the delivery trickster. "Do you see this? I possess a wealth of gold. Align yourself with me, and you shall never run out of riches. I can even assure you that I will use this gold to elevate your status." "Do you truly possess such vast amounts of underworld gold?" The old trickster's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly bulging from their sockets. "You should have revealed this sooner, young one. Your ignorance is astounding. Had you done so earlier, we wouldn't have had to endure this prolonged exchange. My old bones are on the verge of crumbling." His face was a canvas of astonishment, soon replaced by sheer ecstasy. The rapid shift in his demeanor left Xia Tianqiong taken aback. It appeared that this old trickster had a penchant for wealth. "Are you willing to form a pact with me? If you grant me all this underworld gold, I shall sign a decade-long equitable contract with you." The enigmatic old man squinted his eyes and proposed a price he believed to be exceedingly high, anticipating haggling from the other party. "I wish to establish a master-servant contract, for you have been defeated by me, not out of your own volition. That is unacceptable. I would rather perish than consent to such a contract, as it would be an affront to our kind." Although Xia Tianqiong found nothing amiss with this statement, the surrounding figures, mirror phantom takeout phantom, and the 8 shopkeepers immediately darkened their expressions, glaring at the old man as if they wished to strike him down. A contract of equality would suffice. After some contemplation, Xia Tianqiong decided to take a step back. After all, it was necessary to indirectly contract the cat demon phantom through this agreement, and truly eliminating the old man was not an option. The pile of gold weighed over 100 taels. A 10-year agreement seemed too brief. At least a century was warranted. No, a maximum of 20 years. 80 years. 30 years. Each party engaged in bargaining until they ultimately settled on a 55-year equal contract, with provisions for renewal or dissolution upon expiration. The old man gleefully cradled a heap of gold, grinning broadly, convinced that he had duped a great fool and secured a substantial advantage. Had he known that earning money was quite effortless for Xia Tianqiong, he likely would not have harbored such thoughts. "Old man, I have a task to assign you." "To have me perform a task, payment is required," he replied, displaying his avaricious nature. This is precisely where an equal contract falls short compared to a master-servant contract. Engaging the Phantom-S services or utilizing its peculiar abilities necessitates a corresponding fee. Nevertheless, Xia Tianqiong was unconcerned about the expenditure, as long as the task was fulfilled. "I shall grant you an additional 100 taels of gold." Such a fortuitous arrangement? The enigmatic old man wore a smile as delightful as a chrysanthemum, but suddenly, his expression turned grave, as if he had divined something. "You wish to leverage my abilities for an indirect contract with the essence?" he mused. When a fragment bound by a contract reintegrates with its essence, the contractual ties inevitably shift to the core. However, this form of contract only exerts partial influence over the essence, failing to impose complete restraint. Hence it is termed an indirect contract. Xia Tianqiong was indifferent to the nature of the contract, as long as it could forge a connection with the feline demon's true essence. There would be ample opportunities to persuade it to enter into a comprehensive agreement in the future. Indeed, that is the matter at hand. Shortly, I shall send you to merge once more with your other fragments into the essence. "That may prove impossible," the old man replied, shaking his head vigorously. "What? Do you find the remuneration insufficient? I can increase it by 100 taels." Xia Tianqiong was fervently eager to contract with the cat demon, a creature possessing a realm of enigmas, exceedingly rare with immense growth potential. In a previous life, it ascended to the rank of an enigmatic general. Yet the old man continued to shake his head. "Once I depart this space, the essence will sense my contract with the human. Given the essence's disposition, it would rather suffer a diminishment of power than allow me to merge with it." Here, he paused, leaving his thoughts unspoken. There lingered another possibility. The essence might very well eliminate Xia Tianqiong, thereby nullifying the contract without losing a fragment. The old man's insistence on a balanced contract was undoubtedly calculated with this in mind. Surely not, Xia Tianqiong thought incredulously, for this contradicted the information he had received. In the previous life, the hunter of the supernatural did not convey it in such a manner. He forged a contract with a doppelganger, and upon the merging of the doppelganger, he naturally established a pact with the cat demon spirit. The entire process unfolded without any anomalies or unforeseen incidents. However, it appears that the reality is not so straightforward. What might have gone awry? Could it be that the hunter concealed crucial information? Or perhaps he was merely fabricating tales to deceive others? If this were indeed the case, it would spell doom for Xia Tianqiong. He would be incapable of indirectly contracting the cat demon spirit, thus unable to extricate himself from this life and death game. Ultimately, he might meet his demise at the hands of the cat demon spirit. Just as despair began to surge within him, a sudden epiphany struck. What if I were to contract all my doppelgangers? Would that not equate to contracting the original self? Chapter 43. The Harvest of the Celestial Rope, Contracting All Doppelgangers. The old trickster gazed at Xia Tianqiong in astonishment, then turned his attention to the mirror spirit and the takeout spirit, as well as the other contracted spirits, suddenly revealing a hint of derision. "With your meager collection of wild spirits, how could you possibly contract all doppelgangers? Young man, do not indulge in fanciful dreams. Old fellow, what do you have to be so haughty about? Were you not also contracted?" The takeout spirit was the first to retort, followed closely by Xiaoba. After nearly being obliterated, what right do you have to mock our lower rank? It is precisely because you rely on numbers to overpower us that I find myself justified in deriding you. Most of our doppelgangers are of the fierce spirit tier, with only a handful, like yourselves, being of the wild spirit tier. The old trickster was not one to be easily placated. Despite having already formed a contract with Xia Tianqiong, he remained arrogant, looking down upon every contracted spirit present, as well as Xia Tianqiong himself. They are not like me, willing to forsake freedom for the allure of dark gold. Pray tell, how does one bind all avatars into a contract? The myriad of entities in the pact fell silent, exchanging glances at a loss for a counterargument. Yet, Xia Tianqiong smiled gently, his demeanor remarkably amiable. Naturally, they could not bind all avatars themselves, but you are here. With your assistance, our chances would significantly improve. Even if we cannot bind every avatar, we could manage to secure a substantial portion. Would you not agree? The old trickster hesitated momentarily before shaking his head vigorously, declaring it impossible. I will not assist you in dealing with the other avatars. After all, we share a common origin. Should I do so, my true self would undoubtedly eliminate me. You need not lift a finger, merely persuade them for me. Inform them that entering into a contract with me comes with a reward of 100 taels of gold, with an additional commission of 10 taels for you. 10 taels for each. The old trickster's most prominent trait was his avarice. Upon hearing of gold, his interest was piqued immediately. This would require me to betray my kin. 20 taels is far too little. I demand 100 for each. Xia Tianqiong felt a sense of relief. As long as he was willing to help, that was sufficient. 100 taels was excessive, given that there were over 200 avatars. He could not afford such an expense, at most 15 taels. The old trickster wore a woeful expression, as if greatly wronged. This is a matter of conscience. With such paltry sums, I would suffer a loss. Let us settle on 80 taels. You are insatiably greedy. Xia Tianqiong found himself amused. Thus commenced another round of haggling between the two. Ultimately, they agreed upon a contract that offered 10 taels for a wild avatar, 20 for a fierce avatar, and 30 for a malicious avatar. Within the realm of trickery, during the day, Xiong was engaged in a fierce battle. Once a robust man in his 30s, he now appears aged with streaks of white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, resembling a man in his 60s or 70s. Whether employing the celestial rope or the cunning arts of the female spectre, there is always a price to pay, and his supply of ghostly currency has long since been exhausted, leaving him to barter with his own lifespan. This has culminated in his current state. However, he now hesitates to expend any more of his remaining years. Should he do so, the decline of his body and faculties would ensure that even if he were to escape the realm of trickery, he would scarcely survive for a few more years. At this moment, he finds himself encircled by over 100 cat demon manifestations, all engaged in a fierce and relentless battle. In the periphery, thousands of ordinary cat folk are eagerly poised, intent on his demise. Should this predicament persist, his death would be imminent. Just then, a copper mirror resting on a beam of the eaves nearby emitted a figure who landed deftly beside by Tianqiong. Upon emerging, Xia Tianqiong was startled to find himself surrounded by cat demon manifestations, initially fearing he had been discovered. Bai Tianqiong was equally taken aback, pondering the sudden appearance of the stranger. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be Xia Tianqiong, whom he had searched for tirelessly. "Mr. Xia, please lend me some ghostly currency," he implored. "Ha." Xia Tianqiong chuckled upon witnessing his disheveled state, fully aware that his endurance was waning. He merely responded with 2 dismissive laughs. Had he not been responsible for the demise of the kitten child, the current predicament would not have arisen. He deserved his fate. Noticing Xia's reluctance to assist, Bai Tianqiong urged, "Unless we eradicate these manifestations, neither of us will survive. If we join forces, we might yet grasp a sliver of hope. Had you not fled earlier, the 4 of us might have managed to mount a feeble resistance. Now, however, it is merely the 2 of us, and victory is utterly impossible. You may as well await your demise here." Xia Tianqiong, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, noticed several doppelgangers commencing their assault upon him. Just as he was preparing to employ shadow teleportation to escape this place, he felt an abrupt constriction around his waist, as if something had ensnared him, rendering the shadow teleportation impossible. Glancing down, he discovered a tattered coarse hemp rope, thicker than a finger, wrapped around his waist twice and knotted tightly, with the other end firmly grasped by Tianqiong. His visage was contorted with rage, his eyes ablaze with frenzied hatred. Since you refuse to lend me the underworld coins, then perish. Tianqiong aimed to bind Xia Tianqiong, utilizing the cat demon's deceptive doppelganger to eliminate him and subsequently search his corpse for the coins. This was the sole opportunity to acquire such currency. The heavenly binding rope possessed a remarkable quality. Once Xia Tianqiong was ensnared, he could not perform shadow teleportation, and the grip only tightened, making it impossible to free himself with his hands. Do you truly believe this will lead to my demise? Xia Tianqiong remained unperturbed, holding a copper mirror in his right hand, adjusting its angle to face Tianqiong, invoking the mystical technique of mirror devouring all. Tianqiong suddenly recalled how Xia Tianqiong had previously utilized the mirror to capture numerous catfolk. Realizing the peril he was in, he hastily shook the heavenly binding rope, attempting to hoist Xia Tianqiong into the air and cast him into the cat demon's deceptive doppelganger. Yet, he was ultimately a moment too late. A tremendous force of suction manifested, and Tianqiong was instantly drawn into the mirror. His contracted female demon was preoccupied with confronting the cat demon's doppelganger and had no time to rescue him. As soon as he entered, Xia Tianqiong commanded the shopkeeper to incapacitate him with a flower slap, plunging him into a stupor. This cunning trick proves ineffective against other peculiar entities, but remarkably efficient when confronting humans, capable of inducing a stupor lasting 3 to 4 minutes. During the day, Xiong loses consciousness, and the Tongtian rope is seized by a shop assistant, his body cast out from the mirror space, directly thrown into the vicinity densely populated by the cat demon's doppelgangers. He is instantly torn apart, meeting a tragic demise on the spot. His contracted female spirit, suffering from his death, is subjected to the backlash of the contractual power, plunging into a state of severe injury, and is subsequently shredded by the cat demon's doppelgangers. At this juncture, the Tongtian rope becomes uncontrollable, detaching itself from Xia Tianqiong. He does not dare to linger, clutching the Tongtian rope, and instantly teleports away. However, before departing, he uses a bronze mirror to draw in another doppelganger, intending to compel its contract. The Tongtian rope was already renowned in its previous life, a remarkable artifact capable of facilitating escape as well as aiding in combat. Each use necessitates the expenditure of 1,000 ghostly coins, which is a significant burden for an ordinary spirit hunter. A single battle could deplete several thousand, or even tens of thousands of ghostly coins, surpassing the consumption of typical supernatural arts. Yet, for Xia Tianqiong, this is entirely inconsequential. In his hands, it could be utilized freely without concern for financial constraints. After executing multiple shadow teleports and escaping the encirclement of the cat demon's doppelgangers, he finds a secluded spot and re-enters the mirror space. Dozens of mirror doppelgangers are assaulting the cat demon's doppelganger. This particular doppelganger, a rugged young man, appears to be of the wild spirit level, weaker than the elderly spirit. Holding one end of the Tongtian rope, Xia Tianqiong deftly flicks it, his will guiding it through the gaps between the multitude of mirror doppelgangers, directly ensnaring the spirit young man's upper body, rendering him incapable of resistance. The enigmatic youth struggled fiercely, yet the celestial rope only tightened its grip. This contraption is quite effective. Henceforth, there shall be no need for tactics of sheer numbers. Holding the celestial rope, Xia Tianqiong felt quite satisfied with its efficacy. Old trickster, the next step is yours. If it refuses to enter into a contract, I shall end its existence. Rest assured, I shall ensure its compliance, replied the old trickster, brimming with enthusiasm. He had been by the youth's side, urging him to relent, but the youth had rebuffed him, even branding him a coward. Now, stripped of the ability to resist, the youth was finally in a position to be persuaded. Chapter 44. The pursuit of the cat demon trickster, as we are both manifestations of the same essence. How could I deceive you? The old trickster, fervent as a salesman, eagerly implored the youth. "If you contract with this human, you shall receive 100 taels of ghostly gold." 100 taels. In all our years, when have we seen such a fortune? The youth glared at him, filled with indignation. "Fool! He is scheming against our essence. Can you not perceive it? Impossible. You are overthinking it," the old trickster retorted, well aware of Xia Tianqiong's true intentions, yet lying to his own kind. Just as the youth was about to chastise him, his expression shifted, staring in disbelief at the old trickster. Humans and contracted tricksters can communicate through thought, and, similarly, the different manifestations of the cat demon trickster can also convey thoughts. At that moment, the old trickster suddenly spoke to the youth telepathically. "Silly boy, this human possesses a wealth of ghostly gold. Let's first establish an equitable contract with him, securing the gold. Once our essence eliminates him, the contract will naturally dissolve, allowing us to gain 100 taels of ghostly gold without any cost. Why not seize such an opportunity?" The enigmatic youth also replied with his thoughts, declaring that to harm the contractor would result in annihilation by the power of the pact. There was no need for us to act directly. As long as the game continued, the essence would inevitably eliminate him. At that time, we would merely endure the backlash from the contractor's demise, without facing obliteration ourselves. After all, with such a bounty of soul gold, a mere 20 or 30 taels would suffice to restore everything to its original state. The words of the enigmatic elder finally persuaded the young man. After all, there is no peculiar being that does not covet soul gold. Ultimately, the enigmatic youth consented to enter into an equitable contract with Xia Tianqiong, who remained oblivious to the sudden shift in his disposition and did not inquire further. As long as he could contract with the avatars, the sheer number of contracts would, even if not all, potentially lead to the subjugation of the cat demon's true essence. The subsequent actions unfolded with remarkable ease. Throughout the realm of enigmas, all catfolk and cat demon avatars were in search of Xia Tianqiong. Yet, he maneuvered with shadowy teleportation, appearing and vanishing like a ghost. Each time he manifested, he captured an avatar, only to disappear again, leaving no trace behind. Whenever an avatar was ensnared within the mirrored space, both the enigmatic elder and the enigmatic youth would jointly persuade them, and each encounter proceeded smoothly, so smoothly that Xia Tianqiong found it astonishing. Eventually, there was no need for force. As soon as an avatar entered the mirrored space and discovered several of their own kind, after a brief persuasion, they willingly joined the cause. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before all avatars were contracted, and subsequently, merging them would equate to subjugating the cat demon's true essence. Xia Tianqiong was filled with joy, intending to continue this contracting process indefinitely. Should the supply of soul gold prove insufficient, he could always eliminate a couple of shopkeepers. He had just contracted one avatar and was preparing to exit the mirrored space to capture another. However, it soon became apparent that the other incarnations within the enigmatic realm were converging, merging in pairs, ultimately coalescing back into the feline demon's true form. This is problematic. The original entity is of a fearsome caliber. Xia Tianqiong, concealed not far away, bore witness to this scene and found himself at a loss. As the ancient spirit had once mentioned, the feline demon's true self possesses a fiery and indomitable spirit, rendering any pact with it impossible, while he lacked the prowess to vanquish it. Lost in thought, the feline demon completed its transformation, and in that fleeting moment, its cold gaze fixed upon Xia Tianqiong. Subsequently, its form transformed into a streak of orange lightning, traversing dozens of meters in an instant. Xia Tianqiong dared not hesitate even for a moment. He promptly employed shadow teleportation to flee into the distance. "Damn that rodent! What have you done to my incarnations?" The feline demon relentlessly pursued Xia Tianqiong, its voice brimming with fury. The disappearance of numerous incarnations had incited its wrath, compelling it to revert to its true form to confront this human directly. Each time Xia Tianqiong teleported, he could only manage a distance of about 50 meters. Whether he materialized within a wardrobe, beneath a wall, or at the bottom of a well, within mere moments, the feline demon would be upon him, its speed significantly increased since their last encounter. He sought to elude his pursuer, desperately searching for an opportunity to slip into a concealed area and access the mirror space. Your incarnations have all entered into a pact with me. Why not join me as well? It seems we are fated to meet in combat. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Xia Tianqiong shouted, "You, a feeble rodent, dare to propose a pact with me?" The feline demon scoffed disdainfully, suddenly swiping its claws towards Xia Tianqiong. 3 almost translucent claw marks shot forth, arriving in the blink of an eye. As he traversed the landscape, houses constructed of brick, tile, wood, and stone were effortlessly pierced through, akin to slicing through tofu. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback by the sheer power and range of the assault. Far exceeding his imagination, the malevolence of the attack left him devoid of any thoughts of resistance. He hastily teleported away, unwilling to linger. The eerie domain was vast, filled with myriad buildings. Though the cat demon was swift and formidable, it could not catch up to Xia Tianqiong. Thus, a relentless chase ensued, with neither party able to gain the upper hand. "Everyone, please think of a way to persuade your true form." He communicated telepathically with the contracted avatars while fleeing for his life. The old demon, upon learning that he was being pursued by his true form, could hardly suppress his laughter. "Young man, I have long warned you that your true form would never enter into a contract with you. It is proud and ambitious, aspiring to ascend to the ranks of demon generals and ghost kings. How could it possibly ally itself with a mere human like you? You have witnessed my wealth. I can offer considerable resources to aid your true form in its advancement. If you could converse with it amicably, there would be no need for hostility. Entering into a contract with me would be beneficial for all involved." Xia Tianqiong hoped that these avatars might facilitate some communication, perhaps yielding favorable results. However, he had no other recourse. A fool's dream. You might as well await your demise. Your true form would never contract with someone so foolish as you. The multitude of cat demon avatars chattered among themselves, no longer concealing their true sentiments. This is also one of the shortcomings of an equal contract. Although a contractual relationship has been established, it cannot compel them to undertake actions they wish to avoid, nor can it constrain their thoughts. I have long been aware of your intentions, merely too lethargic to engage in disputes with you. If you are willing to assist me now, I shall overlook past grievances. Otherwise, even with the constraints of the contract, I possess the means to eliminate you. The equal contract simultaneously restricts both humans and the contract entities, preventing either side from inflicting harm upon the other. However, Xia Tianqiong has devised a method to circumvent the contract and vanquish the contract entities. Those who have harbored ulterior motives from the very beginning will undoubtedly seek to eliminate him if they do not assist him now, provided he can survive the treacherous domain. The old trickster scoffed at Xia Tianqiong's threats, boasting that he could not even defeat his true form, let alone hope to escape alive. With the threat proving ineffective, Xia Tianqiong sighed inwardly. These avatars were indeed disobedient. It appears he must rely on himself. The foremost priority now is to evade the relentless pursuit of the cat demon entity and find a secluded location to retreat into the mirror space. The mirror space can obscure tracking. As long as the copper mirror remains unfound, his safety is assured. However, activating the treacherous domain also consumes the power of the underworld, and he does not believe the cat demon entity can maintain an open state indefinitely. If he can remain hidden within the mirror space, he may be able to outlast the activation of the treacherous domain, thus securing his escape. This is the only strategy he can conceive at present. Yet, how can he evade the cat demon entity's pursuit? Within this treacherous domain, it seems the cat demon can perceive all locations, capable of detecting him no matter where he teleports. It is as if it possesses the ability to see everything. Indeed, those enormous cat-like eyes in the sky have been watching the ground, observing every individual. Perhaps it is the very eyes that possess the ability to track and locate. How might one obscure them or evade their gaze? Xia Tianqiong found himself incessantly shifting in thought, desperately seeking a solution. Suddenly, an idea struck him: the eerie bride's red veil. The eerie bride had claimed that this veil, when donned, could sever the connection between heaven and earth. Could it also shield him from the prying eyes of the cat? Xia Tianqiong retrieved the red veil from the mirror space and placed it over his head. With no other options at his disposal, he resolved to gamble on this desperate measure. The veil, crafted from silk, appeared opaque from the outside, yet once worn, it revealed an unexpected transparency. Through the veil, he could clearly perceive the world beyond, unfettered in his vision, albeit bathed in a sanguine hue. Everything he beheld was tinted red, imbuing the surroundings with an unsettling aura, as if he had been thrust into a blood-soaked inferno. Xia Tianqiong felt an eerie sensation envelop him, and he fought to suppress the sudden surge of panic within. Instinctively, he raised the copper mirror to glimpse his reflection adorned with the red veil. However, upon gazing into the mirror, his heart constricted violently, nearly skipping a beat. The figure within the mirror wore the red veil, yet the attire was not his own. Instead, it was an exquisite red wedding gown. Moreover, the figure's rounded shoulders and pronounced bosom unmistakably indicated a woman's form. The reflection was not that of Xia Tianqiong, but rather that of the eerie bride. Chapter 45. The collapse of the eerie domain to don the red veil was to transform into the visage of the eerie bride. Xia Tianqiong's heart raced in alarm as he hastily tore away the veil, only to find his reflection once again restored to his own. Could have been an illusion? With trepidation, he donned the red veil once more, and the mirror continued to reflect the figure of the eerie bride. He moved his arm and shook his head, the eerie bride in the mirror mimicking his every motion with perfect synchronicity. Apart from this, there was nothing amiss. Could this be the bride's veil? Suddenly, he recalled the various skins in the game that could alter one's appearance or attire, and this situation bore an uncanny resemblance to those skins. But what purpose did it serve? Wasn't the function of the red veil to sever the connection between heaven and earth? How could it transform someone into the guise of the eerie bride? A sense of foreboding washed over Xia Tianqiong. Some cursed artifacts could subtly influence a person, even altering their personality or appearance. If he wore this red veil for too long, it might just turn him into the eerie bride. With this thought, he yanked it off, unwilling to wear any longer. The next time he visited the Infinite Tavern, he must seek clarity from the eerie bride. Suddenly, he heard a faint sound of something slicing through the air behind him. Xia Tianqiong recognized it as the cat demon's pursuit drawing near. At the same moment, 3 formless claw marks shot towards him. Just as he was about to teleport away, the red veil in his hand stirred. It abruptly slipped from his grasp, soaring through the air to intercept the claw marks. The claw marks, capable of effortlessly piercing through walls, were effortlessly dispersed by the veil as if they were mere wisps of wind. Immediately after, the red veil darted straight towards the cat demon. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, the cat demon paused in shock. Then its expression turned frantic as it turned to flee. It was as if a mouse had encountered a cat, desperately scurrying away without daring to linger. This scene left Xia Tianqiong in a state of bewilderment. Rooted to the spot, the veil had autonomously launched an attack, indicating it possessed awareness. An artifact with consciousness was exceedingly rare. Why would the eerie bride part with it? Doubts lingered in Xia Tianqiong's mind, and suddenly another possibility dawned upon him. Perhaps the crimson veil was not sentient, but rather it was the deceptive bride concealed within, orchestrating the veil's actions. The feline demon moved with lightning speed, yet the crimson veil was swifter still. In mere seconds, the veil pursued it, enveloping it entirely. The feline demon attempted to tear the veil away, but it clung to its head as if it were an inseparable part, resisting all efforts to dislodge it. The veil tightened gradually, constricting further. Xia Tianqiong observed from a distance, faintly hearing the soft cracking sounds, an ominous sign of bones fracturing. The feline demon emitted a series of anguished cries, akin to a frenzied bull, careening wildly and collapsing one building after another, sending clouds of dust into the air. Let's all perish together, it suddenly bellowed, causing the heavens to tremble. The deceptive realm swiftly contracted, ancient structures crumbling into dust, dissipating into nothingness. The red canopy fragmented, revealing countless fissures that hinted at the celestial sky beyond. The enormous feline eyes shattered, transforming into a potent force of the underworld, coursing into the feline demon's being. Was it poised to self-destruct the deceptive realm, making a desperate stand? Xia Tianqiong was taken aback, unable to fathom that the crimson veil could corner the feline demon to such an extent. However, should the deceptive realm self-destruct, everything here would vanish alongside it, leaving him no escape from death either. Stop it. Do not allow it to self-destruct the deceptive realm. Xia Tianqiong shouted at the crimson veil, uncertain if it could comprehend his plea. After a brief pause, there was no response, nor any sign of change. The red canopy accelerated its contraction toward the center, erasing not only buildings in its path, but also tearing apart the cat people, reducing them to nothingness. At this moment, within the eerie realm, there remained 30 to 40,000 catfolk who were shrieking and wailing, fleeing in all directions. Yet their fate seemed sealed. Death awaited them all. Xia Tianqiong found himself at a loss, for even if he sought refuge within the mirror space, the bronze mirror still lingered outside, destined to perish alongside the sinister realm, leading to the inevitable collapse of the mirror space as well. The predicament he faced was far from singular. The more than 10 contracted cat demon avatars he had summoned were now in a state of collective protest. Stop at once. You cannot slay the original. If it perishes, we too shall vanish. Spare the original, and we shall persuade it to enter into a contract with you. The peculiar nature of the cat demon avatars dictated that the demise of the original would spell the end for its manifestations. Under the misconception that Xia Tianqiong was the one controlling the red veil, they pleaded fervently for mercy. However, Xia Tianqiong was equally powerless, lamenting, "It is not my desire to slay it. The collapse of the eerie realm will lead to my own demise." The red veil seemed impervious to commands, as if it were intent on extinguishing the cat demon. Moments later, the cat demon ceased its struggles. Concurrently, all of the cat demon avatars contracted by Xia Tianqiong disintegrated, transforming into streams of dense, ghostly energy. The speed of the realm's collapse escalated dramatically, as though this space were being dismembered, fragmented into countless minuscule shards. Standing amidst the street, Xia Tianqiong felt a profound desolation, sensing a formidable force enveloping his being, poised to rend him asunder at any moment. After vanquishing the cat demon, the red veil returned, settling upon Xia Tianqiong's head. Having just witnessed its lethal prowess against the cat demon, a wave of panic washed over him, as he pondered whether it might also seek to eliminate him. Yet, in truth, it mattered little. Even if he were spared from its clutches, he would inevitably succumb to the collapse of the eerie realm. The ancient town, reminiscent of an ink-wash painting, gradually transforms into mere ashes before my eyes, along with the cat people, each dissipating into the ether. Xia Tianqiong silently observes the summer skies, suddenly realizing that the tearing force that had enveloped him has vanished, as if shrouded by a crimson veil. Could this be the effect of isolating the realms of heaven and earth? A surge of joy fills Xia Tianqiong. If this is indeed the case, he might survive. Then, he recalls an earlier encounter at the Wujian Tavern with the enigmatic bride, who seemed impervious to the power of rules. It is highly probable that this red veil serves a similar shielding function. Can you understand my words? Xia Tianqiong tentatively inquires once more, yet, regrettably, he receives no reply. The collapse of the eerie domain unfolds like a chain reaction, accelerating with explosive fervor. A tempest of dust and debris ravages the space between heaven and earth. Xia Tianqiong remains steadfast, like a nail driven into the ground, unaffected by the chaos surrounding him. Tens of thousands of cat people have perished, with only a few survivors scurrying about in desperate search of safety. Among them is Huang Yu, who had initially believed that assisting the young man in his murderous endeavors would grant her his protection until the game's conclusion. Little did she anticipate the series of misfortunes that would lead her to await her demise. Uncertain of the young man's fate, she finds herself in a disintegrating space, running for her life, tears streaming down her face. In the prime of her youth, she has yet to fully embrace the joys of life, and she resists the notion of dying here. As she flees, she suddenly spots a bride clad in red amidst the ruins, a sight both bizarre and unsettling. The bride notices her and seems momentarily taken aback before beckoning her with a hand. Huang Yu feels a surge of fear, sensing the inherent danger in this figure. As she hesitated, the opportunity slipped away and the surrounding space began to fracture. Suddenly, the bride produced a copper mirror and directed it toward her. Huang Yu's eyes widened in shock. She had seen this copper mirror before. It was him. Just as the thought crossed her mind, the tearing force generated by the crumbling space enveloped her, while simultaneously, the mirror's irresistible pull acted upon her. A piercing scream echoed as Huang Yu's body was torn asunder, a small part disintegrating into dust, while a larger portion was drawn into the mirror. Xia Tianqiong, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brow. This woman had once aided him, and she was obedient. He had promised to spare her life, which was why he attempted to save her. However, he had not anticipated such a dire outcome. The brutal tearing of her body foretold her inevitable demise. Such was fate. He could not bear the blame. Xia Tianqiong muttered to himself, dismissing the event from his thoughts. The eerie domain was suffused with an overwhelming amount of ghostly energy, nearly viscous in nature. He hastily retrieved several paper offerings, casting them around him to absorb the spectral force. As soon as the paper offerings appeared, they rapidly expanded, akin to a balloon being inflated, and within moments, they swelled to the size of watermelons, continuing to grow larger still. As the eerie domain collapsed and dust filled the air, Xia Tianqiong gradually lost his vision, unable to see anything at all. After about 3 to 5 minutes, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, marking the final echo of the eerie domain's complete disappearance. Simultaneously, Xia Tianqiong's sight was abruptly restored, as if he had been transported back to the Starry Night Plaza, precisely to the spot where he had entered the eerie domain. The eerie domain could be deemed a unique or parallel space, and its collapse bore no consequence on the fabric of reality. The sole consequence of being drawn into the eerie domain is that apart from Xia Tianqiong, no one has emerged unscathed. Entering this uncanny realm at dusk, the sky had brightened, revealing the dawn of a new day. Xia Tianqiong removed his red veil and glanced at the rising sun before lowering his gaze to search for his golden ingots. To his astonishment, he discovered several ingots, each towering at a height exceeding that of man, crushing the plaza's pavement beneath their weight, radiating brilliant golden light in the morning glow. Such enormity, they must weigh dozens of tons. Xia Tianqiong was elated, unable to contain his joy, never having anticipated such a bounty of gold. For an extended period, he would be free from financial constraints. Just as he prepared to store the gold in his mirrored space, the sky suddenly darkened. What had been a clear and serene day, devoid of clouds, became shrouded in a dense, ominous cloud that seemingly materialized from nowhere. Strangely, this cloud loomed solely above Xia Tianqiong, with no sign of it elsewhere. The cloud descended slowly, enveloping the surroundings. Yet again, it was the eerie domain. Xia Tianqiong recognized instantly that this was a manifestation of some sinister realm. Having narrowly escaped one calamity, was he now to face another? He had no desire to take such risks and immediately attempted to employ his shadow teleportation to flee. However, the shadow teleportation proved ineffective. This eerie domain exhibited its formidable nature even before fully establishing itself. Xia Tianqiong cursed his misfortune. How could he be so unlucky? The ominous cloud descended lower, eventually settling upon the ground and enveloping him within its embrace. To his astonishment, the interior of the cloud was not pitch black as he had expected. Instead, it was remarkably illuminated, revealing a grand and majestic black structure nestled within. Above hung a plaque inscribed with 4 ornate characters, Eerie Bank. The tense emotions of Xia Tianqiong immediately eased, replaced by a look of delight. He had heard of this place, yet had never laid eyes upon it. As the grand doors of the Eerie Bank swung open, a middle-aged man clad in a green long robe emerged, his face adorned with a warm smile. Gazing at Xia Tianqiong with fervent enthusiasm. "Esteemed sir, I am the manager of Eerie Bank, and I cordially invite you to deposit your funds with us. Should you deposit a sum of 10 billion nether coins, you will attain VIP status and receive generous gifts." Chapter 46. The VIP of Erie Bank, Xia Tianqiong, recalled a legend he had encountered, that if one possessed a sufficient amount of nether currency, the banks of the underworld would seek them out, inviting them to deposit their wealth and bestowing various VIP privileges, even offering tours of the Erie realm. At the time, he dismissed it as mere fanciful gossip, yet here it was, manifesting before him. The Erie Bank stood as a towering edifice, its exterior a deep, obsidian hue, exuding an ancient charm and majestic grandeur, akin to a colossal mountain. Standing before it, one could not help but feel diminutive. Xia Tianqiong tilted his head to observe the Erie Bank, while the self-proclaimed bank manager stood beside him, smiling without urging. His gaze, however, remained fixated on the golden ingots surrounding Xia Tianqiong, brimming with excitement. Should these nether gold be entrusted to the bank, he would undoubtedly earn a handsome commission. After a brief moment, Xia Tianqiong withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Are you here to invite me to deposit my funds?" "Indeed, esteemed sir," the bank manager replied. Taking a few steps closer, his face a mask of joviality, his eyes nearly squinting shut. With such a considerable amount of nether gold, it must be cumbersome to transport and impractical to utilize. By entrusting it to us, you ensure its safety while enjoying the convenience of immediate access. You just mentioned that there are attractive gifts for saving money. Were they? Let us step into the bank. I shall elaborate for you. For esteemed clients such as yourself, we have a dedicated reception area, offering a variety of delicacies and services. Very well, let us proceed to discuss this further. Allow me to assist you in removing these precious items. The bank manager, exuding warmth, swiftly rolled up his sleeves, prepared to collect the items from the ground. However, Xia Tianqiong promptly intervened, insisting that he could manage on his own. Uncertain of the weight of the gold, he was not inclined to entrust it to a stranger. He produced a copper mirror, effortlessly absorbing all the gold within, and then confidently stepped into the bank. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the bank manager's eyes. This individual possessed a spatial mirror. With such a capability, he might not need to deposit his wealth in the bank to ensure its safety. Even if he chose to deposit, he might not entrust a significant amount. Contemplating this, the bank manager resolved to devise a strategy to retain this client, aiming to persuade him to deposit all his gold. Thus, his smile grew even more affable as he hastened to open the bank's grand entrance for Xia Tianqiong. "Sir, please enter." Xia Tianqiong nodded with a smile, striding confidently inside. In that moment, he profoundly realized that wealth indeed commands respect, even in the realm of the uncanny. As he crossed the threshold of the bank, he was struck by the illusion of stepping into a bustling market. Before him lay a vast hall spanning thousands of square meters, teeming with a plethora of peculiar beings, all queuing to conduct their affairs. The atmosphere was lively and cacophonous, strikingly reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Xia Tianqiong stood at the entrance, intrigued by the vibrant scene before him. The grotesque figures, with their horrifying visages and the bizarre creatures bearing the heads of humans and the bodies of fish, alongside the peculiar flora adorned with countless small red blossoms, create an unsettling tableau. Here, a myriad of strange entities exist, far surpassing the richness of the official bizarre museum established in my previous life. As Xia Tianqiong cast his gaze upon them, they too became aware of his presence. One by one, they turned their heads, their eyes brimming with excitement and fervor. A living human? How could a human venture into the bank of the bizarre? It has been ages since we feasted on human flesh. I am utterly ravenous. No one dare snatch this from me. I saw him first. The multitude of strange beings stirred restlessly, believing that this human had inadvertently wandered into their midst. Suddenly, the bank manager strode forward with authority, fixing a stern gaze upon the assembly of oddities. "This is our esteemed guest. Everyone line up quietly. Anyone who dares to act out will find themselves ejected." At his commanding shout, the peculiar entities immediately fell silent. In the realm of the Bank of the Bizarre, no creature would dare to provoke a VIP, at least not within the confines of the bank. "Sir, please follow me," the bank manager said, turning with a smile. He led the way, and the bizarre beings instinctively parted to create a path, with Xia Tianqiong following silently behind. "This is your first visit. You must enter through the main entrance. Once you become a VIP client, you may utilize the VIP teleportation passage on your next visit, bypassing this area entirely. The manager explained as they walked. Xia Tianqiong glanced around, feeling as though he had stepped into a zoo. Passing by such a multitude of peculiar entities was nothing short of enchanting. Your bank seems quite busy, with so many oddities conducting their affairs. The hall was filled with peculiar beings, all of whom were quite destitute. They were not there to deposit money. Rather, the majority sought loans. The bank manager's words were laced with disdain. To her, these ordinary oddities did not qualify as clients. They were merely impoverished souls devoid of worth, with only those capable of making substantial deposits deemed worthy of the title client. The attitude towards them was markedly different. Crossing the hall and passing through a small door, I entered a somewhat smaller room. Here, only a dozen or so peculiar beings resided, enjoying significantly better treatment than those outside. Not only were there exquisite and luxurious chairs and tables for them to sit and wait, but an array of food was also available, with no limits on consumption. Additionally, attendants stood by, offering massage services or feeding assistance. As Xia Tianqiong followed the manager into the room, one peculiar being excitedly inquired, "Manager, who? Is this a new gift from your bank?" This creature, possessing a human head yet the body of a dog, stood less than a meter tall, resembling a short-legged corgi. Its appearance was quite comical, and Xia Tianqiong could not help but stifle a laugh. "Human, how dare you mock me? I shall devour you alive." The dog-headed being was particularly averse to being laughed at and immediately erupted in anger, addressing the bank manager. "Manager who? How much must I deposit to take this human away? Name your price. I shall deposit it now." Others in the room, having not tasted human flesh in quite some time, chimed in as well. "Is it just this one human? I want one too." "Manager who? I will deposit 10 million. Just give me. Now that the two realms have connected, might your bank consider acquiring more humans? This would allow us enigmatic beings, who cannot descend to the mortal realm, to savor the essence of humanity." A dozen peculiar entities have begun to quarrel over Xia Tianqiong. The bank manager, casting an apologetic smile towards Xia Tianqiong, softly elucidated. "In our establishment, significant deposits are accompanied by gifts. They perceive you as such, and we hope you do not take offense." Following this remark, he cleared his throat and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, please listen. This human gentleman is not a gift, but a distinguished guest of our bank, and I kindly ask for your respect." The atmosphere abruptly hushed as a myriad of incredulous gazes turned towards Xia Tianqiong. Particularly, the creature resembling a canine with a human head tilted its head, scrutinizing Xia Tianqiong with wide, darting eyes. How could a single human be deemed a VIP at the bank? Could he possibly possess a considerable amount of ghostly currency? With the realms now intertwined, it is natural for humans to possess ghostly currency as well, thus enabling them to become clients of our institution. Manager who, adhering to professional ethics, refrained from elaborating further. He continued to lead Xia Tianqiong forward, stating, "This is merely the primary VIP service area. I shall escort you to the intermediate VIP service area." Upon hearing this, the canine-headed creature's eyes gleamed with excitement. It is common knowledge that to attain primary VIP status at the enigmatic bank, one must deposit at least 1 billion ghostly notes. To ascend to intermediate VIP status, a minimum deposit of 100 billion is required. Could it be that this human possesses such an immense fortune? Not only the canine-headed creature, but also the other enigmatic beings present bore expressions of astonishment, struggling to comprehend this reality. Xia Tianqiong followed Manager Hu, traversing the primary VIP service area toward the next door. Suddenly, a cacophony of barking erupted behind me. The sound resonated, woof, woof, woof. A wave of unease washed over me. I swiftly turned around, only to witness a bizarre creature, its head resembling that of a dog, emitting rippling sound waves. This was an auditory assault. It audaciously dared to inflict harm, in a bank, no less. Summer Tianqiong was incensed, poised to retaliate, when Manager Hu's commanding voice boomed, "Enough. This is the enigmatic bank." His voice carried an undeniable authority, and with a single bellow, the sound waves produced by the creature were instantly dispersed. "Lu Changming, do you dare to violate the bank's regulations? Are you courting death? Manager Hu's fury ignited. Xia Tianqiong was a valuable client he had procured, and any mishap could mean significant losses. The creature, known as Lu Changming, sheepishly chuckled. Realizing the wealth of this human, it understood he was no ordinary individual. I merely jested to assess your prowess. Dear Manager Hu, do not take offense. I had no intention of breaching the bank's decorum. Observe, I have not harmed him, otherwise the force of the rules would have obliterated me long ago. It was indeed a fact that the supernatural entities could not harm humans without cause. This was an unbreakable law of the enigmatic realm. Lu Changming was merely attempting to instill fear, too timid to act upon it. Manager Hu discreetly gauged Xia Tianqiong's expression, relieved to find he was not overly angered. Even intimidation was inadmissible. Rest assured, it won't happen again, Lu Changming conceded, displaying a commendable attitude of contrition. Manager Hu, recognizing the creature as a VIP client of the bank, felt it prudent not to dwell on the matter further. I apologize for the fright you experienced. We shall provide you with an appropriate compensation shortly. Manager Hu bowed his head in sincere apology to Xia Tianqiong, his demeanor genuinely contrite. Xia Tianqiong's satisfaction was evident, and he chose not to pursue the matter further. It's fine, let us proceed swiftly, he said, following Manager Hu through the next door into the intermediate VIP service hall. As soon as they stepped in, the peculiar smile of the onlookers revealed their unmasked greed. The intermediate VIP service hall, though not expansive, was furnished with a singular set of tables and chairs, indicating that it catered to only one client at a time, thus signifying a level of sophistication surpassing that of the basic VIP area. Manager Hu cordially invited Xia Tianqiong to take a seat, and no sooner had he settled down than a beautiful waitress appeared, bearing tea and an array of delicacies. The peculiar beings often favored their meals raw, relishing not only human flesh, but various other forms of life as well. Consequently, the offerings from the bank included an assortment of fresh blood and meat, even featuring the brains and entrails of certain creatures. Xia Tianqiong merely furrowed his brow slightly, prompting an immediate reaction from Manager Hu, who hastily reprimanded the waitress. How could you serve such items? Withdraw them at once and replace them with human fare. The waitress, tall and curvaceous with long legs that exceeded the height of Xia Tianqiong's waist, had a cherubic face adorned with a hint of baby fat. Notably, she sported a pair of snowy white rabbit ears, fluffy and occasionally twitching, exuding an allure that was both charming and sensual. Xia Tianqiong instantly recognized her as a rabbit demon, a creature evolved from rabbits. While she possessed little inherent power in a previous existence, she had been exceptionally popular among male demon hunters. The rabbit demon glanced between Manager Hu and Xia Tianqiong, her expression betraying confusion. Manager Hu, what constitutes human food? She inquired, for the Guifu Bank had never before entertained human clients, and being a newly emerged demon, she was unaware of human customs. It was merely a tale recounted by other ethereal beings that humanity is delectable, akin to other creatures, rendering them as peculiar sustenance. At that moment, this very delicacy had inexplicably become the esteemed client of Manager Hu, a notion he struggled to comprehend. Although he was inclined to chastise it, his patience was tested in the presence of Xia Tianqiong. Thus he restrained himself and said, for instance, items such as blood dates, ginseng fruits, white bone grass, and ethereal honey. These rather subtle dishes should be served while the more carnivorous offerings are removed. Oh, I understand now. I shall attend to it immediately. The rabbit demon bowed slightly, offering an apologetic smile before turning to depart. Manager Hu elaborated, you are the first human VIP client of our establishment. She is unfamiliar with this, and I apologize for the oversight. That is quite all right. Do enlighten me about the privileges that accompany VIP status, Xia Tianqiong replied nonchalantly. Yet curiosity piqued within him regarding the advantages of being a bank VIP. Chapter 47. Billions of nether currency and VIP privileges. Depositing 10 billion nether currency grants one a basic VIP status, while 100 billion elevates one to intermediate VIP, and 1,000 billion bestows the title of senior VIP. Manager Hu sat beside Xia Tianqiong, outlining the conditions and benefits of the bank's VIP status. I just glanced at your holdings. You possess approximately 12 million taels of nether gold, which converts to 2 billion nether currency. By depositing this amount into our bank, you would attain intermediate VIP status. Allow me to share the benefits of being an intermediate VIP with you. Upon hearing such a substantial sum, Xia Tianqiong found himself momentarily astonished. Previously, slaying a wild anomaly would yield 400 to 500 taels of gold, while eliminating a fierce anomaly would garner 800 to 900. By this calculation, with each ascending level of the anomaly, the gold obtained nearly doubles. Defeating a malevolent anomaly should yield around 1,007 to 800 taels, and a deadly anomaly would provide approximately 3,500. However, the cat-demon anomaly, despite being merely at the deadly level, astonishingly produced over 1 million taels, nearly 300 times greater. This seems rather irregular. Upon further reflection, it becomes evident that the nether gold is derived from the power of the underworld. At that time, the underworld energy was not solely sourced from the cat-demon anomaly, but also from the collapsing anomaly realm. This realm was originally a genuine independent space, presumably sustained by the cat-demon for a millennium. Upon its collapse, it transformed into a dense essence of underworld energy, which is the primary source of this power. Moreover, within the entirety of the anomaly realm, approximately 60 to 70,000 individuals had entered, including 3 anomaly hunters along with their respective contracted anomalies. Upon their demise, both their corporeal forms and souls were transmuted into the underworld energy by the anomaly realm. Therefore, the acquisition of over 1 million nether gold appears quite justifiable. Sir, what are you pondering? Manager who inquired, noticing Xia Tianqiong's momentary distraction. Xia Tianqiong snapped back to reality, remarking, I was merely contemplating how you could ascertain the weight of gold with just a glance. Of course, it is a skill inherent to my role as a bank manager. Just a brief look allows me to discern the value of gold, silver, and copper coins. Manager who replied with pride. In truth, it was merely a trick bestowed upon him by the bank, enabling him to perceive the amount of nether currency through his gaze. Additionally, he possessed another technique that allowed him to sense the birth of vast quantities of nether currency, which is precisely how he located Xia Tianqiong. The privileges of an intermediate VIP are numerous. Foremost among them is the exclusive teleportation channel, allowing one to be transported directly here from any location, be it the enigmatic realm or the human world. However, this is contingent upon not triggering the rules of death. Otherwise, the teleportation functionality cannot be activated. Furthermore, intermediate VIPs enjoy a status of distinction at the 72 peculiar establishments within the enigmatic realm. For instance, manager who incessantly rambled on, presenting an abundance of information. Yet the aspects that piqued Xia Tianqiong's interest were merely 3. The first is the teleportation ability, which can be utilized for escape. Should one find themselves ensnared in a bizarre domain once more, or confronted with an insurmountable anomaly, they can teleport to the bank, provided they do not invoke the rules of death. The second privilege pertains to the esteemed status at these peculiar establishments. Alongside various anomalies that descend into the human realm, there exist locales endowed with extraordinary functions, akin to the Wujian Tavern, which caters to both humans and the bizarre. Such venues include the enigmatic auction house, pawn shop, and the Curiosities Emporium, among others. In a previous life, whenever these enigmatic locales emerged, throngs of anomaly hunters would flock to them, where one could procure items otherwise unattainable. Possessing VIP status at these establishments grants advance notifications, bypassing queues, and prioritizing the purchase of limited items, an advantage that Xia Tianqiong greatly values. The third privilege is the ability to summon anomalous aids. When faced with challenges or difficulties, one can notify the bank, which will dispatch an anomaly to assist, handling various tasks within its capabilities and even aiding in combat. In essence, it is the ability to call forth a versatile assistant. However, the intermediate VIP can only summon 3 times a month, with the highest level not exceeding the malevolent grade. This service is quite practical for Xia Tianqiong. For instance, while clearing the first basement level of the Infinite Tavern, he could summon a malevolent entity for assistance, undoubtedly accelerating the process. What do you think? Are you satisfied with the VIP privileges offered by Xing? If you have any suggestions, feel free to share. After Manager Hu finished his explanation, he gazed at Xia Tianqiong with eager anticipation. It is quite satisfactory. Xia Tianqiong maintained a composed demeanor, though he felt a surge of excitement within, having already agreed to make a deposit. To him, this was indeed a positive development. Manager Hu's expression brightened, and he promptly exclaimed, "Then, let us proceed to sign the contract." In the realm of the uncanny, the agreement established between the bank and the client is a service contract, designed to safeguard the interests of both parties. Unlike in the real world, where banks can arbitrarily transfer clients' funds or impose restrictions on withdrawals, such occurrences are non-existent in the realm of the uncanny due to the oversight provided by the power of the contract. Those who dare to violate the contract face immediate death. Just as Xia Tianqiong was about to nod in agreement, a thought struck him. Manager Hu, to obtain the intermediate VIP status, one merely needs to deposit 10 billion e-notes, correct? He emphasized the term e-notes. Upon hearing this, a hint of panic flickered in Manager Hu's eyes. Indeed, however, what you possess are gold, and depositing an equivalent value in gold will suffice. Equivalent value? Manager Hu, are you attempting to deceive me? As summer approached, the atmosphere grew tense, and the expression on Xia Tianqiong's face soured. The exchange rate between gold and cash was a staggering 1 to 10,000, a customary practice in your realm of the bizarre. However, in reality, no entity of the strange would resort to converting gold into cash. Am I not correct? Gold is scarce and beneficial for cultivation, to my knowledge. Many peculiar beings are willing to pay a premium for it. If I were to exchange my 1 million taels of gold with other entities, the resulting cash would undoubtedly exceed 10 billion. Here is my proposal. Allow me to procure 10 billion cash first, and then I shall return to you for the VIP services. Upon delivering this statement, Xia Tianqiong rose to depart. Please, do not leave. I have not communicated clearly. Manager Hu interjected quickly, wearing a forced smile. It is true that gold is more coveted than cash, yet our institution has regulations. The exchange rate is fixed at 1 to 10,000, and this cannot be altered. Nevertheless, I can offer you some additional compensation. Originally, he intended to persuade Xia Tianqiong to deposit the gold, subsequently selling it for an amount vastly exceeding 10 billion cash, keeping the surplus for himself. He had not anticipated that this human possessed such an acute understanding of the market dynamics in the realm of the bizarre. Xia Tianqiong regarded Manager Hu with dissatisfaction. What compensation can you possibly offer? If it fails to meet my expectations, I will turn away and never return. Manager Hu hesitated slightly, reluctant to lose such a significant client. Finally, after a moment of deliberation, he offered the best compensation his authority permitted. I can additionally present you with a malevolent grade anomaly. Can anomalies truly be gifted? Indeed, numerous peculiar entities find themselves ensnared in our loans, ultimately unable to repay, leading them to pledge themselves to our bank, thereby granting us the liberty to dispose of them at will. Might I select one for myself? Xia Tianqiong, having comfortably resumed his seat, merely sought to negotiate for additional benefits, harboring no genuine intention of departure. Securing a formidable entity would be an unexpected boon. Upon observing him settle back, Manager Hu exhaled in relief, assuring him, "No problem. Please feel free to choose. We have hundreds of peculiar entities in our inventory, representing a variety of types." Subsequently, they discussed further details, culminating in the signing of a contract. Xia Tianqiong retrieved all the gold from the mirrored space and handed it to Manager Hu, who in turn presented him with a palm-sized gold note. This note bore a striking resemblance to ancient silver notes, adorned with strange runes, and prominently displayed the amount in uppercase letters. However, this gold note was not merely a piece of paper. It was a multifunctional artifact. Holding it in his right hand, Xia Tianqiong willed it, and a tin-tail ingot of gold materialized from within. Not only could it dispense gold, but could also yield silver, copper coins, or even ghostly currency, allowing him to withdraw any denomination desired, thus proving exceedingly convenient. Additionally, the capabilities of teleportation and summoning peculiar entities were also facilitated through this gold note. What is the name of this fruit? It is quite delectable. Xia Tianqiong mused as he attempted to utilize the gold note while sampling the various dishes presented by the rabbit demon. The flavors were somewhat unusual, yet he recognized these were indeed fine delicacies, for they would not have graced this setting otherwise. This is a specialty from the realm of the uncanny, the soul fruit. Consuming it enhances one's spirit, while the eerie can augment one's strength. If you fancy it, feel free to take 10 pounds when you depart. Manager who, in splendid spirits, decided to offer the soul fruit by the pound this time, rather than in slices as usual. This jujube is quite delightful, and I would like some of that honey as well. Please pack some for me. Xia Tianqiong, not one to be overly modest, thought it foolish to forego a bargain, especially since such items are unattainable in the mortal realm even with wealth. Certainly, and I shall ensure your VIP gifts are prepared to the highest standards. Now, let's select the eerie gifts. Suddenly, manager who snapped his fingers, and a luminous screen materialized in the center of the service hall, seemingly woven from mist. It displayed a myriad of peculiar images accompanied by descriptive text. This technique was clearly some form of uncanny magic, resembling a laser projection, imbued with a sense of technological sophistication. The images on the screen scrolled continuously, revealing an array of bizarre entities, numbering in the hundreds. Are these all malevolent spirits? Xia Tianqiong was taken aback. Are there not many other levels of the eerie as well? Manager who elucidated, this is merely a fraction. Our bank sells thousands of these entities to the underworld every month. You must understand, in order for the eerie to level up, they must engage in self-cultivation or absorb nether coins. Absorbing nether coins is a shortcut, and many eerie beings, lacking the funds, resort to borrowing from the bank, ultimately unable to repay their debts and thus surrendering themselves as collateral. To upgrade, they sell themselves? It is a harsh reality. But competition in the realm of the uncanny is fiercely intense, and the recent surge of internal strife has driven them to invade your earthly domain. Could you sell me some peculiarities? Summer Cheong suddenly conceived an idea. If he could purchase them in abundance, he would no longer need to toil. The peculiarities he acquired could be slain for gold, and, if he possessed strength, he could also retain them under contract. The mere thought thrilled him, yet manager who shook his head in disapproval. Our bank has a contract with the Peculiarity Exchange. These entities can only be sold to them. Aside from being given as gifts to clients, private transactions are strictly prohibited. Then could you perhaps give me a few more? Summer Cheong was undeterred, producing 100 taels of gold. Manager who, you've worked hard. Consider this a token of appreciation for your efforts. Manager whose face lit up with delight. This individual was indeed generous. However, he stifled his excitement, refraining from accepting. This was no mere token of appreciation, but rather a bribe, an attempt to persuade him to circumvent the rules and provide additional peculiarities. Mr. Summer, granting you a fierce peculiar is already my utmost authority. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Very well, I shall not impose further. Summer Cheong relinquished his insistence and instead made another request. There are far too many of these fierce peculiarities. I do not wish to waste time examining them. Please assist me in selecting. Consider this payment as a referral fee. That sounds splendid. Manager whose face broke into a broad smile as he eagerly accepted the gold. Though the number of fierce peculiarities was substantial, they were largely the leftovers chosen by the exchange, with only a few holding true value. You may choose from these three. They have recently been added to our inventory, and both the techniques they possess and the items they produce are considered quite good. Even if sent to the exchange, they would certainly be put up for auction. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong felt a surge of delight. The monetary investment proved to be worthwhile. Manager who adeptly filtered out the majority of bizarre items, presenting only 3 exquisite selections for him to choose from. Upon reviewing the introductory information, Xia Tianqiong was further convinced that his expenditure was indeed justified. Chapter 48. The strange yellow jade, one of the artifacts, known as the Ghost Firestone, possessed an oddity in its form. Though it resembled a mere rock, it emitted a formidable spectral flame. Manager who stood before the projection, pointing to a green stone the size of a basketball, explaining its properties to Xia Tianqiong. This spectral fire is impervious to water and remains extinguished when buried. It inflicts severe burns on both anomalies and humans alike. Any entity of a lower grade that comes into contact with it faces almost certain demise. Should you select this artifact, your power will significantly amplify. Xia Tianqiong was in urgent need of an offensive technique, and this artifact perfectly met his criteria. However, he decided to listen to the descriptions of the remaining two options before making his final choice. The second option was a humanoid anomaly known as the Night Stalker, which wielded two unique techniques: Silent Night Sprint and Death Mark. The Silent Night Sprint allowed one to traverse at supersonic speeds during the night, soundlessly. The Death Mark enabled the bearer to inscribe a special symbol on an adversary, ensuring that within 3 days they would encounter a grievous misfortune. If one aspired to become a nocturnal assassin, selecting the Night Stalker would be exceedingly fitting. Manager who elaborated passionately, and Xia Tianqiong nodded in acknowledgement. This anomaly was indeed intriguing and well-suited for stealth and chaos. Nevertheless, he possessed the shadow teleportation technique, rendering these two abilities less impactful for him. Lastly, there was the infant tree anomaly, a botanical entity that, while lacking any techniques, bore fruits resembling infants, aptly named infant fruits. When consumed by the peculiar, it can rapidly mend injuries and replenish ethereal energy. Should it be ingested by humans, it possesses the remarkable capability to revive the deceased, restoring flesh to bone. Even if the body is significantly impaired, as long as the soul remains intact and the head is present, this fruit can facilitate a miraculous recovery. For the sake of safety, I recommend the infant tree anomaly. The anomaly introduced by Manager, who is particularly unique. From a distance, it resembles a small tree, modest in stature, yet upon closer inspection, it appears as a woman crowned with foliage. Xia Tianqiong is also deeply intrigued by this anomaly. The infant fruit is akin to a celestial elixir, capable of bringing the dead back to life, alleviating fears of grievous injuries in the future. However, what is most urgently required now are offensive anomalies, making the ethereal firestone anomaly more suitable for the present circumstances. Which one should I choose? After a brief contemplation, Xia Tianqiong swiftly reached a conclusion. There are many anomalies with offensive capabilities, and there will be ample opportunities to capture one in the future. However, the infant tree anomaly, being a rare botanical anomaly, is seldom encountered. In light of this comparison, the choice becomes clear. I shall select the infant tree anomaly. Very well. I shall retrieve it for you. Manager, who briefly excused himself and returned shortly with a scroll made from beast hide. This is the life and death contract for the infant tree anomaly. You may directly engage in a contract, whether it be an equal contract or a master-servant contract. The decision lies entirely with you, and it cannot refuse. As the beast hide scroll unfurled, it bore the image of the infant tree anomaly, and, astonishingly, it appeared to move within. Xia Tianqiong exclaimed, "It is inside the beast hide scroll? To be precise, it is sealed within." This beast hide is akin to your mirrored space, possessing its own internal dimension, albeit a rather diminutive one. It is rather astonishing. In his previous life, Xia Tianqiong had never encountered such a phenomenon. It appears that the realm of the uncanny still harbors many enigmas waiting to be uncovered. The next step involves the signing of a contract. Under the guidance of Manager Hu, Xia Tianqiong grasped the animal skin scroll and silently invoked the phrase human master contract. The scroll instantly ignited, the seal was broken, and the infancy tree apparition materialized before him, standing at a height comparable to that of a person. Its canopy resembled a large parasol, with a radius of approximately 2 to 3 meters, adorned with dark blue leaves that were impenetrably dense. The tree trunk, a twisted grayish-white, exhibited both protrusions and recesses. Xia Tianqiong observed it from various angles, finding it reminiscent of a woman-esque form. Could this truly be a tree? Might it be a transformation of a human? Such a possibility exists, as some uniquely shaped plants are indeed derived from human forms, and vice versa. Manager Who elucidated, stating that by offering the infancy tree apparition some underworld gold or the flesh and blood of the uncanny or humans, it would yield infancy fruits. Understood, Xia Tianqiong responded. He then stored the infancy tree apparition within the mirror space and engaged in casual conversation with manager, who for quite some time before departing the oddity bank with a plethora of gifts. Just before his departure, manager who unexpectedly presented him with a leaf from a peculiar plant. Mr. Xia, this is a small personal gift for me. Wearing it will mask your scent, preventing you from attracting the attention of certain keen-nosed entities. Xia Tianqiong sensed an underlying message in his words. What did he mean? Who would seek him out? Leaning closer, manager who whispered, Lu Changming is set to descend upon your realm soon, and I suspect he may have you in his sights. The leaf possesses the ability to conceal your scent, rendering it impossible for the creature to locate you. That creature with a human head and a dog-esque body? Xia Tianqiong paused momentarily, pondering its level. It belongs to the malevolent class, exhibiting formidable strength. Should it launch a surprise attack, you may not even have the chance to teleport here. Thus, it is advisable to avoid it whenever possible. To manager who, Xia Tianqiong represents a valued client, notably generous, and far more significant than the creature. He wishes for no harm to come to Xia Tianqiong. Grateful for manager whose counsel, Xia Tianqiong casually extracted 50 taels of dark gold as a reward. Manager who's face brightened instantly, and he eagerly provided detailed information about the creature. Xia Tianqiong expressed his thanks once more, then, holding the gold note, activated the teleportation feature. With a mere thought, the scenery before him shifted, returning him to Xingye Square, precisely to the same spot as before. Exiting the enigmatic bank, he found himself right there. After glancing around, he noticed the ominous clouds had vanished, clearly indicating that the enigmatic bank had departed. The sky was clear and bright, with the sun radiating warmth. Today was indeed a splendid day for outdoor activities. However, Jiuhua City was engulfed in a state of panic. Numerous individuals remained holed up in their homes, too fearful to venture outside. Last night, a series of horrific incidents transpired in the city, resulting in numerous fatalities. Initially, the authorities attempted to suppress the news. Yet, in one particular neighborhood, tens of thousands vanished collectively, rendering it akin to a ghost town. Such an occurrence was utterly uncontainable, and countless rumors began to circulate rapidly. The military and police cordoned off the area, forbidding anyone from approaching. This unsettling situation was not confined to Jiuhua City alone, but was unfolding across the globe. It was as if, overnight, the world had succumbed to some form of crisis. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong swiftly departed from Xingye Square and sought out a breakfast establishment that was still open for business. He casually consumed some soybean milk and youtiao before retreating to a secluded corner, where he entered the mirror space. Having endured another sleepless night, he intended to rest until evening and then utilize shadow teleportation to make his way back to Linen City. Jiang Yu was still assisting him in acquiring survival supplies, and the transaction with Song Shiqiao remained incomplete, necessitating his return. The mirror space had undergone a remarkable transformation prior to arriving in Jiuhua City. It consisted of a row of hotel rooms, but after being replaced with bronze mirrors, it evolved into a courtyard adorned with Hui-style architecture, both ancient and exquisite. Within the eerie realm, Xia Tianqiong replicated 8 distinct courtyards and an ancient street, seamlessly connecting them. Should he desire, he could even recreate the entire ancient town within this space. However, such an endeavor would require an excessive amount of soul currency, which was entirely unnecessary, as he had no practical use for such a vast area. Upon entering the mirror space, he was greeted by the sight of Huang Yu's mangled body sprawled upon the bluestone floor. Remarkably, she was still alive upon seeing Xia Tianqiong. Huang Yu managed a grim smile. Yet, her visage was marred, with only half of her face intact while the other half was a grotesque display of flesh and bone, revealing facial muscles and exposed molars, rendering her smile rather terrifying. How was she still alive? Xia Tianqiong was astounded. Not only was Huang Yu's face disfigured, but the left side of her body was also missing. Her lungs, intestines, spleen, and other internal organs had spilled forth, severely damaged. Injuries that should have led to immediate death. Yet, she persisted in her existence. The delivery spirit stood to the side, hastily explaining, "Master, when you brought her in, she was already beyond saving. I presumed you intended to revive her. Hence, I took the liberty of feeding her the netherworld delivery. It is known that if a human consumes an excessive amount of netherworld energy in a short span, there exists a minuscule chance of transformation into a bizarre entity. Though the probability is exceedingly low, it was the sole possibility to restore her life." Xia Tianqiong gazed at Huang Yu in utter astonishment. "What? You have turned her into a bizarre entity?" "It was my impulsive decision. Please punish me, Master." The delivery spirit assumed it was being reprimanded, bowing its head in a display of remorse. The onlooking waiters, witnessing this scene, wore expressions of schadenfreude. They had previously cautioned it against making decisions on the master's behalf, yet it had insisted on saving the woman. Now, with the master's displeasure, they were eager to see the outcome. "I am asking you a question. Is she now a bizarre entity?" Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow, pressing for answers. The delivery spirit lowered its head even further, acknowledging her fortunate resilience and steadfast will. Having endured the most perilous phase, she was now in the final stage of transformation. If more netherworld energy were to be infused, she would successfully become a bizarre entity. She remains a mere half-finished product. Xia Tianqiong pondered, recalling memories from past life. When the bizarre entities descended, the populace suffered greatly. Some, unable to endure, resorted to consuming ghostly coins or the corpses of bizarre entities, hoping to transform into one themselves, thereby continuing to exist in that form. The likelihood of such a transformation was scant, with official estimates suggesting a success rate of less than 1 in 100,000. However, every peculiar entity that successfully transforms possesses remarkable developmental potential, advancing at a pace far swifter than those emerging from the realm of the uncanny. Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong conceived the idea of nurturing such an entity. "You are indeed the first among my peculiar beings," he remarked, gently patting the shoulder of the delivery entity, bestowing upon it a warm smile. "You have performed admirably, and I am thoroughly satisfied." The delivery entity was engulfed in panic, uncertain of the punishment it might face. To its astonishment, its master suddenly patted its shoulder and praised it. Instantly, joy surged within it. It straightened its posture and beamed with a smile, eager to anticipate its master's needs and alleviate any concerns. "Ha ha ha!" Xia Tianqiong was thoroughly amused by its demeanor. "If you were to enter the workforce, you would undoubtedly ascend the ranks with remarkable speed. To be a mere delivery entity is to squander your talents. You should aspire to be a professional in the field." The master was right. The delivery entity excelled at flattery, and it did so with remarkable finesse. The mirrored entity pretended not to notice, having grown accustomed to such antics, while the 8 attendants were utterly disgusted. Though they too acknowledged their master and obeyed unconditionally, they found it impossible to lower themselves to the shameless flattery exhibited by the delivery entity. From the gifts bestowed by the bank, Xia Tianqiong produced several exotic fruits from the realm of the uncanny and presented them to the delivery entity. "This is a reward for you." "Thank you, Master," it replied. "I shall entrust her to you. Be sure to transform her into a peculiar entity. I'm going to take a nap, so do not disturb me." As Xia Tianqiong prepared to leave, he paused and leaned down beside Huang Yu. "Rest assured, you will not perish. You will continue to exist in this world in another form. Perhaps from this day forward, you will embark on a new journey." Tears of blood trickled from Huang Yu's eyes as her lips parted, attempting to speak. However, her tongue was incomplete, rendering her voiceless. Xia Tianqiong understood her unspoken words. "No need for thanks. I promise to spare your life. From now on, follow me, for the good days have only just begun." Chapter 49. The death rules of Huang Yu. Xia Tianqiong sought refuge in a courtyard to rest, while the delivery spirit squatted beside Huang Yu, conjuring a cup of milk tea and inserting a straw in her mouth. "How is it? Is it delicious?" The delivery spirit, basking in praise and reward, was in high spirits, conversing with Huang Yu with a beaming smile, radiating warmth. "I know that human girls adore this sweet milk tea. What flavor do you prefer? If I guess correctly, just blink. Coconut, rose, coffee, mango, caramel." It rattled off dozens of flavors in one breath. Huang Yu could not articulate a response. yet her wide eyes fixated on the delivery spirit, as if they could speak. The delivery spirit discerned her silent gratitude. No need to thank me. I am merely assisting my master. Once you transform into a spirit, we shall serve our master together. Huh? Why aren't you blinking? Which flavor do you fancy? Never mind. I shall conjure a cup of each for you. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's brows arched in delight, forming a particularly captivating curve, reminiscent of a smile. The milk tea materialized by the delivery spirit, whether the tea itself or the straw and packaging, was fundamentally composed of ethereal power. Upon entering her mouth, it was instantly absorbed by her body. With each intake of ethereal energy, both her physical form and soul underwent a metamorphosis, gradually plunging her consciousness into a wondrous state of chaos. It seemed as though countless memories surged into her mind. The transformation of humanity into the uncanny represented the final and most crucial step. With a stroke of luck, one might directly grasp certain principles of death or arcane arts. This process unfolded gradually, as the delivery spirit diligently fed Huang Yu cup after cup of milk tea. It itself was not idle. The summer sky had bestowed upon it an abundance of otherworldly fruits, which it merrily indulged in. Despite its origins in the mysterious realm, many of these fruits were unfamiliar to it, for it lacked the means to procure them. This scene evoked envy among the 8 waiters who stood not far away. Those were blood dates. I have never tasted them, even in the other world. And the ghostly fruits, so large, must be of exceptional quality. Not even the Interstice Tavern could procure such fine goods. Truly, what remarkable fortune to receive such gifts from the master. As the waiters continued to converse, their desire grew stronger, and so did their jealousy. These fruits were not mere sustenance. They possessed unique effects, such as replenishing spectral energy, enhancing cultivation speed, and amplifying the potency of arcane attacks. That fellow is a coward. Let's seize them. Among the waiters, Xiao Ba, the smallest in stature, was the most mischievous. Xiao Yi quickly cautioned, do not act recklessly. It would not bode well if the master found out. Xiao San stepped forward in agreement with Xiao Ba, asserting that since the master had provided so many fruits, it was unlikely he would mind if they helped themselves. Subsequently, Xiao Er, Xiao Wu, and others echoed this sentiment. Time flowed swiftly, and several hours later, as Xia Tianqiong was in the throes of deep slumber, a sudden palpitation jolted her awake. How could there be such an overwhelming force of rules? He distinctly sensed a tremendous force of rules, oscillating violently within the mirrored space. Following this instinct, he exited the courtyard and was suddenly confronted by Huang Yu, who was levitating in the air, her eyes tightly shut. What transpired? Has an accident occurred? Xia Tianqiong instantly teleported behind the delivery entity, startling it. She was grasping the rules of death. This was the final step. Regardless of whether she succeeded in her comprehension, she would inevitably transform into something peculiar. However, without the rules of death, it would be exceedingly challenging to give rise to any bizarre techniques. The delivery entity silently stepped back, positioning itself beside Xia Tianqiong. It was a relief that no mishap had ensued. Cultivating a human-transformed anomaly was profoundly significant for Xia Tianqiong. If successful, it could prove invaluable in the future. How did you sustain those injuries? Xia Tianqiong inquired, noticing the disheveled state of the delivery entity, with bruises on its neck and slight abrasions on its cheek. Did you engage in fight? She glanced at the delivery entity before turning her gaze toward the shop assistants nearby. The 8 of them immediately averted their eyes, their heads bowed in guilt, each one nervously cursing the delivery entity in their hearts. As anomalies, both their garments and their very forms were forged from the essence of the netherworld. Unless the anomaly sustained severe injuries, minor wounds would heal autonomously without any need for treatment. The delivery entity could have easily healed the bruises on its neck and the abrasions on its cheek, yet it chose to retain them for several hours. This was evidently intentional. What was its purpose? Of course, it aimed to report to its master. The 8 shop assistants harbored various thoughts, yet all were internally cursing the delivery entity's shamelessness for having the audacity to report to its parents after losing a fight. Just when they thought the delivery spirit was about to complain, it spoke up. A minor injury. The master need not worry. It will heal swiftly. Spirits cannot deceive humans, but may choose silence. Summer Sky smiled meaningfully, not pressing for further details. Nearby, 8 shop attendants looked at the delivery spirit with confusion, uncertain of its intentions. I say it's a coward, whispered Little 8. You are the fool. It is merely playing tricks before the master. Do you think the master cannot discern who harmed it? Silence. We must be cautious not to be overheard. As they murmured quietly, a sudden change overtook Huang Yu in midair. A surge of rule power enveloped her, its fluctuations intensifying. In an instant, the rule power vanished, as if it had all been absorbed into her being. At that moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, revealing a shadowy void devoid of vitality, filled only with endless indifference and silence, akin to an abyss. She numbly turned her head, scanning her surroundings. Observing the other spirits showed no sign of anomaly. But upon seeing Summer Sky, her eyes widened in sudden fervor, glowing faintly red, imbued with madness and greed. What is happening? Has she lost her sanity? Summer Sky frowned. If Huang Yu had indeed lost her reason, she would lose the chance for a pact and would have to be eliminated. Am I beautiful? Huang Yu suddenly spoke, and Summer Sky's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed a thread of rule power lingering nearby. This question evidently pertained to the rule of death. An incorrect answer could trigger dire consequences. To everyone's astonishment, after Huang Yu transformed into an anomaly, the very first victim of the death rule she enacted was none other than the one who saved her life, Xia Tianqiong. It appears that one cannot perform benevolent deeds without facing the consequences of their actions. Chapter 50. Breaking the death rule, it's all your fault. Had you not turned her into an anomaly, our master would not be in such peril. Xiaoba stormed over, furiously pointing at the delivery anomaly. The other shop assistants, albeit a tad slower, soon joined, positioning themselves protectively in front of Xia Tianqiong. While safeguarding their master, they vehemently blamed the delivery anomaly. Huang Yu was a creation of its making. If she were to harm their master, all anomalies bound by the master contract would inevitably perish alongside her. Thus, their resentment was directed solely at the delivery anomaly. The mirror anomaly, which had been observing silently, hastily replicated a dozen mirror avatars to shield Xia Tianqiong. What are you all so anxious about? Xia Tianqiong remained unfazed. Having just transformed into an anomaly, she was at most a wild anomaly. It would not be difficult to eliminate her. Once an anomaly activates the death rule, whether it triggers or not, as long as it is killed before it commences its deadly actions, the rule would naturally be nullified. In truth, the shop assistants were well aware of the situation and believed that Huang Yu posed no real threat to their master. Their exaggerated display was twofold. Firstly, to malign the delivery anomaly, as such an opportunity was rare, and secondly, to curry favor with Xia Tianqiong in hopes of receiving a reward. Though they were anomalies, their cunning was no less than that of humans. I'll take her down. Don't try to steal my glory. Xiaoba was the most eager, bouncing with excitement as it prepared to charge forward. Such an easily attainable credit was not something it wished to relinquish to the other anomalies. Do not rush. Do not move without my command, Summer Sky urgently admonished Xiaoba and the other eager spirits. It was a rare opportunity to witness a human's transformation into an anomaly, and to extinguish that life so abruptly would be a great loss. He intended to unravel the enigma of Huang Yu's death rules and gradually explore the possibility of restoring her sanity. Huang Yu inquired if she was beautiful. This seemingly straightforward death rule required merely a response of beautiful or not beautiful. Yet, the simplest rules often prove the most elusive to decipher. The same phrase, uttered by different anomalies, could embody entirely distinct death rules. For instance, when the bride of anomaly asked, "Will you be my groom?" Various other female anomalies employed this phrase to invoke their death rules. Some who answered affirmatively became enslaved by the female anomaly's contract, while others who declined met immediate demise. The bride of anomaly was particularly ruthless, devouring anyone regardless of their response. Hence, the appropriate answer depended on the specific anomaly in question. Huang Yu, once extraordinarily beautiful, comparable to a film star, now appeared grotesque and horrific, her body mangled, with one side torn apart, a limb missing, and her intestines spilling forth. She resembled a zombie, both repulsive and terrifying. Should one respond that she was beautiful, it would be a lie, potentially triggering the death rule. Conversely, declaring her unattractive would imply disdain, which could equally provoke the rule. Ultimately, any response bore the risk of invoking the rule. Thus, one must analyze her personality and temperament to navigate this perilous situation. After spending a few hours with her, Xia Tianqiong's impression of this woman was that she appeared delicate, yet possessed a fierce inner strength, acting with remarkable decisiveness. Such a person likely despises deceit and prefers straightforwardness. After some contemplation, she offered her response. "You are not beautiful. You are quite ugly." Upon hearing these words, the crimson glimmer in Huang Yu's eyes dimmed slightly. Yet she remained motionless and continued her inquiry. "Do you wish to be with me?" Xia Tianqiong breathed a sigh of relief. The first rule of death had been navigated successfully, and now she faced the second. Some rules of death pose a single question, while others might entail a series of inquiries. Varied responses would elicit different questions, triggering distinct rules. "I do not wish to." The response was remarkably succinct, leading Xia Tianqiong to ascertain that Huang Yu indeed abhorred falsehoods. As anticipated, disappointment flickered in Huang Yu's eyes the moment the words left her lips. Concurrently, the force of the death rules enveloping Xia Tianqiong dissipated. The rules of death had reached their conclusion. For reasons unknown, the expressions in Huang Yu's eyes oscillated between confusion, madness, and indifference. She remained disoriented, unable to communicate coherently. At that moment, she floated aimlessly, glancing around as if uncertain of her own intentions. Xia Tianqiong gazed upward, her brow furrowed in concern over the current predicament. The delivery entity, appearing anxious and remorseful like a child caught in wrongdoing, murmured, "I am unsure as well. Perhaps the previous injuries had been too severe, leading to an anomaly during the transformation process. It is not feasible to remain in this state. I shall bring her down shortly. Please be cautious not to allow her to harm me." In the summer, Xia Tianqiong withdrew the celestial rope entwined around his waist, flinging it with a flourish. The other end, akin to a whip, soared into the air, ensnaring Huang Yu at her waist. With a powerful tug, he yanked her down, akin to an airplane losing its balance, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Her already battered form splattered blood anew. In this realm where humans actively assault the uncanny disregards the rules, retaliating with abandon, fearing that she might possess some sinister trick that could harm him. Xia Tianqiong remained cautious, hiding behind his mirror image and the shopkeeper. To his astonishment, upon hitting her head, Huang Yu seemed to awaken suddenly. She wobbled to her feet on one leg, the confusion and madness in her eyes vanishing, replaced by a vibrant joy. Had she succeeded? Am I still alive? At that moment, Huang Yu's body remained injured, yet a palpable vitality surged within her. Xia Tianqiong approached slowly, cautiously inquiring, "Do you remember me?" Upon seeing him, Huang Yu immediately turned away, her expression peculiar. Nevertheless, she spoke with clarity, "Of course I remember you. You saved me." It appeared her senses had returned. Xia Tianqiong mused, circling around Huang Yu, scrutinizing her closely. "Why do you not dare to look at me?" I want to, Huang Yu muttered, her gaze lowered, hesitant to continue. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Having recently transformed into the uncanny, human flesh had become akin to sustenance for her. Upon seeing her master, she could not suppress the urge to consume him. So that was it. Xia Tianqiong realized, casually retrieving a gold ingot. Try absorbing this. Huang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, and almost instinctively, she seized the gold. In her grasp, the gold rapidly diminished, soon being consumed entirely, transforming into fine ash. Her expression was one of indulgence, as if she had ingested a stimulant. However, when she turned her gaze back to Xia Tianqiong, the overwhelming urge to devour him had significantly abated. "Thank you. I feel much better now. That sensation has lessened considerably." "What does it feel like to become an anomaly?" Xia Tianqiong inquired, particularly intrigued by the psychological and physiological changes experienced by a human undergoing such a transformation. It feels rather peculiar. I have an insatiable hunger, a craving for flesh, a desire to ascend in power. My mind is cluttered with an influx of memories and thoughts. What kind of memories? Primarily, they pertain to the nature of anomalies, providing me with a general understanding of their mode of existence, as well as the celestial rules that must be adhered to. As Huang Yu spoke, a wave of melancholy washed over her. From this point forward, she would no longer be human, deprived of the joys of mortal life, and incapable of procreation. There's no need to dwell on such matters. It is what it is. Living is preferable to death, and besides, anomalies do not suffer from aging or illness. As long as one avoids misfortune, death is not a certainty. Xia Tianqiong observed the despondency etched on her half-visible face, and, feeling a rare pang of compassion, offered a few words of solace. Tell me, aside from the death rules you just demonstrated, what else have you comprehended? I have grasped two techniques. One allows my body to levitate in the air, albeit not too high, with a movement speed comparable to that of an ordinary person. The other technique enables me to tear objects apart from a distance, as demonstrated here. Huang Yu, with her remaining right hand, waved it through the air, creating a fissure in the space over 10 meters away. The mirrored entity's expression shifted dramatically. It was acutely aware of the spatial changes within its own crafted realm. Just moments ago, Huang Yu's casual gesture had unexpectedly torn a rift in the mirrored space. Although it quickly began to mend itself, the sheer power of her action was enough to leave it astonished. Master, this technique she wields contains a fragment of spatial power. We must not allow her to deploy it here, for there exists the possibility of the mirrored space collapsing, which would require a substantial amount of soul gold to restore. Xia Tianqiong was filled with both surprise and delight. He had not anticipated that Huang Yu had grasped such a formidable technique. This was precisely the offensive skill he urgently required. What are the names of these two techniques? I have yet to name them. Then let us call them floating void technique and rending void technique. Xia Tianqiong promptly named them without seeking Huang Yu's approval. She, without much thought, nodded in agreement. All right, I shall defer to you. Xia Tianqiong gazed at Huang Yu, whose visage was half human and half skeletal, and found himself increasingly drawn to her. It was not the affection that often exists between men and women, but rather a profound admiration for her unwavering trust and absolute obedience. Let us form a pact. Henceforth, you shall accompany me, and I assure you. Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Huang Yu. Chapter 51. The Cheeky Infant Tree Spirit. You saved my life. Without you, I would have perished in the second round of the game. There is no way to express my gratitude, so I shall offer myself to you. In any case, in this form, I would terrify my parents upon returning home. From now on, I shall follow you. Huang Yu, with remarkable candor, interrupted the carefully crafted lines of Xia Tianqiong. Are you unable to utilize the powers of the netherworld to restore your damaged body? No. My corporeal form remains that of flesh and blood, requiring an immense absorption of netherworld energy to be sculpted into a spectral entity. However, the molding process necessitates the current body as a template. What it is now will determine what it becomes, and it cannot rectify the deficiencies. As Huang Yu spoke, her voice dwindled, tears gradually cascading down her cheeks. After all, she was a woman of beauty, a striking figure in the limelight, and the transformation into her current state was inevitably heart-wrenching. Yet, Xia Tianqiong laughed heartily. Do not despair. I possess a means to help you restore your corporeal form. Do not rush into becoming a spectral entity just yet. Is that true? Huang Yu inquired, her eyes alight with anticipation, a hint of excitement evident in her demeanor. Look at that tree. Xia Tianqiong gestured towards a peculiar plant placed in the corner. The fruits it bears can aid you in regaining your incomplete body. They approached the peculiar plant known as the infant tree specter, which had been sequestered in the mirror space, resembling an ornamental tree. Following closely behind were several contracted specters, silently observing. This infant tree specter is capable of bearing a fruit known as the infant fruit, which possesses remarkable properties capable of restoring flesh and bone. As he spoke, he retrieved 50 taels of gold and placed them at the roots of the tree. The roots of the infant tree specter were not anchored in soil, but rather intertwined in a braided pattern. coiling into a circular base that served as the foundation for the plant. As soon as the gold was placed upon it, numerous slender tendrils enveloped the gold, absorbing the netherworld energy it emitted. Simultaneously, a small black fruit began to form atop the tree's crown. As the ethereal power was absorbed, the fruit grew at a visibly rapid pace, gradually taking on the form of an infant. How astonishingly swift! Xia Tianqiong felt a sense of wonder and retrieved 100 taels of gold, casting them at the base of the tree. In less than a minute, the gold transformed into ashes once more, and the infant fruit expanded in size. He continued to place gold upon the roots, eventually using over 1,800 taels, which caused the nearby shop assistants to feel a pang of regret. If bestowed upon any one of them, such a fortune could elevate their status significantly. At last, under the canopy of the tree, the infant fruit reached maturity. The sign of its ripeness was the emergence of a smile upon its cheeks, reminiscent of a genuine baby's laughter. Xia Tianqiong plucked the fruit, inspecting it in his hands. It was as large as a cantaloupe, resembling a lifelike infant statue, complete with realistic eyebrows and hair. "Let us taste it." He handed the fruit to Huang Yu, who did not hesitate to take it and began to nibble on it. Indeed, this was a marvel. With just a single bite, transformations commenced. First, her internal organs stirred, retracting within her body, followed closely by the regeneration of severed limbs. As muscles, fascia, blood vessels, and skin began to grow slowly. As Huang Yu consumed more, the pace of growth accelerated. Clearly, this required a process. And while Xia Tianqiong found it fascinating, his interest waned after observing for several minutes. He then turned his attention back to the enigmatic infant tree. He persisted in placing gold at the roots, hoping to produce a few more of these miraculous fruits, as they could prove life-saving and ought to be kept close at hand. However, an anomaly soon arose. The gold was absorbed, yet no fruit was born. Xia Tianqiong surmised that he had perhaps not offered enough, and thus boldly withdrew 2,000 taels of gold, heaping them around the base of the infant tree. "Quickly, move aside. Do you wish to suffocate me?" A tender voice suddenly emerged from the peculiar trunk of the infant tree, startling Xia Tianqiong. "You can actually speak?" he exclaimed. "Damn it, I haven't uttered a word in centuries. If I don't speak soon, I shall become the first entity in existence to be suffocated by hell gold." The voice, youthful and crystalline like that of a babe, bore an unexpectedly ancient tone, creating a striking contrast. Suddenly, the roots of the infant tree began to writhe, and, remarkably, it walked forth from the pile of gold using its tendrils as legs. Xia Tianqiong was simultaneously astonished and delighted. A plant with such an extraordinary ability to converse and move possessed immense potential. While other oddities sought to acquire more hell gold, how could this one possibly complain of excess? "I am merely a ferocious oddity, and it takes a minimum of 9 days to bear fruit. If you inundate me with such copious amounts of hell gold, the power of the nether will fail to coalesce into fruit, accumulating within me and threatening to burst me apart. Then why not refrain from absorbing it? Preposterous! That is hell gold. I have lived for centuries without encountering it. Now that it has come my way, how could I possibly resist?" The infant tree's argument was sound, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was simply unable to restrain itself. Even at the risk of bursting, it continued to absorb. This could not entirely be blamed on it. After hundreds of years, its sustenance consisted mainly of wild oddities and creatures from the realm of the uncanny to elevate its rank, never having laid eyes on hell gold. Everyone recognized its value, but it had neither the means to procure it nor the fortune to afford it. Now, unexpectedly, it was being granted such an abundance of hell gold, and in a moment of weakness, it succumbed to the urge to absorb. However, given its current level, there were limits to absorption without the prospect of bearing fruit. For the sake of my own survival, I must speak out and urge the new master to take the gold. Otherwise, I might succumb to my own despair and perish. That would become a farcical tale in the realm of the bizarre. Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong chuckled. "This is your own dilemma." The infant tree spirit immediately retorted. "If you hadn't seen a woman for centuries and suddenly one appeared naked in your bed, would you be able to resist?" This left Xia Tianqiong momentarily speechless. The infant tree spirit, with its youthful voice and crude metaphors, exuded a certain mischievousness, clearly not a serious spirit. Yet, upon reflection, its analogy seemed quite fitting. Encountering the nether gold for an oddity is akin to a lecherous man encountering a beautiful woman. Both are driven by an insatiable desire. Very well, from now on, I shall provide you with nether gold every 9 days. Xia Tianqiong, unwilling to continue this banter, perceived the spirit as a rogue, replete with vulgarity. That would surely tempt me to my demise. The infant tree spirit immediately protested. How about this? 200 taels each day, and by the 10th day, it will yield a fruit. The emergence of a single infant fruit would require 1,800 taels of gold, a burden far too heavy for an ordinary person or spirit to bear. Agreed, let it be so. Then turn to the delivery spirit. This task is entrusted to you. You shall be responsible for feeding it, and this gold ticket shall also be under your care. Withdraw gold from it as needed. He held a deep trust in the delivery spirit, knowing that the contract spirit could not deceive its master. I shall fulfill the master's commands. The delivery spirit accepted the gold ticket with both hands, carefully placing it within its bosom, its heart brimming with excitement. Though it refrained from displaying any outward emotion, the more the master relies on it, the higher its status in the master's heart. The nearby attendants began to feel a mix of envy and resentment, casting sour glances at the favored delivery. They could not fathom how the master could place such trust in what they deemed a worthless being. Unable to contain himself, Xiao Ba stepped forward to self-recommend, "Master, I too can accomplish this task. I possess greater capability. You may entrust it to me." As he spoke, the other attendants stirred with the desire to seize the opportunity. Xia Tianqiong cast a glance at them, his gaze ultimately settling on Xiao Ba, and he simply remarked, "Are you attempting to instruct me on how to work?" I dare not." Xiao Ba lowered his head, and the other attendants fell silent. At that moment, Huang Yu's body had finally completed its restoration. Her limbs were intact, skin smooth, with alluring curves that formed a figure of exquisite perfection. Most crucially, she was clad in only a few tattered rags, utterly inadequate to conceal her enticing form. Xia Tianqiong found himself captivated, instinctively swallowing hard, suddenly recalling the words of the enigmatic Ing Shu. If a naked woman crawls into your bed, can you resist? The answer was now clear. He could resist. "There are some of my clothes in that courtyard. You may wear them for the time being." Xia Tianqiong gestured awkwardly towards an adjacent courtyard. "Thank you for saving me once more." Huang Yu responded with unpretentious grace, devoid of any shyness. "From the moment we first met, I sensed that you were extraordinary. My intuition told me that following you was the key to survival. Indeed, my intuition proved correct. So many perished, yet only you and I remain." In the summer, Xia Tianqiong touched her nose and candidly stated, "I save you because you are of use to me." I understood and accepted this sentiment. My intuition now whispered that following you would lead to a uniquely splendid life. Let us forge a contract. I am willing to recognize you as my master and establish a master-servant pact. Huang Yu's initiative to propose the master-servant contract took Xia Tianqiong by surprise. He did not hesitate, and they promptly signed the agreement. After the contract was finalized, Huang Yu suddenly said, "I have a small request, and I hope my master can grant it. You need not call me master, simply address me by my name." "What is your request?" Although both were mere tools, Xia Tianqiong felt differently about Huang Yu. She resembled an enthusiastic delivery spirit, proactive and warm. Her presence in the team would certainly alleviate Xia Tianqiong's concerns. Chapter 52. A reunion with the strange sedan. "I wish to return home to bid farewell to my parents, and then I shall return to your side. I assure you, it will only be this once." At this moment, Huang Yu had regained her human appearance, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to detect her anomaly, thus alleviating any fears of alarming her parents. However, having transformed into something peculiar, she was ill-suited to linger with her parents for an extended period. Otherwise, she might be unable to resist the urge to consume human flesh. "I shall not impose strict limitations on your freedom. Our relationship resembles that of an employee and an employer. You may work for me and occasionally take leave to visit home. Xia Tianqiong did not wish to be overly harsh. For Huang Yu had parents to consider, and it was natural for her to feel a sense of longing. Unlike herself, who had been an orphan since childhood, unburdened by such ties, Huang Yu smiled sweetly, blooming like a flower. "Thank you, boss. I will certainly strive to be a commendable employee." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Xia Tianqiong allowed her to depart, instructing her to return in 2 days. Once Huang Yu had left, Xia Tianqiong contemplated enhancing the levels of various contract spirits, for he possessed an ample supply of gold. Has the gamble spirit not awakened yet? A full day and night had passed, yet it remained in the midst of its upgrade. Located in the final courtyard, it appeared on the verge of a breakthrough. Potentially within the next day or two, the mirror spirit, eager to speak before the delivery spirit, hesitated momentarily before cautiously inquiring, "Master, might I also be permitted to upgrade?" It was aware that Xia Tianqiong currently had an abundance of nether gold, sufficient for all contract spirits to upgrade simultaneously. Xia Tianqiong regarded the mirror spirit and asked, "How long will it take for you to ascend to the fierce spirit level?" "I require a bit longer than the gamble spirit, approximately 5 or 6 days." The mirror spirit replied. However, upon seeing Xia Tianqiong fall into silence, seemingly in hesitation, it felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that the duration was deemed excessive? Its apprehensions were not unfounded, for Xia Tianqiong's primary combat strength now hinged upon alone. Should it enter an upgrade state, only the shop assistant would remain at his disposal. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Tianqiong resolved, "You shall upgrade once Huang Yu returns. At that time, you may directly approach the delivery spirit for gold." "Thank you, Master," the mirror spirit exclaimed with delight, expressing its gratitude fervently. Huang Yu would return in 2 days. A wait that was certainly bearable. "And what of us? We also wish to upgrade." Xiao Ba, lacking memory, was the first to speak up after recently receiving a reprimand from Xia Tianqiong. "Do not rush. I have assured you that each of you will have the opportunity to upgrade, and that promise shall be fulfilled. However, to ensure combat effectiveness, you must upgrade one at a time." This time, Xia Tianqiong refrained from reprimanding Little Eight, for they are all his contracted spirits, serving him faithfully. His gaze swept over the 8 attendants, each varying in height and build, ultimately settling on one among them. "We shall commence the upgrades with Little One, as it is the first among your 8 spirits to bond with me." The 8 attendants expressed their gratitude in unison, initially believing that the upgrades would proceed in a sequential order from 1 to 8. However, Xia Tianqiong's subsequent words left them momentarily stunned. "After Little One, the order of upgrades shall be determined by the takeout spirit. You must assist me in selecting those with potential, prioritizing their advancement." The first part of this statement was directed at the attendants, while the latter part was spoken as he patted the takeout spirit's shoulder. The takeout spirit nodded repeatedly, its face adorned with a humble smile, yet internally it was elated. The 8 attendants exchanged furtive glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and hesitation. Just hours prior, they had seized someone's fruit, with Little Eight even resorting to physical confrontation. Now, the privilege of determining who would upgrade first rested in the hands of that very individual. This was an ominous sign, suggesting that their master intended to provide support. The attendants contemplated voicing their dissent, wishing for Xia Tianqiong to retract his decision, but none dared to speak. Xia Tianqiong took out his phone to check the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, with 3 to 4 hours remaining until dusk. Feeling a twinge of hunger, he exited the mirrored space, intent on finding a place to dine. Emerging from the realm of mirrors, he connected to the external world through his phone, which immediately erupted with a flurry of WeChat notifications and several missed calls. All the messages were from Jiang Yu. Upon opening them, his brow furrowed in concern. He promptly dialed her number, inquiring, "Are you all right?" On the other end, Jiang Yu's voice, tinged with tears, responded, "I'm fine, but the warehouse was robbed, and I was forced out. I reported it to the police, but they claimed it was a civil dispute and refused to intervene." Since the day before yesterday, Jiang Yu had been tirelessly procuring various survival supplies for Xia Tianqiong, enduring 2 sleepless nights. After expending 200 million, she had managed to fill 3 warehouses with an array of goods. However, earlier today, a group of individuals arrived, asserting that they had first rented the warehouse and that the contract had yet to expire, thus denying Jiangyu any right to its use. Upon contacting the warehouse leasing company, the manager confirmed the validity of the contract, attributing the mishap to an error by the staff, who had mistakenly rented out a warehouse already in use. They promised to arrange for her to be relocated to another facility. At first glance, this seemed quite reasonable. Yet, when Jiangyu attempted to transfer the supplies from the warehouse, she was confronted by that group, who claimed the items belonged to them. It was at that moment that Jiangyu realized their true intention was to seize the supplies. Initially, she had not taken the situation seriously, believing that the presence of invoices and payment records would easily substantiate her ownership should she involve the authorities. However, the outcome was far from what she had anticipated. When the police arrived, they disregarded the invoices and payment documentation, simply stating that it was a civil matter and instructing her to pursue legal action before departing. Subsequently, Jiangyu found herself violently expelled by that group, barred from approaching the warehouse. Thus it was that Jiangyu, her voice tinged with tears, recounted the general sequence of events. "What shall we do next, Tianqiong?" she inquired. "Fear not. I shall handle it upon my return," came the cool reply from Xia Tianqiong, a flicker of anger igniting within him. "In the future, should such an incident arise, do not bother with the authorities. Simply eliminate them. A chaotic era looms on the horizon, or perhaps it is already upon us. In such times, not only will the bazaar take lives, but humanity will also turn against itself. For the sake of mere survival resources or to comply with some peculiar mandate, countless individuals may resort to murder." Jiangyu, taken aback by his tone, momentarily forgot her tears but exclaimed, "But I cannot bring myself to kill." "Soon enough, you shall," he retorted. "Send me the location of the warehouse. I shall return post-haste." "Very well, I shall await you at the entrance." Upon ending the call, Xia Tianqiong began to contemplate how he might hasten his journey back to Linen City. The sun had yet to set, preventing him from employing his shadow teleportation to expedite his travels. If he opted for the highway by car, it would take 6 or 7 hours. The high-speed train, on the other hand, would require over 2 hours, and there was no guarantee of available tickets. Even if he could arrive in 2 hours, he deemed it still too slow, wishing he could instantaneously transport himself to the warehouse door. Suddenly, he recalled a privilege associated with his VIP status at the Bazaar Bank, the ability to summon the bazaar to assist with any predicament. While success was not guaranteed, they would certainly exert their utmost effort. With a focused thought, Xia Tianqiong summoned a delivery anomaly, instructing it to procure a gold ticket. Grasping the ticket, he inscribed a message with his mind. "Manager Hu, I require a means to travel swiftly, covering a distance of approximately 600 kilometers." After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, the gold ticket flickered unexpectedly. Manager Hu's voice emerged. "Mr. Xia, your request has been received. Please hold on for a few moments." This service could only be utilized 3 times a month, and given the urgency of travel, it seemed somewhat imprudent. However, Xia Tianqiong was not inclined to wait. He desired to return swiftly. In less than 2 minutes, a crimson palanquin inexplicably appeared ahead, carried by 8 brawny men clad in red. Xia Tianqiong was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the eerie palanquin of the Ghost Bride? The 8 robust men bore expressionless faces, their eyes devoid of color, resembling the undead risen from their graves. Despite the daylight, an unsettling aura enveloped the scene. The foremost man, with his pupil-less gaze fixed upon Xia Tianqiong, spoke in a voice as cold and mechanical as steel. "Mr. Xia, the ghostly bank has dispatched us to serve you. Please enter the palanquin." "Wait a moment." Xia Tianqiong's heart was filled with trepidation, and he hesitated to approach. The matter of the red veil had yet to be clarified, and now he found himself entangled with the Ghost Bride. An ominous premonition gnawed at him. Could it be that the ghostly bride had truly taken an interest in him? Chapter 53. Supplies Stolen Manager. Who? Is this not the eerie palanquin of the Ghost Bride? Why have you sent it here? Xia Tianqiong sent a voice message to Manager Hu using a golden ticket, which functioned as a cross-dimensional communicator, effective anywhere. Manager Hu quickly replied, revealing that Mr. Xia was also acquainted with the Ghost Bride. "She borrowed ghostly currency from our bank and, unable to repay it promptly, has sent the ghostly palanquin to conduct business on our behalf, thereby offsetting a portion of her debt. The ghost bride was indeed the proprietor of the Inn of No Return, a place where all things supernatural yearned to gather, a veritable gold mine. It was astonishing that she still owed the bank money. Xia Tianqiong found himself somewhat perplexed but refrained from further inquiries, subsequently stepping into the peculiar sedan chair. The interior was rather ordinary, resembling those from ancient times, albeit imbued with a faint scent of rouge, likely left by the enigmatic bride. The robust man clad in red informed him, "Simply envision the destination within your mind, and we shall arrive there." "Very well, let us depart." As Xia Tianqiong gazed at the location sent via WeChat, he silently contemplated the place. In the next instant, he experienced a powerful sensation akin to being propelled backward. The sedan chair appeared to soar, its speed astonishing, as if he were being pressed firmly into his seat. He lifted the curtain at the side of the chair and peered outside, only to be met with an abyss of darkness, devoid of any discernible scenery. It felt as though he had transcended the confines of the real world, entering an entirely different realm. While Xia Tianqiong journeyed, a rather intriguing scene unfolded within the mirrored space. 8 attendants gathered in a courtyard, each bearing an unusual expression. "Our master is so biased. Why should it determine the order of our promotions?" One remarked, indignation evident in their tone. "It is utterly incompetent. What right does it have?" The first to voice their grievance was the hot-tempered Xiao Ba, his face etched with resentment. Xiao Si, observing the others, sighed. "It is merely because it was the first to accompany the master. Clearly, the master is sentimental. I have long contended that we should not bully the delivery entity. Yet you all chose to disregard my counsel." Xiao San immediately sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Si, exclaiming, "Do not pretend to be virtuous. When we were competing for fruit earlier, you showed no mercy. You were the one who took the most." However, it was indeed Xiao San who first struck and incapacitated it, leading the charge into this predicament. How can I take the lead? It was clearly Xiao Ba who first proposed it, and it was also he who injured the delivery creature. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed at him. Nonsense. How dare you blame me? I have always been the one fighting for everyone's interests. What face do you have to criticize me? The bizarre creatures began to argue more intensely, creating an atmosphere that suggested a potential brawl. "Enough of this," Xiaoi suddenly shouted, causing the group to cease their quarrel. "What is there to worry about? It's merely a matter of determining the order of precedence. Does it really have the audacity to deny anyone their advancement? Such a trivial power cannot possibly control us." Upon reflection, the creatures realized the truth in this statement. Even if the delivery creature were to create difficulties for them, it ultimately would not dare to hinder their progress, as this was a matter entrusted directly by their master. We must remain united and not bicker over who goes first. After all, it is inevitable for everyone, and we certainly must not submit to the delivery creature. Indeed, we must not allow it to gain the upper hand. The creatures quickly reached a consensus and ceased their disputes. However, after the gathering concluded, Xiaoxi and Xiaolu stealthily made their way to the courtyard where the delivery creature resided. It was unclear what they discussed, but when they departed, both bore expressions of triumph. In Linen City, located in the Northern District, many logistics and warehousing companies are situated here, including the leasing company from which Jiang Yu rented her warehouse. At this moment, she stood at the entrance, her hair somewhat disheveled, and her collar missing 2 buttons. Buzzing, a car approached from a distance and paused at the entrance. The window rolled down, revealing a handsome young man whose gaze pierced through Jiang Yu with an aggressive intensity, particularly fixating on her chest and face, scrutinizing her intently. The figure is quite acceptable, though the visage leaves much to be desired. He unabashedly critiqued her in front of the girl, exhibiting a rather audacious demeanor. Jiang Yu's cheeks flushed with indignation, ready to unleash a torrent of rebuke, when the young man pressed the accelerator and drove into the gates of a warehouse rental company. This establishment is a colossal entity, housing dozens of warehouses of various sizes, alongside 2 expansive cold storage facilities. Lu Zhongjuan parked his vehicle before one of the warehouses, where 4 men clad in black awaited his arrival. Upon his entrance, They respectfully greeted him as young Master Lu. "Lead me inside to inspect," he commanded, striding into the warehouse with the 4 men closely trailing behind. As they surveyed the contents, it became evident that the assorted supplies within the 3 warehouses were valued at approximately 200 million yuan. One individual accompanied him, providing an overview of the inventory, which comprised easily preserved food items, daily necessities, medical supplies, clothing, and survival tools for outdoor settings. At this juncture, Lu Zhongjuan abruptly halted, a look of perplexity dawning in his eyes. The materials were unmistakably prepared for the advent of tumultuous times. Could it be that the previous owner of the warehouse was also aware of the impending anomalies? He had only learned of this matter yesterday from the elders of his family. They were strategizing to amass supplies across the nation, and having happened to be visiting Linen City, he was entrusted with the responsibility of stockpiling resources there. This warehouse rental company belonged to his family, and according to the employees, someone had been storing a significant quantity of supplies within. Thus, with a slight application of pressure, he had displaced the original proprietor and seized all the materials. The total worth of 200 million was, for their family, merely a trifling sum. However, to seize such a diverse array of resources without spending a single penny, why not take advantage of the opportunity? After all, chaos is imminent, and order is about to crumble. Even acts of violence may go unchecked. What harm is there in appropriating some supplies? Has that woman been investigated? What's her background? Lu Zhongjuan suddenly developed an interest in the original owner of the warehouse, suspecting that she might, like him, belong to an ancient family. Otherwise, how could she be aware of the impending calamities and prepare supplies in advance? The men in black behind him promptly replied, "We have investigated. She is merely a woman from an ordinary family, devoid of any significant background or social connections, making it unlikely she hails from any noble lineage." "Not necessarily. Perhaps she is an auxiliary operative for a certain family," Lu Zhongju encountered, shaking his head, a wicked smile emerging. "Bring her to me. I shall inquire personally." The ancient families have thrived for millennia, engaging in both beneficial exchanges and numerous conflicts. Lu Zhongjuan relished the idea of undermining rival families and stirring up trouble. Moments later, a terrified Jiang Yu was brought before him by 2 men in black. "For whom do you work?" Lu Zhongjuan inquired directly, his gaze lingering on Jiang Yu's prominent figure. Sensing danger, Jiang Yu stammered, "What do you want?" Let me go. If you tell me the truth, I shall not make things difficult for you. Otherwise." Lu Zhongjuan suddenly stepped forward, nearly pressing against Jiang Yu. He lowered his head to lean against Jiang Yu's neck, inhaling deeply to catch the scent of her hair, and softly remarked, "As for me, I am rather discerning. I have no interest in a woman who lacks perfection like you, but my brothers might find you intriguing." Jiang Yu struggled desperately, attempting to evade him. Yet as a petite woman, she found herself utterly powerless against the hold of 2 imposing men. "Let me go. My boss will be here soon." "Very well. I shall wait for him here." Lu Zhongjuan paid no heed to Jiang Yu's threats, treating them as mere jest. "You belong to them now, with chaos on the horizon. There is no need to worry about the consequences." The 4 men clad in black responded with lewd laughter upon hearing this. Chapter 54. Plummeting into an enigmatic realm at the entrance of the warehouse leasing company, a grand crimson palanquin appeared abruptly, as if materializing from the void. Xia Tianqiong lifted the curtain of the palanquin, gazing in astonishment at the sign at the warehouse entrance. Have you arrived so soon? It had only been a matter of minutes since boarding the palanquin, yet they had traversed over 600 kilometers. The speed was astonishing, leaving him almost incredulous. "Mr. Xia, the mission has been accomplished. We shall return now," said a burly man in red. Without awaiting a response from Xia Tianqiong, they hoisted the palanquin into the void, vanishing in an instant. Xia Tianqiong watched the direction in which the mysterious palanquin had disappeared, a sudden itch of desire stirring within him. If only he could acquire it. Traveling would become exceedingly convenient, even allowing him to traverse the globe with ease. The next time he visited the Wujian Tavern, he must inquire with the enigmatic bride to see if he could purchase the mysterious palanquin. After all, she was in need of funds, and he was quite affluent. But where was Jiang Yu? Xia Tianqiong scanned the vicinity at the entrance, failing to spot her figure. The warehouse leasing company boasts an expansive area with rows of warehouses, all of which are securely locked. Within one particular warehouse, four men clad in black are violently tearing at Jiangyu's clothing. She screams desperately and struggles, attempting to attract the attention of others, but the heavy door muffles her cries completely. Lu Zhongjuan stands nearby, arms crossed and chin resting on his hand, watching the scene unfold with a disturbing sense of amusement. This man is nothing short of a deviant. Suddenly, from the shadows behind one of the black-clad men, an individual emerges. The moment he appears, he taps the shoulder of one of the assailants, who instantly becomes dazed and ceases his actions. "Be careful." Lu Zhongjuan's expression shifts abruptly as he shouts. The other three men, still bewildered, turn to him in confusion before they can react. They too are touched on the shoulder and immediately lose their faculties. "Are you all right?" A familiar voice resonates, prompting Jiangyu to burst into tears as she turns and leaps into Xia Tianqiong's embrace. "Wu, it's all right, don't cry. I will avenge you." "Was it them who stole my supplies?" "Yes, it was them. They bullied me," Jiangyu replies, wiping her tears, reluctantly stepping away from Xia Tianqiong's hold. Upon looking up, she is met with an extraordinarily youthful face. "You aren't Xia Tianqiong, are you?" she exclaims, taking a startled step back. Xia Tianqiong pauses momentarily, recalling that when they last parted, he had still appeared as a 25-year-old. Following a harrowing encounter, he had gained a significant extension of life, transforming into this youthful visage of 17 or 18. Though the face remains the same, there are subtle changes. "It is indeed me, merely rejuvenated." Is that truly the case? Jiangyu felt a twinge of doubt. However, recalling the extraordinary abilities of Xia Tianqiong, the notion of rejuvenation seemed plausible. At that moment, four men clad in black stood motionless, their eyes devoid of focus. Yet, Lu Zhongjuan exhibited no fear. He appeared to be a frivolous young master. Yet his combat prowess surpassed that of many official ghost hunters. Even faced with a squad of official ghost hunters, he remained undaunted, let alone a mere unknown figure. "Ghost hunter? Which family do you belong to?" Upon hearing this, Xia Tianqiong surmised that his opponent was likely from an ancient lineage. "Why did you seize my supplies? What sorcery was that, enabling you to emerge from the shadows?" Since his inquiries were met with silence, he decided to refrain from further questioning. "Prepare to meet your end." The two engaged in a verbal spar, each refusing to answer the other's queries, maintaining an air of aloofness and cool detachment. Xia Tianqiong harbored a deep disdain for individuals from ancient families. Given that they had not only stolen his supplies, but also insulted Jiangyu, there was no hesitation. He resolved to eliminate them swiftly. With the copper mirror in hand, he aimed to draw Lu Zhongjuan into the mirrored space. This technique had proven effective time and again. However, an unforeseen event occurred. As the suction enveloped Lu Zhongjuan, the jade pendant adorning his chest suddenly glimmered, instantly neutralizing the pull. Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow, recognizing the formidable nature of this opponent. Lu Zhongjuan, however, fixated intently on the copper mirror in Xia Tianqiong's grasp, his eyes brimming with intrigue. "What manner of artifact is this?" he inquired. Yet, before an answer could be offered, he shook his head dismissively. "Never mind. You wouldn't divulge the information anyway. I shall simply seize it for myself." Lu Zhongjuan abruptly produced a palm-sized object resembling a go board and cast it to the ground. In an instant, Xia Tianqiong felt as if the entire warehouse was expanding, the neatly arranged supplies also growing in size. The only constant was the few individuals present, yet the distance between them was rapidly increasing, stretching further apart. Xia Tianqiong attempted to grasp Jiangyu, only to discover that his feet were anchored to the ground, rendering him immobile. The shadowy teleportation was also restricted, unable to be utilized. Beneath him, the concrete floor of the warehouse vanished, replaced by a black ground marked with squares, as if he stood upon an enormous chessboard. This was not the end. The transformations continued with fervor. In the blink of an eye, the lines of squares disappeared, and the surface beneath him transformed into a vibrant green expanse, while patches of white, yellow, and blue appeared in the distance, arranged in a crisscross pattern akin to a colorful checkered cloth. Subsequently, the green ground expanded further, sprouting an abundance of verdant foliage. Initially small, the plants grew at an astonishing rate, soon towering over Xia Tianqiong, becoming colossal trees. A sudden realization struck him. Perhaps it was not the plants that were growing, but rather he himself was diminishing. This would elucidate why the warehouse and supplies appeared to enlarge, and why the individuals around him seemed to recede into the distance. They were being infinitely reduced in size, and during this process, everything around them felt as if it were growing larger and more distant. The entire transformation lasted approximately 5 to 6 seconds. When the change ceased, Xia Tianqiong found himself amidst a thriving and dense forest, staring in bewilderment at the towering trees that soared dozens of meters high, utterly dazed. Before me lies a scene that may very well have been conjured by that chessboard. Or perhaps it is a manifestation of some enigmatic realm. Upon reflection, I realized that in my previous life, I had never encountered such an arcane artifact, nor had I heard of similar circumstances. This presents quite a predicament. In this state of ignorance, I find myself utterly unprepared to respond, with a looming threat of inadvertently triggering some inscrutable rule. When the surrounding transformation ceased, my feet regained their freedom simultaneously, and the ability to utilize shadow teleportation was restored. I cautiously surveyed my environment. The silence here is eerily profound, devoid of any sound. Not even a whisper of wind graces the air. Raising my gaze, I peer through the dense canopy, glimpsing only a pallid gray sky above. Where art thou, celestial dome? In the distance, I faintly discern the voice of Jiang Yu, barely audible, indicating that we are separated by a significant distance. Through the arcane infant, I sense Jiang Yu's location and execute 3 successive instances of shadow teleportation. Arriving at her side, Tianqiong, what is happening? Jiang Yu, with tears still lingering on her cheeks, appears on the verge of weeping again. You should seek refuge. Remaining here will offer no assistance. Where should I hide? No sooner had the words left my lips than Jiang Yu suddenly vanished from her spot, drawn into the mirrored space I had created, while I instructed the delivery spirit to tend to her, lest she be frightened by the other contract spirits. What manner of artifact is that? It possesses its own space. A voice suddenly emanated from behind me. I whirled around to behold Lu Zhongjuan suspended in midair, standing atop an enormous, living human head. This was evidently a bizarre phenomenon. The disembodied head stared with its bloodshot, oversized eyes, as if they might pop out at any moment, causing Xia Tianqiong to feel a chill run down his spine. If you were to hand over that peculiar object to me, I would allow you to leave, and we could consider this matter settled. Lu Zhongjuan stated with an air of entitlement. Xia Tianqiong, infuriated yet amused, thought to himself how he had been robbed of resources and now faced the demand for a strange artifact, and he was certainly not inclined to agree to such terms. In the midst of their conversation, he struck with sudden ferocity. This time, he did not utilize the copper mirror, but instead unleashed the celestial binding rope. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. He had no desire to engage in idle chatter, especially in such an ambiguous environment. The most prudent course of action was to subdue his opponent first. Though the rope appeared to be merely 2 meters in length, once deployed, it would elongate instantaneously. Like a whip, it lashed out toward Lu Zhongjuan with astonishing speed, causing his expression to shift dramatically. By the time he attempted to evade, it was already too late, and he found himself ensnared around the waist. Come down, Xia Tianqiong exclaimed, exerting force to drag him from the sky. He then gently patted Lu Zhongjuan's shoulder, employing his strange technique known as the flowering hand. Without a clear understanding of the rules, he refrained from inflicting lethal harm or even causing injury, lest he trigger some fatal consequence. To Xia Tianqiong's astonishment, merely tapping the shoulder caused Lu Zhongjuan's form to disperse like a wisp of smoke, vanishing into thin air. As for the head that remained suspended, it chose not to attack Xia Tianqiong, but instead turned and fled. What was happening? Was this not his true form? Xia Tianqiong stood frozen, his expression growing increasingly grave. If this is not the true form of Lu Zhongjuan, then his essence must surely be concealed somewhere. Without locating him, I cannot hope to depart from this place. After a moment's contemplation, Xia Tianqiong resolved to search around, for lingering here was not a viable solution. The forest was dense, interspersed with an abundance of weeds. He treaded cautiously, observing every blade of grass and tree surrounding him. It became evident that the environment was conjured, distinctly different from the sinister realm of the cat demon. Here, there was a palpable absence of reality. Not long after setting forth, Lu Zhongjuan materialized once more. This time, he was accompanied by over a dozen floating heads, each gazing at Xia Tianqiong with predatory intent. I offered you a chance. Your demise is of your own making. Do not blame me, Lu Zhongjuan remarked coolly, and in an instant, the disembodied heads lunged towards Xia Tianqiong. Their mouths were filled with sharp teeth, and should they take a bite, he would soon find himself utterly devoured. Chapter 55. The Fragile Head Apparition. A multitude of head apparitions, each with bulging eyes and drooling mouths, surged towards Xia Tianqiong in a grotesque display. The scene was both terrifying and repulsive. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Tianqiong executed a teleportation, escaping their grasp. In his previous life, he had never encountered such bizarre entities and was entirely ignorant of their classification and supernatural abilities. The critical factor was their ability to fly. Neither mirror apparitions nor shop assistants could strike aerial targets. Even drawing them into the mirror space would prove futile. A twinge of regret washed over him for allowing Huang Yu to depart. Her space-rending technique would have been perfectly suited for aerial assaults. Fortunately, he still possessed shadow teleportation. If he could not defeat them, he could at least evade their clutches. After a series of rapid displacements, he finally came to a halt several hundred meters away. Given such a considerable distance, and with numerous towering trees and dense foliage in between, he presumed he would remain undetected. However, within merely 2 minutes, Lu Zhongjuan and his team of head phantoms managed to locate him. You cannot escape. This is my territory. No matter where you flee, I can track you down. Lu Zhongjuan hovered in the air, standing atop the head phantom, and called out to Xia Tianqiong from a distance of 20 to 30 meters. I give you one final opportunity. Surrender the phantom artifact, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, I will end your life immediately. Xia Tianqiong regarded him with a cold stare, his heart laden with gravity. Indeed, this place bore a striking resemblance to the domain of the cat demon, where one could be sensed regardless of their escape attempts. It became evident that mindless flight was futile. He needed to gauge the strength of the head phantom. I am willing to relinquish the artifact, but you must first allow me to leave. Otherwise, should you prove untrustworthy, I shall be left with no recourse against you. You lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. Surrender it at once, or face instant death. Lu Zhongjuan looked down from his elevated position, dismissing Xia Tianqiong entirely. Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong let out a chilling laugh. If you wish to kill me, you must first determine whether you can catch me. With that, he vanished from sight. Lu Zhongjuan, believing he had escaped once more, was about to sense his intended direction of flight when he glanced downward. To his astonishment, he saw Xia Tianqiong emerging from the shadow he had cast upon the ground. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, he immediately commanded the head phantom beneath him to take flight while directing the other head phantoms to surround and attack Xia Tianqiong. Yet, Xia Tianqiong did not engage Lu Zhongjuan directly. Instead, he waved his hands, manifesting dozens of mirror images of himself. The mirror clone merely requires a glance at oneself to instantly transform into a mirror double. This clone possesses no offensive capabilities, lacks independent consciousness, and cannot be controlled. It exists for a mere few minutes, yet it serves to bewilder the headless specters. While there are only a handful of these specters, the clones number over 30. Scattered throughout the forest, the clones do not congregate, compelling the headless specters to disperse and pursue the clones in every direction. Naturally, flying is swifter than running, and soon one of the specters catches up to a clone, opening its gory maw to sink its teeth into the clone's head. With a resounding pop, the clone shatters instantly. Concealed among the multitude of clones, Xia Tianqiong becomes increasingly vigilant upon witnessing this scene. Although the clones are weak and fragile, even the wild specters cannot obliterate them with a single strike. In comparison, the biting attack of the headless specters appears to be at least somewhat stronger than that of the wild specters, though likely inferior to the fear specters. After observing for a while, Xia Tianqiong notes that all the headless specters attack solely with their mouths, employing no spectral techniques. This revelation offers him a modicum of reassurance. The absence of strange powers significantly reduces the danger. Not remaining idle himself, he spots a solitary headless specter, deftly throwing out a celestial rope to ensnare it and pulling it from the sky to the ground. He then rushes forward, raising his foot to stamp down on the specter. Xia Tianqiong aims to examine it closely, searching for any weaknesses and contemplating how to vanquish it. However, upon making contact, the specter bursts apart as if he had stepped on a balloon. Initially, there is a slight elasticity, followed by a sharp pop, dispersing into a wisp of ethereal energy that vanishes swiftly into the air. So fragile? In the heat of summer, Xia Tianqiong was utterly astonished. How fragile these creatures were. And what was there to fear? He swiftly employed the heavenly rope once more, dragging the severed heads of the apparitions one by one before crushing them underfoot. As long as he faced no more than 3 at a time, he deemed the situation hardly perilous. Lu Zhongjuan, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. This individual possessed quite an array of skills and a wealth of combat experience, far from being an ordinary person. Observing the heads of the apparitions being dispatched, he turned and fled into the distance, unwilling to linger. However, he had scarcely taken flight when a mocking voice resonated from below. With such meager abilities, do you truly believe you can kill me? Xia Tianqiong emerged once more from his shadow, and as he spoke, the heavenly rope shot forth, ensnaring Lu Zhongjuan's ankle and yanking him back to the ground. Do not be too proud. Slaying a few apparitions is hardly impressive. Lu Zhongjuan's handsome visage met the earth with a resounding crash, igniting his fury. He glared at Xia Tianqiong, gritting his teeth. When I return to seek you out, I will ensure your demise. There shall be no next time. I shall not permit you to escape so easily today. Xia Tianqiong hoisted Lu Zhongjuan up, intending to confine him within the mirror space for a thorough interrogation. Lu Zhongjuan, sensing his intent, shot him a fierce glare before suddenly self-destructing. As before, his body disintegrated into a wisp of blue smoke, dissipating into the air. Damn it, what just happened? Xia Tianqiong cursed in frustration, vexed that this fellow had once again eluded him. If this continued, how would he ever locate his true form? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Did he not possess an orange cat? He recalled the cat hair acquired from the cat and mouse game, which was adept at locating things. Hastily retrieve a strand of orange-red hair and a bar of gold from the mirror space. Infuse the mystical energy contained within the gold into the hair, and instantly, a plump orange cat materializes. This creature is, in essence, an enigma. It does not rely on scent to locate objects or individuals, but rather on the application of specific rules. By simply conveying the characteristics of the person sought, such as female, attractive, and approximately 6 feet tall, it will commence its search for all individuals matching those traits. The more detailed and precise the description provided, the more accurately it will identify the desired target. Assist me in locating a handsome young man in his 20s within this realm, Tianqiong commanded mentally to the orange cat. The cat turned in place and then fixed its gaze upon Tianqiong, seemingly indicating, "You are the one. No one else but you." Tianqiong promptly denied this, contemplating for a moment before adding, "Seek a man dressed in a white suit, black leather shoes, and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses." The orange cat stared at him with wide eyes and then spun around once more. "Meow," it suddenly exclaimed, but Tianqiong furrowed his brow in confusion. The cat conveyed through thought that no such individual existed in this space. How could this be? If Liu Shangjin was not here, where could he possibly be? Pondering for 2 minutes, Tianqiong suddenly instructed the cat, "Help me search for a disembodied head." This time, the orange cat reacted, dashing off in a particular direction. If Liu Shangjin could not be found, perhaps a headless specter would provide some clues. A person and a cat raced through the forest, though they did not venture far. After merely 2 or 3 minutes, they halted beneath an exceptionally robust tree. This tree was so thick that it required the embrace of 2 individuals to encircle it fully. At its base, there was a hollow, within which lay a peculiar human head. Yet, this head bore an unusual quality. Its eyes were closed, and it wore an expression of serene tranquility, as if it were in a deep slumber. Cautiously, Xia Tianqiong approached, but the head did not awaken. He gently prodded it. It remained unresponsive. Ordinarily, such entities would not require rest, and aside from moments of advancement or breakthroughs, they would not lapse into a state of complete disregard for their surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, he abruptly lifted his foot and kicked. He wished to ascertain whether this head would shatter as the previous dozen had upon impact. However, the moment his foot made contact, a tremendous surge of rule-based power erupted forth, forcefully propelling him away. It appeared to be a seal. Chapter 56. 1,000 human heads. The human head was enveloped in a layer of rule-based energy. As Xia Tianqiong stepped upon it, he was immediately met with a powerful backlash. The force was so immense that it sent him soaring through the air, tracing a parabolic arc as he drifted into the distance. The orange cat, perched by the roots of the tree, gazed upward with its adorable little head tilted, its large eyes brimming with confusion, perhaps pondering how this person could still be airborne. In midair, as Xia Tianqiong was about to collide with another large tree, a sudden spark of inspiration struck him. He employed shadow teleportation, vanishing from sight and reappearing within the shadow of a nearby tree. That was a close call. Rising to his feet, he shook his right leg, which had gone slightly numb from the impact. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Thank goodness for his teleportation ability. Otherwise, he would surely have sustained injuries. As Xia Tianqiong silently rejoiced, he recalled some pertinent information. There exists a peculiar method of sealing, which employs the power of rules to confine an entity to a certain location, rendering it dormant. This sealing serves not only to imprison the anomaly, but also to shield it from external harm. The head anomaly, unresponsive within the tree hollow, is likely ensnared by such a seal. Yet, one must ponder, why would the adversary choose to seal an anomaly here rather than eliminating or binding it? Xia Tianqiong leaned closer to the head anomaly, bending down to scrutinize it, hoping to uncover some clues. Suddenly, the voice of the youth echoed behind him. I'm quite surprised that you found this place so swiftly. Lu Zhongjuan's gaze brightened upon noticing the orange cat at Xia Tianqiong's feet. Which family do you belong to? How is it that you possess such fine treasures? Xia Tianqiong turned abruptly, confronted by a shocking sight. The other party had brought along 30 to 40 zombies, resembling those depicted in films, clad in ancient official robes, adorned with ceremonial hats, their faces a ghastly green, fangs bared, and limbs extended, with long, blackened nails. These zombies were of at least the fierce anomaly grade, exuding a miasma. Any injury inflicted, whether by scratch or bite, would result in transformation into a zombie. In his previous life, he had scarcely encountered a handful of zombie anomalies. How could he possibly amass such a multitude? Even more perplexing was their silent emergence. Xia Tianqiong had heard not a single sound. Observing Xia Tianqiong's silence, Lu Zhongjuan's fury intensified. Kill him. With that command, the throng of zombies surged forth simultaneously. They leapt with remarkable precision, each bound covering a distance of 4 to 5 meters, curiously silent, as if their feet never touched the ground. Summer Sky, as before, conjured dozens of mirror avatars, scattering them around to confound the zombie specters and divert their attacks. He himself prepared to ambush one of these ghastly creatures. However, the next scene left him astounded. All the zombie specters charged directly at him, entirely disregarding the mirror avatars. Lu Zhongjuan lurked in the background, wearing a mocking expression, warning him not to employ the same trick twice in his presence. A wave of apprehension washed over Summer Sky. The enemy had found a way to distinguish between his true form and the mirror avatars. This posed a significant challenge. After a moment's hesitation, he brandished a bronze mirror and unleashed the technique of mirror swallowing all things upon the zombie specters. This time, there were no unexpected outcomes. 5 or 6 of the front row specters were drawn into the mirror space. He signaled to the mirror specters and the shop assistants to join forces and eliminate them. Just as he was about to continue and absorb all the zombie specters, he caught sight of Lu Zhongjuan's calm demeanor, a faint smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Something was amiss. The man's demeanor exuded excessive confidence. As summer skies doubts began to surface, the mirror space underwent a dramatic transformation. The few zombie specters that had been absorbed suddenly opened their mouths, releasing a torrent of black mist, replete with corrosive properties. The avatars conjured by the mirror specters could not withstand even a second before being dissolved, regardless of how many were replicated. Even the white walls and black tiles succumbed to the erosion, pockmarked and damaged. Several shop assistants fared even worse. They had intended to take advantage of the situation for a surprise attack, only to be engulfed by the black mist, their forms severely corroded. Had it not been for Xia Tianqiong's swift reaction during the summer, promptly banishing the zombie specters and the sinister black mist into the mirrored space, the few of them might have met their demise. The ability of the zombie specters to exhale toxic fog was an unforeseen development for Xia Tianqiong, one he had never encountered before. This surely indicated a rather unique breed. I had long anticipated that you would resort to such a tactic, specifically seeking out the zombie specters to counter you. Lu Zhongjuan stood at the rear, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction. If you possess any new tricks or peculiar artifacts, do unveil them promptly, for the opportunity is fleeting. Have you overlooked a critical point? Even if I am incapable of dealing with the zombie specters, you are equally powerless against me. If you have the prowess, then capture me. As a horde of zombie specters was about to leap forth, Xia Tianqiong wished to avoid the taint of their cadaverous poison, which posed a dire threat to humanity, akin to a virulent disease. Merely a touch could prove fatal. With no other recourse, he uttered a terse remark and executed a swift teleportation. Observing his escape, Lu Zhongjuan did not hasten to pursue. Instead, he ambled leisurely to the sealed head specter. The maximum distance for Xia Tianqiong's shadow teleportation was approximately 50 meters. Upon his initial execution, he materialized beneath the shadow of a tree, only to behold 7 or 8 zombie specters scattered in the vicinity. The zombie specters, having detected his presence, began to bounce toward him. Xia Tianqiong attempted to teleport again. However, regardless of where he fled, he invariably encountered yet more zombie specters. It was as if the entire forest was infested, with a specter lurking every 20 or 30 meters. How could there be so many? Surely, there must be hundreds, if not thousands. Xia Tianqiong was astounded, utterly bewildered by the sheer multitude of zombie specters. It was simply overwhelming. With no escape in sight, he used a celestial rope to hoist himself up to a branch dozens of meters high, narrowly evading the onslaught of the zombie phantoms. However, tranquility lasted scarcely 2 minutes before a swarm of head phantoms descended upon him. A glance revealed a vast multitude, numbering perhaps 100 or 200. This was undoubtedly not a normal phenomenon. In frustration, Xia Tianqiong muttered an expletive and promptly employed shadow teleportation, ensuring he remained perpetually in motion, thus evading contact with any pursuers. Yet, unease gnawed at his mind. When Lu Zhongjuan had arrived earlier, he had not brought any head phantoms. Their sudden emergence was unsettling. It was highly probable that they were akin to his own mirror doppelgangers, a manifestation of some form of duplication sorcery. Alternatively, it could be related to the head phantom that was sealed away. He resolved that he must eliminate Lu Zhongjuan. Otherwise, the relentless pursuit would become unbearable. Originally, Xia Tianqiong had no intention of killing Lu Zhongjuan, deeming it futile. After a mere 2 minutes, he would reappear. Perhaps it was some sort of rule that rendered him an eternal presence in this realm. Now, with zombies and head phantoms infesting every corner of the forest, Xia Tianqiong, plagued by constant harassment, decided to pursue Lu Zhongjuan once more. The first time he had struck Lu Zhongjuan down, the accompanying head phantoms had not attacked him, but had instead retreated. This suggested that both the zombie phantoms and head phantoms were under his control. Upon death, they would temporarily lose that control, granting Xia Tianqiong at least 2 minutes of respite from the incessant pursuit. With this resolution, Xia Tianqiong began his active search for Lu Zhongjuan. However, before he could locate him, he unexpectedly teleported to the edge of the forest. Beyond lay a vast expanse of desert, with undulating sand dunes stretching endlessly into the horizon. The most astonishing aspect lies at the boundary between the desert and the forest. A straight line, so precise it resembles a meticulously drawn mark, devoid of any curves or deviations. It appears as if it were deliberately planned, perfectly aligned. As Xia Tianqiong crossed this threshold into the desert, he was instantly met with a wave of intense heat, likely exceeding 30 or 40 degrees Celsius. After briefly experiencing this oppressive warmth, he retreated back into the forest. At that moment, several headless ghouls and zombies pursued him, compelling him to teleport away once more. The desert proved to be quite inhospitable for him, as the absence of shadows rendered his shadow teleportation ineffective. Although the heavenly rope could also facilitate his escape from above, it was neither as swift nor as secure as teleportation. Thus, he resolved to remain within the forest. After numerous teleportations, he finally located Lu Zhongjuan. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback to find him still at the same spot where they had last encountered one another. Even more surprising was the sight of Lu Zhongjuan stuffing a stack of ghostly banknotes into the mouth of a sealed headless ghoul, resulting in the sudden manifestation of another headless ghoul. So that was how it worked. Xia Tianqiong finally grasped that the multitude of headless ghouls and zombies were conjured in this manner. These apparitions were clearly not genuine anomalies. Just then, Lu Zhongjuan abruptly turned to face him, having sensed Xia Tianqiong's presence. "You discovered me." Despite having his secret unveiled, Lu Zhongjuan remained unfazed, his handsome visage adorned with a confident smile. "I must concede, attempting to kill you presents quite a challenge. Your teleportation technique is indeed a formidable means of self-preservation." Xia Tianqiong did not rush into action, recognizing that neither of them held the upper hand. "Perhaps it would be more prudent for us to engage in a discussion. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Zhongjuan chuckled. "It is too late for that." Lu Zhongjuan scoffed disdainfully, remarking that had the deceptive device been surrendered from the outset, he might have shown mercy. However, in the present circumstances, sparing your life would hardly suffice to quell my indignation. Should you possess the means to vanquish me, there would be no need for your incessant prattling. Fear not, for the game has merely commenced. Upon our next encounter, I shall bestow upon you an even greater surprise. Lu Zhongjuan held no fear of death, for here he was invincible. Yet, he dreaded the prospect of being subjugated. Upon witnessing Xia Tianqiong's form suddenly vanish, he understood that the adversary would inevitably materialize within his shadow. Without a moment's hesitation, he self-destructed, dissipating into azure smoke, denying Xia Tianqiong any opportunity. Following his disappearance, the head specter and zombie specter appeared as though they had lost their souls, aimlessly wandering and ceasing their assault on Xia Tianqiong. Xia Tianqiong approached the sealed head specter. Scrutinizing it intently, Lu Zhongjuan had employed it to conjure numerous head specter duplicates, and the most prudent course of action would be to obliterate it, thereby rendering Lu Zhongjuan powerless to utilize it. However, it was protected by regulations, impervious to harm in the slightest. Wait, why must I destroy it? Might I not also produce head specter duplicates through it? An epiphany struck Xia Tianqiong, leading him to consider a new possibility. He then retrieved a tail or two of gold, tentatively placing it within the head specter's mouth. Suddenly, one after another, head specter duplicates sprang forth, as if from thin air, cascading forth in a flurry. Xia Tianqiong's expression brightened with joy, as he could distinctly sense the connection between himself and the head specter duplicates. With merely a thought, he could issue simple commands to them. After a rough count, he realized that for an investment of a tael of gold, a total of 100 head specters emerged. Thus, it was evident that each head specter duplicate cost merely 100 ghostly notes. How remarkably inexpensive. The prices during the summer seem astonishingly low. After some contemplation, I decided to invest 100 taels of gold, conjuring 1,000 terrifying heads. In an instant, the forest became engulfed with an overwhelming multitude of horrific visages, resembling a dark cloud that shifted ominously. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as if one had descended into the infernal realm. "I wonder where you'll hide." Summer Qiong promptly commanded all the head apparitions to disperse, seeking out Lu Zhongjuan while simultaneously eliminating the wandering zombie specters and head apparitions within the forest. When Lu Zhongjuan reemerges, he will find himself devoid of any peculiar doppelgangers. Xia Tianqiong has long suspected that the true form of his adversary is concealed somewhere, with what roams outside being mere illusions or substitutes. Thus, the primary objective now is to uncover his true essence. Chapter 57. Wealth breeds impudence if you continue to flee. You shall find yourself beyond the forest. The orange cat deftly darted ahead, with Xia Tianqiong hot on its heels. Unable to locate Lu Zhongjuan immediately, he summoned the orange cat once more, intending to seek out the sealed zombie specters. These creatures are significantly more formidable than the head apparitions. Should I manage to conjure 1,000 of them, I would be able to traverse this land with ease, no longer needing to flee in terror. However, the orange cat continued its relentless sprint, traversing the forest until it reached the boundary without pausing. Xia Tianqiong had previously discovered the forest's edge, where the expanse beyond lay in a desert. Yet now, this boundary led to a desolate wasteland. The ground was a sinister shade of black, barren and devoid of any greenery, save for a few scattered dead shrubs, as if scorched by a great fire. It was undoubtedly a place of ill omen. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong hesitated slightly, summoning 5,000 headless specters from the forest to accompany him into this desolate land. The orange cat led the way, and after walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, they encountered a solitary mound of earth, upon which stood an unadorned red coffin. The coffin was open, revealing a lifeless zombie within, its eyes tightly shut. Xia Tianqiong's objective was clear: to extract a few pieces of gold and place them into the creature's mouth. Suddenly, a multitude of zombie avatars materialized beside the coffin, numbering 20 in total. This indicated that each zombie required 500 necromantic coins, 5 times that of a headless specter. Xia Tianqiong did not find this exorbitant. Rather, he considered it a bargain and prepared to produce gold to procure 10,000 of them. However, at that moment, a warning signal from the headless specters above alerted him to impending danger. Turning around, he beheld a cavalry force emerging on the distant horizon, galloping towards them. As they drew nearer, he discerned that the steeds were skeletal horses, their grayish-white frames devoid of flesh. The riders, too, were mere skeletons clad in leather armor, wielding long blades and bearing great bows slung over their shoulders. It appeared to be a regimented body of ancient cavalry, specifically archers, numbering in the thousands. With a distance of 500 or 600 meters remaining, they charged forward, exuding an overwhelming aura of lethal intent that was both intimidating and oppressive. Curious about their prowess, Xia Tianqiong commanded the headless specters to engage the skeletal cavalry. 5,000 headless specters soared through the air, densely clustered like a dark cloud, sweeping towards the advancing horsemen. Their flight was swift, and in a mere instant, they were within 200 meters when the cavalry suddenly drew their bows, readying for battle. A rain of arrows soared into the sky, instantly resulting in the explosive demise of several hundred headless wraiths. The ominous clouds dispersed slightly. Following this, 2 successive volleys ensued, obliterating over 1,000 headless wraiths. Only then did the 2 armies engage. Xia Tianqiong gazed on with eager anticipation. It was disheartened to witness the headless wraiths plummeting from the heavens, their maws wide open, futilely attempting to gnaw at the bone-clad skeletal cavalry, achieving no discernible effect whatsoever. How could this battle possibly unfold? The skeletal cavalry, armed with long blades, effortlessly severed the headless wraiths as easily as slicing through vegetables. Xia Tianqiong felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, the headless wraiths were far too fragile, and it seemed he must rely on the zombie wraiths instead. Nonetheless, the headless wraiths did serve a purpose, at least managing to slow the advance of the cavalry wraiths. How foolish you are! Spending 1,000,000 hell coins to summon 10,000 headless wraiths is an utter waste of resources, came the sudden voice of Lu Zhongjuan from behind. This fellow was always elusive, making him difficult to detect. Xia Tianqiong swiftly turned around to behold a most peculiar sight. Lu Zhongjuan was perched upon the back of a ghostly maiden draped in white, her tongue lolling and eyes rolling back, her neck suspended by a length of white silk, the other end dangling high above. The pair hung suspended in the air, resembling a macabre hanging. Xia Tianqiong instantly recognized her as a flying hanged wraith, particularly formidable among her kind. Out of funds for summoning zombies, are we? Lu Zhongjuan remarked, observing the 20 or so zombie wraiths beside Xia Tianqiong. Assuming he lacked the means to procure more, he couldn't help but mock if you had not summoned so many headless wraiths and instead invested entirely in zombie wraiths. My skeletal army might not stand a chance against you. It is difficult to ascertain. How can you be sure that I am devoid of wealth? Perhaps I possess an abundance. Xia Tianqiong refrained from taking action against Lu Zhongjuan, intending to extract more information. The peculiarities of this place are numerous, yet disappointingly trivial. You promised me a surprise. Could it possibly be the female specter beneath you? I have no interest in such phantoms. You may keep her for your own amusement. Do not rush. You shall soon discover the truth. Look, all of your headless specters have been annihilated. In the span of just 2 sentences, 5,000 headless specters were slaughtered. Over 1,000 skeletal cavalry charged forth once more, their sights set squarely on Xia Tianqiong. Lu Zhongjuan suddenly bellowed, "If you have the courage, do not flee. Let us see how your few zombies can withstand my 1,000-strong cavalry." Xia Tianqiong furrowed his brow, not due to the impending skeletal cavalry, but rather because Lu Zhongjuan's behavior was rather peculiar. He was acutely aware that by eliminating him, he could render the cavalry uncontrollable. Yet he remained present. Under normal circumstances, he would have concealed himself. Rest assured, I shall not flee. Keep your eyes wide open and witness how I shall vanquish your skeletal cavalry. As Xia Tianqiong spoke, he retrieved several gold ingots and thrust them into the mouths of the seal zombies. Each ingot, equivalent to 10 tails, could summon 200. He continued to stuff them in, and vast numbers of zombie specters began to materialize in the surrounding open space. Centered around him, they radiated outward, swiftly numbering in the thousands, and they continued to multiply. Dark gold? You possess such an abundance of dark gold. Astonishment finally graced Lu Zhongjuan's handsome visage, his eyes wide with disbelief. What confounded him even more was Summer Qiong's apparent disregard for the underworld gold, casually tossing it into the mouths of the zombies without a hint of remorse. It is essential to understand that underworld gold is a crucial resource for esoteric cultivation, and only the most significant figures among the ancient families have access to even a meager supply. Throughout his life, he had only witnessed it, never having had the opportunity to utilize it himself. Concurrently, his resolve to eliminate this individual and seize the underworld gold grew ever stronger. As Lu Zhongjuan harbored this murderous intent, the skeletal cavalry had already charged closer, within a mere 200 meters, initiating their customary volley of arrows. Summer Qiong took refuge behind a coffin, which was protected by a force of rules, rendering it impervious to destruction, perfectly suited as a shield. As for the zombie phantoms, over 10,000 had been summoned, densely surrounding the earthen mound. After a barrage of arrows, only a few dozen that struck the head shattered, while those that hit the bodies suffered no consequences. Under Summer Qiong's mental command, the zombie phantoms surged toward the cavalry. The sight of over 10,000 zombies leaping simultaneously was truly spectacular. Each leap caused the ground to tremble. Lu Zhongjuan was equally astonished by this scene. Over 1,000 cavalrymen plunged into the mass of more than 10,000 zombies, initially trampling hundreds to death. However, their momentum soon faltered as they became ensnared in the encirclement. The blades of the skeletal cavalry were exceptionally sharp. A single strike to the head could obliterate a zombie phantom. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and they were capable of exhaling corrosive black mist. A single zombie exhaled, and the black mist expelled by thousands of zombies coalesced into a dense, dark cloud, enveloping the entire battlefield in obscurity. Nothing was visible. Only the faint sound of cracking bones could be discerned. Moments later, the black cloud gradually dispersed, revealing a vast array of fallen zombies. Approximately 2,000 to 3,000 lay lifeless. In stark contrast, not a single skeletal cavalryman remained. Not even remnants of bone were left. Lu Zhongjuan had anticipated this outcome, yet witnessing it firsthand left him profoundly shaken. Xia Tianqiong cast a glance over the battlefield before turning to him, indicating that it was now his turn. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhongjun understood that Xia Tianqiong intended to act against him. However, he remained calm, not resorting to self-detonation as he had previously. Instead, he steadied himself atop the back of the female specter, suspended gracefully in the air. Yet, he instinctively cast a glance downward at his shadow cast upon the ground. Within that shadow lay the surprise he had prepared for Xia Tianqiong. Should Xia Tianqiong, as before, teleport into a shadow, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. At that moment, the prospect of possessing his various deceptive devices and the countless pieces of underworld gold filled him with exhilaration, causing a smile to unconsciously creep upon his lips. However, he was abruptly taken aback as he saw Xia Tianqiong unleash a rope capable of ensnaring individuals. The rope soared into the sky, and in an instant, it became taut, pulling Xia Tianqiong upward, heading directly toward him. Lu Zhongjun stood in stunned silence, realizing that the rope not only bound but also enabled flight. How could this be? Was it said that the same trick could not be employed twice in one's presence? I surmise you have indeed prepared countermeasures. Otherwise, you would not be waiting here to entice me into action. Am I correct? Chapter 58. The seal is broken, and a zombie emerges. Lu Zhongjun was rendered speechless. His machinations laid bare. At this moment, he could no longer deny that the individual before him possessed extraordinary strength and intellect. An inexplicable sense of powerlessness surged within him. However, the proud man would not concede defeat so easily. Even if I cannot slay you with my own hands, I can ensure you remain trapped here, forever unable to escape. Lu Zhongjun gazed at the celestial rope grasped by Xia Tianqiong, swinging down from above, poised to ensnare him. He uttered a final remark before opting for self-detonation. He could not allow himself to be captured. That would spell disaster. A swift demise indeed. Xia Tianqiong sighed in resignation as he grasped the heavenly rope and descended slowly. Upon Lu Zhongjun's death, his body transformed into azure smoke and vanished. Under normal circumstances, his shadow should have dissipated as well. Yet, at that moment, the shadow on the ground abruptly stood upright and began to move autonomously. The shadow anomaly. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback, having not anticipated such a bizarre phenomenon. The shadow anomaly could manipulate shadows, conceal itself within any object's shadow, and even inflict harm indirectly by attacking a person's shadow. It was a form of elusive, formidable strangeness. Had Xia Tianqiong teleported onto this shadow moments ago, he would surely have been ambushed. This was Lu Zhongjun's cunning scheme. How perilous! Xia Tianqiong silently acknowledged his good fortune. His vigilance had spared him from a fatal trap. With Lu Zhongjun now deceased, both the shadow anomaly and the hanging curse had lost their control, wandering aimlessly in a state of oblivion. Summer Qiong paid no heed to them, instead contemplating the words of Lu Zhongjun. He had claimed that he might become trapped here indefinitely. Indeed, such a possibility loomed large. If he could not discover a means of escape, Summer Qiong could very well perish from starvation in this place. The mirrored space was devoid of provisions and water, as it had been intended to await Jiang Yu's completion of her procurement before consolidating all supplies within the mirrored realm. However, before this plan could be executed, he had been ensnared here. At present, the mirrored space contained only the complementary items retrieved from the Weird Realm Bank, which primarily consisted of peculiar fruits, herbs, and elixirs. Wait, perhaps he could transmit himself to the bank. Upon attaining VIP status at the Weird Realm Bank, one could directly teleport to the bank's VIP reception hall. This was one of the functions of the golden ticket. With a heart full of hope, Summer Qiong produced the golden ticket to test it. However, it yielded no response, the teleportation feature remaining dormant. Manager, who had previously mentioned that such functions could not be utilized under the constraints of certain rules. This indicated that he was currently subject to some form of regulation. But what rule could it be? He had no inkling. Manager who? Can you hear my voice? Summer Qiong utilized the golden ticket to send a voice message to Manager who, uncertain if the communication feature had also been disabled. Mere moments later, Manager, whose enthusiastic voice emanated from the golden ticket. Hello, Mr. Xia. Please specify your needs. I find myself ensnared in a realm akin to the weird domain. Could you dispatch someone peculiar to assist me in unraveling this space or extricating me from it. I apologize, Mr. Xia, but my system indicates that you are currently bound by certain rules, and I am unable to intervene forcefully. I hope you understand. Very well, so be it. In the summer, Xia Tianqiong reluctantly concluded communication, realizing he had to rely on himself. Standing still for a moment of contemplation, he departed with thousands of undead specters, preparing to thoroughly explore this enigmatic realm. The space appeared to be replete with diverse terrains, each concealing a myriad of peculiarities. Wandering about, he hoped to uncover some valuable clues. Little did he know that shortly after his departure, the zombie specter sealed within a coffin suddenly opened its eyes, unexpectedly granted a chance to see the light of day. The voice of the zombie specter was gravelly and hoarse, reminiscent of Donald Duck, abruptly raising its arms. A thunderous crash echoed as the red lacquered coffin shattered into countless fragments. Following this, it leapt into the air with a whoosh, soaring skyward like a rocket, until it vanished into the heavens, never to return. In the tangible world, dusk had fallen. The warehouse was dimly illuminated, casting a hazy glow. In the corridor, a chessboard, no larger than a palm, floated in midair. Lu Zhongjuan rubbed his temples with both hands, pacing back and forth, muttering curses under his breath. I refuse to believe I cannot eliminate him. A man clad in black inquired earnestly, "Young Master Lu, what troubles you?" Lu Zhongjuan replied irritably, having lost 4 consciousnesses consecutively. "My head feels as though it might split apart." In truth, he had never truly entered the space within the chessboard. Each time, it was merely a fragment of his consciousness that manifested in that guise. Thus, Xia Tianqiong's orange cat was unable to locate him. With 4 consciousnesses extinguished, his soul had suffered considerable damage. What infuriates me the most is that, despite spending over 2 million ghostly coins, I am utterly powerless against that individual. I cannot eliminate him. Now, I am left with the most rudimentary solution, to confine him and let him perish from hunger. I shall return first, while you few remain at the warehouse company. The situation is precarious. The supplies within the warehouse are vital resources that may attract thieves. Ensure that you guard them closely. Should anyone dare to steal, deal with them decisively. The signs of chaos are already emerging. Survival resources are bound to become the focal point of contention. Lu Zhongjuan instructed his subordinates and, raising his hand, grasped the floating chessboard, preparing to depart. At that moment, the chessboard trembled violently, and a ghostly light shot forth from it. As the light left the chessboard, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a figure that landed in the warehouse aisle. A zombie apparition. Lu Zhongjuan gasped in alarm, retreating hastily. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. When his grandmother bestowed this peculiar artifact upon him, she had cautioned him repeatedly against using excessive ghostly coins on the same sealed anomaly within a short time, particularly the ghostly gold. He must not use it at all. Otherwise, the anomaly within could potentially break free from its seal. Lu Zhongjuan had nearly forgotten this warning and had not anticipated encountering someone who could summon such an abundance of ghostly gold. Now, with the zombie apparition breaking its seal, not only does he face peril, but the chessboard, having lost one anomaly, will also diminish in utility. The zombie apparition, summoned by ghostly coins, resembles a lifeless corpse. Its eyes devoid of spirit, completely lacking intelligence, and can only be controlled by the summoner. Yet, the entity before him possesses bright, lively eyes, gazing at those present with an expression of eagerness. It licked its long, sharp teeth and suddenly spoke. "I'm so thirsty. Who can help me find something to drink?" For men clad in black, upon witnessing its ghastly visage and the aura of death that enveloped it, instinctively sought refuge behind Lu Zhongjuan. They were mere mortals, devoid of the courage that characterized a ghost hunter. The prospect of confronting the supernatural was utterly daunting. "What are you doing? I have supported you all these years to safeguard me, not to cower behind me." Lu Zhongjuan's voice resonated with ire. In the realm of reality, he too harbored a deep-seated fear of the zombie specter. "Lu Gongzi, you are a ghost hunter, but we are not," one of them protested. "Indeed, you should be the one to confront this menace. Our involvement would merely lead to our demise." Faced with the specter of death, the four men cast aside their reservations, prioritizing their own survival. Lu Zhongjuan's gaze turned cold and calculating as he seized one of the black-clad men, swiftly slicing across his neck. Whether a concealed dagger or some other implement lay in his hand, the outcome was the same. The man's carotid artery was severed, and blood erupted forth like a fountain. Lu Zhongjuan fixed his gaze upon the zombie specter, declaring, "I offer you blood." A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the undead creature. It was unanticipated that this human understood its fatalistic rules. It had expressed thirst, yet what it truly craved was blood. For a zombie's very essence revolves around the consumption of blood. Any blood would suffice. As long as it was quenched, it would spare others. Otherwise, it would unleash havoc upon all. Excellent. It has been long since I last tasted blood. With a sudden leap, it bounded before the black-clad man, tilting its head and opening its maw to commence its sanguinary feast. Lu Zhongjuan and the remaining three men recoiled once more, under their watchful gaze. In a span of approximately 5 or 6 seconds, the zombie specter drained the man entirely, leaving behind a desiccated corpse. Thud! The lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and the zombie specter cast a glance at the remaining men before bounding away from the warehouse in search of its next victim. Lu Zhongjuan let out a sigh of relief. This was the rule. One must perish. If he were to survive, the others would inevitably face death. The remaining three men in black exchanged glances, their hearts unsettled, yet secretly relieved that it was not their lives at stake. In Lu Zhongjuan's hand lay the enigmatic chessboard, a burden akin to a hot potato. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unable to discard it or retain it. The individual remained trapped within. As long as he was not eliminated, there was a possibility he could unravel further seals and unleash even more peculiarities. Should other anomalies escape, survival could not be guaranteed. Damn, how did he encounter such a character? Lu Zhongjuan's regret deepened. The chessboard operated under a specific rule. As long as there existed an unsealed person or anomaly within its confines, it could not be reopened. In essence, it was easy to ensnare, yet exceedingly difficult to release. There existed an alternative method to unlock it by eliminating its current master. Naturally, Lu Zhongjuan wished to preserve his own life, yet he found himself powerless against Xia Tianqiong. The predicament had become exceedingly awkward. He could neither kill nor liberate the captive. Forced instead to witness Xia Tianqiong as he dismantled one seal after another, releasing an array of anomalies. Lu Zhongjuan paced in place for over 10 minutes, utterly devoid of a solution. Suddenly, a wisp of ghostly light surged forth from the chessboard, signaling yet another anomaly had broken free from its confines. To recount the events from a mere 10 minutes prior, Xia Tianqiong, accompanied by thousands of zombie anomalies, had departed. But it scarcely traveled far when he was startled by a series of explosive sounds behind him. Simultaneously, the zombie avatars summoned by his side disintegrated into ethereal energy, vanishing entirely, which left him momentarily astonished. After a moment's contemplation, he hurriedly returned to the site where the zombie's seal had been placed, only to find shattered coffin boards strewn about, with no sign of the zombie. Had the seal been broken, allowing the zombie to escape? This was the first thought that crossed Xia Tianqiong's mind. He then pondered how such a well-maintained seal could suddenly fail. Could it be related to him? Perhaps the zombie had acquired some underworld gold, seizing the opportunity to enhance its level and thus break free from the seal. It was also possible that the potent underworld energy contained within the gold had destabilized the seal. In any case, Xia Tianqiong felt a connection to the incident. Determined to investigate further, he resolved to find another seal. If the underworld gold could indeed dismantle seals, he would shatter a few more, potentially affecting the space around him and perhaps uncovering a means of escape. He summoned the orange cat once more, instructing it to assist in locating any anomalies. This time, he provided no specific target characteristics. Any sealed anomaly would suffice. The orange cat darted ahead, while Xia Tianqiong pursued closely behind. After a few minutes, they emerged from the dark wasteland into a verdant swamp area. In a small puddle, they discovered a headless anomaly sealed within. A headless entity? Xia Tianqiong felt a flicker of surprise, wondering if this creature might be paired with a headless one, a body without a head, and vice versa, making for a complete entity. He then took out some gold to offer to the headless being. Wait a moment, without a head, it lacks a mouth. How could he possibly feed it? Chapter 59. Searching for a way out, the headless entity displayed a muscular upper body, exuding a sense of strength. Its neck had been cleanly severed, the cut remarkably smooth. In the summer, Qiong discovered the location of the esophagus and began to stuff ingots of gold into it, one after another, until he had inserted over 700 taels. Surrounding him were summoned tens of thousands of headless phantoms, and only then did a transformation occur. The headless phantom in the puddle moved its arm, causing the sealing power of the rules to suddenly fluctuate violently. With a resounding crash, the puddle exploded, and the headless phantom rose to its feet. Human, I thank you for aiding me in breaking the seal. I shall spare you this time as a gesture of gratitude. The headless phantom, lacking a mouth, spoke with a voice that emanated from its abdomen. It seemed anxious, hastily uttering a sentence before leaping skyward and vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, all the summoned phantoms dissipated. Qiong was splattered with mud, yet he paid it no mind, gazing thoughtfully at the disappearing headless phantom. Could the exit be in the sky? If another strange entity ascends, could I grasp it and be taken along? What followed was intriguing. To test his conjecture, Qiong began to dismantle the seals in various locations. Meanwhile, outside, Lu Zhongjuan faced misfortune. In the warehouse, moments after the zombie phantom had departed, a wisp of ghostly light emerged from the ceiling chessboard. It landed and transformed into a robust headless phantom. Has anyone seen my head? Please help me find it. These phantoms, having been sealed for so long, were eager to indulge. Lu Zhongjuan's expression grew increasingly grim, yet he remained composed, pointing toward a man in black. I found your head. It is he. Young Master Lu, what are you doing? Please do not implicate me. The man in black, accused of wrongdoing, appeared visibly anxious, retreating repeatedly. He was unfamiliar with the rules and bewildered by the situation, sensing that young Master Lu intended him harm. The headless apparition approached the man in black with determined strides, demanding the return of what belonged to it. While uttering the words, "Return it to me," it seized the man with a massive hand and, with a swift twist of its wrist, violently severed his head from his body. The two other men in black suddenly turned and fled, finally realizing that even if they escaped the clutches of the headless apparition, they would ultimately fall victim to Lu Zhongjuan's treachery. Lu Zhongjuan did not flee. He stood resolutely to the side. The headless apparition cradled a bloodied head, positioning it upon its own neck. The head bore the frozen expression of terror that the man had experienced in his final moments, a visage hauntingly tragic. As the head made contact with the neck of the headless apparition, a bizarre transformation occurred. Countless slender tendrils sprouted forth, establishing a connection with the head. The lifeless eyes, previously wide open in death, suddenly began to move, regaining vitality as the mouth uttered words. This is not my head. Although you have made a mistake, you have inadvertently assisted me, so I shall spare you this time. Upon finishing this statement, the headless apparition turned its gaze toward the two men who had fled moments earlier, declaring, "They did not aid me. They deserve to perish." With that, it strode purposefully after them. The two men had barely exited the warehouse when the headless apparition caught up with them. It swiftly decapitated both, consuming their bodies, and ultimately strung their heads together with a rope, adorning its waist. This peculiar being seemed to possess an unsettling penchant for collecting heads. In the warehouse, Lu Zhongjuan was contemplating strategies, realizing that the current situation was untenable. He possessed an understanding of the bizarre death rules governing the majority of the seals, having spent a millennium sealing them away on behalf of the Lu family. It was precisely this knowledge that underscored the peril he faced. As he pondered, two more peculiar seals were broken. Fortunately, these two were relatively easier to decipher, allowing him to narrowly escape with his life. However, the next seal to shatter revealed the hanging specter. The moment Lu Zhongjuan laid eyes on it, a chill gripped him as the shadow of death swiftly enveloped his heart. The death rule of the hanging specter was straightforward. It would invite you to hang alongside it, and should you decline, it would directly cause your demise. Should you acquiesce, it would conjure three identical ropes from thin air from which you must choose. Each rope represented a different hanging duration: 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. An average person succumbs to asphyxiation within 4 to 6 minutes. Making 5 minutes a critical juncture, there lies a possibility of death, or perhaps survival, albeit likely with severe brain injury. Thus, even if one were extraordinarily fortunate and selected the rope denoting the shortest duration, the probability of death remained significantly high. This was a fate that hinged upon both luck and the ability to hold one's breath. "Young man, will you accompany me?" The voice of the hanging specter was soft and melodious, enticing him to join in the act of hanging. Regrettably, Lu Zhongjuan did not allow it to finish its sentence. With a swift motion, he vanished from sight. This was not mere teleportation. Rather, his physical form had plunged into the realm of the chessboard. As the master of the sealed specter chessboard, Lu Zhongjuan could enter with his consciousness, and naturally, he could also venture in with his corporeal self. Though such an act was fraught with danger. Under the constraints of the rules, unless one kills or seals Xia Tianqiong, his physical form cannot depart from the chessboard space. This is why, until now, he had merely entered in spirit, refraining from allowing his physical body to step in lightly. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to enter. Otherwise, he would meet a gruesome fate. At this very moment, within a certain desert, Xia Tianqiong, guided by the orange cat, was in pursuit of the next anomaly. Suddenly, the orange cat halted and turned its gaze to the right. "Meow, what is that?" A figure clad in a white suit had appeared. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback. Previously, when he had instructed the orange cat to locate Lu Zhongjuan's true form, it had been unable to sense him, so how had it suddenly become aware now? Regardless, now that he had made the discovery, he resolved to capture him. He scooped up the orange cat and instructed it to indicate a direction. Xia Tianqiong then executed a shadow teleportation. Where shadows were absent, he utilized the heavenly rope, allowing for a swifter journey. After 5 or 6 minutes, he found himself back in the very forest where he had first appeared. From a distance, he spotted Lu Zhongjuan, who was stepping on a head-shaped anomaly and flying away. Lu Zhongjuan had long sensed that Xia Tianqiong was in pursuit and had been fleeing. However, the speed of the head-shaped anomaly could not compare to that of shadow teleportation and the heavenly rope, and thus he was ultimately caught up to. "Friend, shall we converse?" As Xia Tianqiong swung down from above using the heavenly rope, closing the distance, Lu Zhongjuan finally began to panic. What is there to discuss? Xia Tianqiong noted the shift in Lu Zhongjuan's demeanor. He no longer exhibited the prior arrogance of one willing to self-destruct rather than concede. Instead, he appeared somewhat flustered. A thought crossed Xia Tianqiong's mind as he probed. "You had refrained from using your true form before, which gave you the courage to self-destruct. Now that your true form is present, are you frightened of death?" Upon uttering these words, the panic in Lu Zhongjuan's eyes became increasingly evident, instantly captured by Xia Tianqiong. He then began to probe further, questioning why he had entered in corporeal form. Was it due to my disruption of the seal, allowing the anomaly to escape, thus necessitating your intervention? Lu Zhongjuan hastily nodded, asserting that the entity you released poses a grave threat to society. Although we are adversaries, our conflict should not extend to others. Hence, I have come to discuss matters with you. We are acquainted through our skirmish, and there is no need for further hostility. Why not extend a hand in reconciliation? Huh? Do you truly believe I would take your words at face value? Xia Tianqiong fixed his gaze intently upon Lu Zhongjuan's countenance, scrutinizing every nuance of his expression. The anomaly you just released coincided perfectly with your own appearance. How convenient. I suspect your true form was outside, only entering upon feeling threatened. Am I correct? When the zombie anomaly escaped, you must have realized that I had discovered the method to unravel the seal. Logically, to prevent me from unearthing more seals, you should have sought to release me. Yet you did not, indicating that you are unable to do so, which must imply some form of constraint. Now, as I pursue you, with your life in jeopardy, you have yet to vacate this space, clearly indicating that, like me, once your corporeal form has entered, exiting is not a trivial matter. With each of Xia Tianqiong's deductions, Lu Zhongjuan stood agape, his pallor increasingly ashen. The deductions were entirely accurate. How unfortunate to have attracted the ire of such an individual. Your assertions hold no merit. Should you wish to depart from here, you must heed my counsel, for otherwise you will find yourself ensnared in this place. Lu Zhongjuan remained obstinately defiant, unwilling to concede that his adversary could not fathom the means to escape this place. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than he beheld Xia Tianqiong's faint smile. I have encountered numerous similar rules. Escaping is, in fact, not a daunting task. Is it not? Chapter 60. Escape to freedom as Lu Zhongjuan's corporeal form entered the chessboard space. A peculiar task force from the linen branch of the Bureau of Anomalous Affairs arrived at the warehouse. In recent days, strange occurrences had escalated, particularly during the night, with bizarre events unfolding in every corner. The authorities received reports from the public regarding an individual who emerged from a certain rental company, adorned with two severed heads at their waist. It was clear, without a hint of doubt, that this was likely an anomalous incident, prompting the dispatch of a team to investigate. The squad comprised 5 members, who cautiously ventured into the only warehouse with its doors ajar, where they encountered a woman clad in white, suspended mid-air. A hanged specter? The team leader's expression shifted to one of alarm as he recalled the information pertaining to this particular type of entity. The official records chronicled anomalies that had appeared over millennia, compiled into a comprehensive database. The first lesson for every new recruit was to memorize this information. This specter, a female entity, was at least a formidable anomaly, possibly even a malevolent one. We are not equipped to confront this. We must retreat immediately and summon a higher-level team. The official hunting squads are stratified by rank. They were merely a novice team, capable of handling lesser anomalies, and even though is not guaranteed to succeed. The current entity, a hanged specter of at least a formidable level, was beyond their means to resolve. The leader, resolute in his decision, promptly issued the retreat order. Unfortunately, it was too late. The hanged specter drifted toward them, swiftly obstructing their escape. 5 brothers, would you accompany me in this grim act? Moments later, the 5 members of the team found themselves hanging lifelessly at the entrance of the warehouse. A gust of wind swept through, causing their bodies to sway eerily. The specter of death lingered, feasting upon their souls, yet it did not depart. Instead, it returned to the warehouse, standing guard beside the enigmatic chessboard. It appeared certain that someone would emerge from within that space. The distance between Xia Tianqiong and Lu Zhongjuan was merely a few meters. The rules of death are bizarre and varied, many sharing a peculiar trait known as the survival of the victor. Upon hearing Xia Tianqiong's words, Lu Zhongjuan's expression stiffened, and cold sweat streamed down his back. Yet, Xia Tianqiong could not suppress a smirk, further solidifying his conjecture. Such rules permit only one survivor, or require that one side of a conflict must perish. Of course, there exists the most significant possibility. By eliminating the owner of this space, the rules would come to an end. Thus, if I kill you, I shall be free to depart. That is impossible. You are merely speculating. Lu Zhongjuan remained defiant, yet the fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead betrayed him. Xia Tianqiong ceased his futile banter and directly employed the heavenly rope to bind Lu Zhongjuan. You cannot kill me. I am of the Lu family. I notified my clan prior to entering, and they will arrive shortly. If you take my life, they will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Lu Zhongjuan continued to struggle, yet he spoke the truth. He had indeed informed his family of the situation, and they had promised to send reinforcements immediately, urging him to hold on for a short while. However, that brief moment might prove exceedingly difficult to endure. Provide me with detailed information about this space and its usage, and I shall spare your life. Xia Tianqiong expressed a keen interest in this area, which not only boasted diverse terrains, but also sealed away numerous rare anomalies. Should he master this space, he might uncover methods to unseal these anomalies. If that proved unfeasible, he could either release them or forge a pact, or even eliminate them for gold. In any case, he had set his sights on this space. If I divulge this information, you will undoubtedly kill me, Lu Zhongjuan thought, aware of the peril. He was not foolish. Remaining silent might grant him a few more moments of life, while revealing the secrets would lead to his immediate demise. Xia Tianqiong frowned slightly, realizing that without employing some coercive measures, he could not compel Lu to speak. Thus, he dragged Lu Zhongjuan into the mirrored space. Who among you excels in interrogation? Make sure to attend to him properly. Just as the delivery anomaly was about to speak, Xiao Ba suddenly sprang forth. Master, I excel in tormenting individuals. Leave him to me. Whatever you wish to know, I assure you will be revealed. Very well, I entrust him to you. I seek all pertinent information regarding this extraordinary space and its methods of utilization. Rest assured, I shall handle it. Xiao Ba immediately commenced his work, while several other attendants gathered to assist. Lu Zhongjuan trembled in fear, desperately struggling. Do not touch me. I will reveal nothing. I'm a member of the Lu family. If you release me, we can negotiate any terms. He had finally succumbed to fear, but it was too late. Xia Tianqiong ignored him and turned to Jiang Yu, who had been silently standing nearby. Are you all right? You weren't harmed, were you? I am fine. I remained concealed in the courtyard. The last time Jiang Yu parted ways with Xia Tianqiong was at a budget hotel. However, after just 2 days apart, he seemed to embody an even greater air of mystery. Not only had he appeared more youthful, but he was also surrounded by numerous entities addressing him as their master, which was utterly astonishing. Who exactly was he? Suddenly, Xia Tianqiong inquired, Tell me, what supplies have you acquired over the past 2 days? Jiang Yu discreetly cast a glance at the tormented Lu Zhongjuan, feeling a twinge of fear that restrained her from asking further questions. She then began to recount her recent purchases. Meanwhile, Lu Zhongjuan was being mercilessly tormented by several shop attendants, his anguished cries echoing in the air, while the two engaged in casual conversation. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Lu Zhongjuan appeared gaunt and aged, his body having been savagely gnawed at by the attendants. Even in such a dire state, he remained obstinately silent. Xia Tianqiong, losing his patience, resolved to grant him a swift end. Prolonging the ordeal would yield no further revelations. Ultimately, Lu Zhongjuan was torn to pieces by the shop attendants and consumed, vanishing from existence. Xia Tianqiong immediately exited the mirrored space, feeling an overwhelming force of order enveloping him, tugging him upward. In a moment of clarity, he bent his knees and leaped with all his might, propelling himself into the sky. The scenery before him rapidly shrank, the earth fading into a grid of squares, soon revealing warehouses filled with various supplies. When the transformation ceased, Xia Tianqiong found himself once again standing in the aisle of a warehouse, with a palm-sized chessboard floating before him. A wave of elation washed over him. Lu Zhongjuan was dead, and this peculiar artifact was now his. Suddenly, a woman's voice resonated from behind. Dear sir, would you accompany me in a hanging, if you please? Xia Tianqiong turned to see a pair of delicate, white embroidered shoes nearly brushing against his nose. Hastily retreating 2 steps and lifting his gaze, he beheld a figure clad in a gown as white as snow, her delicate form evoking the illusion of a celestial being descending from the heavens amidst the dim light of the warehouse. However, as his gaze ascended, he was met with the ghastly pallor of her lifeless cheeks and eyes resembling those of a dead fish, sending a chilling shiver down his spine. Xia Tianqiong was taken aback, surprised to discover that the hanging specter had not departed and was so near. The entity had already invoked the rules of death, a strand of its ominous power coiling around him. Even with shadowy teleportation, escape was rendered impossible. The only options were to unravel the rules or to confront the specter directly. Xia Tianqiong was well aware of the hanging specter's unyielding rules, devoid of any exploitable weaknesses. Survival hinged entirely on luck. He dared not gamble, for the odds of death loomed too large. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the specter, forcibly terminating its grip on him. Yet, this entity could be of the fierce specter level or the malevolent specter level. If it were a fierce specter, he could rely on a mirror specter and the shopkeeper to wear it down, but should it prove to be a malevolent specter, complications would arise. With the current combat strength at his disposal, he was uncertain if he could contend with a malevolent specter. But what a red veil. During the prior encounter with the cat demon specter, the red veil had autonomously attacked, swiftly vanquishing the foe. With this thought, Xia Tianqiong quickly retrieved the red veil. cradling it in his palm. Chapter 61. The battle against the hanging specter. The hanging specter, its head draped in white silk, dangled in the air. Upon seeing Xia Tianqiong produce a piece of red veil, a look of surprise crossed its face, and with a playful smile, it remarked, "Little brother, are you intending to propose?" At this utterance, Xia Tianqiong felt the oppressive power of the rules enveloping him dissipate. Yet, less than a second later, it re-emerged. This signifies that the hanging anomaly is also a rule of death, having replaced the previous rule of simultaneous hanging. How could the rules of death have changed? This script appears flawed. Xia Tianqiong, bewildered, recalled that he had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. He grasped the red veil, shook it twice, and murmured, "Hey, it's about to take me out. Could you assist me in eliminating it?" Last time it was so proactive that it could not be restrained. Yet this time it showed no response whatsoever. After waiting for a while, silence persisted, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. The hanging anomaly wore a devilish smile, but did not press him further. Xia Tianqiong, unwilling to wait any longer, resolved to take action. He decided to first use the bronze mirror to ensnare the entity within the mirrored space, allowing the mirrored anomaly to confront the shop assistant. Should that prove ineffective, he would deploy the gold ticket to summon a malevolent anomaly via manager who, to act as muscle. Just as he was about to execute his plan, 5 or 6 individuals suddenly entered from outside the warehouse. Among them was a middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows and large eyes, who immediately inquired, "Where is my nephew? What have you done to him?" This man was Lu Qian, the uncle of Lu Zhongjuan, who had hurried here after receiving a distress call. The 5 others accompanying him belonged to another anomaly hunting team from the Management Bureau. The Lu family's primary influence did not reside in Linen City. Thus, Lu Qian could not ensure Lu Zhongjuan's rescue alone. He sought assistance from the Anomaly Affairs Management Bureau's Linen branch, requesting their aid. Coincidentally, an official team had lost contact in this vicinity and needed to investigate, so they dispatched a senior anomaly hunting team to accompany Lu Qian to this location. The team was led by Zhou Boyu, who had previously tracked down Xia Tianqiong and harbored intentions to recruit him. "Who is your nephew? I have not seen him." In the summer, Qiong casually remarked, retracting the red veil into the mirror's space, and then raised her hand to seize the chessboard of the sinister game, drawing it within as well. "Halt! The sealed sinister chessboard is a treasured heirloom of the Lu family. Hand it over." "So it is called the sealed sinister chessboard," Qiong muttered, showing no inclination to relinquish it. However, Zhou Boyu and others were intently focused on the hanging sinister, their expressions grave. Personal disputes could be resolved later. For now, they must confront the hanging sinister. At that moment, the hanging sinister was quite exhilarated, floating toward them with a beaming smile. "Dear uncles, brothers, and sisters, would you kindly join me in hanging?" It was indeed quite polite, its words sweet, yet did not permit any refusal. "Attack!" Zhou Boyu commanded without hesitation. The 4 team members, 3 men and 1 woman, worked in perfect harmony, unleashing their respective sinister techniques upon the hanging sinister. Lu Qian paused for a moment before joining in. "Since you are unwilling to accompany me in hanging, then perish, and you, who refuse to marry me, shall also meet your demise." The hanging sinister lamented, as suddenly several strands of white silk descended from the air, pursuing each individual. This white silk extended from the void above, its other end fashioned into a loop. It would automatically track its target, relentlessly following until it ensnared the head, leading to their hanging. Qiong immediately employed shadow teleportation, seeking to evade the white silk. The warehouse was filled with rows of shelves, casting many shadows. Yet every time she teleported to a new location, the white silk would materialize before her in less than 2 seconds. Given such swiftness, it was highly likely that this hanging sinister was of the malevolent grade. In the relentless summer, one could not afford a moment's respite. Continuous teleportation was the only means to evade the pursuit of the white silk. Amidst the chaos, on one side of the fray, Lu Qian brandished a rusted sickle that emitted a faint green flame. Each swing could sever a strand of the white silk. Yet for every strand he cut, another would inevitably emerge ad infinitum. He found himself bereft of opportunities to confront the hanging ghost. The members of the hunting ghost squad each possessed their own contract spirits and were adept in the arts of deception, demonstrating a remarkable synergy in their efforts. Nevertheless, even with their formidable skills, they struggled to contend with the incessant onslaught of the white silk, preoccupied with self-preservation and unable to mount an offensive against the hanging ghost. Only Zhou Boyu could conjure massive eagle claws from thin air, providing occasional attacks on the hanging ghost, yet his efforts yielded little in the way of substantial damage. As Xia Tianqiong darted about in a frenetic dance of teleportation, he gradually discerned the dire situation. If things continued as they were, these individuals would surely perish here. In truth, he could summon a formidable evil spirit through Manager Hu, which would effectively resolve the threat posed by the hanging ghost. However, he hesitated, for this privilege could only be exercised thrice each month. Unless absolutely necessary, he was reluctant to employ it. It would be best to devise a strategy that would leverage these individuals to eliminate the hanging ghost. At that moment, Lu Qian suddenly shouted, "What are you doing running around? Come out and help us deal with the hanging ghost. Otherwise, when we perish, you shall not escape either." Indeed, Xia Tianqiong could not evade his fate. The rules had been set in motion, and even if he teleported away from the warehouse, the white silk would relentlessly pursue him to the ends of the earth until death claimed him. He dared not enter the mirror space, fearing the white silk might shatter the copper mirror. "What are you shouting about? With so many of you, are you all utterly useless?" These words incited the ire of several members of the hunting ghost squad. Lu Qian was filled with indignation and was about to unleash a tirade when a voice resonated from a shadowy corner of the warehouse. "I shall create opportunities for you. Seize the moment to vanquish its deceptive form." What opportunities could you possibly create? Not only Lu Qian, but several others were equally skeptical. This white silk was utterly vexatious, akin to mosquitoes buzzing around one's head at night, impossible to chase away or eliminate. Just when one was swatted down, another would inevitably appear. This was the current predicament. Each individual was preoccupied with self-preservation, striving to avoid being ensnared by the white silk. Suddenly, a multitude of figures surged forth from various corners of the warehouse, appearing one after another in a dense throng. With each new arrival, an additional strand of white silk materialized in the air, tightening around their necks and hanging them aloft. In an instant, countless individuals dangled from the warehouse rafters, creating a scene of sheer horror. These figures were, of course, the mirror duplicates conjured by Xia Tianqiong using the mirror of duplication. Each time he teleported to a new location, he would release dozens of mirror images. Gradually, the warehouse became swarmed with them. Initially a handful, then dozens, and eventually escalating to hundreds, then thousands. Though each duplicate was fragile, perishing within moments as the white silk constricted their forms, they significantly diverted the attention of the hanging specter while simultaneously depleting its own spectral energy. Zhou Boyu observed this with growing concern, believing Xia Tianqiong aimed to exhaust the specter slowly through attrition. In his view, such a strategy was evidently futile, and he hastily interjected, "It is a malevolent specter. Before we can deplete it, the ghostly currency we carry will be exhausted first." "I do not intend to exhaust it," came the reply. The voice of Xia Tianqiong unexpectedly echoed from beneath the hanged ghost, startling not only the hanged ghost, but all present. He unleashed his doppelganger merely to confuse the hanged ghost, then utilized the shadow of this doppelganger to appear directly beneath it. Accompanying his words, the heavenly rope was propelled forth. The distance was too short. The hanged ghost had no time to evade and was ensnared around its waist. With a successful strike, Xia Tianqiong immediately tightened the rope and charged ferociously toward Zhou Boyu and the others. With a powerful flick, he yanked the hanged ghost down, crashing it at their feet. "Finish it," Xia Tianqiong shouted, teleporting away just as the white silk was about to encircle its neck. He abandoned defense, focusing solely on offense. Zhou Boyu acted with remarkable decisiveness. Upon witnessing the hanged ghost thrown at their feet, he issued a command. His intent was clear. Regardless of whether the white silk ensnared its neck, they were to unleash their full might in attack. This tactic was perilous yet remarkably effective. Each team member fervently employed their ghostly techniques upon the hanged ghost, their onslaught unyielding even as it dangled 2 to 3 meters above the ground, ensnared by the white silk. At this moment, the ruthless nature of the official team was evident. They were merciless not only to their foes but to themselves as well. With a human's life expectancy in suffocation lasting merely 4 to 6 minutes, their aim was to vanquish the hanged ghost within that fleeting time frame. For failure meant their own demise. 3 minutes later, the hanged ghost had been battered to the brink of transparency, on the verge of disintegration. It could no longer perform its ghostly techniques, and the pursuing white silk finally dissipated. Zhou Boyu and his 4 comrades fell from the air, each one gasping for breath. Their faces flushed crimson. Just a moment longer, and there could have been casualties. Fortunately, nothing occurred. Lu Qian remained unscathed, diligently employing his ghostly scythe for self-defense until the hanging ghost sustained severe injuries and lost control of the white silk. Only then did he strike against the hanging ghost. At this moment, the creature lay on the ground, devoid of any threat. He positioned the ghostly scythe against the hanging ghost's neck, proposing a contract. If you agree to this pact, I shall spare your life. Zhou Boyu's countenance darkened, and his companions seethed with indignation. They had exerted the most effort. Without their reckless bravery in confronting the creature, it would have never been subdued to this extent. Yet, Lu Qian, who had merely coasted along, now sought to seize the fruits of their hard-fought victory. Fang Majuan's delicate features hardened, her desire to intervene evident, but she noticed Zhou Boyu was shaking his head, signaling her to refrain from speaking. According to custom, anyone who participated in the hunt for the aberration was entitled to contract with it, though the final decision on who would forge the pact required consensus. Lu Qian had indeed contributed in the end, thus qualifying for the contract. However, his silence in approaching the contract was rather unscrupulous. The hanging ghost stared blankly at Lu Qian, showing no signs of resistance, as if awaiting its demise. Lu Qian casually procured a stack of ghostly notes and placed them beside the hanging ghost. If you enter into this contract with me, I shall grant you 1,000,000 ghostly notes immediately, with a monthly stipend of 100,000 thereafter. Additional compensation for any use of ghostly abilities will be negotiated separately. What do you say? Enter into this pact. The benefits are substantial and far preferable to death. Gradually, a flicker of emotion surfaced on the hanging ghost's icy visage, its gaze fixated on the ghostly notes in Lu Qian's hands. It seemed tempted. Just as it appeared poised to respond, a voice emerged from the side. Such a meager sum, and yet you aspire to contract a malevolent entity of such caliber. Have you no regard for others? Xia Tianqiong suddenly emerged from the shadow behind Lu Qian, startling him into retreat. Had this been an ambush, he would have met his demise by now. What do you mean? Lu Qian, caught between surprise and fury, pressed, You still haven't answered me. Did you kill my nephew, Lu Zhongjuan? I am unfamiliar with anyone by the name of Lu Zhongjuan, nor have I taken a life. I am a law-abiding citizen, so refrain from making baseless accusations. Xia Tianqiong replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the hanging specter. He stepped forward. Let us forge a contract. You are aware that I possess an abundance of underworld gold. The specter, indeed, recognized the vast wealth Xia Tianqiong wielded, for it was he who had facilitated its own liberation. What benefits can you offer me? Lu Qian, upon hearing this, sensed the impending disaster. What are you doing? It has already consented to contract with me. How can you be so ignorant of the rules? When did it ever give its consent? I heard nothing of the sort. If it were agreeable, why have you not formalized the contract? Xia Tianqiong shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, How dare you speak of rules? It was just moments ago that it fought for its life, nearly perishing, and you merely dealt the final blow. Yet you presume to negotiate a contract? Moreover, have you even conferred with it? Is the Lu family's audacity truly so boundless? At that moment, Lu Qian, a man in his 40s, found himself rendered speechless by the sharp rebuke of a youth scarcely 17 or 18, his countenance darkening with humiliation. The 5 members of the hunting squad, still in the midst of recovery, gazed at Xia Tianqiong with expressions of admiration, unable to suppress their applause for him. Aren't you the same? Without any prior discussion, you wish to forge a contract? Lu Qian maintained his defiant demeanor. Xia Tianqiong, unfazed, turned to join Zhou Boyu and the others. Without uttering a word, he produced gold, placing 50 taels into each person's hands. Then, with a leisurely tone, he inquired, "I intend to contract this hanging ghost. Do any of you have objections?" Aside from Zhou Boyu, whose expression bore slight surprise, the other four stood in stunned silence, hands cradling the gold, eyes wide with disbelief. The rare occurrence of gold was indeed extraordinary. Even as official ghost hunters, they seldom encountered it. Moreover, 50 taels of gold equated to 500,000 notes, surpassing their annual salaries. "I have no objections. You're the most qualified to contract it." "Yes, we all agree." The members of the hunting squad expressed their concurrence, particularly as they were disenchanted with Lu Qian's actions. With such a substantial offering of gold, they naturally harbored no dissent. Finally, Zhou Boyu nodded as well, though his gaze upon Xia Tianqiong deepened with contemplation, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. "See, everyone is in agreement." Xia Tianqiong spread his arms and returned to the side of the hanging ghost. Lu Qian stood there, suddenly feeling a sense of humiliation. Yet he was unwilling to concede. The formidable strength of the hanging ghost at the malevolent level, with its capability for single-target and area attacks, was undeniably compelling. In these chaotic times, securing such a contract would undoubtedly bolster the Lu family's chances of survival. "Contract with me, and I will immediately provide you with 10 million notes, along with a monthly stipend of 200,000 thereafter." Moments ago, a bid of 1 million was placed, but now it has soared tenfold, representing the utmost sum that Lu Qian can mobilize. After making his offer, he gazed at the hanging corpse with eyes full of anticipation, casting a provocative glance at Xia Tianqiong. The hanging corpse, too, was filled with eager expectation, though its gaze was fixed on Xia Tianqiong, keen to discern how much of the infernal gold he could bestow. Xia Tianqiong, disinterested in idle chatter, produced 2,000 taels of gold, forming a small mound upon the ground. The resplendent gleam of the gold illuminated the faces of all present, revealing a tapestry of expressions. Lu Qian could not help but exclaim, "Whose family do you belong to? How can you so casually present such a vast sum of gold? Does your family not care?" The members of the Hunter Corps stared in astonishment. The hanging corpse trembled with excitement, its eyes brimming with greed and desire, yearning to devour the infernal gold at that very moment. Yet, it possessed a semblance of reason, suppressing its impulse and inquiring, "Good sir, this is all for someone else, is it not? And after the contract, will there be more each month?"